Chapter 70. This must be some kind of prophecy. In the Temple of Nature. Alice listened solemnly to Li Mu's report, frowning. You mean? Demacia is very likely to be hunted by a half-orc. Because of the limited strength, you want to ask for my help? Li Mu nodded. Yes, Master Alice, you know, we have a way to locate our companion, so we know where Demacia is now. Demacia was still in a team state with his teammates when he was caught, so his coordinates will be displayed on the small map of the system. Therefore, although he cannot be contacted for the time being, players can also do it if it is positioned. These things, Alice and Basaka also knew about these things after being together for so long. I think. Since the Orcs have caught him, this is also an opportunity. Didn't you say that the Orcs may have a stronghold in the fairy forest? I think this is an opportunity to destroy the Orc stronghold in one fell swoop. After Li Mu finished speaking, looking at Alice's hesitant expression, he continued. And I think the goddess will also be happy about it. Mother God Lord. Hearing these words, Alice was moved. But her expression is a bit tangled. After a while, she sighed. It's not that I don't want to help, but since the Orcs have a stronghold, then there is a possibility that there are Orcs priests. After, she glanced at Li Mu and explained. You also know that there are many enemies of Lord Mother Goddess. Although he has recovered, he cannot come to the front desk for safety, so as not to be madly hit by the enemy. So, as his followers and beloved, Basaka and I must not appear in front of the beloved of other gods, because this is very likely to cause the resuscitation of the mother to be exposed in advance. But you are different, you are not believers, and your souls are weird, so you won't be suspicious. After listening to Alice, Li Mu couldn't help but smile. But, our strength is estimated to be unable to defeat the Orcs. Their leader defeated Demacia with just one blow. One hit. Alice fell into deep thought, her face solemn. That's probably a half-orc warrior from the upper ranks of Black Iron. You are indeed no opponents to half-orcs of this level. After thinking about it, she said. This matter. I will pray to Lord Mother Goddess. Lord Mother Goddess is kind and omniscient. He will definitely give us enlightenment. After speaking, she came to Eve's idol and began to pray with her eyes closed. When Eve felt Alice's prayer, he was browsing through the Blue Star Network with relish an ebook called, Game Planning Must Read. It's Alice. What happened to the player? A move in his heart interrupted his reading for a while. Although there is a game system, it is impossible for Eve to monitor the player's movements all the time. Therefore, he once told Alice that if the player has any problems or encounters, he should pray and report to him as soon as possible. Now, what happened to the player? He first glanced at the small blue light group representing the players in the grid space, and found that there was nothing serious. I felt a little more at ease, and Eve listened to Alice's prayer. After a while, his mood was a little weird. Demacia was caught by a half-orc. Player asks Alice for help. He pondered for a moment, and he sank his consciousness into the little light ball that symbolized Demacia. His vision changed suddenly, and Eve quickly seed Demacia's situation. In the dim grotto, Demacia was wounded all over, tied to a stone pillar, and it seemed that he had been severely tortured, while a group of half-orcs surrounded him. This is not just hunting, but interrogation. Combined with the conversation of the Orcs, Eve quickly guessed the truth. I didn't expect Euler to send someone to investigate so soon. There was a sense of urgency in his heart suddenly. And when he saw the serious expression of the half-orc, Eve squeaked again in his heart. And many more. Demacia, isn't this guy saying something he shouldn't say? At this time, the leading orc spoke up. You said, your name is Thanos. What is the captain of which squad under Reaper? Where is the Soul World? What are Dragon Ball and Shalulayan? Who is Jack Spyro? What is his treasure? Black Stone stared at Demacia, and asked every word. Eve. What kind of mess is this? For a moment, he was a little dazed, thinking that he had traveled back to Blue Star's Zhong Air Animation Club. When he saw Black Stone questioning seriously, Demacia was also shocked. God, I'm just bullshit. They believed it. He whispered. This. I have to say. As the world-famous noble race of Segus, the elves have always been known for their unity, kindness, and honesty. In their worldview, the word lie does not exist at all. In other words, the elves cannot lie. Either they don't tell, or if they want to tell, they must tell the truth. This, has become the persona of the elves in the world of Segs. Therefore, after listening to Damasia's words, although the half-orcs looked dazed, they didn't doubt the truth. Hearing Damasia's whisper, Eve quickly guessed the cause and effect. This fellow Damasia ran the train under interrogation, right? After thinking about it, the player is not afraid of torture. How can he tell his secrets casually? It's quite possible that things like molesting NPCs can be done. Seeing that the orc actually believed what he said, Damasia's heart moved, and she continued to talk nonsense. Ahem. The corpse soul world is the residence of the of death. Dragon Ball is a kind of precious treasure. According to legend, as long as you collect 7 of them, you can summon the dragon and realize your wish. And Shaolin Yen is a powerful blood magic. As for Jack Spyro, that is a great hero in the human world. By obtaining his treasure, you can get the world's greatest wealth, fame and power. Damasia shook his head and changed his mind. Eve. And the half-orc still looked dumbfounded. This. Why can he understand every word he said, but why can't he understand all the connections? At this moment, the only half-orc priest thought for a while, and suddenly exclaimed. I understand. Damasia looked at him in surprise. What did he understand? Eve also looked confused. What does he understand? Haishi's eyes flashed, and he looked at the only priest, respectfully. Priest, what did you find? Although his strength is much higher than the half-orc priest under the black iron, as a servant of the gods, the priest deserves his respect. Saw the priest take a deep breath and said. Shenlong, powerful magic, mysterious treasure, Master Blackstone, we can't understand these news, it should be some kind of encryption, I am afraid it is some kind of prophecy. Although we can't understand, but if you report the information to Lord Father, he will definitely be able to see the secret. The priest's expression is extremely enthusiastic. Master Blackstone www.novel.com I hope you can help me immediately, arrange the sacrifice ceremony, and inform the true god of the news. If you can report these news to the first time, you and I will definitely be able to get the Father God's reward. He is not a fanatic. Unless the soul rises into the kingdom of God after death, the power of faith is not enough to support direct cross-plane communication with the gods, and rituals are necessary. After hearing the priest's words, Damasia and Eve were silent for a moment. Reward. I'm afraid there will be a whip. A moment later, Eve sighed in her heart. How wise are the elves who can be chased and killed by these mental retardations? But think about it, it seems that the elves are already a tendon. But since the orcs are so mentally retarded, he doesn't worry anymore. Sacrifice magic circle. Eve has seen it. There is no Euler idol here. If you want to set up an interplanetary sacrifice circle, you need to worry about the materials. And this is also an opportunity for players. As long as the operation is done properly, even if the players are not strong, they can be overcast. By the way, maybe I can give myself a wave of delicious life energy. Thinking of this, Eve thought, ready to release the task. And at this moment, he suddenly noticed the stone prison in the cave. Okay. His sight became sharp in an instant. Hee, it's really the base of the elf hunting team. Eve's voice was cold and solemn. He paused, re-edit the original mission, and contacted Alice. Chapter 71 New Task. Master Mother God has already responded to me, and he will tell you the revelation directly soon. Inside the Temple of Nature, Alice looked at Limu with joy. Only gradually, her expression became serious. After a while, she sighed. This time, I will go with you. Okay. Limu was slightly taken aback. Didn't you say that you are worried about exposure? Alice glanced at him and explained. The Mother Goddess issued an oracle, the half-orcs still imprison our people in their hands. The elves never give up their companions. So I have to check it out anyway. But don't worry. Master Mother has his own arrangements, and I will not be reckless. In fact, after having an incarnation, with the strength of Eve's incarnation, in theory, he can directly kill the orcs. Just somehow, whenever Eve has such a thought, there is a sense of anxiety in her heart. The true God's premonition is very accurate, so he decided to give everything to the player and NPC first, and he would observe in the dark before speaking. And shortly after Alice finished speaking, the players were also notified by the system. Ding. Player Damasia Trigger Mission, Orcs Hunting Team. Task objective, destroy all enemies in the Orc stronghold. And rescue the elf companions captured by the Orcs. Task time limit, unlimited. Number of tasks, unlimited. Task level, 10+. Task reward, experience value, perfect resurrection, contribution degree. Demacia was taken aback, then happy. Fuck. I knew it. His shout caused a group of Orcs to look foolishly. But soon, he was stunned again. Save my companion. Is it me? She glanced at him and ordered. Throw this guy in prison. After finishing talking, a few half-orcs came forward and took Demacia away and put them in prison. Demacia doesn't care, his attention is now fully focused on the system frame in his vision. This mission is different from other missions. It even brought a plot introduction, which made him enjoy it. Introduction to the mission plot. As the greatest enemy of the elves, the Orcs hunting team has always threatened the safety of the elves. After hundreds of years of hunting and hunting, countless elves were brutally murdered, and the once glorious race gradually declined. And now, the half-orc hunting team finally stretched out their evil hands on you. Because they observed your infinite resurrection ability, they suspected that you were related to death, and tortured you. As the brave and fearless chosen one, you did not bow to the evil forces, but never compromised, and wittily used lies to deceive the Orcs. Half-orcs counted. They decided to report your lie as truth to Ural, the of winter and hunting. And you were imprisoned. Looking at the constantly floating system messages, Demacia looked excited. So high-end. What a high-end hidden mission. Will automatically generate a plot based on my actions. After that, the plot continues. Now, it's time to continue to use your ingenuity. By observing the half-orcs, you find that they have to pass the sacrificial circle to contact the true god, which gives you some ideas. Seeing this, Demacia was taken aback. Okay. Do half-orcs still need to sacrifice to contact the true god? Isn't it just a prayer? It seems that the priest actually said it just now. Wait. I have no idea. Demacia complained in his heart. And the plot continues. The Orcs are extremely powerful. You don't think the Chosen can defeat them, so you must get the assistance of NPCs. And because of the existence of the Orc priests, Alice and Basaka can't take action by themselves. Demacia. I think. At this moment, you suddenly recalled some knowledge about the sacrificial circle. You can find a way to get rid of the Orc priest. And once there is no half-orc priest, the favored one of the goddess will no longer have any worries, and can take action against the remaining half-orcs. Demacia. Can this happen? He stared blankly. Wait, when will I get the magic circle? And I'm tied up, what can I do? He muttered in his heart. However, your own situation cannot do this. At this time, you think of your teammates. You have a plan in your heart. Demacia. Can this happen? Wait. How come there is a feeling of being appointed? Clearly arranged. Forget it, I can't take care of that much, it's important to contact my teammates. Do tasks, do tasks. This must be a task reminder. Speaking of it, he was caught for so long, and he forgot to contact his teammates. Thinking of this, Demacia quickly opened the friend list in his consciousness, and was shocked when he saw that the information was 99+. Are all asking him about his safety, and the task. Took a deep breath and Demacia excitedly contacted Li Mu. Brother Mu, ha ha ha. I have activated the mission again. It's a hunting team of Orcs. And I thought of a great idea to wipe them out in one fell swoop. While looking at the system information, he told Li Mu on the other side of everything. In the Temple of Nature, Li Mu, who received the news from Demacia, was surprised. This guy, too lucky, right? After some exchanges, the two people's opinions quickly reached agreement. I already know, your plan is really good. I will contact the Dark Iron players closest to you and ask them to team up with you. I will also contact Xiao Xian Miao, Bento, and Alice and Bardhaka. Go to support and help you complete the task. Li Mu replied. After thinking about it, he added. You must hold on, no matter what happens, don't die, or the coordinates will be gone. And you have to take care of the captured elves. Demacia. You guys make a reservation first. It's so dirty and smelly here, I want to commit suicide directly and go back to the city. Wait. You mean the detained elf? Isn't it me? He replied. You ghost. You are a member of the elf race, you are a hostage. You are looking for it. Don't be dirty, you can smell it. Limu replied. Demarsha. Well, you guys hurry up, you reading www.uukangsha.com, I don't want to stay for a second. He replied bitterly. At this moment, a crisp sound interrupted his thoughts. Are you okay? Demacia was taken aback. He looked back and saw 3 weak figures in the prison. And when his eyes focused on the other's delicate face and pointed ears, he couldn't help but shouted excitedly. Fuck. Elf. There are still elves closed here. It turned out to be really hostage. Those are 3 thin elves. They are dirty, they seem very young, they look like 12 or 3-year-old children. 1 man and 2 women. And the one who spoke to Demacia boldly was the only male baby elf. The remaining 2 female elves hide behind him timidly. Their appearance is very embarrassing, their expressions are still a bit of trepidation and fear, but their eyes are purer than ever. You shed a lot of blood. The young elf said timidly, with a trace of worry in the words. The black and white eyes, the innocent eyes looking at Demacia, and the traces of concern from the heart, made him involuntarily think of the pure little angel. His expression became very complicated in an instant. After a while, he sighed. Hey. Brother Mu, I changed my mind. I'm not in a hurry to leave, you guys hurry up, I will never waver during this time, I will stay well. By the way, when you come, bring some delicious berries and 3 sets of clean clothes. Chapter 72 Player's Ambush. Demacia found 3 young elves in the cell of the orc stronghold. When he posted the screenshot to the forum, the players exploded almost instantly. Human beings are very emotional creatures, and they have a natural sympathy for the weak. At the same time, most people lack resistance to cute creatures. The young elves fit this perfectly. Big eyes are extremely innocent, the white and tender skin seems to be pierced by a light touch, and the face that has not yet grown is absolutely pure and lovely. Coupled with the dirty clothes, the panic and desperate emotions in his expression from time to time, as well as the involuntary faint alertness and alienation, the 3 young elves look like 3 being bullied. Little milk cat. For a while, the sympathy of all players will flood. Too cute, no. It's too pathetic. Although it is a game, this expression is too foul, right? The half-orcs are too much, they dare to hit our noble and beautiful elves. This task counts me. Demacia, you stay on the side, don't move your hands. Demacia. Go. Save our elf companions. I'm coming. Players who were excited about the hidden missions became more enthusiastic. In Eve's perception, he was surprised to find that there were only a few dozen players who had accepted the task, and it quickly grew to hundreds of people. They joined Demacia's team one after another, and began to move in 2s and 3s towards the stronghold. And the reason is not only the reward of the task, but also a screenshot of Demacia. In the end, Limu even had to turn on the group voice and acted as the team command, so as not to rush through the bad things. You guys are too low *IC*N. Eve was silent. The sun sets. In the southeast area of the fairy forest, 4 orcs under the dark iron are walking in the forest. In their hands, holding a dead unicorn deer. It is a kind of monster under the black iron. The blood has strong magical properties, and it is an excellent material for drawing magic circles. However, this kind of monster is difficult to find, and it took a lot of effort for the half-orcs to finally catch it. They walked and talked. Hey, it's not easy. It took us a full day to hunt down a wind deer. I don't know if the priest will be angry. No way, the forest in this area is too barren. If you want me to say, the priest is too impatient, do you have to make arrangements to communicate with God the Father now? Hee, you don't know this. If you report the secret to the tribe, how can you directly report the rewards you get to the Father? That's right. But as he walked, the orc in front suddenly stopped. And many more. His face solemnly looked left and right. Something's wrong, it's too quiet here. After finishing speaking, he sniffed again and smelled it. In an instant, his face changed. No, there are enemies. As soon as S voice fell, with a hit, countless violent magical fluctuations came, fireballs, wind blades, lightning strikes, they hit their faces like rain. The 4 half-orcs were stunned in an instant. They quickly threw away their prey and began to avoid. But even so, because the magic is too dense, they were unfortunately recruited, and in a blink of an eye, they were all smashed. The most serious person was even abolished directly. Before they could react, there was another shout of the same. Go. Hearing only a hula, more than a dozen tall figures burst out all around. They all wore gorgeous equipment and looked excited. They carried their weapons and yelled at them, Ula and Chong-ah, with their hideous expressions as if they had seen their father kill their enemies. Where did the spirit pop up? How did the elves know they were here? Looking at the 4 half-orcs with dull faces, Li Mu's mouth hooked, he released a vine technique without any difficulty, and commanded. Don't fight hard, everyone, they are very strong, we have a lot of people, and they will kill them a little bit. After said, he added. Don't hit them in the face. He has been leading the players to ambush here for a long time. Because of Damasia's connection, the movement of the orcs has been under the control of the player. And if half-orcs want to draw a sacrificial circle, they will definitely hunt for beasts in the forest. The beasts that can meet their needs are far away from their strongholds, especially the main prey, the unicorn deer. Players just know where they are. Through the small map shared by Demacia, Li Mu judged that this should be the only way for the orcs to return, so he brought a group of players to ambush early. Now, I finally caught someone. The strength of the half-orcs is very strong. Although the players have reached the lower position of the Black Iron, the combat experience is far weaker than them. However, because the player is not afraid of pain and death, and really fights with the half-orcs, instead, there is a kind of desperate aura that makes several half-orcs restrained. But even so, several players fell after the first battle. It's just that there are a large number of players. No matter how strong the orcs are, they are still outnumbered, and their wounds are increasing. When the strength is similar, or when the strength is slightly higher, the human sea tactics will always be the player's nirvana. And the players are also destined to become a nightmare for enemies who are not too far from them. They are crazy. They must be crazy. Looking at the group of desperate elves in front of them, the 4 half-orcs were finally afraid. They backed away and shouted loudly. We surrender. We surrender. We are willing to leave the fairy forest and stop fighting. After saying this, the corner of the head of the orc grinned slightly. This is their nirvana. The elves are peace-loving creatures. As long as they are willing to surrender, this group of straight-headed long ears will spread out and will not rush to kill. This has been the experience summed up by half-orcs hunting elves for many years, and it has been tried and tested. Only this time, the elves did not stop. Surrender? Hee, we don't take prisoners, you should obediently become contribution and experience points. The players laughed, and the attack became more fierce. They can't hold on anymore. Kill them. Down with the evil orcs and save our fellow citizens. Ula. Listening to the shouts of the elves, looking at the bloodthirsty murderous intent in their eyes www.novel.com, the 4 half-orcs were shocked. And many more. Are they going to kill them all? When did these elves become so bloodthirsty? For a time, several half-orcs were inexplicably timid, feeling that their knowledge of elves collapsed in an instant. Is this really an elf? Looking at the hideously distorted handsome face, they murmured in disbelief. Players did not give them the opportunity to think more, instead they used various skills to attack the half-orcs frantically. One person makes a cut, and then retreats, and the others make up. Very close cooperation. Finally, the first orc couldn't hold on. After a knife in the chest, he slowly fell. After the death of the first half-orc, the players became more aura. In a blink of an eye, the remaining half-orcs gradually couldn't hold on. In the end, at the cost of the death of 8 players, the last half-orc also fell into the chaos. Then, a group of players can't wait to pick up their clothes and start roll equipment. Li Mu did not participate, but looked at the blood-stained body of the half-orc with a solemn expression. Unexpectedly, the fighting power of the orcs is so powerful. They organized a total of 27 players above level 11 in ambush this time, but they paid such a large number of casualties. This is just a half-orc under the Black Iron. Li Mu had no choice but to decide that the fighting power of intelligent creatures and beasts without wisdom at the same level was still incomparable. Sighed, he shouted to an elf girl in the team. Little Xian Miao, start to give them a box lunch. Chapter 73. Our allies are here. Al is 80 years old this year. Since he can remember, he has often heard his grandpa talk about the glorious history of race. Once, they had the largest empire in the world. Once, they established the most brilliant civilization in the world. However, after the disaster, the people fell into position, cursed, and gradually fell into decline. He can't imagine how prosperous the ethnic group was thousands of years ago. In his opinion, such a prosperous age is like a myth. In his memory, the real life is always hiding and wandering. However, his grandpa believed that everything would be fine. Al, you have to remember that we are a great silver race. The current decline is only for a while. Once the mother returns, our age will definitely come back again. His grandfather often said that. Al once asked Grandpa, who is the mother god? And Grandpa told him that Mother God is the greatest existence in this world, the real master of this world, and the benevolent mother who protects them. So, do we also have our own gods? He asked in surprise. Silly boy. Grandpa touched his head with a fanatical and religious expression. The mother god is not a trivial god, but a true ancient god. From that day on, Al was full of expectations for the mother goddess. He longs for a happy and stable life, and also longs for a small garden of his own. However, until the day of his grandfather's death, he still did not see the return of the mother goddess. But even so, he still believes in Grandpa's words. Until that day. A group of ferocious-looking half-orcs finally discovered their settlement. After a cruel battle, the young and Zhuang people died in battle, while the women and children became prisoners. Among them, he and 2 other younger sisters are included. At this time, Al realized that the life of drifting and hiding is not the saddest. The most difficult thing is to destroy the family and become a prisoner. The detained ethnic women gradually disappeared one by one. And they were locked in a small stone prison by half-orcs, without seeing the sun. Every day, only the green fruit satisfies the hunger. According to the orcs, they want to wait for the human caravan to pass by and sell Al and others for a good price. Humanity. Al gave a shock. If half-orcs are demons, then humans are undoubtedly demons. When he was in the ethnic group, he heard countless times about the tragic stories of those people who became slaves to humans. Those cunning, greedy, lewd do everything. At this moment, he even wanted to die on a hunger strike. But when he thinks of the other 2 sisters, his heart softens. Al, you are a boy. You must protect your sisters. Before he died, this was the last warning from his grandfather. Thinking of this, Al clenched his fist. Grandpa, I'm so useless, I'm so useless. As time goes by, Al has become more and more desperate. However, in the face of his 2 young sisters, he can only be strong and self-reliant. He was thinking of ways to escape all the time, but the orcs really stared at them too hard. Such days have lasted for several months. Until today. With a stab, the prison door that had not been opened for a long time was finally opened. Al slapped a spirit and looked outside vigilantly, while his 2 younger sisters hid behind him like frightened deer. Is it finally the day? Is this to sell us? Al clenched his fists. At the same time, he began to think about how to take the opportunity to escape. It's just that the orcs didn't come in, but threw in a tightly bound figure, then turned and left. Al was taken aback for a moment, and looked at the figure. Fine. Elf. This is the first time he saw his tribe after a few months. That is a very strange elf. His whole body was blood, he was seriously injured, his face was abnormally pale, and his breath was weak. However, his eyes are especially bright. Just a glance, Al felt that he couldn't look away. This tribe is very different. He seems to have an aura of fearlessness, which Al has never seen in anyone else. His eyes are not as bleak and muddy as the people of the past. There is a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, with a different kind of unruly. It seems that everything in this world is very lightly viewed by him. He even stuck his tongue out against the back of the orc when he turned around. This is a funny guy. And full of vitality and hope. Such an existence, Al has never seen it among the elves. For a while, his heart was full of curiosity. Hesitated for a moment, he spoke softly. Are you okay? The other party seemed to be taken aback. When he turned around and saw Al, he couldn't help but yelled out. Fuck. Fairy. Al was taken aback by his voice and hid back slightly. He saw the strange elf face in front of him changed several times. He was delighted, excited, and complicated again. Al hesitated, then asked. "That, you shed a lot of blood. Are you really okay?" Then, Al saw the strange elf's expression suddenly softened. The other party nodded and smiled while coughing up blood. "Ahem, I'm fine." "Al. You vomited blood." He didn't care about anything else, and hurriedly stepped forward to help the other party loosen the tie. "Are you also caught?" he asked curiously while wrapping the wound with a cloth strip. After being relieved, this strange elf first nodded, then shook his head. "No, I'm just a well-behaved locator." Al found again that this strange elf was also very strange. After further contact, Al found that although this elf was a bit strange, he was a gentle and optimistic person. They started chatting. This strange fairy tells many interesting stories www.novel.com that Al and his sisters like very much. He knows a lot, and there are always some ideas that Al has never thought of. All kinds of bizarre and fun stories make Al even more addicted. Gradually, he somewhat liked this funny guy. Through chatting, Al also knew the origin of this elf. He comes from a very far, far away place, a warrior summoned by a goddess. Goddess. Hearing this word, Al was curious. Brother Demacia, will the elves believe in other true gods? At this moment, he saw the other person smile. His expression became a bit deep in an instant. Do not. His expression became very religious. Saw him draw a tree symbol on his chest, and said in a deep voice. There is only one goddess in my heart. Seeing that symbol, Al was stunned for an instant. Because of this symbol, his grandfather once drew it countless times. The goddess of the elves. Does it really exist? Was he called by the mother goddess? For a moment, Al felt a little trance. Al. In a trance, Al heard the other party calling him. He turned his head and saw Brother Demacia's eyes. Demacia looked out of the cell, while the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, with a wicked smile. El looked along his line of sight and found that there were 4 more half-orcs in the cave at some point, and their hands were holding a monster that seemed to have been ravaged by magic. Our allies are here. Al heard this. Chapter 74 We are immortal. Allies. Al looked at the 4 strong and ugly half-orcs, feeling a little dazed for a while. Soon, he saw a half-orc in sheep's clothing approached, and while inspecting the body of the monster, he nodded. Good job. Next, you will help me bleed. The blood of monsters possesses magical power and is highly active, so even if it has been dead for several hours, as long as it is handled properly, the blood of unicorn deer will not coagulate. Al soon saw several half-orcs cut off Enlu's neck, slowly releasing thick blood. The orcs in sheep's clothing took out a weird bone pan, stained with blood, and began to paint on the ground. Al looked at his movements, then his expression gradually became surprised. Ah! Sacrifice circle. He wants to communicate with the gods. Do you recognize it? Demacia glanced at him in surprise. He was surprised that such a small child could even recognize the sacrificial circle. Al nodded, a look of nostalgia. Well, I used to study with Grandpa more than 20 years ago. 20 years ago. Demacia almost didn't choke. Cough, cough, cough. He couldn't help but coughed and started coughing up blood again. Al quickly looked at him worriedly. Brother Demacia, are you okay? Big brother. Big brother. Cough, cough, cough. Demacia coughed harder. He laughed a few times, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glanced at Al weirdly, and shook his head. I'm fine. After finished speaking, he hesitated for a while and asked carefully. That, Xiaojia, ahem, Al, how old are you this year? Al scratched his head and said shyly. If I remember correctly, I just passed 80 this spring. Demacia. He started to calculate his grandfather's age. Oh, no, it's Grandpa's age. Seeing the silence of the other party, Al quickly explained. Brother Demacia. Don't think I am only 80 years old, I know a lot. I am not a kid anymore. Demacia. After a while, he sighed and said. Yes, you are not a kid anymore. After finished, he murmured. I'm the. It can be seen from the heavens, he just celebrated his 18th birthday last month. Fortunately, it's just a game. Al continued to watch the sheepskin orcs move. Following the depiction, a huge array appeared on the ground soon. Then, the sheepskin half-orc knelt in front of the circle, and began to chant a curvaceous curse. With his singing, the red magic circle gradually bloomed with a deep light, and waves of magical power continued to converge. He is going to succeed. Al couldn't help but said. Although he doesn't know what the orcs are going to do, as evil enemies, what they have to do must be bad. Don't worry, they won't succeed. Aside, Damasia's laughter came. In the blood, there is added material. His voice was gloating. Al looked at Damasia strangely, not understanding why he said that. But soon, he understood why. At the moment when the wave of the magic circle reached its peak, I saw that the original black and red blood seemed to be affected by some inexplicable effect, and suddenly began to sizzle. Then, the light of the magic circle suddenly began to flicker. The face of the orc in sheep's clothing changed. Magic power is boiling. No. There is a problem with this blood. Before he could continue to say anything, the magic circle suddenly burst into red light and exploded with a bang. Priest. Haishi's face tightened, and he hurried forward. And the 4 orcs who assisted in the bloodletting also followed. However, when the smoke dissipated, the orc priest closest to the circle was dying under the double blow of magic backlash and explosion. Kurwashi's face turned ugly for an instant. And at this moment, 3 of the 4 half-orcs suddenly drew their weapons and rushed towards him at the same time. I saw a few people faintly glowing, turning into 3 elves before an instant. Elf. All this happened in a blink of an eye, and Al had to watch. Yes, they are my companions, they are here to save us. Damasia smiled. Save us. Al looked at the elves blankly, shocked. And watching the unexpected scene, all the orcs were stunned. Elf. Blackrock was taken aback first, then furious. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he flew a kick, kicking the 3 elves out. The 3 of them hit the wall directly, spouting a mouthful of blood, and then fell softly to the ground. Humph. Blackrock let out a cold snort of disdain. But soon, his face changed. Not good. He turned his head quickly and found that the last orc had pierced the dagger in his hand into the chest of the orc priest lying on the ground. The orc priest slightly opened his mouth, his eyes were a little bit of fear and dazedness, and he didn't seem to know what happened. He twitched a few times, then twisted his neck, no more breath. The orc who stabbed him to death changed into an elf at the same time. Gray-black hair, indifferent expression, is a box lunch. Asshole. Kurwashi's eyes were completely red. The orcs have no wizards. Every priest is a precious spellcaster for half-orcs. They are not only responsible for communicating with the gods, but also for assistance and treatment in the tribe. The priest died. Even if Blackstone completed the task this time, he would be punished. Blackrock was completely angry. Saw him roar, drew a scimitar and slashed at the lunch. Benben looked solemn, and quickly avoided. He turned over like a vigorous lynx, while Blackstone's scimitar slashed on the ground, directly cutting a 3-meter deep gully. Catch this bastard. Haishi gritted his teeth. The remaining half-orcs roared and rushed to the box lunch at the same time. While the lunchbox took a deep breath, he used the skills, air step, and speed flying leap, to avoid. Run away, run away. Al grabbed the railing of the stone prison www.novel.com. His expression was very worried. However, just as Bento was about to get out of his body, a stout hand grabbed his shoulder. Caught you. Haishi sneered, using his hands hard. The shoulder of the Bento was shattered in an instant, and blood was splashed. It's just that his expression is still indifferent. It seems that the pain is not in his eyes at all. A trace of cruelty flashed in Haishi's eyes, and he roared. Dead. Then opened his hands and covered the head of Bento. Under Al's horrified gaze, Bento was abruptly twisted his head. His body twitched a few times, and he fell to the ground slowly. What? Al covered his mouth, and a layer of mist clouded his pupils for an instant. At this time, a big hand was on his shoulder. He sobbed his head and saw Damasia's pale face. It's just that the elven brother who just met was neither angry nor sad, but smiled slightly. Don't worry, they are not dead. No, not dead. Al was taken aback, then turned his head away. At this time, he was surprised to find that the fallen elven corpses had gradually faded and then slowly disappeared. Hey, our chosen one is the favored one of the goddess, an immortal existence. Aside, Damasia's voice came again, with unprecedented pride and confidence. At the same time, a vague shout of killing came from outside the cave. Listen, our troops are here. Demacia said triumphantly. Chapter 75. What's the problem? When Blackstone saw a few elven corpses on the ground slowly disappearing, he knew it was not good. And when those shouts faintly came from outside, his face finally changed. Not good. We are probably exposed. At the same time, a trace of doubt came into his heart. Where is the problem? On the way, the orc priests have erased their tracks. How would the elves know their whereabouts? And when will the long ears of this group of rectums use tricks? Until now, Blackstone still feels unbelievable that these proud elves will turn into their most annoying half-orcs, will deceive them and kill the priest directly. This is not like a way that elves can come up with, but like those cunning humans. It's just that at this moment he can no longer care about that much. Although these strange elves who are suspected of possessing immortality are weak and small, Blackstone does not dare to bet whether there is a stronger guy behind them. Blackrock has always been a cautious person. He never dealt with enemies who couldn't figure out the bottom, and never showed all his whole cards. His caution even brought him ridicule. But even so, Blackstone did not give up the quality he learned from humans. Facts have proved that his caution is right. Those reckless guys who had laughed at him have been promoted to the kingdom of God in battle after battle. And he is alive and well. It's just that this time he felt that he was planted inexplicably. The priest died, his mission was actually a failure. But fortunately, he also caught an elf. Thinking of this, he turned his head and glanced at Demacia in the cell. His expression changed a bit, and finally gritted his teeth. Take them, let's walk down the secret road. He doesn't plan to head on with those strange elves. If he can take the captured elves back, and add the secret tortured from his mouth, maybe he can still be forgiven by the chief priest. Thinking of this, Blackstone has already retreated. At his command, the orcs took Demacia and the 3 young elves out of the prison and walked into another secret passage in the cave. This secret road is connected to another hidden underground cave, which leads directly to 1 kilometer away. This account will be calculated later. Haishi glanced bitterly at the direction of the cave entrance, and ordered his men to retreat into the secret passage. After the last person entered, he took a deep breath and used all his strength to smash the cave wall. The cave, it collapsed immediately, blocking the way to enter. And Blackrock entered the secret road at the last moment when the cave collapsed. Dozens of half-orcs are slowly advancing in the secret road. And Blackstone is still thinking about what went wrong. Question. Where is it? He has been very careful, so how can he expose his trail? Are the tribesmen who went hunting caught and revealed their secrets? But those half-orcs are the warriors he personally selected. Even if they die, they will never betray the tribe. The movement of the elf was too fast, and he couldn't believe it almost. It's like, as if someone was showing them the way. Along the way, Blackstone couldn't think of anything. And the team of half-orcs gradually finally came out of the secret road. They drilled through the secret tunnel, their sight suddenly brightened, and they returned to the forest. Kuroishi breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, it's safe. Thinking of this, he breathed a sigh of relief, with a trace of satisfaction on his face. And at this moment, the surrounding jungle suddenly moved, and hundreds of tall elves suddenly appeared. Kuroishi's expression stiffened. Looking at the gorgeously equipped and excited figures, the corners of his mouth twitched, and his expression was stunned for a while. Jing. Fairy. They. Where did they come from? How do they know they are here? When the elves saw the half-orcs, their excited expressions became more excited. Found them. Look. There is Demacia there. The 3 cuties are here too. Destroy these evil orcs and save our fellow citizens. Ula. They shouted, and then rushed over bravely. Looking at these desperate elves, a trace of anger flashed through Blackstone's eyes. If it is silver or black iron superior strength, that's all. These elves have the highest strength and are only in the middle stage of black iron's lower ranks. With such power, even want to stop them. Go. He yelled, took out a mace and shot a rushing figure into a sieve. Fuck. It's fierce. His actions startled the other elves. At this time, Blackstone heard a nasty voice from the elf. That's the boss. Don't fight him. Everyone can hold the army of half-orcs. What is boss? Blackrock was stunned. But soon, he realized that he was talking about himself. Because next, all the elves avoided him and began to pester the other orcs. And more, they began to besiege the 3 orcs who escorted the elves. Suddenly, as if he realized something, Haishi's expression changed. Not good. They must be delaying time. He gritted his teeth, backhanded several elves who were trying to rescue Demacia and others, and slapped them to death, while shouting at the rest of the orcs. Don't delay with them, let's break out. However, as soon as the voice fell, the entire forest floor suddenly began to tremble. Boom. Boom. The sound is loud, like the footsteps of a giant. Hearing this voice, Demacia, who was escorted by a half-orc, hooked his mouth. www.novel.com. I saw him suddenly shout. Furious. Then, a powerful aura broke out from him. For an instant, Demacia's complexion looked terrifying, and her whole body swelled a little bit, and she could faintly see the green veins and blood vessels like a snake. Violent. This is a desperate skill he exchanged, which can stimulate his full potential and burst out powerful power in an instant. Lasts 10 minutes. The price is death. I saw Demacia picking up a scimitar on the ground with his backhand, and slashing the orcs who hadn't reacted beside him to the ground. Then, he picked up the other 2 baby elves and shouted at Al. Let's go. Don't lick it this time, but when will. Seeing Demacia, who broke free of control for an instant, Blackstone was furious. He wanted to stop him, but suddenly, a few thick vines appeared on the ground, stopping his movement. This vine is so tough, Blackstone was shocked to find that with his black iron uppermost pinnacle, level 40, strength, he couldn't break free. Then, a huge figure enveloped him. What is this? The tree man. Around, there were sounds of fear from other orcs. Haishi's heart tightened, he quickly raised his head, and then saw a huge body. The body is more than 30 meters tall than the dragon clan, the thick branches almost cover the sky, and the pair of indifferent eyes look at him as if looking at a dead person. For a moment, Blackstone's pupils shrank suddenly. Oak Guardian. He almost lost his voice. Chapter 76. Blackstone's trump card. Uncle B is here. Uncle B. Kill them. With the arrival of the Oak Guard Bardhaka, the players cheered. But Basaka stretched out his arms, struggling to hit the ground, and roared. War, sacrifice. In an instant, his arms turned into countless vines, entangled with half-orcs. Under the horrified eyes of the orcs, they were entangled one by one, and then robbed of their vitality. In a blink of an eye, they turned into corpses, and finally weathered into ashes. Fuck. Uncle B, don't fight the mobs. Leave the mobs to us. Uncle B. Hit the big guy with a mace. That guy killed many of us. Seeing that Basaka killed 4 or 5 half-orcs in an instant, the other elves seemed a bit painful. After hearing the wizard's words, Basaka looked at Blackstone again. A sense of crisis of life and death immediately hit Blackstone's heart. He felt his scalp numb. Oak Tree Guard. Haishi once served as the guardian of the Holy Land, and he knows the legendary creatures depicted on the murals more clearly. During the Silver Age, the legend of the Oak Guardian was circulating on the continent of Segus. Their strength is terrifying, the highest is even close to the demigod, and they can fight with the legendary dragon. Their abilities are even more weird, and the druid's unique war sacrifice skills give them an unparalleled ability to fight in group battles. Even the weakest Oak Tree Guard has the strength of silver, and the average strength of the Oak Tree Guard is above gold. If it weren't for the fact that the Oak Guardians did not have the ability to give birth to offspring, they could even be called a golden race as famous as the dragon. However, it is not the legends of the Oak Tree Guard that makes Blackstone more fearful, but the meaning represented by the appearance of the opponent. Oak Tree Guard, only the world tree that controls nature and life can be enlightened. And the life guarded by the oak tree is also as prosperous as the world tree. In an instant, Kuroishi understood everything. Behind the elves is not the of death, but the world tree. Only the world tree can illuminate the Oak Guardian. Only the world tree can get the allegiance of the elves. And the eerie strange resurrection ability can also be explained. The ability to resurrect the dead goes against the law, and actions that go against the law will be backlashed by the law. Because the secret of the soul is involved, the price is said to be high. Is so big that even the true is unwilling to bear it. And only by mastering the priesthood related to life and death, can the dead be brought back to life at a relatively affordable price. Among the true gods, only two of them can do it since ancient times. One is Hela, the of death. And the other one is the world tree Yggdrasil. Before this, Blackstone also thought that these weird elves were Hela's handwriting, but after seeing the oak guard, everything was overthrown. And then, another figure appeared, confirming his guess again. Alice, the saint of nature, dressed in a noble sacrificial dress appeared among the elves. She closed her eyes and prayed, and the bright holy light spread around her, forming a continuously rotating ball of light, with a strong breath of nature and life. Under Alice's instructions, the ball of light wandered rapidly among the elves, and every elves touched by it began to recover quickly from injuries. Healing Soul. The 4-ring healing magic spell is the most powerful mass healing spell of the lower priest of silver. Seeing the recovery from their injuries, the elves became even more excited. Miss Alice's support is coming. Come on. Kill the orcs. They brandished their weapons and attacked more frantically and desperately. Silver Priest. Silver Priest who believes in nature. Kurwashi's pupils shrank slightly again. Silver-level priests and priests can only be supported by the faith of the true God. At this moment, the answer is no more suspense. What the of death, all shit. Mingming is the favored one of nature. The world tree, really recovered. For an instant, Blackstone felt his whole body trembling, and his heart was extremely frightened. Defeating the ancient Yggdrasil has always been an epic legend passed down from generation to generation by half-orcs, and it is also the greatest pride of the of winter and hunting. And at this moment, the legendary true god, the master of the plane of the last era has actually recovered. Reminiscing about the recent disappearance of the orcs, Blackstone was startled in a cold sweat. He is revenge. He is back, he wants to avenge us. He wants to avenge God the Father. The majesty of the true cannot be profaned. As a half-orc who has been persecuting the elves for thousands of years, trying to completely wipe out the belief in the world tree, I am afraid that he has become the thorn in the eyes of this ancient god. You must pass this news back to the horde. The half-orcs are dangerous. In an instant, Blackstone made a decision. Saw him gritted his teeth and said bitterly. Send 2 mid-level professionals in one breath, do you think I really can't fight back? His caution, but never just for fun. Suddenly, the aura on Blackstone began to rise, a trace of coercion continued to release. In an instant, his strength has been directly promoted from the black iron sub-level peak, level 40, to the silver sub-level. Level 45. This is the true strength of Blackstone. Before, he was also hiding his level. It turned out to be silver too. For a while www.novel.com Basaka and Alice both looked surprised. Then, Heishi took out a bone fragment carved with mysterious lines from his arms. His expression became holy and pious in an instant. I saw him holding up the bone fragment, muttering something silently, a faint divine power fluctuation spread. Not good. Eve's heart sank in the player's perspective. Before he could do anything, the bone fragments in Blackstone's hand burst into dazzling brilliance, forming a huge energy arrow in the air. Hunting Arrow. The 8-ring attack magic technique mastered by the priests of Euler is a true high-level magic technique. A powerful breath was released from the arrow, and the faces of Bardhaka and Alice changed drastically at the same time. Hurry up and hide everyone. However, it was too late. I saw the energy arrow suddenly burst into silver brilliance, and then swish to replicate itself. In a blink of an eye, an energy circle formed by arrows pointing outwards was formed. After, arrows flew away one by one. The largest one was aimed at the silver-centered, level 51, Oak Guard Basaka. Basaka looked solemn and roared again. Oak Tree Barrier. After was finished, a barrier of oak branches appeared in front of him. And Alice also took a bite and gave a soft drink. Natural Armor. A green energy shield appeared on everyone. The arrow arrived in an instant, hit the barrier and shield, and exploded violently. Boom. The ground shakes the mountain. For a while, everyone's eyes were blank. Chapter 77 I would like to dedicate my life and soul. When Blackrock raised the bone fragment, Eve knew what her previous anxiety was. High-level magic arts. There is a high-level magic in Blackstone's hands. Hunting arrow. This is an 8-ring magic unique to the high priests who believe in Ural. The magical effect is to produce a powerful energy arrow with the must-hit characteristic, and derive numerous accompanying energy arrows to strike the target with precision and conduct range attacks on nearby areas. This is a real golden mid-level attack. Even if it is the current incarnation of Eve, he can't deal with this level of attack if he is caught off guard. If unfortunately, he would destroy the soul storage orb that has not been completely repaired, causing the avatar to collapse. Not to mention the oak tree guard Basaka, who only has a silver median. The energy arrow exploded, and the dazzling light and loud noise drowned everything. A strong energy storm raged away, blowing the surrounding trees off directly, causing a mess. All the players are blind and deaf in an instant. When the light gradually disappeared and everything returned to calm, the battlefield in front of me had completely changed. The place where Basaka was originally standing has turned into a huge pit with a radius of more than 10 meters. The mud is turned out and white smoke is still swelling. As for Basaka, half of his body was destroyed and he fell to the ground dying. The vitality of the oak tree guard is indeed tenacious. Even the magic of the 8 rings did not kill him, but he has completely lost his combat effectiveness. Of course, this is also because Blackstone only has the strength of a silver subordinate, and at the same time, he is not a spellcaster, and he can't master divine magic well. If a priest of the lower rank of silver is used to perform, I am afraid that with this blow, the player will be completely destroyed. But even so, the situation on the court is extremely miserable. Alice also fell to the ground, a big hole was shot through her chest and abdomen by an energy arrow, and the red blood kept flowing. And the players, more than half of them evaporate directly under the attack of the energy arrow, and even the corpse can't be seen. Although the remaining half did not die by chance, they were lying on the ground, seriously injured, and lost their combat effectiveness. Only Al and the 2 elf sisters were blocked by the violent Demacia and escaped by luck. One blow, just one blow. Although there is no Tuan Mia, it is almost the same as Tuan Mia. There were less than 30 players alive, and all of them lost their combat effectiveness. And there are only 2 silver combat powers, they are also dying in an instant. On the entire battlefield, only Blackstone and a dozen orcs who are still capable of fighting are left. It is far from the safety zone, 50 kilometers. Even if the players are resurrected, there is no way to come over in time. Not to mention, in the face of Blackstone, which shows the strength of silver, the players who have lost high-end combat power no longer have any whole cards. All the surviving elves, while struggling, looked palely at the orcs on the field. They looked at a loss, as if they had not recovered from the explosion just now. Why did it reverse in an instant? Clearly to win. Why did the car overturn somehow? Dog planning, your mother, exploded. Looking at the miserable scene in front of him, Demacia cursed while vomiting blood. Brother Demacia. Al worriedly lifted the blue-faced Demacia up, looking at the terrifying wounds on his body with a look of helplessness. The most painful thing in this world is that when hope reaches its peak, it turns into despair in an instant. When he first saw the Oak Guardian, Al also recognized the legendary existence. The stubborn and fanatical people around him, as well as the noble silver priests, also made him very excited. Is it true that the mother goddess that Grandpa said has really returned? Al was extremely excited, feeling that something seemed to be brewing in his chest. It's just that, before he continues to be excited, the sudden changes on the court knocked his mood to the bottom. The orcs are so evil and powerful. Under the attack of divine art, my own people and natural favored ones will be so vulnerable. For a while, Al was lost. Grandpa, do we really have hope? Holding Demacia, who was coughing up blood, Al's eyes were blank. He bit his lip and clenched his fists. Blackstone was also stunned by the magical effect of the bone fragments in his hand. 8 rings, turned out to be 8 rings. He murmured a few words, his expression was very wonderful. Originally, he was only planning to sneak away with the effect of the magic arts, but he didn't want to have such a result. Watching the miserable state of the surrounding elves, watching the dying oak guards and the unconscious nature priests, the corners of Haishi's mouth rose slightly. He, ha ha ha. He couldn't help laughing. It seems, the favored one of nature is not as strong as in the legend. His heart gradually settled down. Also, even if the world tree has recovered, it is probably only recently. The world tree that has just been revived must be extremely weak, otherwise, how could it keep the elves secretly playing tricks? The weak world tree, the strength of the favored person is naturally limited. Haha. It seems that this time I really want to get a great achievement. The world tree is resurrected, the protective magic that he applied to the body when he fell 1,000 years ago must have been broken. For the Father God, this is also a further opportunity. Thinking of this, Blackstone's eyes flashed and his expression gradually became frenzied. Hee, this time, I am destined to get the favor of God the Father. Took a deep breath, and he commanded to his men who were also in shock. Take those 3 little guys, let's go. Now that he has figured out the secret of the fairy forest, naturally there is no need to take the prisoners back. Besides, Blackstone also doubted that the elves could locate their companions. Otherwise, how could he be exposed again and again? Just 3 young elves, he will definitely not let go. This is the best product. Hearing Haishi's command, the orcs looked at each other and nodded excitedly. They came to www.novel.com and roughly pulled him up and carried him and his 2 sisters on their shoulders. Let go of me. You evil bastards. Let go of me. Al yelled, struggling. But he could not break free. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the world tree, looking sad and angry. Mother God, do you really exist? If you really exist, why should you watch your beloved fight to death? If you really exist, why can't you protect your believers? Here, but your territory. He shouted, cried and laughed. Watching the plight of the surrounding elves, watching the unconscious nature priest and the dying oak guard. Gradually, his expression became sad. Mother God Lord. If you can hear me, please save your servant. After talking, Al raised his head, his expression solemnly determined. Al Moonlight, I am willing to swear by my soul that I will dedicate my entire life and soul to you and become your most loyal servant. I only wish you can protect us, only wish you can save us. Said, he stretched out his hand struggling, learning the movements of his grandfather in his memory, and slowly drew a tree-shaped symbol on his chest. Mother Goddess. Please, do a miracle. The immature voice is so loud in the silent forest, it spread far, far away. Looking at Al, who was struggling, Blackstone sneered. But before he could say anything, an ethereal and quiet sigh suddenly sounded in everyone's hearts. Ugh. Along with the sigh, Al's body suddenly burst into bright light. Chapter 78 God. A dazzling light bloomed from Al's body, and the orc carrying him suddenly let out a scream, and the whole body began to age rapidly, turning into fly ash in an instant. At the same time, with the ethereal hymn, countless bright green photons flew from the ground. They rise slowly, like elemental elves dancing, densely packed, countless, endless. For a time, the forest seemed to be immersed in a green ocean. The green photons circled the players on the field, continuously spinning and circling, and then scrambling to get into their bodies. Under the surprised eyes of the players, their injuries began to recover quickly, and even the broken limbs gradually grew back. The seriously injured oak tree guard Basaka gradually came to life under the photon's embrace, and retwitched branches from the vigorous branches, and soon the other half of the body was completely annihilated. The plants on the ground began to grow rapidly with the appearance of photons, budding and spreading leaves, and then blooming flowers. In a blink of an eye, an avenue paved with colorful flowers appeared on the ground, and all places were covered by greenery and sea of flowers. And countless butterflies composed of photons began to revolve around Al, pouring into his body under his somewhat confused eyes. The aura on Al's body began to grow rapidly, and in a blink of an eye it crossed the level of black iron and broke through to silver. Everything is like a miracle. Demarsha's eyes widened, and she looked at the elf Xiaojingtai who was all over the body incredibly, and rubbed her eyes severely. Fuck. Is Masada the NPC that triggered the plot? Then, he glanced at his character column that was completely restored to his health, and subconsciously pinched his thigh. Does not hurt. But he quickly reacted, and while turning up the pain, he pinched it again, and breathed a breath of excitement. Not a dream. It's a story animation. Seeing this sudden change, the orcs were stunned. An unprecedented sense of crisis hit Haishi's heart. He subconsciously wanted to shout and order everyone to escape, but then he was shocked to find that he had lost control of his body. At this time, the half-orcs discovered that countless photons were attached to their bodies and controlled their actions. Immediately afterwards, a sacred and mighty breath suddenly came to the scene. Under the shocking eyes of everyone, the flying photons continued to rotate on the ground, finally forming a human form. That is an existence whose whole body is shrouded in the holy light. She is wearing a sacred and noble long dress, wearing a supreme divine crown, long silver hair reaching her waist, and her magnificent and mysterious purple eyes gleaming with bright light. An inviolable sense of majesty struck everyone's hearts. The players just glanced at them and lowered their heads involuntarily, and there was an impulse to worship from the heart. Although it was only a glance, the extraordinary figure, as if it had been engraved in their minds, could no longer be removed. Basaka looked at the noble figure in the holy light, and his expression became extremely enthusiastic in an instant. He stood up on the ground, and then bowed down respectfully. His voice from the vicissitudes of life was extremely solemn. "Praise, my lord." Alice also fell into enthusiasm. She also knelt down, and her clear voice was pious and solemn. "Praise, my lord." A dozen half-orcs looked horrified. In their eyes, they only saw a glare of holy light, and they could not see clearly. For an instant, they felt tingling in their eyes and soul at the same time. Accompanied by a scream, their eyes shed blood and tears. Don't look at God directly. In other words, without the permission of the true God, no one can look directly at the true God. For a while, everyone understood. Eve Octrahir, the mother of nature, the goddess of life, and the master of the elves, has personally descended into the incarnation. The goddess first glanced at her two loved ones, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and then slowly walked towards Al. Every time she took a step, a bunch of flowers bloomed on the ground, as if praising the miracle of life. The wildly growing plants bent over slightly with her movements, as if paying homage to the Supreme Being. Al stared blankly at the sacred figure gradually approaching him, his brain blank. The goddess came to him, stretched out her arm, and gently stroked his forehead. "Remember your vows." Her voice is sacred and majestic, with a touch of sweetness and kindness. And with her caressing, Al's forehead bloomed with a holy brilliance, and a tree symbol symbolizing the mother of nature appeared, and then gradually disappeared. Also, the aura on Al's body has changed again. Although he did not continue to increase his strength, it seems to be slightly different. There seems to be a sacred smell on his body. That seems to be a sublimation of life level. Following the movement of the goddess, countless photons began to revolve around the two of them, and faintly sacred hymns came. God's favor. It's a God's favor. Seeing everything on the court, Basaka looked enthusiastic. After hearing what Basaka said, the players also recovered from the shock. UU reading www.uukangshu.com. They raised their heads, and when they saw the figure like a knightly gift and the light effect of the dazzling Holy Spirit, they were all stunned. This is the third time the players have seen the figure of the goddess after the character was created and the first plot task was issued. But different from the previous two times, this time the goddess incarnation seems to be more real, more majestic and sacred, and the gorgeous special effects that come are more shocking than before. There is no rhetoric that can describe the current mood of the players. If so, there are only two words: fuck. Al. At this time, the goddess spoke again. Her gaze turned to the remaining half-orcs on the field, and her voice was extremely majestic. "They are yours." Hearing what the goddess said, Al turned his head blankly and looked at the orcs who were struggling and covering their eyes and crying. For a time, his expression was a little complicated. Grandpa once told him to respect life and treat others graciously. Grandpa once told him that all creatures make mistakes, but as long as they know their mistakes and correct them, they deserve to be forgiven. But at this moment, Al hesitated. For an instant, the picture of the tribe being slaughtered once again appeared in his mind. The smirk of the orcs, the wailing of the tribe, the despair of the broken family. Why is it that the elves can't defeat the enemy even though they have great strength? Why did the silver race, which is obviously glorious, become the target of the black iron race? AI's expression changed several times, and finally gradually became firm. The kindness to the enemy is the cruelty to oneself. Took a deep breath and picked up a machete on the ground. Chapter 79 Soul of the Elves. The half-orcs opened their eyes with difficulty. They looked at Al, who was pale, biting his lips and holding a scimitar step by step, with a look of horror. At this time, they found that they had regained their ability to speak. I saw the orc closest to Al hurriedly shouted. Don't come over, don't come over. We know it's wrong. Let's leave the fairy forest. Al's expression flashed another hesitation. It's just that when he thinks of all the hardships that the race has gone through, his expression finally turns into coldness. Too many times. After finishing speaking, he stood on tiptoe, swung his machete, and pierced the orc's chest. It's late. The moment the scimitar pierced his chest, the orcs let out a painful wailing, and then the whole body began to twitch and age rapidly, and soon turned to ashes. War sacrifice. While the goddess bestows Al's mark of nature, this skill that belongs to the druid has also become his passive ability. Seeing the end of their companions, the remaining half-orcs changed their faces. Blackstone looked at the young elf in front of him incredulously, and a huge wave surged in his heart. It has changed, they have changed. After killing the first half-orc, Al looked at his blood-stained hands, and his expression became more determined. If only war and blood can save the race, then start with me. After speaking, he turned around and walked to the next orc. The red blood splashed on his pale face, reflecting his broken silver hair and dark blue pupils, making the elf boy look extraordinarily firm and firm. I am going, so handsome. It's like two people. Looking at Al's back, Damasia's mouth opened wide in surprise. This cold and handsome Xiaojing is too afraid to a wave of female fans. If I remember correctly, there are still a lot of Zhangtakong on the forum. He glanced at a few surviving female players and found that many of them had bright eyes, almost putting the stars in their eyes. Demacia. This era of looking at faces. He looked up at the sky 45 degrees and shook his head sadly. But very quickly, Demacia reacted, looking at Al with a trace of distress. Fuck. These are all experience points and contributions. Al. Leave some for me. He quickly got up, ready to join the opponent with a scimitar, but was surprised to find that his body could not move. Demacia. Damn plot animation. He cursed and sat down on the ground again. Other players also noticed this. They were also unable to move, and had to witness Al kill one by one a half-orc who was unable to resist. Eve stood behind Al, watching his actions silently. The elves are so naive. For the future of the race, the elves must make some changes. In the world of Segs, the confrontation between races of different faiths is cruel, and it cannot tolerate any mercy. If the elves want to rise again amidst difficulties, only Eve support is absolutely not enough. They must also experience the test of blood and tears to create a new race soul. The appearance of players is an opportunity, and the appearance of Al is also an opportunity. Eve hopes to gather a new racial concept for the elves from Al. Peace does not mean weakness, but kindness does not mean withdrawal. In the face of fierce enemies, you must show your sword and fangs. Seeing Al gradually walking towards him, Blackstone's pupils shrank suddenly. His expression changed slightly, and then he threatened harshly. You can imagine that I have a token of the true on my body. Not only that, but I also served as the guardian of the Holy Land. If I kill me, I will definitely attract the attention of God the Father. Hearing what he said, Al was silent. Seeing the silence of the other party, Blackstone breathed a sigh of relief, and then continued. I can swear by my soul. If I let me go, I will never tell the secrets here. I will never be an enemy of the elves again, let alone, and the true God. In the second half of the sentence, he faced Eve's direction, and at the same time lowered his head slightly, respectfully and obediently. Although he didn't dare to straighten up and look at this supreme being, there was a trace of pleading in his words. Eve did not speak. And Al did not speak either. He looked back at the goddess, and the goddess smiled at him slightly. That smile is like spring, which instantly warms Al's heart, as if to say, don't worry about threats, it's up to you. After speaking, Eve looked at Blackstone indifferently. A token that can arouse the attention of the true God, a silver-powered orc warrior can't bring it out. If all the incarnations of the true have come, and the enemy is not swept away, then she, the true God, would be too majestic. Eve's perception is still very keen. In her premonition, although killing the black stone seems to cause some twists and turns, it does not bring any danger. As her strength gradually recovered, her hunch became more and more accurate, especially when she targeted secular creatures. After receiving the comforting gaze of the Mother God, El's expression gradually became firm. He drew out the scimitar and pierced his chest under Blackrock's horrified gaze. Sorry, you no longer have this chance. www.novel.com. With the tragic wailing, Blackstone's body began to grow old rapidly, and he struggled to look in Eve's direction, and his eyes widened with all his strength. With blood and tears, he shouted. Father God, we'll never let you go. Absolutely, absolutely. Humph. Eve let out a soft snort. And Blackstone's body stiffened for an instant with a light hum. Then, his body collapsed like broken glass, and turned into ashes. All the orcs were wiped out. Eve beckoned slightly, and a piece of bone flew from the ground and fell into her hand. In the forest, it was quiet. All the players focused on the most dazzling and sacred figure. They held their breath, shocked in their hearts. Eve looked around the audience again, and smiled at all the players. Every player who looked at her at each other couldn't help but give birth to a trace of closeness and awe under this dreamy smile, and then involuntarily lowered his head again. And Eve turned his body, turned into a bright light, and slowly disappeared. Ding. Task, Orcs Hunting Team, completed. All players participating in the task will settle the rewards based on the task contribution, and get corresponding experience points, contribution points, and perfect resurrection times. Ding. All players participating in the mission get the blessing of the goddess Dash, the Chosen One. The Chosen One, in the next 7 game days, your experience gain will increase by 50%. The players were quiet for a while, and then they uttered a wave of cheers. Chapter 80 100 Supernatural Power Points. Eve controlled the avatar and quickly left the player's battlefield under the cover of the holy light. And after leaving the battlefield, she breathed a sigh of relief. This time she showed her face, it was she after careful consideration. When she gave the order to hunt down the orcs, she had a foreboding that there would be some twists and turns. At that time, she planned to use her avatar to suppress the bottom, but she didn't expect to actually use it. But at the very beginning, she planned to wait for the player's mission to fail, and after she knew the whole cards of the half-orcs, she pretended to be the favored one of Hela to copy the bottom of the half-orcs. Well, this is definitely not for the mere experience and contribution of the black players, but for the mystery and security of oneself. But after hearing Al's oath, her plan changed. She thinks this may be an opportunity to change the concept of the indigenous elves of the Segs world. Al's full name is Al Moonlight. The surname Moonlight is very old in the elven race, and it is a branch of the Elven King family. After the Elven Kingdom declined and the Elven royal family was completely extinct, the Moonlight tribe became the most appealing tribe among the elves. If Eve can gather Al, it will be easier for Eve to set up a banner among the native elves, and get them out of the kind of stupid and merciful resignation sooner. In addition, if it is done well, it can gain a wave of popularity among players. Don't underestimate this wave of popularity. As a veteran of online games, Eve knows nothing more about player creatures. They have a special feeling for the existence of the leader of the faction, especially when the leader of the faction is cool. No matter how handsome and beautiful, it is best to have some moving background stories, and it can also bring benefits to the players. Okay, this group of players will definitely be devastated while playing the game. Although she is the only faction leader in Elf Country, if it can increase the player's popularity, it will also make the player work harder. Story background, Eve is not lacking. Tasks are mostly sent by her. As for the appearance, it is not Eve blowing. So far, she really hasn't found any existence beyond her incarnation. At this time, as long as you have a proper sense of presence. How come you have the illusion of being an idol? Eve shook his head. So, at the end of thinking, she decided to end herself. As for the dignity of the true God, she is so weak that she is dying. Why do she need dignity? Besides, she is not a true native god, but Lan Xing sneaked over and became a monk. As long as it is good for herself, she can do everything except for some things that involve the bottom line. Besides, there are too many shameless gods in the Segus continent. It is said that there are also those who secretly pretend to be mortals to experience the world. The half-human and half-god heirs have given birth to several football teams. Of course, even if it comes to the scene, the true god's compulsion cannot be lost. With Eve's current incarnation, the strength that can be compared to the lower level of gold, if you want to be cool in front of players, you still have to pay a certain price. Especially since it is too far away from her body, it doesn't belong to her control area. And this time, there are flowers, green leaves, and the special effects of dazzling light and ethereal chants. It was she made it out of supernatural power. In order to achieve the best results, her avatar almost tried her best. Although at the level of an avatar, that is, some special effects that can be broken with a single poke, it is almost enough to flick everyone. In addition, the reason why Eve gave the makeup to Al is also because her avatar maintains the special effects and target control of the audience is already at the limit. If you go to make up the knife again, it will be exposed if one is not good. Fortunately, with the fit with the world tree, Eve's control of the divine power has become stronger and stronger, and the use of the divine power is not as inefficient as it was at the beginning. Healing all the people in the audience only cost her 1 point of divine power, which is much more efficient than the 1 point of divine power needed to heal 2 believers at the beginning. The reason why the treatment costs so much, one is because of the long distance, and the other is because the treatment is different from the birth of the body from the world tree. The birth of the body from the world tree relies on the instinct of the world tree and consumes much less divine power. But the treatment is all based on divine power. As for other flash effects and various control effects, even 1 point of supernatural power is not used. And the result seems to be very good. The orcs were stunned, and the players were also shocked. If the player's favorability can also be realized, Eve believes that it must be soaring. Not only that, she also received a new fanatic. A godly person who voluntarily devotes his body and mind to himself. El's oath also meant that he gave everything he had to the gods and became an existence similar to the Oak Guardian. Such an opportunity is very rare, not to mention that few people are willing to completely devote their body and mind to the true God. Even if they are willing, very few people have this qualification to become the favored one. Just right, Al, who has a trace of royal blood, can do it. Not only that. The time is still short, and Al has not yet accepted the belief in nature well. Eve believes that as he grows, his faith will continue to grow, and sooner or later he will become a saint like Alice. With Al, Alice and Barthaka's NPC work can also be shared. Eve is very satisfied. Remove the avatar, and Eve's consciousness returned to the body. At this time, he began to check his own gains. Not surprisingly, www.novel.com, this time he once again gained a wave of supernatural power. Among them, the supernatural power brought by the elimination of the orcs is 8 points in total, most of which originate from the resentment of the souls of the elves. And Al, who became the favorite and fanatic, provided 1.5 points. The half-orc is only 8 o'clock. It's a bit unexpected. Because this time the number of half-orcs was much more than when Barthaka took the first shot, including a silver subordinate, but the divine power value was only 3 points more than that time. But Eve soon figured it out. The grievances of the elf souls are also limited. At the beginning, the feedback is definitely the most obvious, but as I become stronger, the grievances accumulated over the past 1,000 years have become less and less, and the role of feedback on me has also become weaker. However, Eve did not expect to rely on the dead soul to strengthen himself. As long as he can get out of the dying state, it is enough. He took a look at his divine power. Remove the consumption, plus the bits and pieces obtained during this time, there are now 94 points in total. Is still 6 points from getting out of dying state. At this time, Eve took out the bone fragments he had obtained from Blackstone. Is different from the one-time effect world leaf that he gave to Samir. This bone piece can be reused. This also means that there are more divine powers stored in it. Eve roughly felt it. There are 10 points. He was surprised. After joy, Eve decisively chose to swallow. 10 points of divine power was immediately extracted by him, and after a rough transformation, it shrank into less than 7 points of natural divine power. And Eve's supernatural power finally broke through the 100 mark. Chapter 81 World Tree Recovery. Divine Power, 101/500. 100 points of divine power is the bottom line for getting out of the dying state. And when the divine power value exceeded 100, Eve had a certain instinctive feeling he could reinvigorate the world tree at any time. The world tree in the dying state cannot actively obtain energy from the outside world, but once it is restored to life, it will have this instinct again. Eve has been waiting for this moment for too long. He did not hesitate, concentrated his attention, and began to recover. Under his thoughts, 100 points of divine power began to be consumed rapidly, and the divine space was bursting with bright green light, and the light continued to spread, eventually breaking through the limitations of space and radiating to the entire world tree. All the divine power poured out and poured into the branches of the world tree. The divine power is divided into 2 strands. One strand goes upstream, from the main trunk into the strong branches, and then into the top of the branches, continuously brewing. The other strand goes downstream, enters the root system, and then deepens and gradually extends to wither. The fine root tip. For an instant, an unprecedented sense of pleasure came from all over the body. Eve felt a strange tingling sensation all over her body. It seemed that something was about to break through. Finally, this feeling reached its limit under the influence of divine power, as if it had broken through some kind of barrier, and a breath of life began to continue to rise on the world tree. At this moment, all the players in the safe zone felt a little palpitations. Then, the ground seemed to start to vibrate faintly, as if something was constantly rolling in the ground. The roots of the world tree have regained their vitality, and those broken and withered root systems have begun to take root down and grow. This phenomenon is manifested on the ground, and it is an earthquake-like effect. What's the situation? Earthquake. Feeling the vibration of the ground, the players became vigilant. At this time, some players subconsciously turned their heads and looked in the direction of the world tree. His eyes widened suddenly, his face full of incredible, and then quickly turned into excitement and shock. Look. World tree. World tree. Hearing his words, the other players also turned their heads. For a moment, their mouths opened in surprise. The world tree has changed. The goddess has just recovered, and the state of the world tree is very poor, which is a well-known thing. Although the players have seen the spectacular scenery of the world tree in the game's promotional video, when they came, the world tree was no longer what it was in the legend. After 1,000 years of battle, the original lush world tree only has bare branches and some withered leaves. Not only that, even the whole body has shrunk a lot compared to the time of victory. The world tree the players saw was completely about to wither and die. Even if there is some greenery, it is very rare. But at this moment, the world tree has changed. He started to rejuvenate. Looking around, the whole towering trunk began to bloom with magnificent light. That is the glory of nature and life. At the top of the branches, countless leaf buds were drawn out, and then began to sprout at a speed visible to the naked eye, spreading the leaves. Soon, the empty canopy was covered by countless tender green leaves. Although the leaves that grow out are still very sparse, but the whole world tree has a breath of life, no longer declining and withering, but like ushering in spring. And as the world tree sprouts and leaves, a trace of ancient vicissitudes continues to spread. Every player who perceives this kind of breath can't help but shudder. The whole person seems to be poured from the head to the bottom by cold water, and at the same time a kind of instinctive awe is born from the bottom of his heart. That is the higher level life, which naturally suppresses the lower level life. With the reopening of the leaves, the light green light turned into divine power photons that were flying nowhere, and began to spread around the world tree. All players who have been exposed to these photons feel that their bodies have undergone some wonderful changes. They checked their status bar, and then they were surprised to find that their physical fitness had improved to varying degrees, and their experience points had also increased slightly. Especially Druid professional players. At the same time, with the continuous diffusion of photons, plants in the forest began to grow rapidly, especially the safe zone with the world tree as the core. They seem to have been triggered by some kind of trigger. They sprout and spread their leaves, and constantly uproot their branches. Those areas that have been sparsely cut by the players have also regrown young saplings from the ground. Not only that, the saplings grew rapidly, and in less than a minute, they grew nearly 10 meters tall. In a moment, all the places were covered with green again. Even the elven town opened by the players is no exception. The wooden houses they built were also rejuvenated, with leaves growing. What's more, even blossoming. It's just that the plants in Elf Town seem to have received some kind of instruction. Although they regained their vitality, they did not destroy the original building structure. Instead, they grew on the basis of the original building and followed the original architectural style. In this way, not only did it not destroy the flavor of the original building, but it added a bit of greenness and vitality. For a time, the entire town seemed to become a sea of flowers and greens, bursting with vitality. In the sky, countless petals are flying, like a rain of colorful flowers. All the players were stunned. I'll go, my house is alive. Puff, a tree house in seconds. It feels so beautiful. This is too spectacular. Is the world tree revived? Someone picked off an attractive red fruit from under the eaves www.novel.com and took a bite. Thief sweet. After growing rapidly, all the plants within 30 kilometers of the circle are facing the direction of the world tree. They bend the branches and vines, as if worshipping their own king. All the players who witnessed everything were shocked by the sight of this plant, worshipping. All things worship. Its visual impact is beyond description. Is at the center of all changes, and Eve also feels that her state has undergone an earth-shaking change. At the moment of sprouts and leaves, his control over the world began to expand rapidly, and in a blink of an eye it expanded from a radius of 10 kilometers to a radius of 30 kilometers. After a complete recovery, the divine power spent to activate the body also began to feed back, and Eve's divine power began to gradually rise. But when the rebound was around 90, it stopped. Eve checked her state again. Name, Eve Uctrahir. Race, World Tree, Ancient God. Level, 150, Mythology. Status, Weak Supernatural Power. Title, Nature, Life, Wizard. Title, Mother of Nature, Goddess of Life, Lord of Elves. Divine Power, 90/3000. Number of Believers, 222, Saints 1, Mad Believers, 3 Devout Believers, and Shallow Believers 187. Ability, Absorb, Communicate, Bestow, Enlighten, Heal, Summon, Surrender. Draw. Seeing a new ability, Eve's heart moved. Chapter 82 Draw. Draw. If Eve's judgment is good, this is the traditional way of getting energy from the World Tree. The World Tree belongs to the ancient gods, and the ancient gods have the ability to actively strengthen their own divine power by absorbing void energy or other methods of obtaining energy. Now that she is out of the dying state, the ability Eve has gained is to absorb. He focused his attention on his newly acquired ability, and the information related to it suddenly came to his mind. Draw, the inherent ability of the World Tree's primary posture, which can draw void energy, original power, and vitality from the void, plane world, and creatures, and transform it into its own divine power. Really is the ability to gain divine power. Eve was overjoyed. However, looking at the related content of ability, he quickly became curious again. The junior posture of the World Tree. Was reborn as a World Tree for so long, this was the first time he heard such a statement, and it was not even mentioned in the inheritance of the World Tree. Are there other attitudes? What was the level of the previous World Tree? Eve can't help but think of. The primary posture is already an ancient with weak divine power. If there is a higher posture, what is it like? Medium supernatural power? A strong supernatural power? Or, other? For a while, Eve suddenly felt that she still underestimated her new body. Then, he noticed several goals of absorbing. Void, plane world, creature. The universe of Segus world is different from that of Blue Star. In other words, the two do not belong to the same universe at all. The Blue Star universe is composed of celestial bodies. The most common celestial body is the planet, which can also be referred to as the celestial universe. But Segus world is not. The universe in which the world of Segus is located is a plane universe. The plane universe is composed of planes with different attributes, large and small. Each plane is a world, sealed in its own bubble-like crystal wall system, and these crystal wall systems are suspended in a kind of intangible and invisible among the missing special substances. In the Segus universe, this special substance is called the Void. And the world of Segs in which Eve is located is the oldest high-level material plane in the entire universe. The main material plane is the plane with the most balanced attributes and the most perfect laws among various planes, and it is also the plane where life is most likely to be born. It is said that the origin of life in the Segs universe was born in the world of Segs, the first civilization also originated here, and the entire universe was named Segs. Thinking of the origin of the world of Segs, and thinking about, absorbed, the description of this ability, Eve suddenly felt a little strange in her heart. The predecessor was besieged by the gods. Isn't it related to this ability to draw? It's nothing more than absorbing energy from the void. This way of absorbing energy is similar to planes and void creatures. There is no harm, but it is drawn from planes and creatures. Ahem, the origin of the plane is the fundamental power of a plane. If you lose too much of the origin, the plane will fall to the level, and in more serious cases, the plane may even collapse. As for drawing vitality from creatures, this is a potential threat to the gods, especially the faith gods who live by hurting intelligent creatures. If the predecessor of 1,000 years ago really hit the original power of the plane of Segus, or the creatures in the world of Segus, it would not be impossible to be besieged. It's just that, if that were the case, the World Tree would have been described by the gods as an evil existence, but under Eve's observation and understanding, it was not the case. Although the World Tree has fallen, judging from the reaction of the half-orcs, the impression that the creatures left on the World Tree is still an ancient existence worthy of awe. Not only that, but the elves, the race born of the World Tree, still symbolize peace and nobility. It seems that the secret water of the war 1,000 years ago is very deep. Eve sighed. Thinking to no avail, he decided to try, absorb. Had a habitual foreboding, and found that there was no risk, Eve began to use his abilities. With the use of absorption ability, Eve's vision changed in an instant. He found that his perception began to rise continuously, and finally broke through the crystal wall system of the plane of Segus, seeing the endless void. Not only that, but he can even see those void energies that are logically invisible. These energies are like flying small clusters of light, moving in an orderly or disorderly manner in the void. There is constant energy being absorbed by the Segus plane, and at the same time new energy is also born in the void. Is this void energy? Eve's heart moved slightly and began to absorb. And following the thought, he suddenly felt that countless small groups of light that symbolized the energy of the void began to fly toward the plane of Segus. These void energies are huge and quickly entered the world of Segs. Most of them fell into the origin of the Segs plane and were absorbed by the planes, but there were still many that crossed the planes and surged straight forward into Eve's body. Void energy entered the body. For a while, Eve felt his whole body hot, and his divine power value started to increase rapidly. 1 point, 2 points, 3 points. The divine power continued to improve, and it gradually stopped until a full 30 points increased. www.novel.com. And at this time, the speed at which he absorbs energy has also slowed down, seeming to return to a normal speed. Yi Fu-Yi still focused on the void, only to find that the surrounding void energy had been absorbed by him, and the remaining void energy had not spread from the dense place. He perceives it for a while, and the current rate of absorption can probably ensure that he accumulates a unit of divine power in about 10 days. What a great ability! At this speed, even if I don't do anything, I will be able to achieve weak power in about 80 years. Eve is very pleased. Is out of the near-death state, and his current maximum divine power value has become 3,000. 3,000 points of divine power is also the highest divine power that a weak divine power can have. If you go up, you must upgrade the priesthood or control more advanced rules. However, Eve's own priesthood is already quite advanced. As long as he restores to a certain limit of divine power, he can return to the corresponding level. In other words, when he accumulates 3,000 points of divine power, he can become weak and so on. This is why Euler does everything possible to obtain the priesthood of nature and life. Without him, the divine power somewhat limited the true God's strength level, but the priesthood limited the true God's divine power capacity. Absorbing is indeed a very powerful ability. Eve is very satisfied. However, at the same time he was delighted with his ability to absorb, the energy level of the entire world of Segus suddenly changed. In Eve's perception, the level of magic power in the Segus plane has increased almost at a speed that is visible to the naked eye, and in a blink of an eye it is almost 1% higher than before. Chapter 83 Pantheon. The level of magic in the world of Segus has increased. Eve was surprised at first, then his heart tightened. For thousands of years, the ontology of the world tree can exist steadily due to two factors. On the one hand, at the last moment of its fall, the predecessor world tree applied an isolated curse divine technique to its body, and no one below the true God could approach the body of the world tree except for the elves. On the other hand, it is because the magic power of the world of Segus is becoming more and more sluggish, and the energy is not enough to support the coming of the gods. The former was broken when Eve was reborn, and the latter. Now it is also beginning to change. The magic increase in the world of Segus is not a good sign for Eve now. He was stunned at first, but he quickly figured out the reason. It's absorbing. When Eve just drew energy from the void, because his body was rooted in the plane of Segs, he had to go through the plane to operate. And in this process, more of the void energy was actually absorbed by the origin of the Segus plane, and Eve absorbed only a small part. In the Segus universe, the growth of the plane depends on the energy of the void. Eve's operation undoubtedly provided a wave of delicious nutrients to the Segus plane, strengthened the plane's origin, and naturally the magic level of the entire plane also picked up. After thinking about everything clearly, Eve suddenly felt a big head. Because this means that, draw, has become a double-edged sword, which will not only provide him with divine power, but also restore the magic of the world of Segus. The restoration of the magic power of the Segus world may not only attract the attention of the gods, but may also reopen the two-world channel so that the true can directly descend. In that case, Eve is in danger. In addition, after further observation, Eve found that his absorption just now seemed to activate a certain mechanism in the Segus plane. Now even if he stops absorbing, the speed at which the Segus plane absorbs void energy has increased a lot. Not only that, this improvement is still accelerating at a slight speed. This means that even if he stops drawing, the plane channel of the world of Segus will open again sooner or later. After a deep sigh, Eve began to calculate how soon the magic of the world of Segus will rise to the point where it can reopen the passage between the two realms. If I stop absorbing, it will be 100 years, if I insist on absorbing, it will be 20 years. There was a sense of urgency in his heart. 20 years. In other words, within 20 years at the earliest, he will grow to the point where he is not afraid of the siege of the gods. For a while, Eve felt his scalp numb. Even the predecessor's powerful world tree fell under the siege of the gods. How can he, a true with only a small power, grow up rapidly in 20 years? This task is not without arduous. Is there any way to prevent the plain origin of the world of Segus from continuing to grow? Eve thought. Suddenly, he chuckled. It's silly, can't I do it myself? The ability to absorb can not only act on the void, but also on the plane. Since I am worried that the plane will recover too quickly, can't it be enough to swallow part of the origin of the plane? Anyway, the true who is still in the world of Segs, only he is awake, and the remaining true gods are all in the heaven. As long as you take it carefully, he will not be discovered. Thinking of this, Eve resolutely sank into consciousness again, and displayed absorption. This time, he aimed at the origin of the Segus plane. With the display of ability, Eve's consciousness changed again. This time, his vision is no longer uplifting but sinking. He sees his own complex root system, sees the thick soil, sees the layered rock layers, and sees the slow-flowing lava. Finally, the vision sank into the deepest part of the plane, and he seed a colorful mass. At this moment, a certain kind of enlightenment has appeared in Eve's heart. This is the origin of the Segus plane. Took a deep breath, and Eve began to take it. And as he used his abilities, the origin of the Segus plane suddenly began to tremble, and a trace of the origin power began to move across the space towards Eve. Perceiving the tremor of the origin, Eve was taken aback, and quickly reduced her absorption, reducing the impact on the origin of the plane to a minimum, so as not to attract the attention of other beings. I have to say that compared to the chaotic void energy, the power of the plane's origin seems more gentle and pure. Just took a small sip, Eve was pleasantly surprised to find that he instantly gained 10 points of supernatural power. It's just that, before Eve continues to absorb it, there seems to be a strange power to prevent him from further devouring. Okay. Eve was suddenly on a whim and felt an inexplicable call. This kind of call is strange, Eve can't perceive where it came from. Seems to come from the void, and it seems to be everywhere. However, this call did not make him feel threatened. There was a hint of curiosity in his heart, and Eve decided to accept this inexplicable call. At the moment of accepting the call, Eve's consciousness suddenly began to rise rapidly, and quickly crossed the space. His vision suddenly changed again, it was blank at first, and then slowly became normal again. www.novel.com. Only at this time, Eve was surprised to find that she had recovered into a human form. Not only that, she also found that this place is like a consciousness space, and she can freely change her appearance and breath. Here, is there something similar to consciousness space? Eve had some guesses. At this time, the surrounding scene gradually became clear. Eve raised his head and found himself in front of a majestic temple. This temple is composed of huge white stone pillars, carved with mysterious and complicated patterns, which is extremely solemn and sacred. And around the temple is the endless starry sky, countless twinkling stars surround the temple, making it a bit more mysterious and noble. Here, it is very similar to the legendary heaven. But Eve is sure that this is definitely not the heaven, it's more like a phantom world of consciousness. Eve felt it carefully, and raised her eyebrows. There is a taste of the world of Segs, here, is it a certain special space formed based on the origin of the plane. And at this time, Eve also understands what prevented him from continuing to learn the source. I am afraid it is this special space. And when Eve raised her head and saw a line of ancient Segs above the temple, she raised her eyebrows slightly. Pantheon. Eve had a hint of curiosity. She felt it for a while and found that she could return to her body at any time. After pondering for a moment, she decided to enter the temple to take a look. Just before entering, she slightly changed her image, changed her hair color and pupil color to black, and then changed her appearance so that she could not recognize her, and changed her magical aura. When everything was ready, Eve pushed open the door of the temple. Chapter 84 Shinto Kemikura. Accompanied by the sound of creaking, the door of the temple was slowly opened. Eve took a deep breath, raised 12 minutes of vigilance, and stepped in slowly. Entering the Pantheon, Eve came to an extremely vast hall. After coming here, Eve was surprised to find that his strength seemed to be restricted in some way. She can't extend her spiritual consciousness, she can only rely on her eyes to observe everything. She seems to have changed back to a mortal in an instant. Fortunately, Eve feels that the connection between herself and the World Tree body still exists, and she can return at any time as long as she wants. After ensuring safety, Eve began to observe the hall. It is extremely vast here, like a huge conference hall, with luxurious and majestic seats. There are many seats, arranged in a fan shape, and there are at least thousands of them. Each seat is different, with its own style and texture. However, if you look closely, you will find that most of the gods are bleak and dull, and many are even a little dilapidated. Only a small part of the gods are shining under the starlight and are extremely magnificent. These intact seats are all concentrated in the front of the temple, and the number is less than 100. Seeing these, Eve had a kind of enlightenment in an instant. The Pantheon. So that's it, is it that place? Looking at the seat in front of her, combined with the inheritance of the World Tree, she finally knew where it was. In the inheritance of the World Tree she obtained, there is a supreme temple in the heaven. The supreme temple symbolizes the authority and status of the true gods, and it is also a place for the gods to discuss matters. The temple is full of gods, belonging to a true born since the emergence of life in the Segus universe. However, in the inheritance of the World Tree, the supreme temple was destroyed in the Battle of God thousands of years ago. Thinking of this, Eve shook his head again. No, this shouldn't be the supreme temple, otherwise it wouldn't have the smell of the world of Segus. But, these gods are exactly the same as the true gods mentioned in the World Tree heritage, but they seem to be moved from the highest temple. The Pantheon. Is it a substitute for the Supreme Temple? It's just. The Supreme Temple was originally located in the heavens. How could this so-called Pantheon have something to do with the plane of Segus? Eve has some doubts in her heart. After some exploration, she has now determined that this special space is definitely located in the plane of Segus. As for the specific location, it is likely to be somewhere close to the origin and crystal wall of the Segus plane. This feeling is weird, but it's like suppressing something. Eve guessed in his heart. The true seat in the Supreme Temple is blessed by law. Even if the true falls, the seat left behind is a precious artifact. Although it is an artifact with no special abilities, it naturally has the characteristic of suppressing all things because of the power of the true God. And at this time, Eve also understood what was preventing him from learning the origin of the Segus plane. Is this Pantheon to suppress the plane origin of the world of Segs? Eve's heart moved. But soon, she shook her head again. No, it's not a suppression, it's more like protection. Well, that's not right, it's both suppression and protection. Reminiscing about some information in the World Tree heritage, Eve had some guesses. In the inheritance, the World Tree was not only hit hard in the battle of thousands of years ago. The Celestial Realm and the Segus Plane are both battlefields of the gods. The destruction of the heavens is the collapse of the Supreme Temple. As for the world of Segus, the origin is damaged, and the level of magic power has plummeted. Thinking of this, Eve already had some thoughts in her mind. Here, it should be a new parliament place where the gods moved the gods and gods of the heavens and rebuilt it. Only consciousness can come. Not only that, it also has the effect of protecting and suppressing the origin of the Segus plane. The Segus plane is the largest primary material world, and it is also the primary material world that provides the most intelligent creatures of faith. In order to protect this world, it is not impossible for the true gods to set up a new parliament place here. Although they cannot descend into the world of Segus in their true form, they can still come here with the descent consciousness. Thinking of this, Eve not only had a trace of fear. My previous extraction was really reckless. If there happens to be true God consciousness here, maybe my existence will be discovered. The first time she had absorbed it before, the effect was terrifying. The origin of the Segus plane is damaged, and the speed of absorbing void energy has been very slow for thousands of years. And the void energy inherently has the natural characteristic of moving closer to the plane. In 1,000 years, the void energy accumulated around the Segs plane is not a small amount. Under Eve's breath, all the void energy accumulated for thousands of years suddenly poured in instantly increasing the magic level of Segus's world by nearly 1%. If true God consciousness happened to be here at the time, it must have been discovered long ago. Although it may not be possible to guess the revival of the world tree, he would definitely doubt what happened inside Segs. No, wait. Suddenly, Eve's heart moved. She looked at the many gods and looked for them one by one. After a while, her expression was strange. No, the gods shouldn't have guessed the resurrection of the world tree, more accurately, they certainly won't. Her eyes focused on one of those dilapidated gods. That is a seat with exquisite and intricate patterns, painted with flowers and vines, exactly the same as the seat of the world tree and the inheritance that Eve got. There is a trace of the soul of the true in the seat, and the seat is broken, indicating that the true has fallen. Although Eve inherited the inheritance of the world tree and has the same Godhead, she is not the predecessor of the world tree www.novel.com, and her soul is derived from a different universe, and the spirits are also very different. So she did not inherit the seat of the predecessor. In other words, although the world tree came alive, the Vest registered in the pantheon was still dead. Compared to the predecessor world tree, Eve is actually more like his child. Thinking of this, Eve was a little bit dumbfounded, but felt quite fortunate. But soon, she felt that this was also a good opportunity. This shows that as long as she does not expose herself, for a long time, even if the gods discover the magical changes in the world of Segus, they will not doubt the world tree in a short time. And at this moment, Eve suddenly felt the inexplicable call again. But this time, there was a kind of enlightenment in her heart. So that's the case, does this call make me leave my mark here? Leave the imprint of the soul, a new seat will be created in the pantheon, which is equivalent to Eve being accepted by the gods. In other words, Shinshin got registered. However, Eve decided to give up. The seat is transformed by divine power, even if I conceal my divine power aura, if I leave the seat, it will be exposed. In the worst case, it may directly cause the resonance of the previous world tree god seat and directly inherit the previous seat. That would be embarrassing, which is equivalent to directly exposing yourself. This account does not matter. If I can have a new priesthood, I can find a way to leave a Vest. Eve shook his head, sighed regretfully, turned and left the pantheon. And not long after she left, the gods in the pantheon suddenly burst into radiance. Chapter 85 Euler. A burst of brilliant light descended in the pantheon, and 3 stalwart figures appeared in the temple. They are sitting on their seats, unable to see their faces, only a dazzling light. A figure is golden. Behind him there seem to be countless angels of faith singing, and many creatures worshipping. One is bright gray, behind him there seem to be countless vague figures roaring, and the sound of war swords can be faintly heard. The last one is silver blue, and there seems to be countless bright stars behind him, peaceful and mysterious. The ethereal hymn began to echo in the entire pantheon, and the brilliance of divine power rendered the hall extremely sacred and magnificent. Suddenly, the golden figure spoke, and his voice was deep and majestic. A strange breath of supernatural power has been here. But halfway through, his voice was surprised. I can't even perceive his divine power attributes. Hearing what he said, the bright gray figure scanned the audience, and said in surprise. There is no new seat. His voice is hoarse. Was silent for a moment, and the golden figure spoke again. It's a new god, but he gave up leaving the imprint of divine power. After speaking, he looked at the third silver blue figure. Under the crown of Rigdal, who is the true of the pantheon in these 100 years? Why didn't you do a good job of attracting the new gods? The silver blue figure was silent for a while, looked at the bright gray figure, and said. It is Ural, the of winter and hunting. Hearing what he said, the golden figure suddenly looked at the bright gray figure, his voice filled with dissatisfaction. Under Lord's crown, Euler is your god. This is your negligence. The bright gray figure was silent for a moment, and sighed. I will punish him, under the crown of Idio. The golden figure nodded, and then suddenly let out a sneer. Euler, are you still playing the idea of that priest? The bright gray figure known as Lord nodded. The priesthood of that person fits well with him. Although I have warned him many times, I am afraid that he has not given up yet. Nature and life. The golden figure turned around and looked at the bleak seat behind. His eyes focused on a seat carved with flowers, plants and canes, and his voice was a little jealous. It's been 1,000 years, and I don't know if the curse magical spell set by that person exists. Ahem. At this time, the silver-blue figure coughed slightly. His voice was slightly dissatisfied. Under the crown of Etio, you should remember our agreement thousands of years ago. That one has fallen. What the world of Segus needs now is to recuperate. With the current energy level of the Segs world, it is impossible to support our arrival, and its plane origin cannot withstand major interference. As for that person's body, I have said many times that he is too deeply involved with the plane of Segus, and the gods cannot take action against it before the plane of Segus is restored. Or. His words turned, with a hint of mockery. Do you want the world of Segs to collapse? Humph. The golden figure snorted coldly and stopped talking. Only a moment later, he let out a soft voice. Ah. The magic of the world of Segs has increased. The silver-blue figure nodded. It has been improved. It has been 1,000 years, and although it is much faster than my prediction, but the Segs plane has indeed come to the time to recover. The golden figure was silent for a moment, then looked at the silver-blue figure again. Rigdal, I don't know what your plans are, but our agreement 1,000 years ago will not change. After speaking, he stood up from the seat of God with a deep and powerful voice. All existence that threatens the gods must be completely wiped out. Then, he once again said to the bright gray figure. Under the crown of Lord, please tell Euler, so that he can find the new true God as soon as possible and introduce it to the pantheon. After finishing speaking, his body burst into bright light, and then the whole figure slowly disappeared. And the other two figures looked at each other and then returned. Pantheon, come again. Skyline. In a small god's country about 10 million square kilometers, countless petitioners are praying feverishly. In the center of the kingdom of God, there is a towering snow-capped mountain, covered with snow, and on it is a silver temple. In the temple of, a towering figure shrouded in holy light is playing with an exquisite divine bow. Suddenly, he moved in his heart and stretched out his hand to move outward. I saw a silver ball of light flying into his hand, and when he touched, an angry roar suddenly resounded in the temple. Euler. A true was born. You have been on duty in the pantheon for 100 years. You will locate the newborn true as soon as possible and introduce it to the pantheon. Besides, you have been dereliction of duty for another 100 years to show punishment. Euler took a deep breath, he got up from the seat, and bowed slightly in one direction. Please follow the Lord God's oracle. When he heard his words, the silver ball of light seemed very satisfied, and then slowly disappeared. Euler breathed a sigh of relief, somewhat annoyed. Unexpectedly, a true was born. There has not been a new true in the Segus universe for thousands of years, so he slackened on duty, but he did not expect to hit the muzzle. Seems to have thought of something, Euler looked in the direction where the light group was flying, and snorted unconvincingly. If I had mastered nature and life, how could Akansha www.ukangsha.com succumb to God? As the youngest and most promising, self-appointed, newborn true in thousands of years, he has always wanted to be independent and have his own divine system. Unfortunately, the half-orcs are too weak, and his priesthood is too weak. I don't know how the believers are investigating, there is no news for so long. Euler put down his divine bow and walked around the temple impatiently. Suddenly, his heart moved. Okay. I saw him stop and beckon to the outside of the temple. Soon, a thin orc soul floated over. That was an old half-orc, in sheep's clothing, and a priest. If Demetia was here, he would find that he was the unlucky ghost stabbed to death by the bento. Euler squinted his eyes, then put his hand on top of the priest's soul. In an instant, scenes of scenes were revealed in the temple. That is the life experience of the priest. Priests are different from other believers. When becoming a priest, an intelligent creature is equivalent to completely opening its soul to the true God. In this case, once the intelligent creature dies, his memory will be protected by the divine power of the true God, and the soul will still have the memory of his life after he ascends to the kingdom of God. And the true can also read his memory. This is the real reason why Eve wants to guard the priests of Ural. As he read the memory, Euler's expression changed from expectation to solemnity, and from solemnity to doubt. After a while, he put down his hand and murmured in a daze. 7 dragon balls. Kaleidoscope writing round eyes. One Piece's treasure. Chapter 86 Silver Thugs. The core area of the fairy forest. A group of elves wearing gorgeous armor and magic robes are lurking in the jungle. Through the dense branches and leaves, they are watching a giant beast in the distance warily. It was a subdragon species monster covered in scales, about 4 to 5 meters high. It was digging its head at the carcass of a wild boar, and let out a hissing growl from time to time. This kind of beast is called the forest monitor lizard. According to legend, it has the blood of a green dragon. It can breathe fragrance and spray a very corrosive poisonous mist. It is a real silver beast in the early stage. Demacia looked at the forest monitor lizard with a serious face, and whispered to the young elf next to him. "Al, have you seen that monitor lizard?" Al nodded, his expression focused, like a good child who is listening to the class carefully. "I see, Brother Demacia." The elf boy at this moment is already very different from before. He is wearing the same gorgeous armor and holding a silver dagger in his hand. That is the reward given to him by the goddess, and it is a symbol of the favored person. Gouda Marcia said that these equipments are truly golden legendary, and the heavenly chosen are very envious. Although Al didn't know what the golden legend meant, he knew that these equipment must be precious. This made him more grateful and admired for the generous mother goddess. Looking at the serious young elf, Demacia was very satisfied. He coughed slightly and said earnestly, "Al, although you have soared in strength, you still need to train. Just as the goddess said, if the elves want to become strong again, they need not only a sincere heart, but also a battle. The struggle between races is cruel, and kindness without a bottom line will only put oneself in danger. Although you have soared in strength, you still have too little combat experience. This monster has the strength of a silver subordinate. It is not only ugly, but also a cruel carnivore. It is extremely sinful. Not as good as us, cough cough, just right for you practice. I know you will still be a little unbearable, but don't worry, let's take it slow, this time it will be the same as before, you can beat it half to death, and we will do the rest." Demacia has a gentle expression, and is tempting. Hearing what he said, Al nodded obediently. "Okay, Brother Demacia." Although he personally killed the orcs, the kind nature of the elves still made him unbearable to deal with these monsters. Thinking of this, Al looked at Demacia with a little admiration, with a hint of warmth in his heart. In order for me to grow up, Brother Demacia took the risk to find these powerful monsters. Taking into account my psychological endurance, he allowed me to kill the monsters first, and they were responsible for the follow-up work. They are so nice. I must not let him down. His expression gradually became firm. Took a deep breath and Al said, "Brother Demacia, I'm going." Demacia also nodded. "Go, pay attention to safety, the goddess will bless you." He drew a symbol of Mother Nature on his chest, with a serious and pious expression. After finished, he couldn't help but add, "It's fine to fight half to death." Al soon came to the monitor lizard and fought with it. The volatility of the silver strength battle was extremely violent, making the players lurking on the side amazed. After the battle began, Demacia's serious expression suddenly couldn't hold back. The corner of his mouth was slightly hooked, watching the monitor lizard's eyes gleaming in the distance. Silver lower rank, he, taking this wave of heads is estimated to be thousands of experience points. Limu walked to his side and gave him a helpless look. "You guy, all children's will must be stalked." After listening to Limu's words, Demacia grinned. "Brother Mu, Al is no longer a child, he is older than my grandfather." After said, his eyes rolled and he smiled. "Furthermore, I didn't do anything wrong. He exercised his fighting skills. We made up the knife and earned some experience points. This is a win-win situation." Limu rolled his eyes. "You are just greedy for his silver subordinate peak strength. Hey, silver thugs, don't do it for nothing." Demacia laughed. "If you let Al know the true psychology of your fellow, your feelings of positiveness will become negative as well." Limu shook his head. "Don't be afraid or not, we two have squatted in the cell together. I even told him many stories." Demacia proudly patted her chest and said. After said, his expression became a little mysterious, and he leaned into Limu's ear and said, "Did you make it? Al's favorite story is Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, although it is a sad version of my demons." Limu. Seeing that Limu did not answer, Demacia laughed a few times and changed the subject. "Speaking of which, I feel that there are more and more monsters in the forest recently, didn't they all run away before? Due to the hunting of the players, the low-level beasts in the core area of the fairy forest have already begun a large-scale migration for their own lives. But since the world tree recovered, players were surprised to find that these monsters gradually returned. Not only that, even some of the slightly higher-level monsters began to migrate to the core area. Li Mu looked at the surrounding jungles that were much more lush than before, and said uncertainly, "Maybe it's because of the increase in magic power. I am a druid, and I have a strong sense of magic power in the forest. After the world tree has recovered, I feel that the magic power in the forest has greatly improved, especially in the core area. These monsters must have migrated for this reason. Let alone them, even I feel that the effect of meditation has improved a lot recently. Seg's world is a magical world, and places with plenty of magic power are often rich places. www.novel.com. Especially here is the forest, which represents the most abundant natural attributes and magic power. It is not surprising that monsters are attracted." Hearing what Li Mu said, Demacia licked her lips. "It seems that I can eat game again recently." Li Mu. The battle ended soon. After a while, Al returned to the player's team. He wiped the blood on the dagger and greeted Demacia slightly. "Brother Demacia, I'm finished." "So fast?" Demacia was slightly stunned, then looked at the monitor lizard. At this moment, the monitor lizard has fallen to the ground and is dying. Its whole body was wounded, and its scales fell all over the floor. It was terrible, only its legs twitched constantly. Demacia. "Good, what a cruel old lady." He glanced at innocent Al weirdly, and then smiled dryly. "Ahem. Good job, good job." After finishing, he winked at other players, and a group of people waved their weapons and rushed towards the monitor lizard lying on the ground in excitement. Follow behind the NPC's thigh, there is meat to eat. Seeing the chosen people rushing towards the warcraft with excitement, Al was already familiar with it. After the players solved the warcraft and sacrificed some scales, animal bones and other materials to the goddess on the spot, they returned to the elven town mightily. As soon as they returned to the town, Cuckoo Bird found Li Mu and his team. Miss Alice has something to do with Al. She seemed to be very excited, and she almost didn't even stretch out the always serious and cold personality. "What happened?" Li Mu asked strangely. "It seems, some elves are coming back." Chapter 87. Take in the Flame Tribe. After receiving Alice's call, Al, Demacia, and others greeted them and immediately returned to the Temple of Nature. During this period, the Temple of Nature was expanded again. Originally, there was only one main hall in the temple, but now several sub-temples have been opened, which is said to welcome the arrival of future clergy. Players have always been curious about what the so-called future clergy means. After all, in the player's legal profession, the priest column is not open. But now, everyone finally knows. The clansmen of the elves are coming back. In other words, the fairy forest will welcome a new batch of NPCs. And this may mean a new main storyline. Many players who got the news put aside their work, came from all directions, and listened skillfully to the corner of the temple. In the Temple of Nature, Alice is teaching the teachings of Mother Nature to two little elves. They are Al's younger sisters, one is Leah Moonlight and the other is Laya Moonlight. Although they are sisters, they are actually not related to Al. Elves have a very low chance of giving birth to offspring. Generally speaking, young elves of the same age will be raised together, and they are siblings. And the L3 are the last descendants of the Moonlight tribe. Unlike Al, who has already become the favored one, Leah and Leia are younger, less than 60 years old, and it is the time to learn knowledge. Alice hopes to train them into future priests of nature. When Al entered the temple, two little lowly-like glutinous rice dumplings were listening attentively to Alice's preaching of the laws of nature. When they saw Al, their eyes lit up, and Alice also put down the heavy scriptures and smiled at them. "I'm here for today, you go out first, I have something to talk to your brother Al." The two little lowly cheered, they stood up, bowed to Alice, their voices were sweet. "Okay, Mrs. Alice." Then, they pounced on Al again like butterflies. "Brother Al. Welcome back." Al smiled at the two and touched their little heads gently. "Don't play too crazy. Don't always get tired of being with the chosen people, let alone listening to their fallacies and eating things that shouldn't be eaten." Alice added another sentence. After hearing Alice's words, the two little lowly shrank their heads. They retracted the two wooden chopsticks that were almost exposed from their arms, swallowed, and giggled at Alice. Then, the wind ran out of the temple. After the two left, Alice looked at Al and drew a tree symbol on her chest. "May the Mother God protect you, Lord Al." Al also replied. May the Mother God protect you, Lord Alice. Alice looked at the blood on Al, her expression condensed slightly. Have you followed the Chosen One to hunt the beasts again? Al nodded, his expression solemnly. Benevolence can't save the elves, sword and blood training is necessary. Alice. She glanced at Al complicatedly and sighed. Finally, maybe, your choice is also a path. Mother Goddess acquiesced to the behavior of the Chosen, and allowed Al to mix with them all day, which made Alice, the saint of nature, gradually guess. Maybe. The Mother Goddess really wants to change the nature of the elves. Seeing too much blood and tears from the elves, and seeing the elven town that is gradually prospering under the struggle of the Chosen, Alice's original insistence also gradually shaken. But anyway, Lord Mother God is right. As long as he follows his will, he will be able to witness the glory of the elves again. Thinking of this, the faith in Alice's heart became firmer. She took a deep breath, her expression gradually becoming religious and serious, and said to Al. Your Excellency Al, the oracle has been delivered to me again under the crown of Mother God. Said, there was a gleam in her eyes. The flame tribe of our elves will soon return to the forest of elves. The flame tribe? Great. Al's eyes lit up. He also heard from his grandfather that the flame tribe is a relatively large tribe. Alice nodded, her expression serious. However, there are a large number of flame tribes, and they have to cross the border between the Dark Mountains and the Elven Forest to return. Based on the location of the orc strongholds we destroyed before, I guess there is a possibility that there is a tribe of orcs in that area. The tribe of orcs. Al's expression gradually became serious. So, for the safe return of the flame tribe, I hope you can come and meet them. Alice said. Although the old priest Samir also has silver strength, the priest's combat effectiveness is a little worse after all, and more of it is doing some auxiliary work. And the world leaves in his hand, he can use gold-level defensive magic at most once. To be on the safe side, Alice still hopes that El, who is the favorite of the battle system, can take a trip. As for why not choose Oak Guard Basaka? Basaka's goal is too big and too special. When he showed his face, he almost immediately announced the recovery of the world tree. And the priests and the favored ones can disguise themselves in front of the believers of other true gods. Of course, this is also Eve's instruction. After turning around in the pantheon, he believed that as long as the world tree god seat of the pantheon was still damaged, even if there were natural believers, the true gods would at best suspect that someone had inherited the natural priesthood of the world tree. Who would have thought that souls from another world would cross into the world tree and inherit the world tree? After some speculation by Eve www.novel.com, the reason why the world tree caused the siege of the gods is probably not due to the clergy, but perhaps the world tree itself, which is more likely to be related to the ability to absorb. Of course, the priesthood of nature and life is also a high-level priesthood. For some ordinary demigods and true gods, the attraction is enough. If it is really exposed, it is actually a double-edged sword, maybe you can catch some fish. Although Eve has the ability to absorb, this ability is too limited. If he wants to rise quickly, he still has to grow the elves while relying on the player's war sacrifices to contribute his vitality, while trying to eat some legendary creatures or the corpses of demigods. If you can catch some unlucky ones by clergy, maybe it's not bad. Eve is out of his near-death state, and now he has some confidence. In the area controlled by him, he is the master. In addition, you can choose some excellent chosen, and go together. All the chosen are immortal and have rich combat experience, which can be your powerful help. Alice said again. After Eve got out of his near-death state, the range of his control expanded 3 times, and the range of players' activities also expanded 3 times. It has been possible to reach the edge of the fairy forest and the dark mountains. Hearing what Alice said, Al nodded. I know. Then. I wish you a smooth journey. Alice bowed her head slightly and greeted Al again, and Al also respectfully responded. Don't worry, Alice-sama, I will surely lead the flames home safely. After speaking, he turned and left the temple. Chapter 88 touched Al. Al left the temple and came to the town. The current elven town is much larger than before. This is due to the continuous construction of players. The construction task has always existed, and it is also the most common daily task in Elves Country. As the number of players increases, the division of labor is further refined. This is not intentional by Eve, but the player's spontaneous action. Human beings are originally social creatures, with a strong sense of group and division of labor. After adapting to the rhythm of elf country, this trend has become more and more obvious. Especially, the appearance of the second test players has further supplemented the labor force. Now the players have faintly formed the prototype of the division of labor order. Take construction work as an example. The design of the building has almost been taken over by the wizard construction team of the Meng Committee Guild. They are considered proper white-collar workers. The specific construction is carried out by players who have mastered magic and special skills, who are regarded as gray-collar technicians. As for the weaker second test players, they can only choose to collect building materials every day. The most difficult is the blue collar at the bottom. Not only that, but the player's sorrow operation that is thinking of ways to make money is gradually revealed. Meng Committee has launched a free DIY project for real estate development. As long as you have enough contributions in your pocket, they can even help you build a gorgeous palace according to your dreams. Of course, the only person who has done this so far is Xiao Xianmiao, the president. The luxury resort manor she built on the southwest side of the wizard town is almost complete. And the First Legion Guild opened a boss mission for the second test players. As long as you have money, you can team up with the Dark Iron ranked bosses to hunt monsters in the wild. They are responsible for beating the monsters to death. You only need to make up the knife and eat experience. There are even some life-based players who have opened various shops in the small town, most of them providing food. After all, most players still like to wander around when entering the game. Although food in the fairy forest is easy to find, it still takes time to collect. Some players have discovered a business opportunity and opened a store to sell berries. Not only that, but someone with good cooking skills just started the catering job, further processed the collected ingredients, opened a small restaurant, and the business was pretty good. Especially the Northeast buddies who carry Alice on the underground barbecue. In addition, some first test players simply rented their own empty rooms to provide accommodation for second test players who don't have the money to build a house and don't want to go offline in the morgue. A variety of show operations, let the second test players call. How come into the game, the gap between people is still so big? Is so real. But even so, the second test players are still painful and happy. Everyone is working the task, accumulating experience and contribution, and working hard to obtain stronger strength, better skills, and better equipment, just like a hard-working bee. Sometimes Eve just wonders, if we provide everyone with a system that can see the value in the reality of Blue Star, will people become so liver? Actually, everyone just lacks a visible goal and direction. For the more powerful players, there is nothing more rewarding, richest, and most worth looking forward to than story missions. Different from other games, the plot missions of Elf Country are all one-offs. The plot missions here can really promote the development of the story. It has a strong sense of epic and participation. It is easy for people to have a sense of belonging and has been well received by players. The moment Elle left the temple, all players received a new system message. Main storyline, Return of the Flame Tribe. Task description, the Flame Tribe is an ancient branch of the Elven tribe. After 1,000 years of hardship, they finally chose to go home. Now, it's time to get them. Task objective, follow Elle the Favored, protect every elves of the Flame Tribe, and take them home smoothly. Task time limit, unlimited. Number of tasks, unlimited. Task level, 11+. Task reward, experience value, perfect resurrection, contribution degree. Seeing the system message, the players boiled again. As soon as Al came out, he was immediately surrounded by the players. Al! Is there a new mission? Want to pick up the tribe? Be sure to bring me. I have rich combat experience. Brother L. I just learned a new fire magic, and the thick fireball is powerful. Players surrounded him one by one, their eyes shining. Looking at those enthusiastic and expectant eyes and the energetic smiling faces, Al was very moved. Thinking of his former tribe, the corners of his eyes are a little moist. If your own tribe has so many brave warriors who dare to kill and fight without fear and danger, will tragedy not happen? These special tribesmen, who are called the Chosen by the Holy Woman, really very selfless, very friendly, very great. Al looked around, his eyes flushed slightly. He said excitedly, "Yes, I will go to the edge of the fairy forest to bring some people home. Now, I need some help." After finishing speaking, he paused and looked serious. "This time, it is very likely that you will encounter a half-orc. The risk is still great, everyone must seriously consider. Was confirmed, and the players were suddenly more excited. Risk. My favorite is risk. Hey. Risk and opportunity coexist. Master Al. Be sure to bring me. Finally there is a mission. I finally reached level 11, I haven't done a plot mission yet. And me. I will be level 14 soon. They are excited. It seems that they are not discussing a dangerous action www.novel.com but an interesting game. Seeing the eagerly chosen candidates, Al was even more moved. No hurry. No hurry. Let's go together. Go together. The bosom of the legal lady is full of pride. Cave Tribe. The chief priest of the giant mountain walked around in the cave, seemingly in a bad mood. He glanced at the stone calendar for timing, his expression was very solemn. It's been so many days, why is there still no news from Blackstone? He told Blackstone that the latest return date has passed, but the opponent has not yet returned. Blackstone has always been steady, such a thing is very unusual for him who is punctual and punctual. Not only that, but the orc team sent by Jushan has no news at all, as if they have completely lost contact. All this made the old chief priest's heart more and more uneasy, and at the same time even a faint suspicion arose. Could it be, what happened to the fairy forest? You know, he gave Blackstone a precious piece of fetish defense. According to reason, it is more than enough for Blackstone to sweep the core area of the fairy forest. You can't really meet high-level existence, right? Giant Mountain is fidgeting. Just when he was hesitating whether to send some more people to investigate, a famous orc scout entered the cave. Master Chief Priest. Master Chief Priest. His voice is very excited. Jushan frowned, and said with some disapproval. What's up? The orc saluted him, his voice excited. Our people found a large number of migrating elves nearby. It seems to be a tribe. Chapter 89 Worship of the Cave Tribe. Elves Tribe. The giant mountain was taken aback, feeling very surprised. The cave tribe made a fortune by selling elves, and found a large number of elves around the tribe, which is undoubtedly a treasure to be delivered. It's just that the old giant mountain can think of more. He was not as excited as the half-orc who reported the news, but rather calm and confused. Why did the elves appear here? Currently, except for those diehards who still believe that the world tree will return, there are not many elves in the fairy forest. Because of the hunting team, almost all the elves left their homes, wandering and hiding in various parts of the mainland. And in this case, a lot of elves appeared nearby. Migration. Do you still have to migrate to the fairy forest? From Jushan's point of view, the blessing of the lost gods, and the shackles of the downgrading curse, the elves are simply looking for death. Of course it is impossible for the elves to die, unless there is a reason for them to migrate. Jushan's eyes flashed, and he suddenly thought of the investigation mission of the fairy forest assigned by the Father God. For an instant, his eyelids twitched. The world tree will never recover, right? He couldn't help looking in the direction of the fairy forest, his face solemn. But soon, he shook his head again. Impossible, if the world tree had recovered, the world of Segs would have turned the sky already. Giant Mountain turned around and looked at the mural in the cave. The torch on the cave wall illuminated his expression flickering and dimming. As the only orc priest of the cave tribe who has been baptized in the Holy Land for thousands of years, he has the potential to become a saint after death. He still knows a lot about the secrets of the gods. If the world tree recovers, the gods will have known it, and the Father will definitely issue an oracle in advance. And once again thinking of the strange elves in the oracle and the disappearance of Haishi and others, the look of the giant mountain gradually became serious. It seems that there is really an unknown force protecting the elves. I am afraid that the migration of the elves is also related to this. Combined with the disappearance of the oracle and the black stone and others, the giant mountain also had a bit of speculation. Can't do it right. It's really the forces of Reaper behind it. After all, although the Father God is only a weak divine power, but behind it also has a powerful divine system. God the Father is bound to gain the priesthood of the world tree. Those who dare to struggle with the forces behind the Father God, and may have an attempt to the priesthood of nature and life, it seems that only the underworld is left. However, even if the forces of the of death are really doing the trick behind it, as a believer in the of winter and hunting, and an enemy of the elves, it is impossible for the giant mountain to let the elves pass in this way. Besides, Jushan's eyes flashed. If it is really as he guessed, maybe this time you can get the secret of the fairy forest from the mouth of those elves. Even the black stone with the holy relic has disappeared, and the giant mountain is already a little scared. Now, he no longer wants to give away people in the fairy forest. In his opinion, the current fairy forest is full of danger. Thinking of this, Giant Mountain turned around again and looked at the scout. How many of them are there? The scout replied respectfully. There are about 200 people, they are old and young, and they are not strong. Most of them are in the lower ranks of the Black Iron, but there are some older people who have the upper rank of the Black Iron. Hearing what the scout said, Jushan nodded. This strength is the home dish for the cave tribe. Of course, this does not rule out that there are hidden powerhouses in the Elven tribe, but from the perspective of Giant Mountain, that probability is too small. If you are worried, just arrange more staff. Is really not good. You can also ask the one enshrined in the tribe to send out together. After catching these elves, investigating the secrets of their migration, and then selling them. More than 200 elves. Haha, if this is done, even if it is to abandon the homeland of the Dark Mountain Range and move to a distance, the cave tribe will have confidence. The fairy forest must have undergone some sort of change. If it is too dangerous, Giant Mountain is even willing to choose a migrating tribe. But in that case, I'm afraid it will disappoint Godfather, so if it is not a last resort, Jushan will not choose to leave with the tribe. The truth of everything will be known after stopping these elves. Thinking of this, Jushan's eyes flashed, and he turned to look at an orc priest serving on the other side. How long will the human caravan come over? The orc priest who was asked replied. According to the usual time, there should be half a month to a month. The Giant Mountain pondered for a moment, and said. Send people to stare at those elves first, and mobilize the young men in the tribe. We will go around in front of them and lay ambush. After finishing speaking, he struggled with expression, gritted his teeth and said. In addition, for the sake of safety, prepare meat for 100 people and send it to the mine in the back hill of the tribe. After hearing what the Giant Mountain said, the scout thought of something, and his expression changed slightly. Go ahead. Giant Mountain frowned. The orc shrank his neck, nodding his head and retreating. The top of the back mountain of the cave tribe. There is an abandoned mine, which was left by the dwarves hundreds of years ago. www.novel.com. In addition, there is an ancient castle that was destroyed. That belonged to the former dwarf civilization, but with the depletion of mineral veins, it gradually turned into history. There are no other plants or animals around the castle, not even a bird. It is extremely cold and quiet. And the big orc priest, Giant Mountain, brought a group of orcs pushing a wheelbarrow to the outside of the castle. All the orcs looked at the direction of the castle in fear, and even their legs trembled. Looking at the ugly state of the tribe, Jushan frowned and comforted. Don't be afraid, Sir Myrrel is a bit scary, but he is very friendly. After finished, he glanced painfully at the meat piled up in the wheelbarrow, took a deep breath, and said loudly in the direction of the castle. The cave tribe Giant Mountain, carrying 100 people's meat, pay homage to Lord Merrill. His voice spread far, far away under the blessing of divine art. After only a moment, nothing happened. Jushan thought for a while, and shouted again. Master Myrrel, these carnivores are ferocious and evil carnivores. Eating them is a safeguard of justice. Besides, this time I came to meet the Lord, hoping that the adults can help us against other hypocritical and evil savage intelligent races. Assist them on the path of order and civilization. This time, his voice spread farther. Gradually, the earth began to shake. Along with the long roar of the dragon's life, a huge black shadow enveloped all the half-orcs. Fight against the evil race. An interesting voice resounded above everyone. Ruea. Take me there. Chapter 90 for the tribe. The southeast junction of the fairy forest and the dark mountain. An old man wearing a hood looked at the lush forest in the distance, and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally reached. He turned his head and looked at the more than 200 people behind him who were dragging their families, carrying packages and bags, and also covering their appearance with long clothes and hoods, smiling. We are going home. The old man is exactly Samir Hayate, the lower silver, level 41, nature priest sent by Eve. The ones who followed him were members of the Elven Flame tribe. They had been traveling in the dark mountains for more than a month, and now they are finally going out of the rugged and sinister foothills. Hearing Samir's words, the elves cheered. However, Samir's expression quickly became serious. But we can't relax our guard. If I remember correctly, there seems to be a powerful tribe of orcs nearby. Our goal of more than 200 people is still too big. Next, we can't rest, we must go to the elves at full speed. Mori. The elves are the darlings of nature. Once they enter the forest, the elves will be like a fish in water. Although the target of more than 200 people is very big, it is always more concealed and more secure than in a bare dark mountain. The patriarch of the Flame tribe, Farisil Flame, also nodded. Yes, the cave tribe of half-orcs settled nearby. They have always been proud of hunting elves. They are the old enemies of our Flame tribe. When she said this, she almost gritted her teeth. But there is no alternative. Over the past 1,000 years, the elves have lost the blessing of the true gods, and they have been burdened by the shackles of the lowering curse, and their strength has plummeted. The elves not only lost all the middle and high-rank priests, but even the birth of the mage became very difficult. The spells only mastered some instinctive zero-ring magic, and they were not the opponents of the orcs backed by the gods. If it weren't the only way from the dark mountains to the fairy forest, Farisil would not want to take this risk at all. But, it's different now. The return of the mother has been confirmed, and the shackles on the people have been untied. Although everyone's strength is still very weak, they also have a trace of confidence. If I really hit them, even if I fight my old life, I will let the little guys in the tribe go back. Farisil has a firm expression. As long as the tribe can return to the fairy forest, she is willing to give everything for it, even life. Farisil believes that under the blessing of the true god, the ethnic group will grow stronger again. After listening to Farisil's words, Samir looked very serious. Don't worry, Farisil. I will do my best to assist everyone. Not only that, the mother goddess must also be watching our actions, and he will surely protect us. After said, he suddenly thought of something and turned to look at the other elves. Next, before we return to the core area, everyone temporarily suspends daily prayers. Seeing the puzzled eyes of the tribe, Samir explained. The resurrection of the mother is still a secret. We are still in the stage of gathering the people and accumulating the foundation. During this period, we cannot expose the return of the mother god. This is about the future of our elves. After listening to Samir's explanation, the elves also nodded one after another. Many old elves who subconsciously wanted to draw tree symbols on their chests quickly stopped. Seeing the cooperation of the clansmen, Samir was very satisfied. He and Farisil looked at each other, nodded each other, and gave orders. Everyone keep quiet, we set off at full speed. More than 200 elves gave a solemn expression, they silently carried their bags and quietly accelerated their steps. Along the way, Samir has maintained an unprecedented vigilance, he stubbornly kept the piece of world leaf given by Eve in his hand, and is ready to stimulate at any time. However, this time luck seemed to have favored the elves again. When they returned to the elven forest, the half-orcs did not appear. Samir finally breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat from his forehead as he went all the way, and cast a natural whisper on the plants in the fairy forest. He is not only a priest, but also a druid. This is a new druid skill he learned after he was promoted to silver under the gods. And as soon as he played, naturally whisper, his expression changed slightly. Not good. What happened? Farisil saw his expression, his heart tightened. Samir looked solemn. Naturally tell me, not long ago, a large number of orcs entered the fairy forest. Farisil's expression also changed, she frowned for a moment, and sighed. I'm afraid, our whereabouts have been exposed. With the advancement of more than 200 people, the goal is extremely conspicuous, and exposure is also an event with high probability. Although the elves cover their appearance, their temperament and some of their expressions and movements cannot be concealed. It is okay to deceive other people, but it is still very difficult to deceive half-orcs with rich experience in elven hunting. Samir's voice is solemn. The orcs are so cunning and evil, we have to prepare for a battle. Farisil and the other elves heard him, their expressions gradually became firm. So that they tore off their hoods, drew out the elven dagger and bow. Hee, I haven't used this bow for many years. I don't know if my arrow technique has regressed. When I was young, I was also an excellent elven swordsman until, although I am now a little older, I can still afford a sword. I have already come here, and it is impossible to quit again. For the future of the elves and the hope of the flames, let's fight. Seeing the determination of the elves www.novel.com Samir's expression is complicated, he sighed and said. Next, I will try my best to take everyone around. If I can avoid it, I will avoid it, but if unfortunately, the elderly will rush in front, the young and strong will be the second, and everyone will protect the children to break through. The elves listened and nodded in agreement. The old elves are the strongest, but they have lost their fertility. Although the young and strong are good and have inherited the inheritance, their experience is still a little worse, and the children are the future of the elves and must be protection. For a time, the morale of the elves reached a peak. Under Samir's guidance, they entered the fairy forest. Only this time, the half-orcs seemed to be ready for the action of encirclement and suppression. Samir has avoided the orcs' ambush as much as possible, but shortly after entering the fairy forest, they still ran into scattered orc scouts. The orcs looked happy when they saw the elves. They did not advance to attack, but took out a horn from their arms and blew it loudly. Woo! The loud horn sound is like a signal, constantly spreading around. It's the assembly horn of the orcs. Samir's face changed suddenly. Half-orcs only use this horn when sending out large forces. And the large army of half-orcs, at least 300 people are dispatched each time. They are all brave fighters. Not only that, but the orc priests will also go with them. This is no longer a force that the weakened flame tribe can resist. Samir gritted his teeth and shouted. Throw away those cumbersome salutes, everyone just bring weapons and break out. Chapter 91 Dragon's Resistance. Upon hearing Samir's words, the members of the flame tribe hesitated for a moment. A trembling old elf reluctantly touched the suitcase in his hand, opened a corner, revealing thick and old books engraved with gorgeous patterns. His voice is bitter. These are all paper classics that we brought out from the forest of the elves desperately back then. They are the inheritance of the elves for thousands of years. If we leave them, the elves. Samir glanced at him complicatedly, and sighed. The mother has returned, and civilization can continue, but if the elves are all dead, there will be nothing. Farisil touched the thick genealogy of the flame tribe he was carrying, and there were turbid tears flashing through the corner of his eyes. Ugh. She sighed, and under the unbelievable gazes of the old elves, she cruelly passed on the flame family for thousands of years, and threw the thick genealogy of the tribe's countless history and glory on the ground. Clan. Patriarch. Several old elves were shocked. Farisil glanced at them, and released the aura of the upper black iron from his body. For a moment, all the old elves were quiet and looked at her pleadingly. Farisil avoided their gaze, and his voice was as cold as iron, and with an indisputable aura. History is written by civilization, and the carrier of silver civilization is the spirit itself. If we can't even protect ourselves, these classics, don't worry about it. Look at the children in the clan. We still have a future, and we still have hope. We have lived a life of turbulent displacement for a lifetime, and we can't let them live our lives anymore. After finished speaking, she commanded loudly in her old voice. Everyone, throw down the weight and dry food, only with weapons, protect the children at full speed. Seeing that the respected old patriarchs were like this, the elves hesitated for a moment, and then they threw their luggage on the ground. Some crying unexpectedly appeared in the crowd. The old elves, with red eyes, drew out their weapons, glanced sadly at the luggage on the ground, and then roared. Break through. We break through. Countless magical brilliance bloomed from their bodies. These old elves who have survived to the present, although they are already very old, they were also the most powerful warriors of the elves. Seeing the tribe who turned grief into strength, Farisil felt a little trance for a while. She seems to have returned to the day when she led the elven army and broke through the elven forest under the resistance of the coalition of humans, orcs, and half-dragons. Took a deep breath, she raised her flame staff, which has been passed down for thousands of years. Friends, let's go. Let's go home. The dazzling magic light was released from the staff, and the plants in front of them suddenly gave way to a path of their own. Three-ring magic, jungle command. More than 200 elves began to change their formations, and all the elderly elves came to the outermost periphery, with elven warriors and elven rangers as their pioneers, and mages, druids, and elven shooters as their backing. The young and strong people carried the young elves on their backs and were guarded in the middle of the team. Go. They shouted and charged along the path that the patriarch had opened. And after they left, the plants closed again, covering the original road. Not good. Those elves want to break through. The orc scout who had been staring in the distance changed his expression and quickly blew the horn again. The team of orcs hidden in the fairy forest also began to act under the guidance of the horn. Those scouts are delivering messages, kill them. Hearing the scout's horn, Samir's expression changed and he shouted at the elf hunter in the team. Several elf hunters hesitated, they habitually aimed at each other's limbs. At this time, an elderly elf snatched the bow, aimed at the orc scout and shot it. The arrow came in an instant, and it penetrated the throat of the orc accurately. Then, the old elf looked at the hunters and said with red eyes, "When is the time? Stop being kind. Think about how they have treated us over the years. Is your precise archery just for shooting targets? Even if the killing will cause us to fall into after death, we have to make a way for the Flame Tribe." After hearing his words, a trace of shame flashed across the faces of several elf hunters. But soon, their expressions became firm, and they raised their bows and arrows one after another. And the main team of half-orcs finally stopped the elves of the Flame Tribe under the guidance of the horn. Nearly 100 heavily armed orcs rushed out of the forest. Under the blessing of the priest's magic, their bodies shone with the brilliance of divine power, blocking the way of the elves. At the same time, there are more orcs coming from farther in the forest. Don't leave the old elves, catch all the females and young elves alive. In the half-orc team, the priest who led the team let out a shout. Humph! Samir let out a cold snort, and the powerful magic power kept converging on him. Accepted Eve's favor, he has become a 41-level silver lower priest of nature. But in fact, he has another profession. Druid. At the same time as the nature priest profession was promoted, his druid profession also received feedback, and he was also promoted to the lower position of silver. This is the real reason why Eve chose to let him find the elves. In order to protect the secrets of the Mother God, Samir does not intend to use magic arts lightly, but magic that belongs to the druids can be used. With the sound of the mellow curse, countless sturdy vines emerged from the soil, entwining the half-orcs who rushed up. Intermediate Druid. Among the half-orcs, the priest uttered a strange cry, and even the whole team was stagnant. Intermediate. That is already silver. In the entire cave tribe, only the chief priest has this strength. For a time, the half-orcs were a little confused. The old elves in front of the team were refreshed. They drew out their weapons and seized the opportunity to chop the hapless orcs to the ground. However, if you observe carefully, you will find that the elves did not kill the orcs. As long as they lose their combat effectiveness, they will not chase them. Kindness is the glory of the elves and the sadness of the elves. Samir's magic is like a subversive weight thrown into the balance of war. The powerful controlling magic was displayed, and the fighting power of the half-orcs was almost instantaneous. Facing the desperate elves, they were good at hand-to-hand combat and they were defeated for a while. However, even with the strength of silver, Samir could not control all the orcs. There were still many orcs rushing in and fighting with the elves. As soon as the battle took place, the gap was reflected. Old elves are really old, while half-orcs are mostly young and strong. They already had the upper hand in physical and energy, and they received the order to kill the old elves, so, just a moment, several old elves fell. Looking at the people who died in the battle, Farisil's eyes were red. Every old elf who has lived to the present is her comrade in arms. And every old elf who has experienced a long time has mastered countless knowledge. If it is placed in a peaceful age, every elder is the most precious existence of the ethnic group. But now, they have to work hard for the future of the race. Farisil closed his eyes, then opened them sharply. She turned her grief into strength, and while constantly applying magic shields to the people in front of her, she roared. Kill. Let's get out. The death of the old elves was not without effect, they also consumed the power of the orcs. Desperately, they actually tore open the encirclement. Seeing the forest ahead, Samir's eyes lit up and shouted. We are going to break through successfully. Everyone work hard, quickly get out of the war, don't get entangled with the orcs. After finishing speaking, he glanced at the injured old people in the team, gritted his teeth and said. The elderly and the wounded, stay behind. After said, he said to Phyroseer. Philo-Sil, you took the tribe to break through, and I will stay and help the queen. Farisil's eyes narrowed. www.novel.com. He wanted to say something, but seeing Samir's firm gaze, he finally nodded. You must keep up. After speaking, she raised her staff and shouted again. Breakthrough. Then, she took the rest of the tribe to move on. The expression of the priest hidden in the orcs group changed. Not good. They are going to break out. Hurry up. Summon Lord Miral. Can't let them break through. The orc beside received the instruction, and quickly took out a horn and blew it to the sky. Woo! The horn is so loud, it spread far, far. Soon, countless birds flew out of the forest. They seemed to be frightened in some way and began to flee around. Rua! An excited neigh came from the sky. What sound? The elves immediately became extremely alert. However, before they raised their heads, a huge coercion came to the scene. Including the half-orcs, everyone involuntarily struck a spirit in an instant. A huge shadow enveloped the elves who broke out. Phyrisir slowly raised his head. She saw a terrifying behemoth. Fierce appearance, dark black scales, skull-like head, and the iconic spikes and horns on the top of the head. For an instant, her pupils shrank suddenly, and she couldn't help but scream. Black dragon. Black dragon. Among all the dragons in the world of Segs, the most violent and despicable, the most evil and cruel, and the most notorious existence. Chapter 92 Reinforcement. In the world of Segs, intelligent creatures can be divided into ordinary races, black iron races, silver races, and gold races based on the strength that they can reach when they grow up to adulthood. The dragon with a race history as long as that of the Segs world is undoubtedly the best among the golden races, almost invincible in the same rank. Not only that, as a race that lives longer than elves, when dragons live long enough, their strength will even break through the limits of the world, reaching legends and even demigods. The oldest dragon, its strength even the true will feel jealous. Similar to some fantasy stories of Blue Star, the dragons in the world of Segus are also divided into two camps, metal dragons and colored dragons. Different from the kind and peaceful metal dragons, all colored dragons have the evil and bloodthirsty nature in their bones, and the black dragon is especially prominent because of its cruel nature. Therefore, when he saw the ferocious black dragon in the sky, Pharisol felt bad. It was a black dragon with a wingspan of nearly 20 meters. Although it was not an adult, the dragon's might gradually appeared on it. Silver is high. This is a young black dragon with superior silver strength. Black dragon. Hearing Pharisol's exclamation, the expression of the young black dragon suddenly became dangerous. It roared, Rua, grinned, and roared angrily. Black dragon and black dragon. You are the black dragon. Your whole family is the black dragon. The great Meryl is not the black dragon. He is a noble silver dragon. Rua. Evil wise race. You will be punished with justice from Lord Meryl. Orcs. Elf. Silver. Silver dragon. Listening to the crisp and angry lingua franca, everyone was stunned. Look at the ferocious black scales, the horns and skeleton visors that belong to the black dragon, and the elves are a bit dazed for a while. This black dragon, is there something wrong with his brain? However, now is not the time to wonder if there is a problem with this dragon. Because when it roars, the attacking dragon's breath also follows. It is a linear strong acid breath belonging to the black dragon, which is extremely corrosive. Samir's face changed drastically, and he quickly summoned a wooden shield for defense. But the silver-level wooden shield was like paper paste under the breath of the black dragon, and a big hole was instantly corroded. The strong acid splashed, and the elves who were affected were instantly seriously injured. The orc priest in the distance saw it, and hurriedly shouted in pain. Master Meryl, please don't make a heavy hand. Catch alive. Be sure to catch alive. Just prevent them from escaping. Hearing the cry of the orcs, the black dragon turned his head and glanced at them dissatisfied. You are too kind. To fight evil, you must impose the most severe sanctions. Orcs. Elf. But even though the black dragon said so, he no longer breathed out the dragon's breath. Instead, he roared Rua and Rua, flapping his wings continuously, and using a dive and bite motion to prevent the elves from leaving. An abnormal evil black dragon that obeys the call of the orcs. The expressions of the elves changed. And just when the young black dragon blocked the elves, the large army of orcs finally arrived. More than 200 half-orcs came from all directions and besieged the elves who were about to leave the battlefield again. Samir's expression changed a few times, then gritted his teeth and roared at the dragon in the sky. Evil dragon, your opponent, it's me. After finishing speaking, he rushed out of the elves and came under the black dragon a few steps. When he reached out his hand, he took out a golden leaf. Samir lifted the blade devoutly, and muttered the spell in a low voice, while the blade in his hand burst into a dazzling divine light. Leaf of the World Tree. There are still such things in the elves. The orc priest immediately recognized the origin of the leaf. His face changed and he shouted at the sky. No, Master Miral, run away. However, it was too late. I saw the leaves of the world turn into ashes in a moment, and the dazzling holy light formed a cage, covering the black dragon. Cage of Light. The golden level of controlling magic. This is a magical technique that can be used as both a defense and a cage. The young black dragon Miral let out an angry roar and slammed into the cage. However, under its impact, the cage just shook slightly. It was unwilling to breathe again, but the Cage of Light only flickered, but still trapped it to death. Samir below kept vomiting blood while trying to maintain the existence of the magic arts. Controlling high-level magic arts is still too reluctant for him now. This is not a one-time attack on the magical spell, but requires the permanent control of the caster. Although the black dragon could not break free for the time being, every time he collided, Samir, whose mind was connected to the Cage of Light, would also suffer a certain amount of damage. Rua. Evil bastard. Let go of the great Master Miral. Otherwise Master Miral will definitely eat you. Inside the cage, there was the black dragon's angry roar. Samir did not care about the angry black dragon. Instead, he looked at the team of elves, vomiting blood, and shouted. Quickly break through. While I can still control it, everyone quickly break through. How many people can go? How many people can go? However, the elves at this moment are already in the quagmire of battle. The encirclement of the orcs has been completely closed, and without Samir's magical support, the elves can only surround themselves and support themselves under the siege of the orcs. With the continuous consumption of magic power and the gradual decline of physical strength, it is only a matter of time before they lose. Not to mention, the black dragon's collision with the cage is getting more and more violent, and it will be a matter of time before the cage breaks out. The elves had lost their best chance to break through the moment the black dragon appeared. www.novel.com. Seeing the besieged elves, the orc priest was extremely excited. Slowly fight everyone. They can't consume us. Capture all the women and children alive, the chief priest will be rewarded. Hearing what the priest said, the orcs became more excited. But the casualties of the elves are increasing. Old elves are constantly falling down, and young elves are already on top to participate in the battle. Looking at the dwindling clansmen, Farisil looked pained. Could it be, you can only go here? The morale of the orcs is getting stronger and stronger. Because they have seen it, the elves are already at the end of the battle. No, we must find a way to break out, even if only one member of the clan can go out. Farisil gritted his teeth, preparing to burn his own magic and vitality, and at the expense of himself, to find a time for the tribe to break through. However, just as she was about to excite the magic power, there was a commotion behind the orcs. In the air, a faint wave of magic came from far away, accompanied by violent explosions and faint shouts. Farisil's movements stopped. She suddenly raised her head and looked into the depths of the forest. The back of the orcs' team began to become chaotic, and the shouts from far and near gradually became clear. Kill. The flames are surrounded. Hurry up. Time is life. Don't let an NPC fall. For the glory of the elves, go. Kill the orcs. Ula. With excited and crazy shouts, hundreds of young elves appeared in Farisil's sight. Chapter 93. Don't die. Those are hundreds of heavily armed elves. They have different shapes, most of them wear gorgeous armor, but they are all young elves. They are holding various weapons, their faces are fierce and crazy, and they look at the half-orcs like killing their fathers and enemies. It's horrible. How can I be able to fight so quickly? I haven't eaten my food yet. This sound was dissatisfied. An NPC has fallen again. There was an exclamation. Fuck. Everyone, rush. Rescue them. This sound is urgent. What is that in the sky? Is it a dragon? This sound was surprised and curious. So handsome. Take a screenshot. This sound was excited. Take a screenshot. That's the enemy. First rush in to protect the NPC. It's all experience and contribution. This sound seems to be so painful that I can't breathe. Yes. Go in. Protect the NPC. Ula. Their voices are full of madness. The strange elf supported by looked at the falling flame tribe from a distance, with expressions of excitement and anger, like a giant dragon that was offended by the scales. They are the players here. After the previous encirclement and suppression of the orc hunting team, plus the second test of the Liver Emperor, now the players who have reached the Black Iron level have approached 400 people. This time it can be regarded as an outing. After all, from experience, the rewards of all the main tasks are extremely rich. Listening to their shouts, feeling the real concern in the words, the eyes of the elves of the Flame tribe are all red. Elf. It's an elf. Our people came to meet us. An old elf choked out. In an instant, the morale of the Flame tribe revived. And the team of half-orcs was a little dazed by the sudden attack. Where are so many elves popping up again? Looking at the hundreds of tall figures and gorgeous equipment behind him, the scalp of the orc priest was tingling. The chief priest of the giant mountain did not disclose Blackstone's secret operations, and Ural's oracle was not announced, so now ordinary priests and half-orcs still don't know the changes in the fairy forest. The hundreds of elves that popped up suddenly really scared them. And Farisil's eyes lit up. She raised her staff and ordered. Reinforcement has arrived. Everyone works hard, we break out. It's just that after fighting the strange elves, the orcs were stunned. Because they found that the strength of these elves is extremely poor, at most only the middle part of the Black Iron subordinates, and the combat experience is very poor. Was just a confrontation. Several elves were chopped to the ground like vegetables. Good, so weak. The half-orcs looked at an elf who was knocked down when they greeted, their faces were surprised. The priest's eyes lit up and shouted. This is a group of rookies. Catch these young elves. While the Flame Race people looked at the young elves who were beginning to take casualties, their expressions were full of guilt and sadness. The remaining dozens of elderly elves glanced at each other and nodded one after another. Their momentum changed and they began to work hard without fear of injury. Our people are using blood and lives to create opportunities for us, we must break out. They shouted, rushed into the orcs and started fighting. When looking at these dozens of old elves who almost gave up their lives, the players' eyes were red. Fuck. Grandpa and Aunt, don't you? Experience. It's all experience and contribution. My heart hurts. Go. Go and help them. Where is Lord L? Where is Lord L? Please support. They shouted, killed each other, and also fought desperately. And fought again, and gradually, the hearts of the orcs were full of shock. Because the elves who rushed up were not afraid of death although they were weak. They do everything they can, in order to cause harm to the orcs, they started a suicidal charge. Not only that, they seem to ignore their pain at all, even if they still have a breath, they have to bite off a piece of meat from the orc. Many half-orcs were hugged by these crazy elves at once, and then yelled, fire at me, after they were overwhelmed by the magic of other elves. Crazy. These elves are crazy. The orc priest looked at these elves who didn't even care about the lives of their companions, and was completely stunned. The Flame tribe was also stunned. Farisil looked at the young elves who committed suicide. He was heartache, moved, and puzzled. She yelled. Children. Don't die. However, the elves who came to respond did not stop, and the casualties were getting more and more serious. In less than 10 minutes, dozens of people have died. For a while, the Flame's eyes were also red. For so many years, they have not seen such a large casualty in a short time by the elves. And, all young lives. Children, don't die. Kill. Get out. Evil half-orcs, I fight with you. All the Flame races became angry and started desperately. The young life is the future of the elves. And seeing the Flames start desperately, the eyes of the players who came to support became even more red. Fuck. Grandpa, Auntie, Big Brother, and Big Sisters. Don't die. Leave us alone. We won't die. Someone has died again, my God. My heart hurts so much. Quick kill. One-on-one substitutions. Use sacrifice flow to fight these half-orcs. They fought more aggressively. Crazy. These elves are crazy. The orc priest looked at the elves who were desperate for a moment, and was stunned. At this moment, a thin figure suddenly rushed out of the crowd. It was a small elf boy with silver hair and blue eyes, and a tender face with a bit of determination and anger. He is holding an elven dagger, and he keeps moving among the orcs. And every half-orc who fought with him had his arm abolished in an instant, and he was directly seriously injured. The momentum of the players suddenly rose. Elder Al is here to support. Good job, Al. They immediately followed Al's action and beat the half-beasts who were badly injured to death. For a while, the casualties of the orcs began to increase rapidly, and their morale plummeted. Silver. Another silver. Looking at Al, the orc priest looked terrified. Messed up. Has been completely messed up. If the appearance of the player can still make the orcs persist, then the silver-powered Al has become a weight to completely overthrow the balance. The team of half-orcs has finally begun to rout. The player who rushed to the forefront finally joined the flames. Brave children. Looking at the players rushing up, Farisil looked excited. She waved her staff, ready to continue fighting. But a player suddenly rushed up and stood in front of her. He only heard a puff sound, and the hot blood cheated her. A half-orc long sword pierced the player's chest. For an instant, Farisil was stunned. She quickly picked up this young tribe who was coughing up blood, tears in her eyes. Why? And the player smiled at her while vomiting blood, with a solemn expression. The goddess said, "Don't let you be harmed, we must not let you be harmed." But Philo Hill looked sad. Even if you don't stop, I can stop him. Player. Ahem. He coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. Yu read www.uukangshu.com with a crooked neck and died. Similar situations began to show up everywhere. Boy. I'm very old, it's not worth your guard for me. Child. Cheer up. Why bother? Why are you guys? Ah. Damn half-orcs, they are still young, they are the future of the elves. Players have joined the team of the Flame Tribe, but did not actively fight the half-orcs. Instead, they desperately protected the elves of the Flame Tribe for fear that they would be harmed. Even at the cost of his own life. This moved the elves of the Flame Tribe, but also incomprehensible. They felt as if they had become the elven royal family during the breakout in the ancient times, and they were desperately protected by a group of people. Gradually, the situation on the battlefield reversed, and the orcs began to flee under the chase of Al and some players. The young black dragon mirrors in the sky, but he has been unable to break through the barrier. It can only continue to slam into the cage of light, watching Al and the players who are chasing orcs, roaring angrily. It turned out to be an evil and intelligent race, so cruel. Ruah. I will definitely not let you go. As for the elves who died in the hands of the orcs, it has been ignored. Because in Morel's view, the evil race deserves death punishment. And listening to the black dragon's roar, the players looked dumbfounded. The evil race of wisdom. Is this us? Chapter 94 Angry Black Dragon. There seems to be nothing wrong in a sense. There were a dozen second test players who watched a dozen faces, and while chasing down the orcs behind Al, while laughing wildly with bloodthirsty and excited John Kwang first test players, whispered. However, he was quickly given a nose cone by Demacia on the side. Don't talk nonsense. We are the incarnation of kindness and justice, the goddess's heavenly choice. The second test player. Okay. Experience needs to be gained, but the human set cannot collapse. After all, this game is a sense of substitution. The elves of the Flame Tribe are still watching. Players have not forgotten this mission and the impact that this mission may have in the future. NPC. These elves are all NPCs who will settle down in Philenqui in the future. Make a good relationship with them, maybe it will come in handy when. This is why the players are so desperate in this battle, all kinds of dramas are crazy. On the way to support, some big guys have analyzed this mission in depth on the official website forum. According to the planner's consistent urination, this rescue mission will definitely determine the direction of the entire game plot again. And the big guys analyzed and guessed that similar to letting players build their own novice villages, these rescued elves may also become important NPCs in the new main city Philenqui. Well, that's right. Eve thinks so. However, the Flame Tribe doesn't know the twists and turns, and they don't even know that these young elves who see death at home are not afraid of death at all. They looked at these brave players and were moved. And the players looked at the something like you increased by 40 points that popped out from time to time in the system bar. They were completely happy, and all kinds of knives and death protection were more tragic. Although most of the elves of the Flame tribe are shallow believers, and there are not many devout believers, as long as they are believers, Eve can connect them with the player's game system. In this case, according to the mood of the believers, he can easily realize the degree of goodwill. For the players, this is a great opportunity to get good impressions. How much benefit will be gained by brushing NPC's goodwill? Just look at Limu and Demacia. Because the former has a high enough affinity with Alice, Alice almost answers all his questions, even willing to let him learn the knowledge of the magic circle together with Cuckoo Bird. The latter, because he was locked in a cell with Al for a while, he somehow filled up Xiaojingtai's favor. Now that guy flickers Xiaojingtai everywhere and hacking monsters every day, while he leads the team behind to harvest wildly, triumphantly, and envy all the players. But now, the opportunity is here again. More than 200 elven NPCs. According to the setting of the elves, they have a very long lifespan, and they like to collect knowledge. Players don't believe that they can't get a little bit from them after a good relationship with them. Well, I can learn something. The facts are also very exciting. Everyone can see the NPC's favorability rises like a rocket. Then, everyone was even more excited, treating the elves of the Flame tribe as passionate as they were to the fellow villagers. The reversal of the battlefield situation finally caused the half-orcs to start a big rout, and even the priest, who was the commander, fled in terror under Al's pursuit. Many players have also begun to follow Al, hunting down the orcs who fled, and there is such a smell of killing them all. After all, the half-orcs are also living experience points and contributions, not to mention that there is Al in front of them. They only need to harvest. Emotions are contagious, their madness even infected some young elves of the Flame race. They even joined the hunt with red eyes. And Farasil and the old elves can only cry out worriedly. Don't chase. Don't chase. At this moment, a young and angry roar suddenly came from the sky. Rua. I saw the cage of light suddenly burst out with a golden light, and then countless cracks appeared, and finally it broke. Samir's face turned pale, and he spouted a mouthful of blood, then slowly fell to the ground, unconscious. Black Dragon Miral, out of the cage. It has red eyes and is extremely angry. Evil intelligent race, you have to pay for your actions. Seeing the black dragon regaining freedom, the elves and the players who were hunting down the orcs also stopped, looking solemnly at the giant in the sky. Get off, get out of trouble. This black dragon is not the boss of this mission, right? The players looked at the dragon in the sky, both cautious and excited. After being in the game for so long, it was the first time they saw a real dragon. Live. The people of the Celestial Dynasty have a special feeling for dragons. Even if the dragon is a big lizard in Western fantasy, just wearing the name dragon is enough for them to become interested. And seeing that the elf below didn't fear him at all, Meryl was completely angry, feeling that his Rungi was insulted. It roared again, completely unfolding its dragon power. All players fell silent for a while. Unlike the divine power that acts on the soul, Lone Wei directly acts on the body. Although the black dragon is still underage, the Lone Wei released by the Silver High is already terrifying. The players who are still very weak, tremble involuntarily, feeling that their control of the body has been delayed a bit. And an instinctive fear struck their hearts. Fuck, how am I shaking? Lone Wei, this must be the legendary Lone Wei. Good, so strong. And the elves of the Flame tribe also changed their faces. Not good. The black dragon is out of trouble. Al raised his head, his gaze at the black dragon Miral was full of alert. Black dragon. His mood keeps sinking. The black dragon with high silver rank, although it is only young, all the people here are probably not its opponents. Grandpa once told him that this powerful black dragon is enough to slaughter remote human cities. The black dragon's eyes scanned the audience, his eyes were extremely dangerous, and he finally focused his attention on Al. Just now, the defeat of the orcs was caused by him alone. At this point of thought, Miral's heart became more and more angry. You evil fellows. It's really a heinous sin to embarrass Master Meryl so much. It roared. Go to hell. Then aimed at Al and sprayed out a strong acid dragon breath. Not good. Get away. Saw the breathing dragon's breath. www.novel.com. The elves of the Flame tribe changed dramatically, and they exclaimed quickly. They just saw the power of the dragon's breath. Al also looked flustered, and quickly avoided. Saw the linear dragon's breath spray on the place where he was originally standing, and instantly corroded a deep and big hole that was constantly emitting white smoke and couldn't see the bottom. The radius was a few meters. And all the affected plants were reduced to ashes in an instant. That kind of power is comparable to five-ring magic. And this is just a mouthful of the dragon's sputum. Although he evaded in time, Al's arm was still rubbed. He let out a painful muffled hum, and his entire arm rotted and decayed in an instant, and it was still spreading rapidly on his body. Al turned white, gritted his teeth and chopped off his arm cruelly to stop the spread of corruption. Seeing that a mouthful of phlegm did not spit Al to death, the black dragon Miral became even more angry. It puffed up its cheeks again, brewing a bigger breath of dragon, and spewed out instantly. And this time, it spit faster, the area is wider, and the duration is longer. Al can't avoid it anymore. Not good. Danger. Everyone exclaimed. And just as the dragon's breath was about to spray on Al's body, a bright holy light suddenly appeared. The reason why the favored is called the favored is because they dedicated their bodies and minds to the true God, and they have been living under the watch of the true God. Chapter 95 The Power of the True God. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Al's body suddenly burst into a golden light, and the black dragon's breath evaporated like mist as soon as it approached him, without causing him the slightest harm. Not only that, at the moment the light enveloped Al, the injuries on his body began to heal quickly, and even the broken arm grew back. The elves of the Flame tribe looked at this miraculous scene, and opened their mouths in shock. Then, an elderly elf suddenly got a shock, and suddenly lost his voice. The power of life. It is the power of life. This is the power of life held by the Mother God. He is the favored one of the Mother God. It's the Mother God, it's the Mother God. He has paid attention to us through the beloved. Favored. The remaining elves looked at Al, their expressions changed from shock to excitement, and then from excitement to ecstasy. There is nothing, it is more proof of the true God's recovery than the appearance of the favored one. For a while, the old elves were crying, and they actually knelt down one after another, while constantly depicting the symbol of Mother Nature on their chests, they choked with excitement. Praise the Mother of Nature, praise the Goddess of Life, praise the great Elf Master. Mother God, we are back. And their bowing caused a series of chain reactions, and soon, all the Flame Tribe elves bowed down. Air looked at the people who knelt down, feeling a little at a loss. Although he is a favored one, he is only an 80-year-old child. But soon, he reacted, and bowed down in the same way, and shouted in the direction of the core area of the fairy forest. Praise the Mother of Nature, praise the Goddess of Life, praise the great Elf Master Evoctrahir. The tone is fanatical. For a while, all the indigenous elves knelt down one after another, leaving only the players with a blank expression. However, they soon realized something. The players who participated in the first test of the Black Stone were excited and said, "Goddess. It's a goddess. I'm afraid it is the goddess Eve who will appear again. The plot animation is here. Recorded soon. Goddess Eve." Except for the creation of characters, players who have not seen the avatar of the goddess in person have a lot of eyes. If you ask the most curious and favorite NPC in Elf Country, then it is the goddess Eve. As the protagonist of this large-scale virtual online game, Nation of the Elves, Evoctrahir has been sought after by countless players for her beautiful appearance, benevolent character, and generosity. On the official website, players even set up a support club for the goddess. And the plot animations of the previous goddesses appeared on the Blue Star Network, which caused the players to kneel and lick. Although it is a game, who doesn't like to fight for the powerful and beautiful young lady? Even if it is only a closed beta, the name of the goddess Evoctrahir has already been popular on the Blue Star Network following the bursting popularity of Elf Country. For a while, the players have skillfully turned on the video recording function, and bowed down to the crowd, and also said with excitement in the direction of the World Tree. Praise the Mother of Nature, praise the Goddess of Life, praise the great Elf Master Evoctrahir. At the same time, they look up and peek around from time to time. And as soon as the voice fell, more brilliant brilliance fell from the horizon. For a time, countless green photons flew from all directions and poured into everyone's body. And their injuries also began to recover rapidly. Break limbs rebirth, wounds healed, even the elves who were seriously injured and dying regained their health in an instant. The brilliance of divine power is slowly falling, and even the plants in the forest are also affected. They have branched out and grown, blooming flowers, paying homage to the goddess who is in charge of nature and life. Suddenly, the players seemed to see a beautiful goddess with a wreath of flowers on the head, wearing a luxurious dress, and being followed by the bright light. For a time, it seems that the world has lost its color. However, when they rubbed their eyes and looked again, they seemed to see nothing. While feeling the life energy pouring into the body, the expressions of all the indigenous elves are more religious, and their heads are buried deeper. At this time, they heard a gentle and holy voice in their ears. "Welcome back." The voice seemed to echo directly in their hearts, with a trace of vicissitudes, and it seemed to have crossed the past. At the same time, majestic but kind. For an instant, all the native elves were crying and their voices choked. Mother God. This is the voice of Mother God. Mother God, I did not forget them. Crying sounded continuously among the elves. And the black dragon Miral in the sky widened his eyes in an instant. Seeing the miraculous changes in the surroundings, it subconsciously swallowed, and an unprecedented sense of crisis came to its heart. God, true God, turned out to be true God. For a while, Miral was so scared that he couldn't even speak the connected language, and murmured directly to himself in dragon language. What a hell! How could there be a true in the Segus continent? Although he did not recognize which true he was, only the true could do this kind of miraculous power. And think of various legends about the true gods in the dragon clan. Miral suddenly panicked. It doesn't care about the elves kneeling down below, turning around and running away. Just kidding. As the secular race with the longest lifespan and the greatest growth potential in the world, the giant dragon is the sweet potato in the eyes of the true god. Every true is interested in recruiting dragons. Because the power of faith provided by a giant dragon is considerable, not to mention that they are simply the best mounts and watchdogs for the true gods. What's more, it is said that some evil gods still like to eat dragon crystals and drink dragon blood. There are other gods who even use the dragon as a toy for their entertainment. Once the true is staring at it, the freedom of the dragon is gone, and it becomes statusless. As an inspiration to become a great dragon to punish evil and promote good www.novel.com, it is not willing to lose precious freedom. Miral took a deep breath, tucked her tail, flapped her wings and turned around and slipped. Run. Run quickly. If you don't run, the dragon's life in the next half of his life will get in if he fails. At this time, it suddenly heard an interesting voice in its heart. Black Dragon. That voice is extremely majestic, and a hint of curiosity. In an instant, the little black dragon shivered unconsciously. Can cross the dragon's spiritual defense line, and directly resound the words in its heart, only those who are above it. God. Is really a true God. At this moment, it doesn't think about anything, and uses all its strength to fly back desperately. At the same time cursing in my heart why I want to follow the orcs. At this time, Miral almost regretted it. If you know that there is a true behind the evil and intelligent race you want to fight, no matter how courage it is, it will not dare to come. Then, it heard the sound that made the dragon feel creepy again. Just right, the town still lacks a gatekeeper. Look at the doorman. Miral's eyes widened, almost frightened. It gritted its teeth, and the pair of small wings fanned faster. However, a golden light suddenly descended from the sky. The dazzling light turned into a dazzling rope, and in the horrified sight of Miral, it was easily tied to death. By the way, it got wrapped around its mouth. Pashi. The hapless little black dragon fell from the air and plunged into the soil. Chapter 96 Group Annihilation. The black dragon fell to the ground, and the brilliance of divine power slowly disappeared, and everything returned to its original state. As if the miracle just now was just an illusion. At the same time, all players received a new system message again. Ding. A total of 181 elves of the Flame tribe have been successfully received. Escort the elves to Emerald to complete the task. Rewards will be distributed according to the task contribution and the number of people successfully attracted. Ding. Triggering the side story, transport the captured black dragon to the fairy town. Task reward, 50 points of contribution. Capture the black dragon. Their eyes lit up, and they all looked at Miral, who fell to the ground and was tightly bound by the ropes transformed into divine power. Looking at the curious gaze cast by the elves, Miral was ashamed and angry. It wanted to open its mouth to speak, but it couldn't make a sound under the entanglement of the rope, so it could only whisper. The goddess is so amazing. This will catch the black dragon. It's a true after all. The players sighed, and excitedly came to Miral's side. They ignored Miral's grief and indignant gaze, but felt boldly and curiously at its scales while taking a screenshot with excitement beside it. This black dragon is so cool. Its scales are so hard. Group photo. Wait, let me pose. Mariel. At the same time, the players also said from time to time some remarks that shocked the black dragon Miral. I don't know if its scales can be used as a shield, it feels so strong. Remember the fantasy story said that if you drink dragon blood, you will gain powerful power. I wonder if its blood is useful. By the way, is there a way to tame it as a mount? The dragon knight, it looks so handsome. Mariel. While making a low whimper, it looked at these nasty with grief. Is indeed a cruel race of wisdom. Is too evil. These long ears are really evil. Not only wants its scales, but also wants to drink its blood, and even wants the great Miral to be a mount. My God. Is it possible that Miral's dragon life is about to end here? Miral hasn't become the greatest dragon yet, Miral is not reconciled. What is the future of Miral? Thinking about it, tears glistened from the corner of its eyes. Fuck. You were crying. This black gentian is too small, right? Mariel. It turned its head away, closed its eyes, and began to pretend to be dead angrily. The elves of the Flame tribe fell into grief after cheering. This time around, dozens of old elves died in battle. The remaining clansmen sadly gathered the remains of the war dead and prepared to cremate them with magical flames. This is the fairy forest. In the tradition of the elves, after the dead body is cremated, the ashes scattered in the forest of the elves means returning to the root, and the soul will go to the heaven of the mother god. However, when gathering the corpses, the elves were surprised to find that all the young people who died in battle had disappeared. Not only that, but what surprised them was that the surviving young people didn't seem to be hurt at all by the death of their companions. On the contrary, they still seemed to be very excited. Even if there are a lot of people with grief on their faces, it seems, it always feels a bit contrary. They seem to suppress their true emotions. The people of the Flame tribe always felt that something was wrong, but they couldn't tell. Before they could ask anything, the players also joined them, mourning the dead old elves with them with a sad face, and let them swallow the words in their throats. El plans to chase and kill the fleeing orcs again after his body recovers. Although the orcs had already fled when the power of the mother just came, El was still worried. But when he was about to leave, the voice of the mother rang in his heart. No need to chase. No need. Al stopped moving. However, since the mother said that there is no need to chase, then he also gave up chasing. Then, he assisted the Flame tribe to gather the remains of the tribe, and the players enthusiastically assisted the elves in organizing the classics they had left behind. In the end, they excitedly pulled the trophy the black dragon Miral pretending to be dead, and surrounded the native elves and began to return. The edge of the forest. The orc priest ran away in a hurry, accompanied by a guard. This time they organized an ambush, and the cave tribe sent a total of more than 300 orc warriors, all young and strong. However, after the appearance of the crazy elves and the thin silver swordsmen, the half-orcs fought to death one after another. There are only 100 people left now. Not only that, but what made the orc priests feel terrified is that the black dragon Lord Miral has not returned. Although there were no chasing soldiers behind them, this discovery made him even more frightened. Leaf of the World Tree, just the power of the Leaf of the World Tree can't control Master Miral for so long, is there a more terrifying enemy? I just seem to feel the fluctuations similar to divine power. Although I didn't perceive the specific breath, the violent fluctuations must be the power of the true God. The more he thought about it, the more scary he became, the more he thought about it, the more scary he became. At this moment, the team that had fled suddenly stopped. What happened? The orc priest's heart tightened, and then he looked forward. I don't know when, a tall figure appeared at the exit of the fairy forest. She was covered in a black robe, her long dark gray hair hung from between her www.novel.com and a pair of scarlet eyes looked at the team of orcs silently. The expression was very calm, like watching a group of dead people. The pupils of the orc priest shrank slightly. Because, he could not perceive the existence of this person at all. And this is either because the opponent has a strong ability to hide aura, or the strength is far beyond his imagination. He was about to say something when a huge coercion suddenly came from the opponent. For a while, all the half-orcs were shocked, because this pressure was countless times stronger than the black dragon Miral just now. High-level professionals. This is a high-level professional who has achieved golden strength. The orc priest screamed frantically from the bottom of his heart, but he couldn't make a sound. Then, I saw the mysterious person suddenly raised his head, and a cold and dead divine power suddenly scattered around her. All the half-orcs who came into contact became stiff, and then fell one after another, losing the breath of life. And sensing the breath of divine power, the orc priest suddenly widened his eyes. Death, death, death. He didn't finish speaking, and he lost his breath. Hundreds of half-orcs fell down unexplainably. No one escaped. At this time, the tall figure waved his hands again, and a burst of vitality suddenly poured out, swallowing all the remaining vitality of the half-orcs in a blink of an eye. And her appearance changed again, turning into the appearance of Eve. Killing so many people in my place, don't even think about running away. She left a word, and her whole body turned into a bright light, slowly disappearing. Chapter 97 Incarnate the Kingdom of God. After using the avatar of the Death God to destroy the escaped orcs, Eve's consciousness returned to the Godhead space. This time he performed a miracle in front of the flames, and he once again raised the faith of these indigenous elves. In a short time, a half of the original more than 100 shallow believers have directly reached the level of devout believers. They provided Eve with 7 points of supernatural power in one go. Not only that, the feedback from the elf souls brought by the more than 300 half-orcs killed directly and indirectly this time is also considerable. As time goes by, although the feedback of this elven soul has been much less than that of the first time, it also has a total of 40 points. But Eve reckons that in a while, this method of obtaining divine power feedback by fulfilling the wish of the elf soul will completely fail. Think about it, after all, 1,000 years have passed. Although the spirits of the dead souls have a lot of resentment, there are always times when they are worn out and used up. In addition to the 47 points of divine power recorded in the account, a young black dragon with silver superior strength, level 66, is a windfall. But Eve is not very happy. Because of this mission, 38 elves of the Flame tribe died in the battle. As for the entire Flame tribe, originally there were only 219 elves left. The 38 people who died in the battle were all old elves, and their beliefs were all pious. This makes Eve feel very self-blame. Because he failed to rescue without injury this time, a large part of the reason was because of him. He didn't expect that the tribe of half-orcs would be near the entrance of the Dark Mountains and the Fairy Forest, and they had prepared an ambush in advance. It's because I have been entrusted with it. As I got out of the near-death state, I was able to fight for the first time. I was a little wandering. I didn't even communicate with Samir and the others in advance. Eve reflected on himself. If he can be more cautious and give the player the task of receiving the player earlier, perhaps the tragedy will not happen. Sighed, Eve thought, 38 transparent souls flew from the outside world and entered his Godhead space. This is the soul of those dead elves. Low-level creatures, when they die, their souls will lose most of their memories, with only vague memory fragments. And if you ascend to the kingdom of God, the soul will completely lose its memory when crossing the crystal wall system. Of course, except for those priests and pastors who are blessed by the true God, their souls have been protected by the memory of the true when they are alive. Like those souls who have ascended to the kingdom of God, these 38 elves are not priests. They also lost all their memories the moment they entered the space of the Godhead. And the moment the spirits of these elves entered the Godhead space, Eve's Godhead space suddenly changed. The original Godhead space was just a chaos, filled with countless flying green photons, but the moment the believer's soul entered, the entire space suddenly began to change. As if opening up the world, the chaotic part began to sink, turning into a continent. A sky is formed above, and the photons that symbolize believers and players have turned into twinkling stars, extremely bright. And the souls of 38 elves recovered their youthful appearance and turned into devout elves petitioners. While they turned into petitioners, the dead continent changed again. Numerous plants emerged from the ground and turned into a forest world suitable for elves to survive in a blink of an eye. At the same time, a giant tree emerged from the center of the world, and it quickly grew into a world tree. Looking at the changes in the Godhead space, a trace of understanding rose in Eve's heart. God statization. Divine status space is going to statehood. In the world of Segs, the true gods have two origins. One is that the gods search for a semi-plane and open up the kingdom of God on it. The other one is centered on one's own divine space, embodied in the kingdom of God. The former is more convenient. It is the path taken by the gods of faith, but it has the weakness of being easily found and besieged. The latter is relatively hidden, but it is more difficult to develop, because it means preaching the faith in advance, and completely controlling the priesthood. Only some ancient gods who are interested in faith use the second method. Because if you want to completely control the priesthood, the prerequisite is to have the kingdom of God. But without opening up the kingdom of God, ordinary life will not have the priesthood, so for the secular creatures who want to become true gods, they can only use the semi-plain method. Only the ancient gods who are already true gods can take the second path. But, the previous world tree did not choose to be the kingdom of God, but chose the same path as the belief in the true God. His kingdom of God has long been shattered with the fall, and is not in the world of Segs. Eve inherited the inheritance of the world tree, but did not inherit his kingdom of God. And now, when the soul of the believer enters the space of the Godhead, it has caused the godhood of the space of the Godhead. Eve did not stop this change. Because this means that while being an ancient god, the authority to believe in the gods will also be completely controlled by Eve. In the future, his use of faith will be more efficient than before. The similar effect will also be reflected in the game system, because the game system constructed by Eve is similar to the belief channel, and will also be affected to a certain extent. And after the Godhead space was transformed into a kingdom, Eve also completely dispelled his plan to resurrect the elves. Because he discovered that these elves who turned into petitioners seemed to provide him with more faith. Maybe this is the that decides the head. In the beginning, he also planned to allow these elves to be born as primal elves from the world tree. Of course, after being transformed into a petitioner, the souls of the creatures become one with the true God in a sense, and generally cannot be reborn again. However, at the moment of becoming the kingdom of God, Eve found that his ability to give birth to elves had also changed. Before this, although he was able to create a body, it would take a lot of effort to give birth to a soul. Take the initiative to incarnate the primordial elf, and the cost is even greater than that of activating an oak tree guard. But now, Eve has once again controlled the ability to spontaneously incarnate the original elves. In other words, even if he doesn't consume divine power, he can naturally breed the real primordial elves on the world tree. However, this speed is very slow. Eve probably felt it. Without using divine power, he would naturally give birth to one primordial elf a year at most. However, if you use supernatural power www.novel.com, the speed will increase. About every 1 point of divine power spent, the speed will increase by 1 month, and at most 30 days. When the wizard is born, the acceleration effect will be reset. In other words, for every 11 points of supernatural power spent, Eve can use a month to give birth to a primitive wizard. The newly born primordial elves are directly close to adults, and have the strength of the highest black iron, level 40, from the beginning, and are naturally loyal to Eve. However, unlike the Oak Guardian who is the favored one, the life and soul of the original elves are not bound to Eve, and they cannot enjoy the systematic inheritance. Therefore, when they were new, they were completely blank, and everything needed to be learned again. Considering the fragility of new souls, Eve also conveys some basic knowledge to them at most. As for the formation of self-awareness, beliefs, and worldview, they must be done by themselves. Besides, they have great potential to rise to a higher level. Because the original elves have the same body as the player, they are equally talented. It's still too extravagant for the current Eve to exchange 11 points for the original elf. But after a little thought, Eve decided to give birth to a trial effect first. He painfully spent 11 points of supernatural power to unlock the ability to give birth to the original elves. However, even if Eve's abilities related to life priesthood are improved, the player's special status will not change. Because each resurrection of the indigenous people will weaken the soul, but the player's consciousness will not. Only players can be truly, repeatedly used. At the same moment, Ural, the of Winter and Hunting, also sensed the death of a large number of believers. Chapter 98 Angry Uller. Heaven, the kingdom of God in the silver frost icefield. The thick clouds in the sky are constantly rolling, the feather-like snow is falling down one after another, and the roaring cold wind keeps roaring. Countless petitioners crawled on the ground, praying in fear and sincerity. The weather in the kingdom of God is easily affected by the true God's mood. At this moment, Ural, the of Winter and Hunting, fell into anger. Uller has been very unlucky lately. At least, he himself thinks so. Was first discovered by the Lord God about collecting the blood crystals of the world tree god secretly, and then he was ambushed by unknown forces in the fairy forest. Even the incarnation of his descending divine power was destroyed by a group of humble and secular creatures who were suspected of being the favorite of death. The reprimand of the Lord God is enough. The avatar was destroyed by the worldly creatures. It's just hitting him in the face. The majesty of the true cannot be profaned. If this matter spreads out, his Euler will become a laughing stock among the gods. What embarrassed him even more is that there is probably the handwriting of the death Hela behind this. But even if he suspected that Hela, the of death, due to the power gap, he couldn't do anything about it. Although the same noble is a true god, Hela is of medium divine power and is far more powerful than Ural. He doesn't even need to take turns to guard the pantheon like Euler's weak divine power. Then, there was another accident in the pantheon. There are creatures and gods who have consecrated the gods unconsciously. You know, in the world of Segs, the preparations before the gods are quite tedious. Faith and preaching cannot be concealed, and the energy fluctuations caused by the enchantment of gods are even more powerful. Generally speaking, the gods will know in advance and inform the other party to report to the pantheon after enchanting the gods. But this time, until the other party was called by the pantheon, he was not recognized by the master gods of the pantheon. And Euler was also reprimanded for negligence in taking in the new god. Not only that, but the task of finding a new fell on him. But he recently sent a lot of favored ones, and he almost ran the entire Segus universe, and there was no trace of a new god. This makes him more and more depressed. And now, the only things he didn't explore were the underworld and the plane of Segus. And then I thought that this new mysterious deity could easily sense and enter the pantheon, plus the increase in magic power in front of Segus. Euler doubted that this true might be born from the plane of Segus. However, this makes him even stranger. Because with the current energy level of the world of Segus, it is logically impossible to support the new gods. And most of the believers of the gods are originally located in the world of Segus. If the new is consecrated on the plane of Segus, it will be more difficult to cover up fluctuations. Let alone hide the kingdom of God. Unless other true gods interfere. And when Euler began to inquire about the recent strange changes in the Segus plane from various places, the answers were all the same. The Segs plane, as usual, is still a peaceful year. Except for the fairy forest. At the moment when the magic power increases, it is the forest of the spirits that increases the most. Although due to the existence of the world tree, Morimoto of the elves is one of the sources of magic in the world of Segs. The magic power of the whole world has increased, and it is normal for the magic power source to react more. But thinking of the experience of his followers in the fairy forest and the strange elves, Euler gradually had some guesses. It's never, someone has obtained the priesthood of nature or life, right? His face is ugly. Because it would indeed be more convenient and less volatile if it were to be conferred by the priesthood. However, this kind of has rarely been encountered since the dusk of the gods in ancient times. Combining with how I have analyzed the blood of the world tree recently, I can't parse the clergy of nature and life from it. Euler suddenly felt that this is very possible. After all, the curse of the world tree has disappeared, and the seal of the blood of God has been broken. He can secretly study the blood of the world tree, can others not? At this moment, Ural once again thought of Hela. Because all previous signs indicate that the mysterious force hiding in the fairy forest is probably related to Hela. Not only that, Hela herself is definitely interested in the priesthood of life. And when he thought that the new might also be related to Hela, Euler felt even worse. However, bad luck will come. Just now, in just tens of minutes, he actually sensed the death of more than 300 believers. Of course, if only more than 300 half-orcs were killed, it would not make him so angry. After all, believers who become petitioners can provide more faith to the true God. And what really makes him angry is the picture seen from the memory of the priest who died. The figure in the black robe, the cold and dark power of death, and the ruthless obliteration. Will never admit a mistake. He will never admit his mistakes. That is the of death and the lord of the underworld Hela's favored one. And it may also be the favored one he is watching. Grim Reaper is really death. Plus the return of the elves. At this moment, Euler had no more doubts. The forces in the fairy forest are definitely Hela's forces. The newly born true god, maybe it's in the fairy forest. Not only that, but the other party is likely to be the slave who is in charge of life cultivated by Hela. Because only by inheriting the priesthood of life, it is possible to attract the return of those stubborn elves like dragons. For a while, Euler's angry roar came from the silver temple on the snow mountain. Hela. Fei Lingsue. Surrounded by the players www.novel.com, the elves of the Flame tribe finally returned to this once holy city. They looked at the dilapidated city in front of them, with agitated expressions. One by one they knelt down again and prayed devoutly. And the Saint of Nature Alice, the oak tree guard Basaka and other players who did not participate in the mission, also rushed over to meet them as soon as they got the news. Seeing the holy Saint of Nature and the oak tree guard that symbolizes the power of the Mother God, all the elves of the Flame tribe are even more excited. We are back. We are really back. Alice was also very pleased. She saluted all the elves. Her voice was holy and gentle. Welcome home. After the elves arrived at Emerald, all players who took the task finally received the rewards of the task. For a while, all the players looked happy after seeing the large amount of experience and contribution. At this time, Alice noticed Meryl in the team. Black Dragon. She looked surprised. This is a captive of the Mother God. Al looked enthusiastic. And the players who haven't seen the Black Dragon are even more excited. They are not afraid of dragons like the natives, but are full of curiosity. I saw them surrounded by the Black Dragon Meryl, who was entangled firmly, touching, marveling, taking a group photo, and molesting the little Black Dragon who was pretending to be dead. And when the elves of the Flame tribe were cleaned up, they applied to Alice to worship the World Tree. Although the World Tree is stalwart, due to the barriers of the terrain, the faraway Phalanx still cannot see the true appearance of the World Tree. And worshipping the World Tree is the wish of every believer in nature. Chapter 99 Smile disappeared again. Alice gladly agreed to the elves' request. As the Saint of Nature, among the believers, the closest existence to the Mother Goddess, her status is even higher than that of the ordinary goddesses. And Alice herself is more enthusiastic about the spread of faith. She hugged each other with Samir first, and then said to the elves, "May the Mother God protect you. Dear people, please come with me." While talking, Alice drew a symbol of Mother Nature on her chest. Then, she took the elves of the Flame tribe surrounded by players and walked towards the center of the Emerald. Now, the core area of the Temple of Phalanx has been renovated by players. And when the elves came here, there were still many players busy everywhere, doing daily tasks of building repairs. Looking at these busy players, the elves of the Flame tribe were surprised and curious. Farisil thought for a while, and finally couldn't help but ask. "Master Alice. We have all received a lot of help from these young people along the way, but I think they have different hair colors. Which tribe are they from?" Samir has also noticed these young people who seem to be always full of energy and passion. More than that, he also saw that these people seem to be very interested in himself and the elves of the Flame tribe. They are very friendly, and they even say, the kindness is a bit too much. It feels even a little flattering. This reminds him of all kinds of crazy behaviors when he pursued the other half in his youth. However, Samir did not think that these young people would have any interest in the same and the elderly. Suddenly, his heart moved and he suddenly raised his head. He looked at Alice, a little excited. Could it be, the chosen one? Hearing the words of the old priest, Alice nodded and replied with a smile. Yes, Grandpa Samir. They are the warriors summoned by the Mother from another world, brave and hard-working heavenly chosen ones. It turned out to be the brave summoned by the Mother God. This means that they are the original elves. Or are they, the gods? The elves of the Flame tribe were amazed. Farisil was shocked, and she subconsciously looked at Alice. In response to the gaze of the patriarch of the Flame tribe, Alice hesitated for a moment, and reluctantly nodded. Count it. The official identity of the Chosen One has never been mentioned under the crown of Mother God. However, since they are like elves, they should also be considered special primitive elves. Alice thought tangledly. Seeing the surprised expressions of the elves, the players immediately joined in the excitement like doglegs and shouted. Yes, we are the warriors summoned by the goddess. Praise nature. Praise life. Praise the great goddess sister. We are the chosen. We are the elves born directly from the World Tree. From now on we will be a family. Uncles, aunts, eldest brothers and elder sisters, if you have any tasks, just call us. We guarantee that the completion is timely and proper. We are still young, and there are still a lot of things to learn, and I will ask you more in the future. After listening to the players, the eyes of the elves looking at them changed again. These day picks is really a group of reliable partners who are kind, enthusiastic, humble and respectable, and love learning. Looking at the moving eyes of the elves, Alice hesitated for a moment, and carefully reminded. Although they are very nice, they may sometimes do things that are incomprehensible, and sometimes they may have some human-like bad habits. You must be psychologically prepared. Nothing, I can't understand. Human-like bad habits. Philo Hill was taken aback. Then, she thought about the undaunted charge of the Chosen and the ruthless pursuit of the half-orcs, the greedy hunting of equipment after the half-orcs, and the glimmering eyes of the classics. At this moment, she suddenly realized. It turned out to be like this. However, even if it has shortcomings, Farisil is still very grateful to the Chosen. Thinking of the young people who died in battle, she said sadly. Hey, in order to rescue us this time, they really sacrificed a lot of companions, and nearly 100 young lives have died. Sacrifice your companion. After hearing what Farisil said, Alice and others looked strange. Oak Tree Guard Basaka, who had shrunk his height to 4 meters, glanced at the players. And the players all looked away and smiled wryly. Basaka. Ha ha. He grinned and sneered, and said in a deep voice. Don't worry, they are immortal. No, immortal. Philo Sil and others looked surprised. Even Samir was surprised. What does immortal mean? Before they could ask carefully, the teleportation circle in the center of the square suddenly burst into bright light, and dozens of tall figures appeared in front of everyone. They were wearing simple wooden armor and linen robes, with excited expressions. Hurry up. I heard they have arrived. And they have caught a dragon. Ahem, I don't know what the NPC looks like when I see us later. Don't mention it, Demacia, you just acted too much, sadly, it's a superb. I will see what you do when I meet in a while. www.novel.com. Listening to the ridicule of her companions, Demacia crouched on her hips and proudly boasted. Hey, isn't it to get a good impression? These new NPCs are also elves. Like Alice and the others, they are probably also a Tendon. They must be quick to brush up their goodwill. When the goodwill is high, why don't you want something? Disgust, hate, normal, like, intimacy. The difference in the degree of goodwill is widened. I'll tell you why I can go out with Al to fight monsters, isn't it because I have a close relationship with him? Then, he found that his companions were silent. Why don't you talk anymore? Is there any problem with what I said? He muttered strangely and found that others were trying desperately to wink him. Demacia subconsciously followed their gazes. In front of him stood all the NPCs. Demacia. Ding, you and Basaka's friendship is reduced by 20 points to reach disgust. Ding, you and Alice Hyate's friendship is reduced by 20 points, maintaining disgust. Ding, you and Samir Hyate's friendship decreased by 20 points, reaching normal. Ding, the friendship between you and Farisil Flame is reduced by 20 points, reaching normal. Ding, you and El Moonlight's friendship is reduced by 20 points, reaching like. Demacia. Brother Demacia. Al looked at him with a complicated expression. Did you originally think so? Demacia's smile disappeared again. Volume 2. Chapter 100. The dragon is never a slave. The chosen one will not die. When the young elves who had witnessed the death of the battle reappeared in front of them, the expressions of the elves of the Flame tribe were exceptional. However, they were more relieved than the anger of being deceived. Just as Alice said, even if these chosen people have some bad habits, they might as well appreciate the elves of the Flame tribe. Perhaps, it was the first impression that the players left on the elves. But even so, those players who had performed a tragic drama still received varying degrees of hints that their favorability declined. Especially Demacia, who died in person. Seeing that his affection changed from intimacy to like Al, his face turned green, and he followed Xiaojingtai quickly, and kept asking for apologies. And then, the elves came to the square of the elven town through the teleportation circle. When the field of vision in front of him changed and the surrounding greenery and exotic spirit town were clearly seen, all the native elves couldn't help but exclaimed. What a beautiful town! The style of these buildings. I have never seen it before. It's a bit like human, but it feels more refined than human, and closer to nature. Those wooden lofts and tables are so beautiful. And those gardens made up of stones and pools, there is an indescribable taste. Every elf is a born artist. And the elf town carefully built by the players is undoubtedly an eye-opener for them. Especially after Eve got out of the dying state, the wooden buildings in the town were revived and rejuvenated, making the buildings look like plant houses in fairy tales, but they kept the originals well. The style and charm of the building. This is very much in line with the aesthetics of elves. Listening to the admiration of the elves, Alice explained. This is a small town of elves, or the city of the chosen. It was built by all the chosen. This is also the home of the chosen. After finished, she pointed to the stone monument in the center of the square. Have you seen it? The names of all the chosen people who participated in the construction of the town are carved on that stone tablet, but they are carved with mysterious characters that can only be understood by the chosen people. The town was built by the chosen. The elves were surprised when they heard it. They looked at the players moving around in the town and constantly gathering towards them. Their eyes changed again. Farisil drew a symbol of Mother Nature on his chest, and exclaimed. It seems, they are not only brave fighters, but also noble artists. And Samir pondered for a moment, but his expression suddenly became astonished. Wait. Alice, you said that the town was built by the chosen, which means, it took them a few months to build a town of this size. Alice glanced at the players and clicked. Is such that? Was confirmed, and the elves of the Flame tribe exclaimed again. There is magic, and it is not difficult for the elves to build a city. But it would be very difficult to build such a small town like a work of art with various styles. At the same time, they were once again shocked by the wisdom of the Mother God. Only the true God can you get the allegiance of such a warrior, right? Holy place. This is the new holy place of Mother God. An old elf said excitedly. And when the elves raised their heads and saw the mighty world tree, their expressions became even more excited. Especially the elderly. Unlike the young elves who have never seen the world tree in person, these elderly people have seen the true appearance of the world tree, but the world tree at that time has already withered. But the current world tree is full of life. The green leaves dotted the branches and were full of vitality. Even standing on the square, the elves can feel the vitality and the holy breath of the world tree. They looked devout and fanatical, and bowed down one after another. Praise nature. Praise life. Praise the great elf master. Mother God, we are back. With their worship, the world tree also emits a faint halo. Green photons flew out, once again decorating the square into a green sea. At the same time, the ethereal hymn came faintly, and all the elves felt their hearts calm down for an instant, and their whole body and mind were relaxed as never before. Welcome home. In their consciousness, there was a majestic and kind female voice. For a moment, all the elves bowed their heads again, their expressions pious and excited. Then, the voice of the goddess resounded in their hearts again. The Flame tribe settled in Philanqui and rebuilt the city with the chosen. Hearing the sacred and majestic oracle, all the elves of the Flame tribe replied enthusiastically and respectfully. Please follow the Mother Oracle. The elves of the Flame tribe returned to Philanqui again after they worshipped the world tree. From then on, Philanqui will become their new home. However, the captured black dragon Miral was left behind. This little black dragon was stunned when he teleported to the fairy town. The tree, so tall, what a big tree. For some special reasons, the dragon inheritance in its mind is not complete, so the little guy did not immediately recognize that the giant tree in front of him is the legendary world tree. However, it sensed the huge and terrifying pressure from the opponent. The dragon is very sensitive to breath. Only for an instant, Miral realized that this was a terrifying creature with the strength of a true god. Ancient god, this is definitely an ancient god. It shivered, reminiscent of the majestic voice it heard. Ancient god. That is even rarer than the number of people who believe in true gods www.novel.com and even more terrifying existence. My god. Does the awakening ancient still exist in the world of Segs? When Miral was shocked, the power cord on it disappeared. Then, the terrible voice appeared in its mind again. Give you a choice, surrender to me. Mariel. Is it a choice or a choice? Miral's black dragon face is turning green. It is a noble dragon, and the golden race with the longest lifespan, even the ancient gods cannot make it succumb. This is the pride of the dragon. I saw the black dragon raising his head and yelling sadly in an immature voice. The dragon will never be a slave. Even if I die, I will not surrender to you. After finishing speaking, Miral found that the other party was silent. Miral suddenly felt a little bad. After a while, the sound that made it frightened sounded in its mind, with a hint of playfulness. Okay. Since you don't want to surrender, then die. The whole body of the black dragon is a treasure. The scales can be used to make armor. The dragon blood can make spell formations and inscriptions. It can also train dragon blood warriors. Dragon meat is the most high-end food material, it's more useful. Even dragon souls can be trained into the souls of bone dragon undead souls, which can be used in combination with dragon bones. Well, thinking about it this way, it seems that a corpse is not bad. Muriel. Cthulhu. This is definitely a hateful evil god. The little black dragon shivered, his eyes full of tears. I surrender. Its sound is very wronged. Chapter 101. The dragon does not eat the food that comes. After the black dragon Muriel surrendered, Eve left a master and servant mark in its soul with the method of the world tree heritage. The mark of the true is extremely strong, unless someone can kill Eve, or a stronger existence can take action, otherwise the little black dragon can't run away in this life. And Muriel had to accept it dejectedly. But even so, Eve can obviously feel that the little black dragon is not convinced. But he is not worried. It's still a long time, and this silly black dragon can even flicker a half-orc. Eve can't believe him and can't flicker. Then, Eve let Muriel move freely. The premise is that you cannot leave the elves and the chosen within 3 kilometers of the elven town. And Muriel, with a bitter face, found a hill next to the fairy town to dig a hole to build a nest. Hey, my castle, hey, my gold coins and gems, hey, my unfinished just cause. The little black dragon mumbled dejectedly while building a nest. Also really wronged it. The black dragon likes to live in the marshes and the ruins of civilization, but there is northwest such place around the world tree. Philanqui is good, but it is a bit far from Eve's body. And because black dragons also participated in the divine battle thousands of years ago, and the roots of the world tree were eaten by an ancient black dragon, which directly led to the decline of the previous world tree, so the indigenous elves were full of hostility and guard against the black dragon. Therefore, Eve planned to keep it in front of her and stare at it before she could completely subdue this little guy. Of course, the other reason is that he is too lazy to train this little guy himself, but intends to leave the task of flicking the black dragon to the players. The character of the dragon is as stubborn as the donkey on the blue star, especially if still directly overwhelmed Muriel with strength. If it were a normal black dragon, it would be fine. They fear the strong, and when faced with overwhelming power, they will obediently admit to counseling. But as soon as the strength to suppress them is weak, the black dragons will find ways to turn back. Therefore, it is almost impossible to obtain the loyalty of the black dragon. But the brain circuit of this black dragon seems to be different from the ordinary black dragon. It seems to be very simple, even thinking that he is a silver dragon. In this situation, Eve felt that she should have a chance to truly take the heart of the little black dragon. But if you really want to take it, it will take some effort. And this early flicker work, Eve intends to hand it over to the people below. So, he again issued the task conquer the black dragon. Task, conquer the black dragon. Task content, the black dragon Muriel became a captive of the goddess in battle and surrendered to the goddess. But it didn't really agree with the idea of a goddess in its heart. As the loyal favor of the goddess, you decide to assist the goddess to completely subdue the black dragon Muriel. Task objective, make the black dragon Muriel truly recognize the goddess, accept the goddess beliefs, and fight for the goddess. Task time, unlimited. Task level, unlimited. Task reward, 3,000 contribution points. Of course, this task is not a main task, and you are free to accept or not accept it. But when the players saw this task, they aroused interest. Is not only a contribution of up to 3,000, but they also think that this is also an opportunity to get close to the black dragon. If you subdued the black dragon for the goddess, wouldn't it be that you have the opportunity to hug the black dragon's thigh? If you are lucky, you might be a dragon knight. How handsome. Don't forget, Demetia took him to the wild to hunt monsters because of his close relationship with Al. Although I heard that he seems to have collapsed. But this black dragon, but a real silver high level. For a time, many players were interested and accepted the task one after another. It's just that, Muriel didn't buy the players, but was full of hostility. Those players who approached it were either slobbered by it, kicked, or they were trembling directly with Lone Way. Anyway, it means, I'm very annoying and strong, you don't mess with me. Gradually, some players got too excited and gave up. There are only a few players left who are still insisting. Xiao Xianmiao is one of them. It's just that, no matter how she behaves, Miral is also indifferent to her. Even if she got some kebabs from two northeastern buddies who sell barbecue in the small town, it didn't impress Miral. Not only that, the little black dragon directly slapped the kebab on the ground, stepped on it vigorously, and spat out to express his anger. Dragon. Don't eat the food that comes. Showing good has no effect, and throwing food has no effect, and there are fewer and fewer players who insist. After all, there is this time and black dragon consumption, they might as well do more daily tasks or brush more monsters. For ordinary players, time is experience value and contribution. Gradually, the player is left with the half-casual party Xiao Xianmiao. She doesn't care about the task rewards, she is only interested in the black dragon. But to her disappointment, this black dragon didn't buy it. However, Xiao Xianmiao is also very stubborn, and Miral's resistance aroused her motivation instead. She decided, no matter what the cost, she must complete this task. And after a long time, the black dragon Miral gradually became a little irritable. Under Xiao Xianmiao's surprised gaze, it suddenly stirred its wings and flew. I saw Miral flying into the air. Yu reading www.yuyukeungshu.com flew several times around the town and its surroundings. While looking around from time to time, it seemed to be looking for something. And when it came back, the whole dragon face was pulled down. This look makes Xiao Xianmiao very strange. At this moment, she suddenly heard a muffled rumbling sound coming from the body of the black dragon. To be more precise, it seems to be the abdomen. For an instant, her face turned weird. This guy, is he hungry? Well, there is nothing to eat within a 3-kilometer radius, and all the edible things have been ruined by the players. Except for some fruits. And the black dragon, but a carnivore, seems to have noticed her weird sight. When Maralton was furious. Go away. Evil fellow. Don't hang around in front of Master Miral anymore. Otherwise Master Miral will definitely eat you. Xiao Xianmiao was startled by the sudden rage. She moved in her heart and pretended to leave, but in fact she hid quietly to observe. And after Xiao Xianmiao left, Miral looked around, as if to see if anyone was around. After making sure that there is no one, looking at the meat skewers covered with dust and saliva on the ground, its expression seemed a bit tangled. After a while, I saw it swallowed. Guru. There was another loud noise. After hesitating, Miral quickly lowered his head and ate the ash-stained skewers. After that, he smacked his lips still. Xiao Xianmiao. She covered her mouth that almost laughed, and started typing on the world channel. The high price of Warcraft meat, as much as you want. By the way, contact the 2 northeast buddies who can barbecue. Chapter 102 Dragon-Shaped Husky. Miral is very tangled. The hateful Cthulhu limited its range of activities to within 3 kilometers. But after checking it, it found that there was no food at all. Oh my god. Is the great Miral going to starve to death here? It is a juvenile dragon. When it grows up, it eats a lot. And the feeling of hunger, as early as after it settled in the castle in the Dark Mountains, I rarely experienced it. At that time, the orc tribe will prepare everything it needs. Thinking of those honest and capable half-orcs, and thinking of these cruel and crazy long ears, Miral felt that his future became increasingly bleak. Do you really want to succumb to those long ears? Thinking of the taste of that piece of meat skewers just now, Miral subconsciously swallowed, but quickly shook his head again. No. No. How can Miral bow to the evil forces? It seems to forget. I have bowed my head twice. At this time, a more alluring smell of meat floated over. Miral sniffed, feeling that her hunger was getting stronger for a moment, and ambergris couldn't help running around. Sucking, it smells so good. Its body moved subconsciously, and walked in the direction of the fragrance. After crossing a small hill, Miral quickly found the source of the fragrance on the edge of the town. Is Xiao Xianmiao. She was barbecuing with 2 male elves on a campfire. The barbecue was sizzling with oil on the campfire, sprinkled with unnamed spices and honey, and you could smell the alluring smell from far away. On their side, the meat of Warcraft is piled as high as a hill. Seeing the huge dragon head that suddenly appeared, as well as the shiny long eyes and small tangled expressions that looked straight but seemed to force them not to look here, Xiao Xianmiao's eyes turned into crescents with a smile. She took a skewer of grilled meat from the bonfire, put it in her mouth, and took a bite. The meat was fragrant. The salty, fragrant, and tender meat is delicious, and the brown and shiny fat melts in the mouth, and the gluttonous taste makes her eyes light up. The craftsmanship of the Northeast buddies is indeed awesome. And seeing her enjoyment, Miral's eyes lit up slightly, and her drool became more drooling. Xiao Xian Miao glanced at it, and it immediately put away its expression. I saw Miral proudly raise the dragon's head, purse the dragon's mouth like a puff, and gasp for breath, but his eyes kept glancing here, like a large husky. Seeing it like this, Xiao Xianmao showed a friendly smile. She picked up a large string of branches from the campfire, put it between her nose and sniffed. Well, it smells so good. She made a look of intoxication, then raised the meat skewers, tempting the little black dragon. Would you like to eat? Mario. Little black dragon's expression became more tangled. Guru. Another loud noise came from its belly. Mario. It took a deep breath and hypnotized itself in its heart. This is not surrender. It is temporary dormancy. This is not acceptance, but accumulation of strength for future freedom. Then, it walked to the side of Xiao Xianmiao stupidly, and took away the skewers in one bite. Hey, hey. The gravy and fat are overflowing, the strong muscle tendons and the charred meat are perfectly combined, and the salty fragrance spreads rapidly in the mouth. It smells so good. Miral's Longan stared instantly. After eating, it slapped its lips intently. Have to say, this is the best food it has ever eaten. Mirel even thinks that this is more delicious than human food. Human food is very famous in the world of Segs, and Miral's adoptive father was once a noble dragon who loved human food, but even when he was following his father, Miral had never tasted such a delicious barbecue. Looking at Miral's bright eyes, Xiao Xianmao smiled. Don't worry, there are many more, but I need to bake it again. After speaking, Xiao Xianmiao's heart moved, and she continued. Well, if you bake it, you have to wait a while. While waiting. Do you want to hear the story? Story. Miral was taken aback. It glanced at this evil long ear, with an arrogant expression, but its mouth became curious. What story? Xiao Xianmiao's mouth raised. The story of a kind race who loves peace. The kind race. Miral frowned, but she couldn't help sneering in her heart. Kindness. Ha ha. Do evil races know what kindness is? Humph, Master Miral, give you a chance. It said coolly. Forget it. Now that you have eaten someone's food, listen to what this evil creature will say. She seems to still have a trace of conscience. If Master Miral can take her as a family member and lead her on the path of justice, it seems that it would be a good choice. After all, the barbecue is quite delicious. Well, Master Miral is definitely not for barbecue. Eve was very satisfied looking at Miral, who was getting less and less bottom line under the temptation of Xiao Xianmiao. It seems that this dragon-shaped husky who thinks he is a silver dragon will soon be completely conquered. He smiled, then focused on his being. Now that the elves of the Flame tribe have returned, and the number of players has increased, sooner or later someone will notice such a big change in the elf forest. And although he threw the pot to Hela again, Euler would definitely not let it go. After all, this is not the underworld www.novel.com. However, Euler will definitely be more cautious in his next actions. Perhaps, he will send the beloved to personally explore it. With the increase in strength, the concealing barrier that Eve set up for herself also spread to 30 kilometers. In other words, 30 kilometers away, the world tree seen by others is different from the one seen within 30 kilometers. Even so, if the enemy lurks incautiously, he might actually find the world tree resurrected. However, after turning into the kingdom of God, Eve felt that his control of the body was more precise. Therefore, he decided to further perfect this cover. It is better to set the illusion within a certain range than directly on the body. I can directly apply power to the body to cover my own changes, so that only my believers and working players can see my true posture. With this setting, even if hostile forces lurking in, as long as they don't touch my body, they won't notice my changes. What they see is the withered world tree. The players and believers have long known that I need to hide my recovery from the outside world. Even if someone is lurking in, I can notify them to respond as soon as possible. Maybe, you can mislead the plan. Before, Eve's control of divine power was not precise, and the connection with believers and players was rough. But after incarnate in the kingdom of God, all these can be done. Thinking of this, he quickly built a new veil on the body. At the same time, the NPC mission system that he was already planning can also be put on the agenda with the increase of indigenous elves and the further strengthening of belief channels. Chapter 102 NPC Mission System. NPC Mission System is a system that Eve has been considering for a long time. At present, Eve's game missions are basically issued and settled by Eve in person. Even the daily missions issued by Alice are calculated by Eve behind the scenes. Although it is regenerated as a world tree, this amount of calculation is as simple as eating and drinking water in the previous life for Eve, but it is also because there are too few players now. 2 closed betas are enough. Next time it recruits, Eve plans to officially start the public beta. When the time comes, there will be a large influx of players. With the increase of players, Eve certainly cannot do everything personally, and many things can actually be left to the native elves to do. Eve's plan is to connect the game system he designed with his own belief channel, and distribute part of the game management power to his followers, so that the believers can be brought into the game as NPCs. This is the NPC mission system. Specifically, it is to assign certain game permissions to their believers according to their degree of belief, build NPC templates, and let them have the power to assign tasks to players and issue rewards independently. This is a bit like turning Elfland into a company. Eve is the boss, the believers are the employees, and the players are their customers and leaks. The higher the level of faith in Eve, the greater the power of the believer's mission NPC. In Eve's plan, it is planned to give Saint Purple NPC template, Fanatic Blue NPC template, and Devout Believer White NPC template. Shallow believers, if they provide too little faith, they will not be connected to the system. If you want to have the ability to issue tasks to the chosen, please try to praise the goddess and become a devout believer as soon as possible. As for the only golden NPC, that is Eve herself. The content of the mission is set by the believers themselves. The content can be beneficial to the believer, but it must not harm or even contribute to the interests of the Mother God, and be able to play a positive feedback role for the development of the wizard civilization. Of course, Eve will encourage believers to issue tasks that benefit him. And if the tasks assigned by believers can make outstanding contributions to him and civilization, Eve will also reward believers. Considering the temperament of the elves in the world of Segs, Eve is not worried that someone will mess around with this. The rewards can be given by the believers themselves, or they can be the experience points and contributions assigned by Eve, or even the learning of some skills and career transfer. Of course, the skills learning and career transfers issued by NPCs are different from the direct installation in the contribution mall. The skills and job transfers obtained from NPC require players to learn from scratch like natives. This is another way for civilian players. After all, not everyone has the money to make contributions, and there is only one small salty cat out of 1,000 people who use money as paper. The transcendent status of contribution mall will not change. In addition, the amount of experience and contribution the believers have will also be linked to the level of faith. The more pious the belief in Eve, the larger the allocation, and the larger the one-time allocation. The quota is refreshed every 24 hours and cannot be accumulated. Of course, the amount of reward allocated to NPC is definitely lower than the main line. The most generous reward, and the most special reward, must be held in Eve's own hands. However, daily tasks are not limited. Daily tasks can be repeated. Generally speaking, the daily tasks of each period of time are the development plans carried out by Eve during this period. For example, now, the daily task is to expand the fairy town and restore the holy city of Jade. For daily tasks, Eve will specially design a silver daily task NPC template, which is compatible with ordinary NPC templates. Such as Saint Alice, you can have both daily task NPC template and purple NPC template at the same time. In other words, while granting unlimited daily tasks, she can also grant players NPC tasks that belong to her according to her preferences. Once this system is enabled, the gameplay will be more diverse. At the same time, Eve will also be liberated from the task distribution to a certain extent, and only needs to be in charge of the system operation behind the scenes and the main storyline. For believers, it will once again inspire their enthusiasm for faith, and at the same time will deepen their communication with players. Eve has faintly foreseen that all the players will turn into elves, especially the faithful licking dogs of those devout elves. In addition, Eve also plans to evaluate the mission performance of all believers every few months or a year. Those believers who have made greater contributions to the development of civilization, the spread of beliefs, and the increase of Eve's strength will be rewarded generously. In this way, to inspire the enthusiasm of the believers and guide them in the direction of issuing tasks. Well, I'm so witty. Eve is very satisfied. These plans, he had already thought about them. But before becoming the kingdom of God, Eve's control of faith was still very rough, and he could not connect the two systems well. But it works now. Thinking of this, Eve quickly began relevant preparations and officially established the NPC mission system. The edge of the fairy town. Black Dragon Miral sniffed while gnawing on the barbecue. It's too miserable. The elves are really miserable. I have also heard of the name of the elves, but unfortunately I have never seen this beautiful race, but I never thought that they would be so miserable. Just now, Xiao Xianmiao told Meryl about the 1,000-year history of the elves by telling stories. In order to be more sensational, Xiao Xianmiao talked about it and searched the internet for some tragic stories on the Blue Star. She specifically talked about the miserable, the more miserable the better. He added more energy and vinegar to change its magic into a wizard version. However, considering that the Black Dragon has been fooled by the Orcs, she did not directly name the Orcs and humans who persecuted the elves, nor did she explain what the elves were like. This Black Dragon with an incomplete heritage. I don't even know that it was the elf who caught him. And the final effect is that Miral has completely sunk into the story. So, the evil forces must be wiped out. Hey, I don't know where the elves are now. If Mariel knows where they are, Mariel will definitely help them. Miral swears while eating barbecue. www.novel.com. Hearing what it said, Xiao Xianmiao smiled slightly. She pointed to a few elves of the Flame tribe who visited in the elven town in the distance, and said, "They are elves." After finished speaking, he pointed to himself again. "I am also a special elf." For a moment, Miral's eyes widened. Impossible. It spit out the roasted meat in one gulp, and the long way on its body was instantly aroused, and it roared angrily. "Evil long ears, you are lying to me." Xiao Xianmiao was taken aback. However, she still boldly said a few words. "Your concept is just instilled by the Orcs. What I haven't said is that the race persecuting the elves in the story is the Orcs. You can know these things in the human society a little bit. The Orcs drove you before, but they just wanted to catch the elves and sell them as slaves to humans. And we are just resisting." Hearing Xiao Xianmiao's words, Meryl was stunned. He turned his head and looked at the peaceful and lively atmosphere in the small town far away, gradually losing his expression. Xiao Xianmiao wanted to say something, but a system prompt suddenly appeared in her vision interrupted her thoughts. Announcement: the realm of elves will be updated at midnight the next day of Blue Star. Please prepare for the offline in advance. New version update. Xiao Xianmiao is very curious. She looked at the time, hesitated, and said to Meryl, "Think about it for yourself. I'm leaving now." After speaking, she got up and left. Only the Black Dragon stayed in a daze. Chapter 103 NPC Mission System. NPC Mission System is a system that Eve has been considering for a long time. At present, Eve's game missions are basically issued and settled by Eve in person. Even the daily missions issued by Alice are calculated by Eve behind the scenes. Although it is regenerated as a world tree, this amount of calculation is as simple as eating and drinking water in the previous life for Eve, but it is also because there are too few players now. 2 closed betas are enough. Next time it recruits, Eve plans to officially start the public beta. When the time comes, there will be a large influx of players. With the increase of players, Eve certainly cannot do everything personally, and many things can actually be left to the native elves to do. Eve's plan is to connect the game system he designed with his own belief channel, and distribute part of the game management power to his followers, so that the believers can be brought into the game as NPCs. This is the NPC mission system. Specifically, it is to assign certain game permissions to their believers according to their degree of belief, build NPC templates, and let them have the power to assign tasks to players and issue rewards independently. This is a bit like turning Elfland into a company. Eve is the boss, the believers are the employees, and the players are their customers and leaks. The higher the level of faith in Eve, the greater the power of the believer's mission NPC. In Eve's plan, it is planned to give Saint Purple NPC template, Fanatic Blue NPC template, and Devout Believer White NPC template. Shallow believers, if they provide too little faith, they will not be connected to the system. If you want to have the ability to issue tasks to the chosen, please try to praise the goddess and become a devout believer as soon as possible. As for the only golden NPC, that is Eve herself. The content of the mission is set by the believers themselves. The content can be beneficial to the believer, but it must not harm or even contribute to the interests of the Mother God, and be able to play a positive feedback role for the development of the wizard civilization. Of course, Eve will encourage believers to issue tasks that benefit him. And if the tasks assigned by believers can make outstanding contributions to him and civilization, Eve will also reward believers. Considering the temperament of the elves in the world of Segs, Eve is not worried that someone will mess around with this. The rewards can be given by the believers themselves, or they can be the experience points and contributions assigned by Eve, or even the learning of some skills and career transfer. Of course, the skills learning and career transfers issued by NPCs are different from the direct installation in the contribution mall. The skills and job transfers obtained from NPC require players to learn from scratch like natives. This is another way for civilian players. After all, not everyone has the money to make contributions, and there is only one small salty cat out of 1,000 people who use money as paper. The transcendent status of contribution mall will not change. In addition, the amount of experience and contribution the believers have will also be linked to the level of faith. The more pious the belief in Eve, the larger the allocation, and the larger the one-time allocation. The quota is refreshed every 24 hours and cannot be accumulated. Of course, the amount of reward allocated to NPC is definitely lower than the main line. The most generous reward, and the most special reward, must be held in Eve's own hands. However, daily tasks are not limited. Daily tasks can be repeated. Generally speaking, the daily tasks of each period of time are the development plans carried out by Eve during this period. For example, now, the daily task is to expand the fairy town and restore the holy city of Jade. For daily tasks, Eve will specially design a silver daily task NPC template, which is compatible with ordinary NPC templates. Such as Saint Alice, you can have both daily task NPC template and purple NPC template at the same time. In other words, while granting unlimited daily tasks, she can also grant players NPC tasks that belong to her according to her preferences. Once this system is enabled, the gameplay will be more diverse. At the same time, Eve will also be liberated from the task distribution to a certain extent, and only needs to be in charge of the system operation behind the scenes and the main storyline. For believers, it will once again inspire their enthusiasm for faith, and at the same time will deepen their communication with players. Eve has faintly foreseen that all the players will turn into elves, especially the faithful licking dogs of those devout elves. In addition, Eve also plans to evaluate the mission performance of all believers every few months or a year. Those believers who have made greater contributions to the development of civilization, the spread of beliefs, and the increase of Eve's strength will be rewarded generously. In this way, to inspire the enthusiasm of the believers and guide them in the direction of issuing tasks. Well, I'm so witty. Eve is very satisfied. These plans, he had already thought about them. But before becoming the kingdom of God, Eve's control of faith was still very rough, and he could not connect the two systems well. But it works now. Thinking of this, Eve quickly began relevant preparations and officially established the NPC mission system. The edge of the fairy town. Black Dragon Miral sniffed while gnawing on the barbecue. It's too miserable. The elves are really miserable. I have also heard of the name of the elves, but unfortunately I have never seen this beautiful race, but I never thought that they would be so miserable. Just now, Xiao Xian Miao told Meryl about the 1,000-year history of the elves by telling stories. In order to be more sensational, Xiao Xian Miao talked about it and searched the internet for some tragic stories on the Blue Star. She specifically talked about the more miserable the better. He added more energy and vinegar to change its magic into a wizard version. However, considering that the Black Dragon has been fooled by the Orcs, she did not directly name the Orcs and humans who persecuted the elves, nor did she explain what the elves were like. This Black Dragon with an incomplete heritage. I don't even know that it was the elf who caught him. And the final effect is that Miral has completely sunk into the story. So, the evil forces must be wiped out. Hey, I don't know where the elves are now. If Mariel knows where they are, Mariel will definitely help them. Miral swears while eating barbecue www.novel.com. Hearing what it said, Xiao Xian Miao smiled slightly. She pointed to a few elves of the Flame tribe who visited in the elven town in the distance, and said, "They are elves." After finished speaking, he pointed to himself again. "I am also a special elf." For a moment, Miral's eyes widened. Impossible. It spit out the roasted meat in one gulp, and the long way on its body was instantly aroused, and it roared angrily. Evil long ears, you are lying to me. Xiao Xianmiao was taken aback. However, she still boldly said a few words. Your concept is just instilled by the orcs. What I haven't said is that the race persecuting the elves in the story is the orcs. You can know these things in the human society a little bit. The orcs drove you before, but they just wanted to catch the elves and sell them as slaves to humans. And we are just resisting. Hearing Xiao Xianmiao's words, Meryl was stunned. He turned his head and looked at the peaceful and lively atmosphere in the small town far away, gradually losing his expression. Xiao Xianmiao wanted to say something, but a system prompt suddenly appeared in her vision, interrupted her thoughts. Announcement: the realm of elves will be updated at midnight the next day of Blue Star. Please prepare for the offline in advance. New version update. Xiao Xianmiao is very curious. She looked at the time, hesitated, and said to Meryl, think about it for yourself. I'm leaving now. After speaking, she got up and left. Only the black dragon stayed in a daze. Chapter 104. Mother is really generous. Carlos Flame is more than 900 years old. Is not a legend, the lifespan of the elves is about 1,200 years, and the adult is 200 years old. Although the elves have a long youth and age very slowly, they gradually become old after 8 or 900. But when converted to humans, Carlos is already equivalent to a 50 or 60-year-old man. Carlos often listened to those 1,000-year-old elders in the clan about the prosperity of the elf kingdom. Unfortunately, as far as he can remember, all he has experienced is leaving home, hiding and wandering. After the fall of the World Tree, the elves have persisted for hundreds of years. Just as many races approach step by step, in the end they had to choose to leave one after another. It has been 700 years since he left the fairy forest from the Flame tribe. Being able to come back here and see the resurrected World Tree, he feels all this is like a dream. But the fact is that they really came back and made their home in the holy city of Feiling-Sui. The fairy forest is still as rich as in memory. In other words, with the resurrection of the Mother God, he became more fertile. Except that there are fewer animals around Feiling-Sui than Carlos had imagined, the products here are so rich that they don't even need to consider food. Because just walk in the forest, you can find countless berries. And if you have some natural magic, you can even ripen some plants in the forest. The magical power of the fairy forest is quite abundant. Many fruits can be ripened easily, and the consumption is only a trace of magical power. If there is a plant that can produce berries in the yard, the elves don't even need to go out. They only need to ripen the plant when they are hungry. This kind of day, Carlos could not imagine before. Because when he was born, the mother goddess had fallen, and the fairy forest was not as good as before. At this time, he also knew why the older elves would miss the past so much, and why they would call the fairy forest the heaven on earth for the elves. After the resurrection of the mother god, the fairy forest is so rich, it is indeed like heaven. At the same time, this also allows Carlos to vaguely imagine how powerful the elf kingdom was 1,000 years ago. And Carlos knew that they were able to come back precisely because they had regained the blessing of the mother god. The blessing of the true gods is the greatest support of the intelligent races in the Segus world. At this moment, Carlos's belief in nature is more pious. He finally grew from a shallow believer to a true devout believer. If you want to continue to live here, if you want the elves to rise again, you must strengthen our race in the power of the Mother God. Carlos decided that the remaining 300 years of his life will be dedicated to the future of the Mother and the elves. After thinking about it, he plans to open a small forging shop in Feiling-Sui. He has inherited his father's forging skills. He is a highly skilled forger with rich experience in making magic tools and equipment. Most of the equipment of the Flame tribe comes from him. It's just that the drifting over the past few hundred years has caused him to gradually relax his craft. But after coming to the fairy forest, he plans to pick up these techniques again. The development of intelligent races cannot do without tools, and weapons and equipment are needed in battle. Under Carlos's observation, he found that although most of these large number of chosen people are equipped and some are quite gorgeous, they do very poorly in maintenance. Not only that, many of the weapons and equipment in their hands are damaged, and they seem to have not even considered repairing them. Of course, he didn't know that this was because the players were fighting too frequently, and equipment damage was common. And it's not that the players haven't considered repairing, but they won't repair it at all. The contribution mall is able to repair the equipment, but the price seems too distressing, and it is almost time to redeem a set of equipment. So many people finally choose to secretly sacrifice the waste to the goddess after the equipment is used up, and at the same time exchange contribution points for a new set. Because of this, the players Carlos saw used equipment were not maintained or repaired. And when Carlos planned to reopen a forged shop, he had a headache again. Because there are too few people in the Flame Tribe, and everyone has just arrived in the Fairy Forest, they are very busy. He unexpectedly discovered that he couldn't find an apprentice who could assist him for a while. At this time, Carlos thought of the Chosen. But there is another doubt in his heart. Master Alice once mentioned that I can ask those who are chosen for help, but will they come as apprentices? The Chosen Ones are all beings personally summoned under the crown of the Mother God, and their status is like a divine envoy to Carlos. The apprentices in the forging shop are dirty and tiring work. Carlos does not seek profit. If he comes to be an apprentice, there is no benefit at all besides learning some forging skills. The Chosen Ones are so magical, they can even build a miraculous city like the Chosen City. In this case, what are they, willing to come? After hesitating for a day, he did not make up his mind until he went to sleep at night. At night, Carlos had a dream. In his dream, he saw the kind and generous Mother Goddess. The Mother God praised his faith and gave him the ability to give tasks to the Chosen. Call my name in your heart to open the relevant permissions. Mother God warned in a dream. When he got up the next day, Carlos looked in a daze. He felt that he must have been thinking too much in the daytime yesterday to have such a strange dream. He smiled and was about to get up, but suddenly stopped. Mother God. He pondered for a moment, holding the attitude of giving it a try, calling out in his heart religiously. Praise nature, praise life, praise the great elf master Evoctrahir. With a move in his heart, Carlos was shocked to find that his vision had changed. In front of his eyes, a semi-transparent white frame suddenly appeared www.novel.com with the word, Task Management Authority, written in Elvish language. Mother God is here. This, not a dream. He took a deep breath and drew a symbol of Mother Nature on his chest. After some research, he found that this, Task Management Authority, is just the ability to issue tasks. Not only that, the manipulation of this strange ability only requires his consciousness, and it can be hidden at any time, and will reappear when called. And the permissions include task setting, reward setting, friendship adjustment, and other functions that he has never heard of, and there is also an instruction for use. After reading the instructions, Carlos also had some understanding of these abilities. This is really an ability to issue tasks to the Chosen. And all functions are for the Chosen. Carlos was shocked. The mighty power of the true God. This is the mighty power of the true God. The Mother is really generous, and has given believers such a powerful ability. After further understanding the rules, Carlos understood that the true intention of the Mother God was to allow the Chosen to assist them to rejuvenate their race and increase the power of the Mother God. Of course, believers can also use this to allow the Chosen One to assist themselves in doing something. And those strange rewards called experience points and contributions are all aimed at the Chosen Ones. The introduction in the manual says that those rewards are the goals that the Chosen people are struggling to pursue, and believers can use this in exchange and ask them to do things for themselves. Carlos looked excited. He suddenly wanted to try. These rewards, maybe they might help me get to know an apprentice. His eyes shined. Chapter 105 Rivendell. Carlos made a decision. He intends to go to the Chosen City to recruit the Chosen immediately. However, when he came out of the temporary wooden house, he found that Philenqui had already become lively. For some reason, Philenqui poured into a large number of young talents, densely packed. Looking around, there are human heads everywhere in the core area of the restored temple. Carlos opened his mouth in surprise, not knowing what wind it was blowing. Although there are usually many Chosen in Philenqui, at that time they only assisted the elves in the holy city to repair the buildings, but today, Carlos seriously doubted whether all the Chosen Ones had come to the Emerald. Not only that, but the behavior of the Chosen people is also very strange. Whenever they saw an elf from the Flame Tribe, they would enthusiastically surround it. Especially those elves who are older, there are several Chosen people in front of each one. They smiled, and they kept arranging close relationships, which scared the old elves. The old priest Samir who is stationed at the temple of Fei Ling Chui is even worse. He has been overwhelmed by a large group of Chosen, and no one ran away after a few words, but more and more people. More than that, Carlos also heard the exclamation of the Chosen from a distance. Fuck. Blue NPC. It's a rare NPC. Come on, get on. Grandpa Priest. Please hug your thighs. Carlos took a breath, wondering what went crazy with these young warriors. As soon as he came out, more than a dozen of the best chosen people came to light. Another one. It's white. Their eyes were shining, as if they had seen their prey. They swarmed up and surrounded Carlos. At the same time, Carlos heard their expectant and excited voice. Dear Elf Grandpa, good morning. Master, do you need our help to do a task? Do you have any skills to learn here? My legs and feet are very diligent. I'm already level 15. Strong body. I can do anything. Carlos. Looking at the chosen one expectantly, Carlos was stunned. What's the situation? But soon, his heart moved and he remembered yesterday's dream. No way. This is the meaning of Mother God. Then, he was happy. This is an opportunity. It seems. I am very likely to recruit an apprentice. He glanced at these chosen candidates, and felt a little nervous. I don't know if the chosen people can stand the boring apprenticeship forging. You must know that the work of apprentices in the forging workshop is not only boring, but the environment is very poor and very tired. They often do it all day long shirtless and sweaty. And more importantly, Carlos couldn't pay much. After pondering for a moment, he decided to try the power the mother gave him. I saw him clear his throat, and said with some expectation and some anxiety. Yes, I do need help here. I plan to open a forging shop in Philenqui to make and repair equipment and magic tools. But now there is not enough manpower, we need to recruit apprentices. But the apprentices recruited will be very tired, and I can pay very, very little. His voice is getting weaker and weaker, and he doesn't seem to be embarrassed. As soon as Carlos's voice fell, a new prompt message appeared in the vision of all the surrounding players. Carlos Blaze release mission, recruit forging apprentices. For an instant, the players fell silent. Seeing the silence of the chosen, Carlos chuckled in his heart, wondering if his request disappointed the chosen. It's just that, before he could say anything, the players completely exploded. Forging skills. Recruiting apprentices. It turned out to be an NPC with life skills. Luck. Can repair equipment. Master. I want to learn, I want to learn. I want to be an apprentice. They yelled excitedly and completely surrounded Carlos. That kind of inevitable gaze made Carlos shiver subconsciously, and for a moment he wondered if these goddess warriors had a wrong orientation. No, there are also a few women. And many more. Will women even be willing to be apprentices for forging? Carlos was stunned. Before he could react, Carlos was suddenly stuffed with berries in his hand by the chosen, and then pressed on the stone bench to the side. At the same time, someone from behind began to fan him with leaves and began to give he beat his leg and pressed his shoulder. And their twittering of ingratiation also began to sound. Grandpa Elf, you look like a good person. These berries are for you. They are sweet. What I admire most is the forging profession. Can you take me? Grandpa. No, dear Grandpa. I have a lot of strength, and I will be an apprentice if I ask for it. I'll beat your shoulders. And me. I'm already learning elves, and I am very interested in making magic equipment. Carlos. Looking at the passionate candidates, Carlos was shocked. Do they like being apprentices so much? He felt that happiness came too suddenly, a bit unreal. Took a deep breath and said again. However, I can't provide much compensation. Before he could finish speaking, the voices of the players drowned out his words. No. No. I don't want to reward, just teach me the forging technology. Me too. Me too. Just teach me how to repair equipment. Carlos. He looked at the chosen candidates in front of him excitedly, moved in his heart. Good person. These guys are really good people. Took a deep breath and said. Good. Since you are willing, then you are welcome to be my apprentices. After said, he sighed. It's just that, because of my limited energy, I can only recruit up to 5 people. So, everyone will stay and help me build a small shop. I will select 5 people to become apprentices in the process. At this moment, Carlos felt that he was so happy. He never thought that what he was struggling with was not having no apprentices, but too many wanting to be apprentices. After listening to his words, the players looked at each other and stayed. Under the command of Carlos, everyone started to build a forging shop. Not only that, but more players came from a distance and joined them excitedly. Looking at the passionate candidates, Carlos sighed with emotion. It's great. I haven't seen such a day www.novel.com for hundreds of years. Think I was an apprentice, when our elves had a large forging workshop, what a shame, what a shame. Said, he shook his head and sighed. I can only recruit 5 people at most. In addition to energy reasons, the key is insufficient equipment. Hey. The equipment used for forging is all professional. Although I brought some back, it is still not enough. We need to do many of them by ourselves. It's just that the conditions are too bad now, and what we did ourselves will not meet the standard after all. I really miss the previous workshop. After hearing what Carlos said, a player stopped his movements and asked curiously. Is there no abandoned workshop in Philanqui? Maybe, we can find the remaining equipment. After hearing his words, Carlos shook his head regretfully. The equipment in the Holy City was moved away with the migration. But after finishing speaking, he seemed to remember something, and then said uncertainly. However, Rivendell may still have. It used to be the largest manufacturing capital of the elves, and it was the first to suffer war, and many things did not have time to move. After finished, he shook his head again. But it's been 1,000 years, even if it still exists, it probably won't work anymore. As soon as the voice fell, Carlos found that the chosen candidates were quiet. He turned around questioningly and found that everyone was looking at him excitedly. What's wrong? He asked strangely. Rivendell. The players are instantly excited. P.S. The name Rivendell comes from the Lord of the Rings. I really can't think of a reliable city name, so I used this. Chapter 106. A high opinion is willful. Rivendell, puff, this name is so playful, it reminds me of the Lord of the Rings. Is it another ruin of an elven city? Wait, we are not triggering some hidden plot, right? After hearing what Carlos said, the players fell into a state of excitement on the spot. They put aside what they were holding and instantly surrounded Carlos. Grandpa Carlos, can you tell us more about this Rivendell? This Rivendell, is it an elven city? Where is it? Is it close to us? Looking at the excitement of the chosen, Carlos was very strange. However, Carlos was stunned when he thought that they had just arrived in this world and didn't know much about the history of elves. He put down the hammer in his hand, a trace of remembrance appeared on his face. Rivendell means Deep Rift Valley in Elvish language. It is an elven city built at the junction of the Emerald Mountain and the Elf Forest. It is located to the south of the Elf Forest and the north of the Emerald Mountain Range. It should be 100 or 200 kilometers. After said, his expression was slightly sad. The Emerald Mountain, which is now the Dark Mountain Range. Thousands of years ago, there was also the core area of the Elf Kingdom, but everything was destroyed in the war. Rivendell is a miraculous city. It is built in a valley with spectacular scenery. It has the largest mineral vein in the Elf Kingdom and is also the manufacturing center of the kingdom. The elf equipment and various magic tools produced by Rivendell were once popular all over the world. Speaking of this, Carlos looked very excited, with a hint of pride and longing. But after a while, he sighed slightly. Unfortunately, in the war 1,000 years ago, Rivendell and the Emerald Mountain were destroyed together. Now there is only a bottomless rift left by the gods at war, and Rivendell also turned into ruins. The Great Rift Valley opened the passage between the underground world and the earth world. Now Rivendell, I heard that it has become a paradise for underground monsters. It is also the existence of the Great Rift Valley that has severed the connection between the Emerald Mountains and the Fairy Forest. Now the only entrance to the south of the Fairy Forest is the southeast, and the Orc tribe is also nearby. Otherwise, if you return from other channels, you won't be sniped by orcs. Carlos clenched his fists while talking. The old elves who died before are almost all his friends and elders. Thinking of this, Carlos' eyes flushed and his eyes were slightly blurred. He sucked his red nose, forced a smile, and said, "Hee, getting older makes me feel sad." After finished speaking, he cheered up again with hope. "Hey, these are all things in the past, don't mention it. Now that the mother has returned, everything in the elves will be fine, I think. One day, we will be able to drive away the monsters entrenched in Rivendell and re-establish elves on it, just like in the Emerald. Brilliant. Having said that, he was energetic and turned to look at the chosen ones. Everything will be fine, let us work hard together. Only, when he turned around, he was stunned. Because he discovered that the number of selected people who had just gathered here to help him and listen to his history was lost by half in an instant. There were originally 30 or 40 people, but now there are only 7 or 8 people left, a small half are still women. Carlos. Where are people? He looked surprised. A girl with blonde hair and blue pupils who listened carefully to his story has a strange expression. She glanced outside the house and replied while holding a smile. I think they might have gone looking for Rivendell. Carlos. The history that Carlos tells is like a stone thrown into the lake. About 100 to 200 kilometers to the south of the fairy forest, and to the north of the Dark Mountains, there is also a fairy city. Her name is Rivendell. And there was once the largest manufacturing center of the elves, and there are probably many treasures. More than that, there is also connected to the underground world, and it is said that there are many monsters. Treasure. Monster. New map. This is a new map properly. Could it be, is this another main storyline? For a while, the chosen people who got the news became excited. At the same time, the top leaders of the 3 major player guilds also received news. Fuck. Brother Moo. We seem to have triggered the hidden plot. It is a new map. Meow big. Meow big. Extra name. I found a clue to the ruins of a new elven city. This time our guild has to be ahead. I heard that it used to be the manufacturing center of elves. There must be many ancient books on construction. Tomato is huge. Yes. Yes. The elven ruins we have been looking for in the wild finally have a clue. I heard that there are many monsters there. This time I can definitely kill it. In an instant, all the chosen ones boiled. Rivendell. Li Mu, who just took over the task of taking care of the 2 little elves from Alice, looked at the news of the guild group and looked surprised. He thought for a while, and gave the 2 little elves a berry each, and let them play by themselves first. Then, he entered the Temple of Nature, saluted Alice who was giving out daily tasks, and asked respectfully. Master Alice, do you know Rivendell? Rivendell. Alice's movement stopped slightly. Her expression brought a trace of recollection. There used to be one of the most prosperous cities of our elves, but it has fallen into ruins. Listening to her words, Li Mu's spirits lifted up. Then, do you know the exact location of Rivendell? Alice glanced at him and shook her head. I haven't been there. After said, she added another sentence. However, Rivendell was built in a valley. After being destroyed, it is connected to the Grand Canyon to the north of the Dark Mountains. If you follow the canyon, you will definitely find it. At this point, she seemed to have seen something and warned Li Mu. I would like to remind you www.novel.com. I heard that there is a tunnel connected to the underground world, and it has become a paradise for monsters. It has become quite dangerous. You better not take risks. Okay. Thank you, Alice-sama. Li Mu looked surprised after hearing the words of Miss Saint. While thanking Alice, he sent a message to the guild members in his consciousness. I asked Alice to confirm that there is indeed an elven city named Rivendell. It is said to have been quite prosperous. And Alice also told me some ways to find it. However, as Alice said, it is dangerous there. I suggest that players interested in our guild form several exploration teams and explore separately. As for the person in charge of the exploration mission, let's Demacia. When seeing Li Mu's news, the players of the Natural Heart Guild expressed their received. At this moment, Demacia suddenly asked in the guild group. Brother Mu, why don't you go? The corner of Li Mu's mouth rose slightly, typing in reply. I took a child-watching task from Alice and rewarded 1,000 contribution points. Hey, I can't go away. Demacia. The players of the Nature Heart Guild. My mother, 1,000 contribution points, really worthy of being the only purple NPC. Too envious. Bah, you can do whatever you want with a high degree of affection. Li Mu triumphantly replied. Sorry, a high degree of affection means you can do whatever you want. Demacia. The players of the Nature Heart Guild. He too. Li Mu. Chapter 107 Favorite of Ural. Looking for another elven city Rivendell. Although the players did not receive the relevant mainline mission, as Carlos pointed out, they paid more and more attention to the city. And as the players further communicated with other NPCs, more and more information about Rivendell, the former elven city, became available. A miraculous city, the largest mineral vein, a legendary capital of production. The aura on Rivendell's body is no less than that of the holy city Fei Ling Chui. In fact, the capitals of Rivendell, Philippine, and the Elven Kingdom are the three most famous cities in the Elven Kingdom. There can be no meaningless and valuable information in the game. The players firmly believe that this information about Rivendell must be another hidden mission. Maybe it's related to the next main line. For a while, the players, either spontaneously or organized by the guild, set up exploration teams one after another, hoping to find the city. Ruins means treasures. The ruins of Rivendell are said to be connected to the underground world, and there are countless monsters. Adventure, isn't this what the players are after? Their actions even shocked the NPC. Many young elves from the Flame tribe are also very curious about this city. Some even want to join these chosen ones who are ready to explore, but they are stopped by the elders. Moreover, they were reprimanded by the old elves. Rivendell is full of terrible monsters. The chosen one is immortal, are you? Almost 200 years old, can you mature a little bit? Only increase life expectancy but not IQ. Do you think you are a child less than 100 years old? Look at all the favored. They are only 80 years old, they are so sensible, and they are even favored by the Mother God. How about you? If you don't obey, I will send you to Carlos as apprentices. In the end, the curious young elves had to give up, stay in Phylanqui honestly, and help the tribe to restore the holy city with their heads downcast. The actions of the players also attracted Eve's attention. He paid a little attention, and he knew the ins and outs. Rivendell. A move in his heart. It actually left the city down. In the World Tree inheritance that Eve got, there is no mention of this city. He even had the scene of Rivendell being split in half by the gods. And that is the sword, forming the great rift valley that separates the Dark Mountains and the Fairy Forest. It's nothing more than classics and treasures, but if it is really connected to the underground world, it is really possible to open up a good new map. According to the heritage record, the underground world is not peaceful, honestly it is quite suitable for players to toss. Eve thought with interest. He did not release related tasks, but remembered the players' movements, and stopped paying attention. Now, his main focus is still on the restoration of the Orcs and the holy city of Jade. The Orc stronghold near the Fairy Forest must be removed as soon as possible. After his instruction, the favored El, the Oak Guardian Basaka, and the Virgin of Nature Alice have all issued a mission to find the Orc stronghold. The Flame tribe knows the general location of the Orc tribe, but the exact position is unknown. Everything needs to be explored. However, Eve thinks this process should have a result soon. As for Rivendell, the terrain around the Great Rift Valley is rugged, and there are many higher-level monsters. If players want to discover Rivendell, it will not take a day or two. Can be found within a month or two, it's not bad. After all, there are still a few players who can persist in searching, and most of them are still 3-minute hot without external forces. The primary problem now is the half-orcs and the restoration of the holy city. It is also very important to get the Flame tribe on the right track. As for Rivendell, you can put it away first. If they really find Rivendell, let's make another hidden plot. Eve thought. Dark Mountains, Cave Tribes. The Orc Chief Priest has had a hard time recently. He hasn't closed his eyes for 3 days and 3 nights. The only reason is that the team he sent to intercept the elves turned out to be like a stone thrown into the sea, and there was no more movement. More than 300 people, all the bravest fighters in the clan, did not come back. This incident has caused dissatisfaction and panic among some people. Not only that, even the black dragon Miral who went with him has not returned. Jushan has sent people to the broken castle on the top of the mountain to see it. The magic that Miral left behind to protect the lair is still there. In addition, you can faintly see through the window the gold and gems it treasures. Giant dragons love treasures. If they move, they can't not bring their own treasures. This shows that Miral also encountered some unexpected situation and was forced to be unable to return. Or, already dead. Thinking of this, the old priest's heart became more frightened. More than 300 half-orcs, and black dragons with high silver rank. They disappeared like evaporation. The giant mountain sent someone to see it, and there were only some fighting marks and some blood stains on the edge of the fairy forest. There is no corpse. There is no remaining equipment. What did they encounter? The giant mountain becomes more terrifying as he thinks about it. www.novel.com. At this time, the fairy forest has become a terrifying behemoth in his eyes. What exactly exists to do this? Could it be, there is a legend in the fairy forest? Is it, the favored one of death? The chief priest of the giant mountain is already considering abandoning the stronghold here and taking the people to other places. The treasures accumulated by the black dragon Muriel should be enough for the people to migrate. If Muriel was still there, Giant Mountain would definitely not have an idea of its treasure, but it was different now. From its point of view, Muriel is probably too bad. It's just that the cave tribes first settled here because of the will of winter and hunting. Without the oracle of God the Father, the chief priest of the giant mountain did not dare to move down easily. And he recently prayed to God the Father to move to the tribe many times, but he did not get the answer of God the Father. Why? Father God doesn't respond to me. This made Jushan's heart more disturbed. And just as he hesitated whether to put up the sacrificial circle directly, risking anger to communicate with the Father, an orc priest stumbled in from outside the cave. Master Chief Priest. Master Chief Priest. He is out of breath. Jushan frowned. What happened again? The orc priest who rushed over saluted him and said excitedly while breathing. There, a high-level professional has come to the tribe. High-level professional. Jushan's eyes narrowed slightly. He claims to be the favored one of God the Father, said the priest excitedly. Chapter 108. The atmosphere is getting awkward. When the chief priest of the giant mountain came to the main account of the cave tribe, he finally saw the visitor. It was a tall figure sitting high on the main seat. He was wearing a full-body black robe, with a white inner collar raised high, and a blood-red rose on his left chest. His face is as handsome as an elf, his shoulder-length black hair is tied into a single ponytail, his complexion is pale, and a pair of scarlet eyes are looking at the giant mountain of orcs entering the main account with interest. The pupils of the orc chief priest shrank slightly. Nightwalker. Hearing his exclamation, a cynical smile appeared on the corner of the mysterious visitor's mouth. I didn't expect my name to be passed on here. I saw him snap his fingers, and a transparent glass appeared like magic in his hand, filled with bright red blood. He took a sip, and then said, However, I prefer to be called Lord Earl. The chief priest of the giant mountain was refreshed, and saw that he drew a bow symbol on his chest and bowed to the opponent. Praise the Father. Your Excellency, the cave tribe welcomes you. Nightwalker. That is a well-known benefactor of winter and hunting in the world of Segus. Nightwalker is not a half-orc, but a blood clan who originally believed in darkness, but he was influenced by God the Father in a war, followed the faith of God the Father, and became a favorite of the true God. No one knows the real name of Nightwalker, but he likes others to call him Lord Earl, because he is a real high-level professional, with golden subordinate strength. In the Blood Clan, this is the layer side of the Earl level. After confirming the identity of the other party, Jushan breathed a sigh of relief. The arrival of the favored one also means that the attention of the true is also focused here, because the favored one is the eyes of the true God. Father God did not forget them. As one of the rare other races who follow Ural, Nightwalkers are even more favored by him. He often comes into contact with other true God's faith forces in the role of visitor, mediator, or investigator, much like Ural's diplomat in the secular world. While seeing the Nightwalker, the tenseness in the heart of the orc giant mountain for many days has also calmed down a lot. Now that you are here, you should also know about the fairy forest, right? He asked tentatively. Nightwalker nodded. I came here as an instruction under the crown of the Father. After he finished speaking, he stood up from his seat, with one hand behind him, and the other slowly shook the glass in his hand. Looking at the shaking blood in the cup, the Nightwalker's expression gradually became solemn. Under the crown of the true God, I suspect that there is a new in the fairy forest, so I sent me to check it out. True gods and gods. The pupils of the chief priest of the giant mountain shrank slightly. If there is a true hidden behind the fairy forest, then everything makes sense. It's just that he quickly became confused again. Your Excellency, with all due respect, there has not been any vision of deity in the fairy forest in recent years. Moreover, the magic power of Segus has been sluggish for 1,000 years. For these 1,000 years, let alone the true God, the birth of a demigod has not been heard. Over. The prerequisite for being a is quite harsh. Only advanced planes with abundant magic power can support conferred God. Not only that, but function fluctuates strongly. If there are new gods, it is impossible for the cave tribes close to you to feel it. As the chief priest, Giant Mountain still knows these things. Nightwalker smiled. Who said that the ceremonies must be held? The body of that one is still in the forest of the elves, and the 1,000 years have passed, and the magic of the seal should have been broken. How about the group of gods at dusk? You should have heard of those who are on the seat of God. Hearing his words, Jushan's pupils suddenly shrank again. A direct fusion of priesthood and godhead. How is this possible? Nightwalker smiled again. Generally speaking, it is impossible, but what if it is helped by other true gods? For example, the underworld. In fact, Ural originally had this plan. Is only limited to the warnings of the gods and the existence of the seal, he dare not act. But Hela was different. He stayed in the underworld all year round. Although he also left the true seat in the pantheon, he rarely interacted with the gods of the heaven. As the lord of the underworld, as long as he stays at home, he is not afraid to control the three gods of the pantheon on his own territory. Therefore, although the warning of the gods is stressful for Hela, it is not as deadly as Ural. It would be no surprise if he did something. Of course, believers don't know these things. This is the secret among the true gods. The believers knew that death might have made a move, and that was enough. Hearing this, Jushan's mind flashed slightly, and he thought of the favored person of the of death mentioned by the father. For an instant, he felt that he had caught the truth. Seeing the change of Jushan's expression, the Night Walker was very satisfied. It seems that you also thought of it. After said, his expression gradually became serious. Nature and life are the direction that the Father God pursues for 1,000 years, and at the same time, also the goal of the one in the underworld. Although the one in the underworld cannot come in his true body, he might as well support a new god. Hela is in charge of death, aging and disease. Although these priests are contrary to the priests of life, they also have similarities. And Hela's priesthood is not complete, which is also a well-known thing among the true gods of the Segus universe. The priesthood of life is also attractive to him. Although it is said that the control of the contradictory priesthood can easily cause the turbulence of the true in soul, and even more serious, even cause the true to fall into madness, but Hela does not need to do this. He only needs to support a slave who is concerned with life, and obtain information about the law of life from the other person, to perfect the incomplete priesthood of death. All these are Euler's speculations. And he also told his beloved that Hela is likely to make a move. Then, Lord Earl, do you have any plans? The hidden forces in the fairy forest are extremely powerful. We have already damaged hundreds of warriors and a black dragon. The chief priest of the giant mountain said worriedly. And, they were killed by an overwhelming advantage, and there was no movement at all. Hearing this, the shaking cup in the Nightwalker's hand stopped slightly, and his expression gradually became solemn. But soon, he smiled slightly. No hurry. I have already sent my beasts to sneak into the forest for me. Familiar with the beast? The giant mountain looked happy. Nightwalker has the ability to summon the beast. This ability allows him to control ordinary animals and detect the unknown for him. And Nightwalkers are especially good at controlling those seemingly harmless creatures, such as hares, deer, etc. They are hard to guard against. Not only that, the images seen by the animals can also be transmitted back, which is a very clever detection ability. After that, the Nightwalker beckoned, and the magic gradually turned into a picture in front of him. The giant mountain was refreshed and quickly looked into the screen. He was also curious about what happened in the fairy forest. It's just, the screen is black. Died. The Nightwalker was slightly taken aback. Seeing the unexpected expression of the giant mountain, the Nightwalker coughed slightly and said, Ahem, this is a common occurrence, after all, the beasts are just ordinary beasts, and accidents may happen. But I have summoned more than one. After finished speaking, he changed the picture again. Is still black. Nightwalker raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. He died too. Mistakes, I'll replace them. He waved his arm and changed the picture again. Is still black. Giant mountain. Nightwalker. The atmosphere was a bit embarrassing for a while. Chapter 109 Good Game. Nightwalker changed several screens in succession and found that they were all black. In other words, most of the beasts he sent were dead. This gradually made his expression a little unsightly. Cough cough cough, Lord Earl, could it be discovered by your probing? Looking at the Blood Clan's face gradually turning from pale to blue, Jushan said cautiously. Impossible. The Nightwalker subconsciously retorted loudly. He took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and continued to say gracefully. The beasts I summoned are all ordinary animals, and they have not exposed a trace of magic at all. It is impossible to be discovered so easily. This, it must be a coincidence. While he was talking, he continued to change the screen. Changed 7 or 8, and Nightwalker finally switched to a normal picture. That is the angle of vision of a hare. It runs fast and its vision keeps shaking. Nightwalker's look gradually faded. Look, there are still some. The magical power of the fairy forest has increased, and the activities of monsters have become more frequent. It is normal for the beasts to be attacked, but as long as one survives, I can still get what I want to see. After hearing the words of the Nightwalker, the look of the giant mountain gradually became respected. Deserves to be the favored one. This kind of detection ability is really powerful, and it is impossible to prevent it. The scene in the picture kept changing, and the two of them watched carefully. Looking at these plants, it should be close to the core area. The look of giant mountain gradually became expectant. At this time, the field of vision in the screen changed, and several tall and armed figures appeared. They are wearing gorgeous gear, talking and laughing. It's an elf. Jushan's eyes lit up. At this time, the elves seemed to have spotted the hare, and they all looked in the direction of their vision. Is it discovered? The giant mountain looked tight. Nightwalker took a bite of blood and said casually. Don't worry. This is just a hare, they won't care, and how can elves attack animals? He didn't finish his words. Because of the few elves in the field of vision, I suddenly became excited. They drew out various weapons and rushed towards the field of vision quickly. I saw a spear flying towards the field of vision. Soon, the picture turned black when it went red. Giant mountain. Nightwalker. The corners of the Nightwalker's mouth twitched. His expression changed a bit, gritted his teeth and said. Unexpectedly, my beast would be discovered by the other party. It seems that the other party's control of the fairy forest is more terrifying than I thought. But, I have one last trick. He waved his hand again, his vision suddenly changed and turned into a high altitude. This is the last animal sent by me, it's a mountain eagle. The Nightwalker said with a calm face. Their vision moved downward, and the two gradually saw the picture in the forest clearly. The picture kept moving, and gradually, they saw the remains of failing Chui. Amidst the emerald green, it was extremely lively. They saw a group of ants-like elves moving in the ruins, repairing this ancient city. Looking around, there are hundreds of people. Many elves. Giant Mountain took a deep breath. And the Nightwalker saw another thing. The temple. There is a temple. He saw the temple in the emerald green. From the outside, this temple is a bit of a human temple, but it is not clear what kind of it belongs to. However, this also shows one thing. In the forest of elves, there is indeed a handwriting of the true god. Mountain Eagle's vision gradually changed, and the figure of World Tree came into the eyes of the two. As in the impression, the World Tree is still withered, but under the World Tree, a shocking city has appeared. Father God is on. When did this city pop up? Overlooking the fairy town built by the players, the giant mountain was stunned. What a beautiful city. The Nightwalker's eyes lit up. This city is full of fairy nature, but at the same time it has many architectural styles that have not been seen before. They are perfectly combined to make the whole city look like an excellent work of art. Wait, what's that? Suddenly, the half-orc saw a few elves around the campfire. The Nightwalker's heart moved, and the picture in his field of vision was slightly enlarged. That is a few elves sitting around the campfire and barbecue, and the barbecue on the campfire is a mountain deer. The Nightwalker fell silent. Because he recognized it, this is one of his beasts. And seeing the elves grilling venison, Jushan was shocked. Elves actually eat meat. Nightwalker's expression gradually became solemn. After a while, he sighed and said. That's right, behind the fairy forest, I am afraid that there is indeed a new hidden. Only the true can change the habits of a race forcibly. These elves, I am afraid they are following the new true god. Not only that, but the style of these temples is also unprecedented. It seems that the beliefs of those with long ears can still be changed. In the world of Segus, the temples of the true gods are all unique. In many cases, you can judge which belongs to based on the appearance of the temple. But the style of the temple they saw was something they had never seen before. Plus the change in the elves' temperament. There is nothing more telling the truth than this. At this moment, the picture suddenly shook, and it was red again, plunged into darkness. The two fell silent. After a while, the Nightwalker stood up. My investigation should have been discovered by the other party. But, well, I am willing to visit. Jushan heard it, his expression tightened. Do you want to go in person? Nightwalker smiled. www.novel.com looks proud. I am the favored one of God the Father, and I can be considered a small and powerful person, don't worry. Fairy Forest. The black dragon Miral held a mountain eagle in his mouth, swallowed it, and ate the bird's feathers. It's terrible, much worse than barbecue. After finished, it glanced at the temple strangely. What the evil asked me to catch birds for. However, it quickly stopped caring, and flew to a few barbecue players. Seeing the huge black shadow that suddenly descended, the players were already familiar with it. They all pleased. Oh! It turned out to be Lord Miral. Wait a minute. The venison is still a bit hotter. Lord Black Dragon, let me tell you, this venison is delicious. There have been many such animals in the forest in the last couple of days, and the taste is much more delicious than ordinary monsters. Yes. This is the best game. Bake fast. Give the fattest thighs to Master Miral in a while. Miral listened, and the dragon's face floated with satisfaction. But soon, he straightened up his face. Huh. Cruel guy. I just passed by and have no interest in your food. After finished speaking, he slapped his lips and added. Deer legs taste better after sprinkling with honey. Player. In the sky. Eve was also relieved to see the mountain eagle being killed. I didn't expect to attract other people's attention. Fortunately, they didn't see Basaka. It seems, the fairy forest must not be kept secret. You have to think of a way to put on a vest for yourself. Chapter 110 Soul Dominates. In the southeast area of the fairy forest, Benben is exploring with his battle team. The box lunch is big, now the major guilds are looking for Rivendell, why don't we go? Some players asked curiously. Bento was silent for a moment and said. There is no mission. No mission. The remaining players were stunned. But soon, they realized that the box lunch meant that the goddess had not given any related tasks. One of the team members sighed. The box lunch is big, I don't think you have to follow the mission instructions given by the goddess every time. This game has a high degree of freedom. We can explore according to our own actions. What if we can receive a hidden plot? Bento was silent for a moment, and then said. We have accepted the task, we should finish it well. Player. Box lunch is not wrong, they took the task of finding the orc stronghold from Alice, indeed finding the stronghold is the priority. It's just, knowing that I know that all the players on the forum are looking for Rivendell, and the legendary city in the mouth of the NPCs is so mysterious that they will inevitably be affected. It won't be long. Box lunch again dropped another sentence, jumped to the front. Several team members looked at each other and had to follow. They are already close to the edge of the fairy forest. According to the information obtained from the elves of the Flame tribe, it is estimated that they will soon be able to find traces of the orcs. In fact, if it weren't for the black dragon Miral who insisted on justice and was unwilling to lead the way, the players would have touched the orcs long ago. While on the move, suddenly, the lunch stopped. His expression became very serious in an instant. What happened? Seeing the captain who was like an enemy, other players suddenly became alert. Someone approaches, the other person is very strong. Bento said in a deep voice. Several other players listened, and their expressions became solemn in an instant. Box lunch is a hunter class. Recently he has just exchanged the ability to detect aura, coupled with his original superconsciousness, the early warning ability is very strong. When box lunch, it will never be targeted. Slap, slap, slap. Just as several people were alert, there was an elegant applause in front of them. A slender figure slowly appeared in front of them. Handsome white face, scarlet eyes, black single ponytail, and the black robe that never wrinkles. Is a night walker. Yes, very vigilant. He waved slightly, a goblet full of blood appeared in his hand, and he said with a sip. For a while, the faces of the players became solemn. Because they didn't even perceive this person's approach. At this time, they once again marveled at the perception of the box lunch. After being vigilant, they gradually got excited again. Is this a new NPC? Do you want to trigger the hidden plot? Nightwalkers are powerful. Not only that, as the blood of a self-proclaimed noble race, they are also very good in dress and behavior. In layman's terms, it is very cool and pretending. His appearance really stopped a few players and gave them a glimmer of imagination. Box Lunch also had slightly bright eyes, and said solemnly, "Who is your excellency?" The Night Walker was a little surprised. The characteristics of the blood race are still outstanding, but these elves did not recognize themselves. Not only that, after he showed up, he did not hide his strong aura anymore, but apart from being vigilant, the elves on the opposite side were not afraid of fear. On the contrary, they seemed to be a little excited. What an ignorant and strange elf. Nightwalker's mouth was filled with a smile, and his scarlet eyes burst into a deep red light. His voice could not be refuted. I order you, tell me where you came from, and who is behind you. What is he planning? A vague mental fluctuation spread out from the Nightwalker, and directly rushed into the brains of several people. Soul domination. This is the mind control magic of Nightwalkers, which directly affects the soul. Anyone whose soul power is lower than him will become his puppet. However, the Nightwalker was surprised that what he ushered in was not the surrender of a few people, but a foolish expression on his face. Why let us surrender? Why are we telling you this? Nightwalker. Actually, it was invalid. His eyes widened, very surprised. Is this NPC stupid? Looking at his sluggish expression, a player mumbled. Nightwalker's face darkened. He snorted softly, and his whole body turned into a phantom. Be careful. Benben's face changed. Before a few players could react, the hapless guy who spoke last was strangled by the Nightwalker who suddenly rushed up. Several players looked at them with a serious expression, and quickly took out their weapons to attack the Nightwalkers, but the Nightwalkers only slightly raised their hands to block their attacks. So strong. The players were horrified. You should know that the average level of the lunch squad is definitely the highest among all players. They looked at each other, nodded, turned around and slid. Can't beat it and run. There is no such thing as a hard bar for players. Not to mention that the number of perfect resurrections is decreasing. Every life is very important to them. Even the box lunch hesitantly glanced at the player caught by the Nightwalker, and also chose to escape. Gord, sorry, the hidden plot is left to you. Before he escaped, he spoke loudly to the captured player. Gord. Seeing the few people who were about to run away, a trace of sarcasm appeared in the Nightwalker's expression. I saw him snorting coldly, and countless black bats were released from him, entangled all the escaped players, and bite them. And the players were shocked to find that their body gradually lost control under the bite of the bat. They stiffened and fell to the ground. Bento's expression changed, and he drew out the dagger to wipe out the bats that rushed up one by one, but after bringing down other players, all the bats attacked him alone. Even if it was him, after holding on for a while, he slowly fell down. www.novel.com. Bento gritted his teeth, raised his dagger and struck his arm with blood. But even so, he didn't get rid of this stiffness. After bringing down all the players, the bat returned to the body of the Nightwalker. This is his incarnation of a bat, capable of secreting a special toxin of the blood family, numbing the body of the target exposed to the toxin, and eventually losing control. This is also a toxin commonly used by the blood race when hunting for blood supply objects. Even if it's a box lunch, I can't get free. Nightwalker was very satisfied. He turned his attention away and looked at the player who was caught by himself. The player named Hulu looked at the teammates who were brought down with a helpless expression. However, his face was not afraid, but looked at the Nightwalker with pure and curious eyes. Okay. According to Damasia's experience, when he is caught, proper cooperation can inspire hidden plot. Nightwalker. Hulu's obedient expression made him even more surprised, and even shivered abruptly. Ignorant and fearless, and a little disgusting strange spirit. He squinted his eyes, and displayed soul domination again. This time, the target was only Hulu. However, his spiritual magic is like falling into the sea, without movement. Is immune to spiritual magic. Nightwalker murmured. His heart moved, his eyes became scarlet again. Tell me your secrets, and, just now you mentioned what the hidden mission is. This time, he gave up spiritual magic. Instead, I chose psychological cues that directly affect consciousness. Chapter 111 Favorite of Death. This time, the psychological hints of the Nightwalkers did not let go. I saw Hulu's eyes widened, and his eyes gradually became hollow. That is a symptom that the psychological hint is about to succeed. Nightwalker is very satisfied. Immunity to spiritual magic, but psychological hints are okay, which shows that their souls are problematic. It may be that their souls are protected. However, just when he thought his psychological suggestion was about to succeed, Hulu rolled his eyes and his head leaned aside softly. Nightwalker. What's the situation? He was taken aback for a moment. Listening to the even breathing, the Nightwalker's expression became very exciting. Sleep, fell asleep. How can you fall asleep in this situation? What he casts is not a sleep spell. The Nightwalker's expression sank. He snorted coldly and punched Calabash in the jaw. But the other party still has no response. Is not pretending to be asleep, but really asleep. Nightwalker's brows gradually frowned. He looked at several other players again, and several people met with him and smiled in a jealousy. Seeing a few people, they were not afraid, nor did they have the slightest surprise for the sleeping elves. The Nightwalker moved in his heart. Tell me, what happened to him? He looked at several players. What else can I do? The connection is dropped. One of them said casually. Dropped. What does that mean? The Nightwalker was confused. However, he has determined that the other elves seem to know something. So, he decisively once again showed them psychological hints. Tell me, who is the power behind you? What is the conspiracy? However, what made him angry but not surprisingly, after being exposed to psychological cues, the remaining few people also rolled their eyes and slept over. Nightwalker's expression is very ugly. I can't be immune to psychological hints, but there seems to be some self-protection ability. Will I fall into a weird sleep early when I am hinted? Being able to use this ability on every elf, it seems, the other party's soul attainment is quite superb. It is very likely that it is the favored one of death. A trace of enlightenment rose in the heart of the night traveler. With a wave of his hand, he was about to wipe out the sleeping elves, but suddenly he stopped. He smelled a very attractive fragrance. Nightwalker raised his eyebrows, followed the scent, and found that the source was a wound on the bent arm. Blood. Is there anything special? Nightwalker's eyes became very deep in an instant. Blood is inseparable from blood, and needs to the blood of other lives to maintain its own state every once in a while. High-quality blood is the supreme pursuit of every blood family. He licked the corner of his mouth, came to the lunchbox, stretched out his slender fingers, stained with a trace of blood, and sent it into his mouth. The blood entrance, the Nightwalker's eyes instantly brightened. His expression became extremely intoxicated in an instant. What a mellow blood. At this moment, his eyes on the elves changed again. Although the blood of the silver race is said to be extremely rich and delicious in the clan, but I didn't expect the blood of these elves to be so outstanding, even if it is the fine wine treasured by the dukes. Is it just so? Such high-quality blood, what exactly are these elves? Not only that, I seem to smell the breath of life. Nightwalker's eyes gradually became hot. At this moment, the elves in his eyes are no longer just elves, but also top-quality ingredients. No, it's a good blood slave. Hesitated a little, he took out a small red ring from his arms, and chanted a spell in his heart. And following his spell, a light burst out from the body of Bento, and then his body slowly disappeared. Unfortunately, the space ring is too small for one person. The Nightwalker feels sorry. This ring is his storage ring, and there is a magic that supports the survival of creatures, which can keep the creatures living in it for 24 hours. Nightwalker has decided to capture an elf as his long-term blood slave. As for the rest, he looked at the elves who fell on the ground, and shook his head regretfully. There is no way to bring more people. But it can't be wasted. Nightwalker came to a player, lifted him up, then opened his mouth and bit the opponent's neck. The red blood entrance, the Nightwalker's expression became extremely contented and intoxicated. He felt that he had never tasted such delicious blood in his life. At the entrance of the blood, he could even feel that his bottleneck was faintly loosened. Is really amazing blood. Nightwalker's eyes are getting brighter. Tasty. He nodded. Delicious. Is really delicious. However, he quickly reacted, and his expression suddenly became horrified. Who is it? The Nightwalker quickly let go, and jumped up from the spot. When he raised his head, he saw a strange figure appeared in front of him. It was a woman in a black robe, with dark gray hair and red eyes like him. However, unlike the Nightwalker's vertical pupils, the opponent's eyes are human-like. And as soon as he saw each other, the Nightwalker recognized the identity of the woman. The favorite of death. His expression is extremely serious. As the beloved of winter and hunting, Nightwalkers have an extremely clear perception of divine power. The other party has not concealed the aura of death divine power on his body, so he is undoubtedly a true favored one. And, very strong. Nightwalkers have always been keen, but they did not perceive the approach of the opponent. High-level professionals. She is a high-level professional like herself. Not only that, if I fight her, I am afraid I will lose. Various thoughts flashed across the Nightwalker's mind, and soon gave up the idea of fighting. His vigilant expression changed suddenly, turning into a spring breeze smile. I saw him gracefully salute the favored death. Good afternoon, respect the beautiful lady. The favored of death seemed to be surprised by his greeting, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Her eyes scanned the ground in a circle. www.novel.com. Her voice was cold. The favored ones take the initiative to attack and kill the dependents of other true gods. Do they want to start a war between the true gods? Hearing her words, the Nightwalker's eyelids twitched. As expected. There really is a behind these elves. And, it really is of death. It seems that the speculation under the crown of the true is good, and the of death really made it. No, wrong. Suddenly, the Nightwalker's heart moved, and his eyes gradually narrowed. Wrong. She was actually inducing me by saying this. Those elves don't have the breath of death, on the contrary, there is a smell of life. This true god, I am afraid it is not the true god. As if opening a window, the Nightwalker suddenly felt that he had discovered the truth. His eyes brightened, but a trace of understanding rose in his heart. From God. It must be from God. The migrating elves, the strange temple, the new god. Must be. The of death cultivated a slave who is related to the priesthood of life in the forest of spirits. This is the only way to explain why the elves have changed their temperament. And the favored one of the of death is actually covering the other party. I am afraid that this respected has not yet mastered the priesthood, or that he has not even mastered the complete life priesthood. The other party must be in a rather weak state. Otherwise, it is impossible to hide. And the purpose of Reaper is also very clear. According to the true gods, that priest in the underworld is not complete. I am afraid I want to improve my priesthood. In an instant, the Nightwalker figured everything out. Chapter 112. I am going to make a great contribution. Already had cares in his heart, and the Nightwalker had a retreat. He looked at the other person's unkind expression, spread his hands slightly. Honorable lady, I didn't hurt them, they fell asleep by themselves. After said, he smiled again. Please convey the most sincere greetings to the crown of the newborn for me. The priesthood of life is a high-level priest with the potential of the main god. May the of death be able to gain something under the crown. Hearing what he said, Eve's eyebrows were raised slightly. Are you threatening me? Nightwalker smiled again. He did not answer, but took a sip of blood from the goblet, and said lightly. The favored one is the eye of the true god. After finishing speaking, he gave Eve a meaningful look, and his figure slowly disappeared. Eve did not chase. She understood what the other person meant, and her expression was a little weird. Greetings to the crown of the newborn, and the priesthood of life. Is this thinking that a new true has appeared in the fairy forest? After knowing his crisis situation, Eve did pretend to be in this regard. Her earliest plan was to put on the death vest. But in the process of execution, she found that the most she possessed the death orb was to use the breath of the death god's power to cover her feet. After all, the of death power in the orb is so much, use a little less. In this case, the abuse of food is okay, but if she really fights against a powerful existence that exceeds the strength of her incarnation, or a favored person, she is likely to expose her true divine power. In that case, the vest of the favored death is broken, and the gain is not worth the loss. This is also the first reason Eve will release overnight travelers. Although she is wearing a vest, if she kills a night walker who is a subordinate of gold and is a favored one, it is likely to expose the true situation of Ural herself. However, after knowing that he did not inherit the seat of the world tree in the pantheon, Eve had the idea of a second vest. That is to pretend to be a newborn true god. The player's special, blue star-style temple, these things can actually be misleading to a certain extent. And Eve's plan was to combine the first vest and pretend to be a newborn true with the banner of death. In this case, she can completely disguise her avatar as her favored one, and come as she wants. The most difficult part of this plan is how to make the outside world believe in your identity. But now it seems. He seems to have completed the identity that I want to pretend for me. I don't know if I should comment on whether he is smart or stupid. Thinking of the determined look of the Nightwalker just now, Eve looked strange. Not only that, he even threatened me directly with the priesthood of life. Please convey my sincere regards to the newborn crown. The priesthood of life is a high-level priest with the potential of the main god. May the of death be able to gain something. The phrase Nightwalker actually has two meanings. The first meaning of is to show that you have seen through the truth in the forest of elves, that is, a new true related to the priesthood of life was born, and that he is still the of death. The second meaning is the great potential of the priesthood of life, reminding the of death to be careful of overturning. After all, the priesthood of the of death and the priesthood of life are actually equal. If you want to support a subordinate who is equivalent to the priesthood, you will likely be backlashed by the other party, not to mention that the imperfection of the death priesthood of Hela is an open secret among the gods. To put it bluntly, it is to sow discord between the of death and the new god. It is a pity that although the content of his guess is very close to the truth, the core part is quite different. However, this is also up to Eve to decide, and let him go for the time being. After all, it is more advantageous for Eve to have an enemy who conveys the wrong message. This is the second reason she puts overnight travelers. It is best to spread all the truth among the believers in Ular. Such a word, although it will attract the attention of some legends, demigods, and even true gods, it is still 100 times stronger than exposing the world tree recovery. Sometimes, the best way to hide a secret is to expose another false secret to the enemy. Anyway, the locator has been brought along. This guy came from the southeast. It is estimated that he is stationed in a tribe of orcs, just right, set down. Eve smiled slightly. 1 yard into 1 yard, the orc tribe is definitely going to be destroyed. Nightwalker, if you can pack it together, pack it together. It's just that it's not the beloved of the death god to destroy it, but the benefactor of the new to destroy it. In this case, the struggle is just the struggle between the weak divine powers of the two gods, and it will not attract more attention from the true gods. The struggle between faith and gods is inevitable. But war between gods is a concept, war between gods is a concept, and war between believers is another concept. There are also reasons. The new god, the elves have been incorporated, and the elves who awakened new beliefs want to avenge the half-orcs, but the true push them behind. As long as it doesn't make a big noise, many times the main will open one eye and close the other. There is a greater system behind Ural, and Eve is not sure to resist them. However, relying on Eve's understanding of Ular's acting style during this time, she doubted whether the other party would conceal the truth about the newborn god. After all, his purpose is the priesthood of life and nature. And if he knew that this new was weak, he would definitely have an idea. In that case, it is better. Just wait for the other party to deliver food slowly. Although he is still cautious now, Eve is not the same Eve when he just recovered. Thinking of this, she looked at the players who fell on the ground. Eve's expression gradually became serious. Just now, she forcibly cut off the network cable of the players. Although players whose souls are on the blue star can ignore all soul-like spells www.novel.com, there is no way to avoid the psychological hints. This is also the biggest weakness of the Chosen. What Eve can do is to warn in advance and cut off contact. This weakness is fatal and we must find a way to make it up. Otherwise, if one day a legion composed of players engages with the enemy and the opponent collectively gives out psychological hints, it will be very serious. Eve sighed, feeling his brain hurt. There are advantages and disadvantages in everything. Fortunately, the existence that can collectively issue psychological cues is far from being accessible to players now. A single hint: if you can carry it, Eve will help with it; if you can't carry it, it will be disconnected in advance. For the time being, just so. Eve shook his head, snapped his fingers, and then slowly disappeared. After Eve left, the players woke up leisurely. "I'll go, finally online." "What age are you still offline?" "This server is a bit scumbag." "Ah. Where's the person?" "The person is gone." "Oh." The connection was dropped at a critical moment. "My hidden story." "Ah, where is the box lunch?" "The edge of the fairy forest." The Nightwalker fled for a few kilometers at once, and he was relieved after he was sure that the Death God's favorites had not caught up. Then, his nervous expression gradually became indifferent again. Hee, I didn't catch up. It seems that the of death and the new are not so harmonious. The nail has been buried. As long as there is no harmony, the true will have a chance. After said, his expression became excited. This time, it seems that I am going to make a big contribution. Chapter 113 Totem Guardian. The Nightwalker is very excited. The blood race is difficult to be promoted, and he has been in the lower position of gold for too many years. One of the important reasons for becoming the favored one of Ural is that he wants to gain powerful power. And now, he finally saw this possibility. The magical blood, plus the care of the true god, haha. It seems that I'm one step closer to being a duke. Nightwalker thought happily while rushing to the Orc tribe. However, on the way back, he stopped. His excitement gradually calmed down, but his expression gradually condensed. Something's wrong. He took out his storage ring, his handsome and pale face was uncertain. It's impossible for her to not notice that I hijacked an elf, but why didn't she stop me? The fairy forest is so vast, why can't she arrive so quickly after I attacked the fairy? At this time, a bright light flashed in the heart of the Nightwalker. He sneered with a hum, summoned the hidden box lunch from the ring space and threw it on the ground. Can it be tracked? Almost fooled. These elves, if I can complete the mission of the true god, I have a chance to hunt. There is no need to rush for a while. If it exposes my whereabouts, it will not be good. He took a deep breath, comforted himself in pain, and returned to the Orc tribe. As soon as he returned to the tribe, the Nightwalker found that the tribe of half-orcs was very lively. He frowned slightly, and saw a dozen carriages staying on the side of the cave tribe. The carriage was full of goods, and there was a human mercenary in armor around, and many half-orcs crowded beside the carriage, holding furs and animal teeth and several costumes guarded by the mercenaries. What humans are arguing about? Further away, there are several strong orc warriors holding an elf girl, talking with an aristocrat who is clearly the leader of humanity. A smuggling caravan of the Sauron family. Looking at a certain sign on the carriage, the look of the Nightwalker was clear. The Sauron family is a consortium family in human society, relying on smuggling trade for a living. They smuggle magic materials and various rare magic items between several human countries all the year round. At the same time, they also carry out part-time human trade of some intelligent races. Their caravan passes through here once every summer, and by the way they trade with the cave tribe. Generally speaking, they will use some of the daily necessities of the human society to exchange the fur and teeth in the hands of the orcs, and they will also trade the elves hunted by the orcs for food and common currency. Nightwalker looked at it a few more times, and then he paid no attention, but returned to the central tent of the cave tribe. Seeing the Ular idol placed in the middle of the big tent, the Nightwalker's expression became somewhat restrained. He coughed twice, bowed down to the statue, and prayed devoutly. Under the crown of the true god, the Nightwalker has already explored the forest of the elves, and now he will report the important news to him. After finished the speech, the idol suddenly burst into a radiant light, and surrounded him with great sacred majesty. The chief priest of Giant Mountain, who had already received the news, came quickly. When he saw the Nightwalker surrounded by the holy light, his expression suddenly became reverent and awe. He knows that this is the Nightwalker who has received the favor of the true and is directly communicating with the true god. The favored. This is the favored. You don't need any magic circle, just pray to get the answer from the true god. Looking at the Nightwalker who was full of fascinating atmosphere, the expression of Jushan was full of envy and yearning. However, he quickly adjusted his mentality and bowed down in the direction of the god. Jushan couldn't hear what the Nightwalker said to the Father God, but he could clearly feel the spirit of the Nightwalker body getting stronger and stronger, but the divine power that overflowed in the great tent was extremely soft. This shows, Father God is extremely satisfied with the news he reported. What did he find in the fairy forest? Giant Mountain is getting more and more curious. Finally, the Nightwalker and the gods have finished communicating. The light in the big tent slowly dissipated, and at the same moment, Jushan heard the majestic and heavy voice of the father. The cave tribe, assist the Nightwalker with all his strength. After, the idol returned to normal. Oracle. Oracle again. The giant mountain looked excited. He pressed down the doubt in his heart, and replied devoutly. Giant Mountain. Follow the oracle. Got a response from Giant Mountain, and the idol finally returned to normal. Giant Mountain slowly got up, he looked at the energetic Nightwalker, his expression excited. Earl, you. Nightwalker nodded, smiled, and said. Giant Mountain, now there is a chance to get a favor, would you like to do it together? God's favor. Jushan's eyes lit up, and then respectfully asked. What did you find in the forest? What do we need to help you do? Nightwalker narrowed his eyes and said. As we have seen before, there is indeed a newborn true in the fairy forest, and it is very likely that it is the new who is looking for under the crown of the true god. Not only that, this true should also be the of death, but his condition should be very weak and he has not mastered the priesthood. His priesthood is probably related to the priesthood of life, not to mention complete inheritance, but at least part of it. Hearing the words of the Nightwalker, the look of the giant mountain changed greatly. Do you mean that one in the underworld stole the priesthood of the world tree and tried to support a slave god? Only the of death who has the underworld like a tortoiseshell can dare to directly attack the world tree behind the gods. The Nightwalker smiled softly, with a certain expression. There are 9 out of 10. After finished, he licked his lips. This is an opportunity for the true gods. It is also an opportunity for you and me. After said, he stood up, his expression frenzied. I have reported everything to the true god, and he decided to drop the totem guardian of the demigod power to strike a fatal blow to the forces in the fairy forest. Directly descend the demigod level totem guardian. Jushan's expression changed drastically. Totem guardian is Ural's divine envoy, the oak tree guard whose status is comparable to the world tree, and the faith angel of the true of mankind. This is really a big deal. For thousands of years, the magic of the world of Segus has become more and more sluggish. The gods are no longer walking on the ground, and at most they can only rely on lowering their avatars or envoys to deal with mortal matters. But the power to descend to the demigod level across borders is also very expensive, not to mention that believers need to spend a lot of resources for preliminary preparations, and every time they cross borders, it is also a huge consumption for the true God. It seems that this time God the Father is really bound to win the priesthood of life. The giant mountain looks enthusiastic. www.novel.com. Actually, Euler is worried. The new is located in the fairy forest, and it is very likely to steal the life priesthood of the world tree. This is undoubtedly a great offense to him who has long regarded the priesthood of life as something in his bag. Not only that, as time goes by, the new will definitely control the priesthood better and better, and the strength will become stronger and stronger, not to mention that there is death behind it. But fortunately, the new is hiding in hiding, indicating that he is still very weak. The reason why he dare not show up must be that his strength is too weak to protect his priesthood. This is Ural's opportunity. He didn't intend to stab this matter out, nor did he intend to let other godsends take action, but decided to directly drop the most trusted Totem Guardian. Totem Guardian is Ural's right-hand man. At a critical moment, Euler can even sacrifice them to achieve his goddess. But after hearing the words of the Nightwalker, the giant mountain looked tangled. Our tribe doesn't have enough resources to support the coming of the Guardian. What's the matter here? The Nightwalker smiled slightly and looked at the castle on the back mountain. Didn't you mention that there was a dragon's nest in Hoshan before? Although it is only a young dragon, the accumulated wealth must be enough. In addition, isn't the Sauron caravan just here? They were smuggling magic materials among the various kingdoms. They must have plenty of goods. They used the dragon's wealth to purchase a batch of resources from them. Can this happen? Jushan's eyes lit up. Anyway, the black dragon Miral is also dead. Isn't its wealth the wealth of the Orcs? Chapter 114 Angry Black Dragon. Fairy Forest. The black dragon Miral lay bored in his den, looking at the two players grilling beside him, and said lazily, "Hurry up. Master Miral is already very hungry. Its nest is no longer the dirt pit that I digged in the first place. Is a small fortress built by Xiao Xianmiao using the power of wealth to gather guild members for it." Considering the black dragon's habits, the players made the dragon nest look like a castle. At least, it looks like this outside. And inside, is covered with shiny decorations. These decorations are all deducted by Xiao Xianmiao from the equipment redeemed in the contribution mall by using the contribution they received, so that a lot of players will be violent. By the way, money is power. However, not to mention the quality of the equipment provided by the mall, the special effects are indeed gorgeous. Is not a real baby, but the shiny luster is enough to be in the eyes of the black dragon. At least, it makes sense to barely replace gems and gold coins. Muriel expressed his satisfaction, and seeing these strange long ears is also pleasing to the eye. Okay. Although these guys are cruel and evil, they are a good choice if they can be reclaimed as family members. At least, they are much more capable than the silly orcs. Those guys don't put honey on their barbecue. Okay. Miral is definitely not for barbecue. Little Black Dragon shook his head and thought. It glanced at the two players who were grilling, and continued to urge. Hurry up. Whoever cooks it first, Master Miral will reward him with a sip of water. Hearing these words, the eyes of the two players lit up, and their hands moved faster. Looking at the two more hard-working players, the Black Dragon Miral was very satisfied. It raised its head arrogantly, looking sullenly. These greedy and pathetic guys, Master Miral can buy them with just a sip. Miral is so smart and great. What the little black dragon doesn't know is, the worthless dragon's mouth and its eyes is actually a good magic material. For the mage, ambergris is quite precious. Since some players collected the black dragon's saliva and exchanged it for amazing benefits from the elf mage of the flame tribe, Miral's saliva has become a hot commodity. Just give it grilled meat, you can change to ambergris. How easy barbecue is. This is simply a benefit. So, more and more players licked their faces to grill for the little black dragon, roasting them all day long, and they almost raised Miral as a pig. Gradually, the players became more courageous. Someone asked Miral if he could provide some dragon blood. Of course, the player who was questioning was kicked by Miral on the spot. Saliva is enough. Want the blood of Lord Miral? Dreaming. When Xiao Xianmiao came to the black dragon, Miral was eating. She looked at Miral's figure, chuckled and said, Rymir, have you eaten fat in the last 2 days? Black dragon Miral flicked his tail, glanced at Xiao Xianmiao, and said lazily, You want to call me Lord Miral? However, despite that, it was not angry at Xiao Xianmiao directly calling it by its name. These days, Xiao Xianmiao's efforts were not in vain, and she barely got acquainted with Xiao Heilong. At least, ordinary conversation is no problem. In addition, the dragon nest was also prepared by Xiao Xianmao, and even those shining small objects were provided by Xiao Xianmao. The black dragon Miral was quite polite to her. A smile appeared in Xiao Xianmiao's eyes after listening to Miral. She took out a large homemade brush from behind, came to Miral's side in a familiar way, and brushed the scales on her body. Feeling the regular scrubbing in Xiao Xianmiao's vigor, the black dragon Miral narrowed his eyes comfortably. Comfortable. This kind of treatment is really comfortable. Sometimes, it almost forgets that he is actually a prisoner. Okay. Although these strange long ears are cruel and evil, the level of serving the dragon is incomparable to the naive half-orcs. Miral enjoys it very much. Looking at its happy expression, Xiao Xianmiao brushed his back and smiled. Then, Master Miral, how are you thinking about it? Hearing these words, Miral's expression gradually faded. It grunted and raised the proud dragon head. Master Miral is a righteous dragon, no matter how you seduce me, I will not become a servant of the evil god. Ha ha. Enjoy enjoyment. But if you really think that it is easy to get on a thief like this, it is impossible. It is a dragon of justice. Xiao Xianmiao was not angry about Heilong, but continued to clean the skin, and said, But, you have been with us for so many days. From your observation, are we really evil? Hearing Xiao Xianmiao's words, the black dragon Miral was silent. Are the long ears really evil? Through these days of observation, to be honest, it's also a bit uncertain. Except for the battle on the first day, it never saw these strange guys fall into bloodthirsty and crazy. Not only that, they are like hard-working little bees, always busy in the town, building their homes. In addition, the long ears are also quite harmonious, and Miral has not even seen the long ears fight. You know, this is commonplace in a tribe of orcs. Of course, it doesn't know that this is because once after the player PK destroyed a house, Eve forbids players from PK in the main city. I think, at least compared to half-orcs, we are far from evil. Seeing Miral's silence, Xiao Xianmao continued. Hearing these words, Miral was immediately dissatisfied. This is just what you said alone. In my opinion, www.novel.com, they are indeed not as smart and capable as you, but they are honest and honest. I don't believe they are really as evil as you say. After hearing Heilung's words, Xiao Xianmiao felt helpless. This dragon, really stubborn. While she was thinking about how to continue to persuade, suddenly, the black dragon Miral stood up from the lair. Xiao Xianmiao was taken aback and hurriedly backed out. I saw that the little black dragon suddenly became very impatient, his eyes were red, and he was panting hard, seeming to be in anger. What's wrong with you? Xiao Xianmiao asked carefully. Black dragon Miral did not answer. It jumped out of the den where it had been lying down for several days, and roared to the sky. Who is it? I touched Master Miral's treasure. Was moved. Its treasure left in the castle has been moved. Just now, it sensed that all its magic to protect the treasure was destroyed. I saw Miral take a deep breath and sing a mellow dragon language. A necklace hanging around its neck slowly rises. This necklace is a magic tool given to it by its adoptive father, and it is also a backhand left by it, able to monitor its treasure. I saw the necklace blooming with a faint halo, transforming the scene of the castle in front of Miral. In the screen, one by one half-orcs are constantly moving the gold and silver treasures it has kept for a long time out of the castle. Mariel. In an instant, the little black dragon was furious. Damn it. These mean. Despicable. Shameless. Cunning. Evil bastards. Rua. Lord Miral must eat you. Chapter 115 Human Caravan. These bandits. Conman. They even dared to steal the treasure of Master Mariel while Master Mariel was away. The little black dragon is very angry, and the consequences are serious. It did not hesitate, and immediately flapped its wings and flew, rushing back to its castle to protect its treasure to the death. But when it just rushed out of the town, a familiar and hateful voice rang in its mind. If you want to make someone else's dragon-slaying legend, just go back by yourself. Miral stopped physically. It looked in the direction of the temple, eyes red. What do you mean? The voice sighed. The celestial being of winter and hunting is here. He has the strength of a lower rank. My dependents have already met him. Favored. Miral's pupils shrank slightly. After seeing Eve's methods, it was already afraid of the power of the true God. Since they dare to move your things, they must not be afraid of your return. Maybe they are waiting for your return. The title of Dragon Slayer is an honor to many intelligent creatures. Eve continued to flicker. Although he thinks the truth is probably that the orcs thought that Miral was dead before moving it, but flicking the little black dragon should be enough. They dare. Miral will definitely eat them. The little black dragon said angrily. I think Euler's interest in dragons is higher than mine. If it arouses his interest. Think about it. His priesthood, but with hunting. Eve continued. Actually, although the Nightwalker is a golden inferior, but Miral is a dragon. The dragon is almost invincible of the same level, and the frontal combat ability of the blood race has always been weak. If the little black dragon confronts him, Eve is probably a little bit of a catastrophe if the Nightwalker does not use his divine power, at least there is no problem to escape. But, this might as well Eve use Euler to scare it. Hearing these words, the little black dragon suddenly withered. It remembered the humiliation and fear of being caught by this evil god. This kind of experience, it doesn't want to do it again. I and Ural are mortal enemies. If you surrender to me, I will send the beloved and let them find the treasure with you. The masks of the orcs have been torn apart. I don't think you think they are any kind creatures now. Like believers, I think you can imagine the temperament of Ural. Eve continued to flicker. After hearing his words, Miral was silent. To be honest, this evil treats it pretty well. If you change to a true god, Muriel really can't be sure what will happen to him. What's more, those half-orcs actually got their ideas on its treasure. Creatures who dare to steal the dragon's treasure are the dragon's enemies. It really misread those guys. Maybe, this mysterious true is right, it was deceived by the orcs. Think again that after this true caught it, apart from restricting its range of activities, it was never used to be strong, but to let it live a leisurely life in a small town where someone would please someone to please someone massage. Compare with the life before. Muriel moved slightly. It seems, also okay. If you can find the treasure for me, it's not that Muriel can't be on your side. The little black dragon turned away and said proudly. Of course. Eve smiled. Was confirmed by the true god, and Muriel was relieved. It struggled for a while, and finally made a decision. I saw the little black dragon flying down from the sky, bowing his head in the direction of the idol. So. Under the crown of the true god, please tell Muriel your real name. Eve Uctrahir. The ethereal and divine voice resounded in Muriel's heart. Uctrahil. Muriel was taken aback. Uctrahil, this name, how familiar. Muriel murmured. Uctrahil. Suddenly, the little black dragon raised his head, his face was full of excitement and shock. The World Tree. You are the World Tree. The World Tree against the evil black dragon Nidhogg. When the box lunch woke up again, I found myself tightly bound with a string, and even my mouth was sealed with a cloth strip. He frowned slightly, subconsciously trying to break free, but found that the rope seemed very special and could restrain his power. And when he looked around, he found himself locked in a space like a cargo box. It was dark all around, and the whole space was still shaking slightly. The cargo box is made of wood and there are gaps to see the outside. Box lunch leaned over, and through the gap, I saw a forest outside, and the scenery kept moving backward. At the same time, you can see several heavily armed human mercenaries, guarding the cargo box. Cargo box. Carriage. Humanity. His heart moved. At this time, there was a rustling noise around him. Bentao turned his head vigilantly and saw another petite figure. That was another female elf who was tied up. She was leaning on the cargo aside and fell asleep, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. NPC. Bento frowned slightly. He was silent for a moment, closed his eyes, and opened the chat interface in the game system. And when he entered the interface, he found that his information had exploded, and it was all sent by the team members. The box lunch is big. Where are you? It was not the strange guy we bumped into and caught it, right? The box lunch is huge, I will reply after it goes online. The black dragon was subdued by the goddess, and it is going to take everyone to destroy the stronghold of the orcs. Captain, there is a new main mission. Let's pick up the task first. If you are online, just join the team and find us. Have a new main mission. Box lunch was stunned. He looked at the mission system and found that there was indeed one more, destroy orc stronghold. Was silent for a while, he first accepted the task, and then applied to join the team. Unlike other online games, players will automatically leave the team after the Elf Kingdom is offline, so you need to rejoin after it goes online. After the lunchbox joined the team channel immediately became lively. Captain. You are finally online. Where have you been? Why have you been disconnected for so long? Come to the fairy town, we are ready to start a big group. This time it is the black dragon leading the team. I don't know what the goddess did. The lazy dragon who only knows to eat barbecue suddenly became full of energy and immediately surrendered. Ha ha ha, I heard that the half-orcs had taken Muriel's lair, and the little black dragon was very angry. After reading other people's news, he thought for a while and replied. It was impossible to go online before, but now it seems to be caught by humans. The teammates were suddenly in an uproar. Get caught up. Fuck. Wait. Humans. Have you met humans? Huh. The lunchbox is so big, why are your coordinates so far away? Still moving slowly. Hidden plot. It must be hidden plot. And at this moment www.novel.com Bento suddenly heard the humans outside start chatting. Hey, my luck today is really good. Not only did I make a fortune from the orcs, but I also found a wounded elf on the way. Selling so many magic materials at a high price, plus 2 elves, this time we are going to make a fortune. I will apply to the Chamber of Commerce to retire when I finish this deal. Hey, my age is not too young, I have enough money to save, it's time to start a family. Envy, this is my second escort. By the way, isn't the tribe of Orcs always poor? How come there is so much money suddenly? You don't know this, I heard that they brought a black dragon's lair. How dare you? Are you afraid of retaliation? Hey, if you dare to do it, I guess the black dragon would have been killed long ago, right? Then what do they buy so many magic materials for? This is what the masters of the wizard need, they're big bosses. Humph, I bought the goods, and I want us to go early, I don't know what they are doing. Hey, you are right to ask me about this. I happened to hear the caravan mage before that the half-orcs bought materials for cross-border summoning. Hee, they are all believers in the hunting god. It is estimated that this true is going to take action against some unlucky force again, right? Maybe, or an elf. You want to call a divine envoy again? TSK, dare you? In the past few decades, the half-orcs have been the most tossed. The of winter and hunting is so expanding, and it is not afraid to attract other churches. What are you doing with so many things? This is not a country of mankind. The chaos the better, we just make money. Chapter 116 Destroy the Orc Stronghold. Black Dragon Lair. Magic Material. Divine Envoy. Hearing these words, Ben's eyes narrowed slightly. After thinking about it, he replied in the chat system. Maybe, it's really a hidden plot. I heard them talking about the secrets of orcs. Then, Ben sent the news he had just heard according to the original words. After receiving the news, the other team members immediately became energetic. I'm going. Summon the gods. Does this count as plot information? It's very possible. The lunchbox is big. Maybe you really triggered the hidden plot. Go and report to Miss Saint. Maybe something else can be triggered. Soon, some of the team members stopped talking, and they seemed to be looking for Alice. And the remaining team members still asked on the team channel. The box lunch is huge, you are trapped now, do you need us to help you? Bento looked at the small map, pondered for a moment, and replied. No, it's too far. Is indeed too far. He is now hundreds of kilometers away from the core area of the fairy forest. Even if it has a positioning, there is no high-level existence to take with him, and the players can't catch up. Not to mention, now players are still busy preparing for the main mission. It's safe here for the time being. I will take care of it myself. You should prepare the main mission first. Box Lunch replied. Seeing Bento replied like this, several teammates stopped insisting. They are indeed still more interested in the main task. After all, the main line is famously rewarding. Besides, what exactly triggered the Box Lunch is still uncertain. Of course, the most critical reason is still too far. Summon an envoy. After receiving news from the Chosen, Alice's expression suddenly became serious. Is it, the guardian of the totem? After the fall of the World Tree, the elves were hunted by various races, especially half-orcs. In this process, the orcs have summoned Ural's envoy, the totem guardian, to attack the elven settlement several times. And some of the remaining high-end combat power in the elves after the War of Gods were also sacrificed under the attack of the totem guardian. After thinking about it, Alice said. This news is very important, I think. This is probably a conspiracy by the orcs against the Lord Mother. I will report the matter to Lord Mother God immediately. In addition, please contact Your Excellency Hafan and ask him to bear with him for a while. It is very likely that he has encountered a human smuggling caravan. It is said that they have a stronghold near the Dark Mountains. This is also an opportunity to combat human smuggling strongholds. We may be able to rescue some compatriots. The names of the players play out one by one. However, because Eve has long used the game system to interfere, when the players say their names, they will automatically be converted into a transliteration acceptable to the natives, so although it sometimes sounds a little weird, it doesn't matter. Smuggling caravan. Rescue compatriots. Several players' eyes lit up. Maybe. This is the hidden plot encountered by Bento. After instructing the Chosen One, Alice quickly came to the Temple of Nature to pray. Totem Guardian. Eve's heart moved slightly. Combined with the performance of the vampire celestial being, he quickly guessed what Ural thought. Does this think that I am in a weak state and want to kill me? Reason, Eve probably wanted to get it too. The true is the true God, unless it is really weak, how can he hide? Of course, the real reason why Eve hid is not because of his weakness, but because of his true identity. After leaving the near-death state, although his divine power is still weak, it is far from the past. Thinking of this, he issued an oracle to Alice. I already know what happened. I will give El the Favored the ability to summon my avatar and let him go with you. After these days of repair, Hellas' orb has been completely repaired by Eve, and he has been able to use his avatar to use the power of a demigod. However, because this is not the demigod incarnation that he directly consumes 100 points of divine power after all, but is made by the trick of the death orb, so the demigod incarnation can only come in a short time. Probably, it can last for 10 minutes. After issuing the oracle to Alice, Eve focused on bento again. In fact, Eve noticed it when the Nightwalker dropped the lunch. But what surprised him was that he didn't know if the box lunch was considered good luck or bad luck, and he was picked up by a human caravan. As for the other imprisoned native elf in the caravan, it was a surprise. The rescue is definitely to rescue, but not now. At present, destroying the Orc stronghold is the most important thing. This is about the exit to the southeast of the fairy forest. And Eve is quite interested in Ural's totem guardian. As for the human caravan, Eve plans to put a long line to catch big fish. After observing the direction of the human caravan, he moved slightly in his heart. The direction of the dark mountains. After pondering for a moment, Eve used supernatural power. At the same time, Benben received a new system message. Ding. You trigger a hidden mission, human caravan. Plot description. Human smuggling caravans have been active all over the mainland, secretly selling elves. You decide to use the opportunity of this arrest to secretly investigate the human caravan's stronghold near the elven forest. Task content: stay in the human caravan, explore human strongholds, and protect the elves. Protect the elves. Box Lunch was silent for a moment, and looked at another female elf who was asleep. Although this strange elven girl was to death, she slept peacefully, as if she had returned to her own home. Box Lunch. He took a deep breath and began to close his eyes to rest. The whole person is as obedient as a soldier obeying orders. Main mission: destroy the Orc stronghold. After completely subduing the Black Dragon Miral with its leading party, Eve issued a new task. UU reading www.uukangshu.com. This time, almost all players who were promoted to the Black Iron level chose to participate. Is different from the previous small stronghold. This time, it is really going to attack the Orcs' nest. These days, it's not about building small towns, working for the elves of the Flame Tribe, or looking for monsters. Although there is still a lot of fun, players still like the big scenes of fighting with Orcs. Excitement. Spectacular. Lively. More importantly, there is really a sense of war. This has a different kind of attraction for players of the Celestial Dynasty living in peacetime. And this time, Alice and Al will accompany. Even the elves of the Flame Tribe, many people are ready to move. Especially those who are full of passionate young people who are less than 200 years old. Of course, they were stopped by the old guys for a simple reason. The Chosen Lords can be resurrected, can you? However, even if it was so, it did not obliterate the enthusiasm of the young elves. The Chosen One is the apostle of the Mother God, and the faith of the Chosen One is the faith of the Mother God. Even the celestial being Al, who has the blood of the royal family, has not changed his mind like that. The kindness and justice that we insist on, are it true forever. With this mentality, with the further communication with the players, the indigenous elves of the world of Segs gradually changed. Many years of experience coupled with the guidance of the Mother God, some people finally realized that kindness without a bottom line is not a good thing. Face the enemy, only sword and blood. Although there are still very few people who think this way, it is a great change for the stubborn elves. Chapter 117 Money Can Be a Dragon Knight. Grandma Farasil, sorry, I still think I should join the Chosen. A young elf stared firmly at the old patriarch of the Flame Tribe, still having a slightly green voice with a trace of enthusiasm. These days, I see another side in them that I have never seen before. They are always energetic, full of passion, hardworking. They are always fighting for a better future. Not only that, they have always been selflessly helping us. His voice was touched, and his words were full of determination. They are our partners. I think when they choose to fight, we can't stand by. I agree. Another young elf nodded and said excitedly. I have been thinking, is our belief really right? Kindness, is it true that it will always be right? I had exchanges and debates with the chosen people on this issue before, and even had a lot of disputes, but later their words completely awakened me. The struggle between races and beliefs is not a treat for dinner, kindness and tolerance, let alone resignation, not being so gentle. This is war. War is cruel, it is a violent action by one race to defeat another race. The kindness to others is cruelty to oneself. The players in the internal test, many of them are also the dim keyboard guys who spray people on the internet, and use the iron blood theory to fool the young elves who are pure as white paper. It is too easy. Similar materials, don't have too many on the blue star. Some magic changes are enough. Looking at these young elves who have almost changed their appearance after only getting along with the chosen for a few days, Farisil was stunned. You. It's not that she can't understand the passion of the young elves, but, there are so many people left in the Flame Tribe, she really doesn't want to see the people go on adventures. But looking at those firm gazes, and thinking of the Mother God's various hints, the old patriarch could only sigh in the end. Hey, let you go. But, be sure to pay attention to safety. The elves are going to change the sky. Even though many old elves did not allow it, a dozen young elves slipped out and decided to join the players. However, this makes the players a headache. For the players, these indigenous NPCs are not only the tools of the wool but also the uncles. Because of the goddess task, he personally made the request. Can't let NPC die. If an NPC dies, players will be punished with high rewards. So, what the players hope most is that these elves can stay honestly in Philanqui. But, there is another requirement in the goddess mission. If the NPC chooses to participate in the battle, the players cannot stop it. Player. Alright. NPC is the uncle, and the goddess is the boss who needs to listen to everything. This is to let them a group of uncles to the fight, and the difficulty has been doubled in an instant. Are NPCs tool people, or are we tool people? However, after some consideration, Li Mu, who served as the team commander, finally had a good idea. Simply, let these a dozen young elves take up the back row. Elves generally have a good arrow method. Let them be the shooters in the back row, not only safe, but also a good support. This is nowhere higher than those of professional shooters. Even with the supportive skills, those players who have chosen the shooter profession, to be honest, the quasi-head is really not flattering. Especially for some archer players who only learned the enhanced attack skills, but did not choose to learn the enhanced aiming skills, that arrow would be a disaster. However, the person who is most excited about this action is not the player, nor the native elves, nor Alice and the others. Is the black dragon Miral. I don't know what the goddess has communicated with it, but the little black dragon, who had preferred to die, became submissive. This surprised the players and the elves, and once again marveled at the power of the goddess. Actually, even Eve didn't expect that the little black dragon would become so eager after knowing his true identity. However, he knows the name Meryl mentioned. Niederhog. That is an ancient black dragon that participated in the Battle of the Gods thousands of years ago. It is so powerful that even the true gods are jealous. Is also it, biting the root of the world tree, causing the strength of the former world tree to plummet. This little freak is so hostile to Nigel Hold, advocating justice, and calling himself a silver dragon. Could it be that it was a silver dragon that raised it? Eve has some guesses about the little guy's adoptive father. The evil black dragon Nigel Hold has always been the enemy of the silver dragons. And the silver dragon. In the inheritance of the world tree that Eve obtained, it seems to have a good relationship with the world tree. However, Meryl has been lying under the world tree for so long, but he did not recognize the world tree. He just exclaimed, "What a big tree," which is really like a dragon. Fairy Forest. The players' teams have gradually assembled and are teleported to Philanqui. After a period of development, more than 900 of the 1,200 closed beta players now have been promoted to the Black Iron rank, and more than 800 people have accepted the main task. Under the unified command of Li Mu, the players lined up in a simple formation, which really had a hint of military flavor. In addition to the players, more than a dozen young elves from the Flame Tribe joined the team. More than 100 elves from the Flame Tribe also saw the team off under the leadership of the Patriarch Farisil. In the past few days, the elves have completely settled down in Philanqui with the assistance of the players. They are very grateful to the players. Although, like the Lord Saint said, The chosen people do have some bad habits, such as eating meat, like taking advantage, such as full belly, sometimes too flattering, and some people don't let you in the middle of the night. Sleep knocking on your door, wait. But on the whole, they are enthusiastic and hard-working, and they are really working hard for the future of the elves. Even the most rigid and stubborn elves cannot deny the help and contribution of the chosen one. Looking at each of the chosen candidates who looked sloppy, but excited, and didn't have the slightest fear, Farisil nodded secretly. Although the discipline is a little worse, but it is really a team that dares to work hard. Not life is the most terrible. Coupled with the immortal attributes, and the assistance of the Black Dragon, the Saint and the Lord of the Favored, maybe, they can really defeat the half-orcs that have been entrenched near the fairy forest for many years and force them to migrate. She turned her head, beckoned, and took some magic materials from the people. These are the materials needed to make the teleportation circle. I heard Master Saint said that these things are what you are most lacking now. This was made overnight with a few wizards in the clan. Teleportation circle. Li Mu's eyes lit up. This is the most critical thing in this action. According to the little black dragon, the orc settlement is very far away from here. If the elves drive on their own, it will take more than 20 days even with the bonus of forest affinity. Not only that, there are many half-orcs, thousands of them. To be honest, there is no black dragon and AL's shots, and players go to die www.novel.com. Their overall strength is weak, the only thing they can tell is that they can be resurrected, and they can work together to sacrifice. Flow. But if he died in the orc tribe, it would be too late to run to the resurrection point. With the teleportation array, it's different. Li Mu nodded to Xiao Xian Miao and Cuckoo Bird who had been waiting for a long time, and the two of them also quickly took over the materials of the magic circle, and kept thanking them. Thank you. Farisil waved his hand and sighed. The only thing we can do is this. Took the initiative to attack the orcs. The young elves were enthusiastic about this, but most of the native elves were not too cold. And after receiving the magic circle materials, Xiao Xian Miao beckoned to the black dragon Muriel. I got the stuff. We are going to set off. Muriel glanced at the two female players, and while lying down reluctantly, he muttered. I will take you this time, and I will grill one day, no. 3 days of barbecue. After listening to it, Xiao Xian Miao's eyes turned into crescent moons with a smile. 3 days. 1 week. After finishing speaking, she and Cuckoo Bird took the materials of the magic circle, and under the enviable eyes of the players, they jumped on the back of the black dragon Muriel. After the two of them sat down, the black dragon Muriel gave a long roar, flapping its wings and slowly taking off. Seeing the black dragon getting smaller and smaller in his sight, Demacia kept sighing. If you want to be a dragon knight, you have to be rich. Hearing his words, Li Mu rolled his eyes. I think, even if you have money, you can't be considered. Demacia. Brother, can we stop making up the knife? Chapter 118 2 Test Civilian Players. Mengs Hyan is a second test civilian player. As an ordinary person with neither liver, nor Krypton, nor Europe, it was not until 3 days ago that she accumulated enough experience and contribution to change her job to become a level 11 druid. Actually, it should have been faster. I heard from the first test players that when there were a lot of mobs in the core area, everyone teamed up to brush mobs, and the experience increased. That is quite refreshing. But it is a pity that the low-level mobs that can be used to practice hands in the core area of the wizard town have already been swept away. They are either turned into experience points or turned into fertilizers. The difference between Elf Country and other games is that this game completely imitates reality, and the creatures also form their own ecosystem. You kill it and it is gone. And the rest are big guys that novices can't afford. Unless you have money and can pay a high price to hire the First Legion guild to enter the boss group and take you to the boss, otherwise you can only work slowly. Therefore, most of the unfortunate second test non-liver non-RMB ordinary players can only choose to slowly upgrade the task. There are quite a few people who have learned some skills they haven't learned in reality by doing tasks. Such as cutting trees, building walls, barbecues. Generally speaking, with the increase of players and the passage of time, the trend of two-level differentiation has gradually become apparent. The strong are stronger, and the weak are weaker. Although there is still a way to become stronger, the best resources are always obtained by the strong. There is no money, no European spirit, and latecomers have to rely on the liver. For this reason, this mechanism has also been criticized by players. It is unreasonable for a group of people to complain on the forum. Everyone thinks that imitating reality is a good thing, but if it goes too far, what is the difference from reality? The reality is so cruel, can we not make it so realistic in the game? There are also many people clamoring to retreat. Although, there is no one to retreat. Meng's Hyan is very open to this. In her opinion, choosing some things means losing other things. Since the slogan of Elf Kingdom is the most realistic and epic, then these mechanisms may be the official choice. Being able to make this kind of magic work, the official must consider more. Furthermore, no matter how weird the game system is, with the industry's unique 5 senses, intelligent NPCs, and the acceleration of thinking, everyone can only feel pain and happiness. There are still a lot of netizens waiting for the public beta. The reason why I chose the profession of druid is because Meng Jihan especially liked the nursery profession when he played games before. Nursery jobs have always been popular jobs in online games for good jobs. And if you are coquettish, sharp in operation, and plenty of milk, you will undoubtedly be welcomed by the major guilds. Therefore, she had identified the only druid with healing skills early on. In fact, if she can, she most wants to choose the priesthood profession. Until now, the official website still has videos secretly recorded by the players when Miss Saint is performing group therapy. That special effect. Call a handsome bomber. Of course, the special effects of the goddess sister are more powerful, but the goddess is a goddess, can it be compared? Regrettably, it may be a problem with the game version. The priest profession is not open to players, so she can only take the second place and choose druid. This is her first time participating in the main mission. Because of the slower level upgrade, although she has always been eagerly hoping to participate in the legendary main line, she is limited by her level too low to accept the task. This time, she finally had a chance. For this, she decided to spend the 2,000 contribution points that she finally accumulated to exchange for a new skill. Nanny is easy to get caught fire, so let's exchange for an escape class. Combined with previous online game experience, Meng's Hyan made the decision. However, before exchanging the skills, she got a reminder from the guild president Li Mu. You already have 2 healing skills. If you want to eat more experience and contribution this time, I suggest you exchange for a single control skill. The control system. Meng Jihan was taken aback for a moment, and then said with some uncertainty. But I heard a few big guys say that those half-orcs are very high level, and the controlling magic that they cast on them will soon be freed by them. Li Mu was silent for a while and said, if you only control the half-orcs, it really doesn't work. But if there are players pinned down, you can use powerful single control to control them together. After hearing what Li Mu said, Meng Jihan suddenly realized. Oh. Yes, there are other players who can interfere with the orcs. But soon, she was stunned. Wait. Control them together. Together. Li Mu nodded and said. 1 change 1, follow the sacrificial stream. The offensive skills of the Black Iron lower position can theoretically cause fatal damage to the orcs, but the orcs will not stand and let us fight, which will cause the attack to be invalid. But if you go through the sacrificial stream, they will become stakes. This is the most efficient way to kill the enemy. Anyway, we can resurrect, and the guild will provide suicide players with the contribution of the perfect number of resurrection. Meng's Hyan. Contribution Mall can also use contribution to redeem perfect resurrection times. Now, the number of perfect resurrections obtained by doing quests is getting less and less. Gradually players turn to choose to redeem through contribution points, and 1,000 contribution points can be redeemed once. Expensive means more expensive. However, the head of a half-orc is worth at least 1,200 contribution points, and the higher-level half-orcs will be even higher. Therefore, if 1 life is exchanged for 1 life, although there is only a difference of 200, it is a small profit. Not to mention, there is still experience to get. But www.novel.com the contribution of this reward does not mean that everyone can get it. After the second closed beta of the game, all rewards have been distributed according to the amount of contribution. Therefore, 1,200 points of contribution will be allocated to the heads according to the contribution. Generally speaking, if this is the case, the sacrificed player will suffer even if the contribution score is higher. But the guild has such an advantage. Sacrifice players' perfect resurrection times, not by themselves, but by the guild raising contributions to purchase. This can be regarded as a path that players have found in the process of constant exploration. So, when the time comes, you just throw control at them boldly. The sacrifice players will pose for you to control. In addition, the password for charge is Ula, and the password for sacrifice is fire at me. Don't throw the wrong person. Li Mu exhorted. Meng's Haiyan. Cave tribe. Gathered the treasure left by the black dragon Miral in the castle. Even the knowledgeable Nightwalker had to sigh, Dragon Nest is indeed rich. Although I heard that the other party was just a juvenile dragon, the wealth it had accumulated had already exceeded the income of an ordinary human town for a year. The Orc Priest Chief Giant Mountain was also extremely pleased. Even if it removes the consumption of purchasing magic materials from human smuggling caravans, the remaining wealth is enough for them to make a small fortune. While he was very happy, an orc guard suddenly stumbled in from outside. He looked terrified and his voice was terrified. Master Priest. No. It's not good. The Black Dragon is back. Chapter 119 Enemy Attack. The Black Dragon is back. The Giant Mountain and the Nightwalker were surprised at the same time. Nightwalker glanced at the chief priest of the Orc, frowning slightly. Didn't you say that the Black Dragon is dead? Looking at the sight swept by the Nightwalker, feeling the pressure radiating from him, the Giant Mountain's scalp tingled. Master Earl, it has not come back, and the warriors of our tribe who went with. He is a little incoherent. Nightwalker sighed and said. Forget it. Go out and see what's going on. The dragon has always regarded the treasure as its own forbidden. Although it is only a young black dragon, we can't care about it. After finished, he took the lead out of the tribe's main account. Seeing that the Nightwalker didn't seem to be very nervous, Jushan was also relieved. There are high-ranking gods, and they are about to summon the gods. The young black dragon with the silver ranks should not pose too much threat to the tribe. When they came outside, they heard the angry roar of the black dragon from a distance. Rua. Despicable, shameless, evil, and cunning half-orc. Return Master Miral's treasure. Otherwise Master Miral must eat you. It stood on the castle on the top of the mountain, looking down at the cave tribe below the mountainside, and the sound spread far and wide. The terrifying dragon power came from afar, coupled with the unceremonious threats in the voice, caused a riot of the orcs in the cave tribe. Looking at the condescending black dragon, the Nightwalker smiled slightly and said, Lord Black Dragon, your treasure has been temporarily requisitioned by the true god. I can swear by my soul, and I will return it to you in 3 times the amount in a week. 3 times. For an instant, Miral's eyes widened, and there was a slight movement in her expression. Ahem. At this time, the little Xian Miao who was hiding behind it quickly coughed a few times and reminded. Miral, I heard that they are about to summon demigod-level powers. They really want to make them successful. Can you still run? Think about the cause of justice, think about comfortable massages, think about honey barbecue. The gods of the orcs may not be as easy to talk as the goddesses. Justice. Massage. Barbecue. Miral's eyes lit up, and he swallowed subconsciously. But soon, it reacted. Half. Demigod. In an instant, Miral's face turned green. These bastards. Deceiving it again. Miral, you procrastinate to get their attention. I and Cuckoo Bird will build the circle as soon as possible. Seeing the silly little black dragon being awakened by himself, Xiao Xian Miao continued to speak to it. Said, she rubbed her temples with a headache. Originally, the players planned to sneak attack. But who knows that the little black dragon is so reckless that he took them directly to the top of the orc tribe. After listening to her, Miral nodded, then said loudly to the mountain. Rua. No. Miral must get his treasure now. Otherwise, Miral-sama will immediately destroy your tribe. As soon as this remark came out, it immediately caused panic among the orcs. Nightwalker frowned. Now is a critical period, he can't delay the opportunity because of the black dragon's entanglement. Immediately, to find a way to temporarily calm down the black dragon. Although his strength is 1 rank higher than the black dragon, he is not sure to kill the opponent. He didn't want to have one more arrogant enemy. So, the Nightwalker continued. Sorry, Lord Black Dragon, I do not hide it from you, your treasure has been used by us, but you don't need to worry, I can swear by the true God, and I will give you a satisfactory answer in a week. Not only that, if you can join our action and I will give you back 10 times in return. His posture is very low. Generally speaking, dragons still have fear of true gods, especially those below legendary dragons. They will maintain a certain amount of respect when facing the favored ones of the true god. Nightwalker also believes that his remarks can comfort the black dragon and even impress. 10 times the treasure, there is no dragon without heartbeat. Miral's eyes did jump. It's just that the soft cough behind him came again. Warm and whispered, but with disdain, very tyrant. Ahem, isn't it just a treasure? In the future, as much as you want, I can figure out how to get it for you. Absolutely better than him. Miral's heart moved. It vaguely gave Xiao Xianmiao a look of, I believe you, don't lie to me, and then looked down the mountain again. Saw it growl, and grin threateningly at the Nightwalker. No. No. Miral needs it now. 3 times the amount. No. 10 times the amount now. Otherwise, Miral will breathe dragon's breath now. Nightwalker. This black dragon is stubbornly entangled, right? For a while, he got a headache. He was neither sure to kill the black dragon, nor was he able to meet its requirements immediately, so the two of them just started to rip apart. However, with the gradual communication, the Nightwalker gradually realized that this black dragon seemed to be concerned about his strength, and only moved his lips. It didn't even dare to fly down the mountain. But, why bother? What's the use besides time-consuming? Nightwalker felt that he must have encountered a greedy black dragon with a problematic brain. And many more. Delay time. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in the Nightwalker's heart, and his face suddenly became serious. At the same time, a strong spatial fluctuation came from the direction of the castle on the hill. Space magic wave. Not good. It's teleportation. The Nightwalker's expression changed slightly. In an instant, densely small figures appeared in his sight. Those are the elves brandishing weapons. Wizard. Nightwalker was taken aback first www.novel.com, then his expression suddenly became serious. Those are, the elves in the fairy forest. Those elves actually conquered an evil and greedy black dragon. How did they do that? If it's a metal dragon from the good camp, that's all. This is the evil 5-color dragon. Is still the famous 25 boy and anti-bone boy, black dragon. For an instant, the Nightwalker's eyes widened unimaginably. At the same moment, the black dragon Miral immediately became excited. Saw it roar Rua, then flapped its wings, dived down the mountain, and opened the dragon's mouth to spray out the dragon's breath. Nightwalker has a stern expression. Instead of controlling the black dragon, he retreats to the main account while shouting enemy attacks. The orc giant mountain was also stunned by this sudden situation. The wizard actually attacked. His look is very wonderful. Elves will take the initiative to attack. This is simply the biggest joke in the world of Segs. Even if he knew that the elves in the Forest of Elves were a little weird, he didn't expect such a day. Actively attack the target. It is impossible to happen to these long ears who love peace and submissively. But soon, he reacted and roared. There are enemies, blow the warning horn. Accompanied by the horn of Wu Dash, the entire cave tribe began to mobilize. On the top of the mountain, watching the black dragon rush down, Xiao Xianmiao became even more depressed. You second fool. What kind of charge? Have you ever played a high-level professional? Nobody is there. Come back and protect the teleportation circle. Chapter 120 for the elves. Kill. Black Dragon Miral is like a husky rushing into the flock of chickens, causing chaos in the cave tribe. Even if he was raised crookedly, Miral still inherited certain characteristics of the traditional black dragon. For example, when facing the enemy, it likes to attack the weak first and likes to appreciate the fear of the enemy. The orc warriors who had just gathered by the horn sound were immediately confused by the dragon's breath. The formation immediately broke up, and began to flee. As the color dragon with the strongest melee combat ability, the little black dragon has thick skin and thick skin. The attacks of the orcs are simply tickling to it. This is also okay. Looking at the little black dragon who stirred up the tribe of orcs in a blink of an eye, Xiao Xianmao was stunned. Chaos, the cave tribe has been messed up. When it comes to darkness, Miral is like a wolf entering the flock, causing a storm. The powerful strength of the silver high, no half-orcs in the cave tribe can resist. Looking at the raging black dragon and the clansmen who were constantly casualties, the chief priest Jushan's eyes were red. My Lord Earl. My Lord Earl. You must stop the Black Dragon. The Nightwalker looked solemn, and saw him chanting a spell silently, summoning a huge three-headed dog. That is a silver monster with the highest strength, and it is also the strongest beast of the Nightwalker. It has a pair of bat wings, its hair is jet black, its appearance is ferocious, and its stature has reached half the size of a black dragon. The frontal combat effectiveness of the blood race is relatively weak, and they generally raise some monsters to make up for their combat effectiveness. And the strongest beast of the Nightwalker is a Thebes dog with the blood of the three dogs. Entangling the Black Dragon. The Nightwalker ordered the demon dog. After receiving the owner's order, the demon dog immediately screamed and rushed towards the Black Dragon. Magic dog. Muriel's eyes lit up and immediately greeted him and started fighting with it. However, it was obvious that the demon dog was not the opponent of the Black Dragon, and several wounds were added to his body in a blink of an eye. Sent his own beast, the Nightwalker took a cold look at the giant mountain and said, "The Black Dragon and the elves are here. I am afraid that the death and the beloved of the mysterious Nu will come soon. My dog is definitely not the opponent of the Black Dragon. It will not last long, and I can't make a move. I must quickly complete the god." The call of the envoy. Did you see the elves on the top of the mountain? They must have built a teleportation circle. If you don't want the cave tribe to annihilate the clan, you should take someone to destroy it as soon as possible. Even if they can't be destroyed, I have to drag them until I successfully summon the envoy. These elves are very weak, even if they are weird, they won't be your opponents. After speaking, the Nightwalker left. God, the favored one. Hearing this word, Jushan's eyes suddenly narrowed. He changed his expression, and finally gritted his teeth and shouted at the back of the Nightwalker. "Okay, we will do it right away, you hurry up." At this time, the players' large forces have gradually completed their transmission. Demacia came to the top of the hill, looked at the densely packed orc houses below, and couldn't help but let out an exclamation. "My God, how many half-orcs are there?" Li Mu, who came to the front, also looked surprised, but soon he frowned. Isn't it supposed to be teleported to the nearby forest? The Black Dragon must go back to its castle first to see how much its treasure is left. Xiao Xian Miao spread out. Li Mu. Tsk Tusk, it seems to be all gone, otherwise the silly Arii will not be so angry. Let's hurry up. The Black Dragon has messed up the orcs. Fuck. The boss is about to be killed by it too, it's all human heads and experience I'm so epic with just one shoe. Demacia looked at the three-headed dog being chased and bitten by Muriel, with a heartache on her face. Listen to the command, don't mess around. Cuckoo Bird said coldly. Cut, it's not just sacrifices and consumption, I still don't believe in them. Demacia sneered, and skillfully took off his equipment and handed it to his teammates, leaving him with the big pants that covered the light given to him by the native elves. As the most powerful taunting tank, his mission this time is still to lead suicide. However, Li Mu stopped the players who planned to rush up. No hurry, there are too many half-orcs. We are too few. I am afraid that even if we rush down, we will not be able to take advantage. Even if there is Lord Al, I am afraid that we will not be able to support the long-term battle. It may also lead to the destruction of the emptiness in the rear. The teleportation array. We are going the other way around, so they have to come and hit us. The terrain here is high, defensive, and there is a teleportation array. They come to play, and we have the advantage. After hearing Li Mu's words, Al, who was about to rush up with Demacia, immediately stopped. He glanced at the commander in surprise and said, "But how can we get the orcs to hit us?" Li Mu was about to say something when he saw the half-orcs gathered under the mountain, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Don't worry, they are already here." After said, he turned his head and shouted. "Mages, prepare spells. Destroy the elf strongholds on the hill." Giant Mountain's order was quickly issued. And after the Black Dragon Muriel was entangled by the Nightwalker's beast, the chaotic half-orcs gradually calmed down. They soon formed a formation under the command of the Horn and began to charge up the hillside. And the priests of the orcs began to give various battle blessings to the soldiers in the rear. For a while, the orcs roared towards the players like a tide. And the players adjusted their formation. At the forefront are heavily armed tank fighters. Behind the fighters is a group of unequipped death squads. Among them are the hunter professional players. And beyond, the archers, wizards and druids, the native elves holding bows and arrows are protected in the most central place. Looking at the approaching half-orcs, Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. The other players panted hard, their eyes bright and excited. War. This is war. Master prepares. As the orcs approached, Li Mu gradually raised his hand. After hearing his instructions, all the mage players began to chant spells. Fireballs, elemental blades, and other magic began to take shape around them. It's just that although the magic took shape, it didn't launch. The orcs gradually approached. And the players can already clearly see the hideous look of the orcs and their sharp fangs. After they entered the firing range, Li Mu immediately roared. Let it go. After the words were over, brilliant magic shots flew out, smashing at the charging half-orcs indiscriminately. At the same time, the exciting and powerful system BGM suddenly rang in the ears of all players. That is an epic war BGM selected by Eve, which is very interesting. For a while, listening to the exciting music, all the players became energetic and excited. In ancient times, in order to stimulate the morale of soldiers, there were war drums and war songs. In online games, in large-scale group battles, players usually put some passionate BGM to boost morale. But this time, Eve took care of everything. This music is so appropriate and so right, it arouses the players' enthusiasm for fighting in an instant. Accompanied by the exciting music, all players feel like they are transformed into Superman wearing underwear, as if they will resist the nuclear bomb in the next second, kill the boss to save the world. Everyone's breathing is thicker. They feel the blood in their bodies is constantly boiling and burning. If you are not afraid of death, www.novel.com, you are fearless. And the right background music completely mobilized the fighting spirit of the players. If morale can also be displayed, then the current players must have exploded. The half-orcs raised the shields in their hands and kept their pace under the blessing of divine arts. The magic came in an instant, and there was a violent explosion. Even with the shield and the priest's protective magic, many unlucky people were directly injured but the remaining half-orcs quickly changed their formations and moved on. They roared and rushed up, and the background music of the system reached a climax. Listening to the exciting BGM, Li Mu's heart surged. At this moment, a scene from the game for several months came to his mind. The gradually perfected town, the increasingly powerful players, the bonfire party full of laughter, and those elven NPCs who are kind and full of gratitude and admiration for them. And the sigh of Alice stroking the stone monument of the town echoed in his heart again. The Chosen, you will eventually become the great legend of the world of Segus. At this moment, Li Mu suddenly felt that he had grasped the essence of this game. This is a game. But this is also their adventure story, an epic chapter they wrote. For an instant, Li Mu felt his blood boil. Saw him raising the druid's staff, and shouting with excitement. For the elves. Kill. Ula. The players also let out an angry roar and raised their weapons. The two sides are finally fighting together. Chapter 121. They are crazy. Greystone is a brave orc warrior. As one of the few black iron high-ranking warriors in the cave tribe, he is not only known as a powerful orc warrior, but also has his own independent team. He is 50 years old this year. He has extremely rich combat experience and he has killed countless enemies. Even the elves, he has successfully hunted a lot. And for the evaluation of the elves, in his words, it is a group of innocent and simple, poor and sad goods. In his memory, he had participated in more than one time to chase and hunt the elves. But it was the first time I was attacked by the elves. What is even more unbelievable is that this time it was the elves who launched an attack on their tribe. This is ridiculous. Based on their number and combat power. Thousands of years ago, but now the elves are teethless tigers, no. Rabbits. The rabbit wants to attack the falcon. Greystone thought that the elves must be crazy. Even if they attacked with them, there was a black dragon. Maybe, the black dragon held the elves. Collect them as family members. Forcing them to do this. Greystone even had this idea for a while. And the head priest's appearance as if facing an enemy is also very puzzled to him. The chief priest didn't even let them stay alive. This is an elf, grab one, even if it is a male, you can exchange a cart of food. In fact, in order to prevent panic among the orcs of the tribe, Giant Mountain has never revealed the matter of the fairy forest, so until now, ordinary orcs still don't know what happened. Not only that, but Giant Mountain did not even dare to tell the soldiers that these elves might be resurrected. Because facing an enemy that can be resurrected, no matter how powerful the warrior is, there is a trace of fear. However, as qualified warriors with limited brain capacity, they don't need to know why, they just need to obey orders. So, under the order of the chief priest, Greystone also brought his team into the big army, and launched a charge against the elves on the hillside. Is closer, closer. What surprised Greystone was that these elves were not afraid to see the orcs rushing up like a torrent. On the contrary, from a distance, he saw the excitement on the face of the elf. The look like that, Greystone couldn't be more familiar. Every time he finished hunting, wrestling with other warriors in the tribe in excitement, betting money, and find alcohol, this is the expression. That is the excitement and anticipation of being immersed in entertainment. How can that be? Could it be that I read it wrong? Before he could think of anything, a lot of brilliant magic smashed at them. A lot of magic. Are there so many aggressive wizards out of the elves? Greystone pupils shrink suddenly. Elves are natural magical creatures. Even the elf warrior possesses a certain amount of magic power, and can learn 1 or 2 magic tricks. However, as a peace-loving family, elves seldom learn strong offensive magic. But the magical brilliance that has just risen is all attack magic. Is not only that, but also the ones with the most explosive attacks in a circle of magic. When are the elves so aggressive? Greystone's expression changed, and he immediately raised his shield. The defensive magic has been cast on the shield by the priest, which can reduce the magic damage to a certain extent. The magic came in an instant, and there were violent explosions and screams one after another. In an instant, several orc warriors were seriously injured and fell to the ground. However, their position was quickly filled by the orcs behind. Greystone had good luck, it was only a few scars scratched by the wind blade. He licked the blood on his arm, his eyes were red, and he ordered. Disperse the formation. The formation is too concentrated, it is too easy to be caught by magic. And ordered, the orcs in front immediately transformed into a scattered queue, rushing to the elves. At the same time, the elf warriors in the front also let out a roar of "Ula" and made a charge posture. Charge from bottom to top, at a disadvantage. But it's different from top to bottom. With a majestic physique, charging should be the nirvana of the orcs. But the terrain has greatly reduced their strength. But even so, they didn't pay attention to the thin elves. The two sides collided together and immediately fell into a melee. As soon as they fought, Greystone discovered that these elves were wrong. As a long-lived species with a sparse population and low reproduction ability, elves have always been cautious and conservative in battle. But these elves, when they attack, they open and close, and the style is rough. For a moment, Greystone even suspected that they were actually a group of orcs in elf skins. Although they also pay attention to defense, they are more inclined to attack. Not only that, they were extremely crazy when fighting together, like chicken blood, yelling, hacking, and throwing all kinds of skills desperately, seemingly regardless of the rapid decline in magic and physical strength. Even if it is injured, they don't care. Even though the druids in the rear are treating them, their injuries are rapidly increasing. If you use one word to describe it, it is crazy men. Greystone looked at these elves and said subconsciously. These elves are very skilled, and they have no experience in sustained combat. They don't know how to advance and retreat. They only know how to attack like a group of berserkers. Are these still those elegant elves? This style of play may be swift and fierce at first, but soon it will completely exhaust its physical strength and become the target of slaughter. At this moment, relying on rich combat experience, Greystone has already sentenced these elves to death in his heart. Such a stupid play style that doesn't know how to retain physical strength, so many people come to die. Actually, it's not that the players don't want to be ridiculous. But as the defensive side, behind it is the teleportation array, which cannot be retreated. In the face of the tough half-orcs, they can only fight hard to gain an advantage. Limited by the terrain, players have no way to fully expand the team. However, players can't form a formation, not even a large number of orcs. In fact, only a part of the people are fighting, and more people are still waiting for the people in front to fall and then make up. Of course, it was the madness of the players that blocked the orcs team for a while. Greystone snorted coldly, and backhanded an elf warrior in the front row to the ground, shouting, "Charge!" There are very few of them, and they won't last long. And as soon as he finished the order, a scene that surprised him appeared. I saw that the elven warriors in the front row suddenly gave up their positions, and dozens of elves with only big pants all over came out from behind them. They looked fierce and excited, and screamed towards the orcs. These guys, what are they going to do? To die. Looking at these neurotic elves, Greystone was confused. He stabbed one of the spirits who rushed towards him to the ground and chopped it to the ground. However, not all half-orcs have the power to kill each other in seconds like Greystone. There were quite a few elves running naked and wearing pants, and they rushed directly to the weaker orcs, and hugged them tightly. However, because they had no weapons, they were immediately chopped into serious injuries by the angry half-orcs, with blood flowing. But even so, they still didn't let go, instead they entangled the orcs. Not only that, their expressions did not have any pain or fear of death, but they were full of joy of success. These guys, are they crazy? Greystone's eyes widened in disbelief. He shuddered subconsciously when he looked at the grinning elf holding the orc naked. Before he could think about something, a scene that he couldn't believe appeared even more. Reading www.uukangshu.com. I saw those elves coughing up blood and shouting excitedly. Fire at me. Open, fire. Greystone was taken aback. Then, he saw the brilliance of magic power rising from behind the elves, turning them into control magics, controlling those elves and half-orcs without equipment. Immediately afterwards, there was another burst of strong offensive magic, accompanied by arrows with skill blessings, pointed directly at the elves and half-orcs, drowning them instantly. For a time, more than a dozen elves and orc warriors were torn apart by magic at the same time, or they were shot into hedgehogs. Greystone opened his mouth wide and looked at all this in shock. They are crazy, they are crazy. What tactic is this? Suicide. Change life. Are these elves really crazy? To be honest, even if I look down on the power of the elves in my heart, there is still some respect for the elves, the former silver race, especially the rare long-lived species. The life of an elf, and the life of an orc. Don't talk about how the elves look at it, just let him see, he will think that the life of the elves is more precious than the half-orcs. In the black market of slave trade, 10 half-orc slaves can't exchange for 1 elf. But, what are these elves? Are they really going to die? Don't they cherish life and love peace the most? Just to kill an orc? Fill it with life. This, what a hatred, what a hatred. How many people do they have left? How many of them can die like this? Are they crazy? Chapter 122 Monster. They are monsters. The madness of the elves also aroused the ferocity of the orcs. After the initial shock, they did not hesitate at all, but fought with the players with red eyes. But, like Greystone's idea, other half-orcs also think these elves are crazy. Otherwise, how could the elves have the idiotic idea of one life for another? They are not humans with amazing reproduction power. Half-orcs are all soldiers, and the total population of their cave tribe has already exceeded 5,000. If you really change one, even if you return to the previous era, the elves will have to fight for a big family. And these elves in front of them can't survive a few hundred people. It's just that, what makes Greystone feel more and more surprised is that these elves are like they can't be killed. He didn't know how many elves he had killed. Anyway, when he counted 10 people, he stopped counting. This number has exceeded the total number of elves he has caught in decades. However, what is incomprehensible is that no matter how many of these elves are killed, the number seems to have not changed at all. Looking around, it seems that there are still so many people. Not only that, every time a group of unequipped elves rush out, screaming to die with the orcs. It can be said that after fighting for so long, 90% of the half-orcs died in such a stubborn way. Are these elves endless to kill? Looking at the blood-stained ground, Greystone's heart that had been holding the winning ticket suddenly burst into a weird hesitation. What makes him even more incomprehensible is that whenever these elves die, no matter what their corpses are chopped off, they will become nothingness in a moment. For a while, Greystone even thought he had hallucinations. Are these elves all magical? However, the scimitar slashed on the elf's body, tearing flesh and shattering bones, feels so clear, and the blood sprayed on his face is so hot. All this tells Blackstone that his enemy is definitely not an illusion. But what is the matter with these elves? The more Greystone hits, the more irritable it gets. The orc warriors who followed him have all changed. Those teammates who rushed up first have already been killed by the suicide attack of the elves. And this also made Greystone even more angry. But at the same time he was angry, his heart became more and more suspicious. Because not only the elves disappeared from the corpses, but even the half-orcs would age rapidly at the moment they were killed, and then turn to ashes. Although the way of disappearing was different from that of the elves, in the end, apart from some dust and blood, there was no corpse left on the battlefield, only the equipment of the orcs. Greystone suddenly understood why the chief priest was so prudent. These elves are weird. Unusual. Is absolutely abnormal. At this time, the voice of the chief priest of the giant mountain also came from afar. Rush in. Destroy their teleportation circle. Otherwise, they cannot be killed. Teleportation circle. Greystone suddenly realized, and finally understood why these elves could not be killed. It turns out they have been teleporting over. But then, his mind became more confused. Where is the teleportation circle connected to? How come there are so many elves? Is this gathering all the elves of the whole continent together? Why did their corpses disappear, and why did the corpses of the people disappear? At this moment, he suddenly saw more than a dozen elves rushing out without equipment. Greystone's pupil shrank slightly when he saw the leader. This is impossible. He lost his voice. He clearly recognized that it was an elf he had killed. Not only that, this guy is not slippery. At that time, it took a lot of effort when Greystone slashed the opponent. He clearly remembered that the opponent was chopped in half by his slash, and the warm internal organs flowed all over the floor. And the reason why Greystone can recognize the other party is not only because the other party is not slippery, but also because the guy with the red explosive head sneered and made a grimace at him when he was hacked to death. Not only that, but this guy dragged his upper body disdainfully and gave him a before he died. Greystone doesn't know what the means, but the mockery on the face of the elf is printed in his heart. Is going to die and taunt him, it's damned. But what made Greystone shocked was that now, he actually saw this dead spirit again. Is alive and kicking, without any injuries. Father God is on. What the is going on? Didn't he just die? Are they immortal monsters? And many more. If this group of elves will not die, what is the meaning of the Battle of the Orcs? Seeing a dull gaze and a trace of frightened Greystone gradually emerged, Demacia smiled. Haha, didn't you expect it? It's me. Then, instead of rushing to the Greystone, he raised his head and shouted. Ow! There is a hard bone in the upper ranks of the Black Iron here, ask for support. Even distracted during the battle. Seeing this, Greystone is angry. Whether you are an elf or a monster, a devil or a demon, you must die. He roared and slashed at Demacia again. You can't die once. Then hack you to death again. However, just as his scimitar was about to fall, a thin figure suddenly flashed over. Greystone only felt a pain in his wrist, and then his chest tightened. When he came back to his senses, he was shocked to find that his hands were broken. Not only that, he was also stabbed in the chest, blood splashing. Greystone can clearly feel the vitality passing by. And it wasn't until then that he could see the target of the attack. It was a thin, elf boy, with silver hair and blue eyes, and a hint of firmness and coldness on his immature face. He just glanced at Greystone coldly, and then dived into other battlefields again. White, silver. In an instant, Greystone understood. Among these elves, there are still swordsmen with silver strength hidden. The elves even hide their power. When did they become so cunning? Greystone opened his mouth, shouting out his discovery. But it was too late. Seeing the Greystone losing its combat power, Demacia's eyes lit up. He quickly picked up the scimitar that fell from the Greystone and chopped off his head with a single knife. For an instant, Greystone felt that the whole world was spinning. Faintly, he heard an excited shout. Ha! Head! The Black Iron is on top. Earn it. Then, he didn't know anything. Greystone is not the first. Gradually, half-orcs discovered the fact that the players were not dead. This incident finally caused panic among the orcs. They are not elves. They are monsters. They must be monsters. We can't kill them. We can't kill them. The devil. It must be the devil. Emotions are contagious. With the panic of the half-orcs in front, the subsequent formation began to be chaotic. www.novel.com and Al, who looked for hard characters from time to time and killed them, became the last weight to turn the balance. Half-orcs finally began to rout. Don't mess. Don't retire. Don't mess. Don't retire. Seeing the orcs rout, Giant Mountain shouted quickly. But it didn't work. The defeat is like a mountain, but that's it. Under the influence of the fear of the unknown, the orcs threw away their helmets and abandoned their armor, and did not obey the command at all. When seeing the orcs fall into a rout, the players became excited. They shouted "Ula! Come on! Grab the head!" and began to hunt down the orcs. In the process of chasing and killing, the half-orcs once again dropped a dozen corpses before retreating from the hillside. Seeing that the orcs retreated to the tribe, the players stopped pursuing them. There are so many people on the other side. If the player pursues it again, it will not be chased but killed. The black hillside has been stained dark red with blood. In this charge, more than 200 orcs were killed in battle. The players also suffered heavy casualties. On the whole, they still lost their contribution. Because even if they have the advantage and have AL's assistance, they will have to die an average of 3 people to kill a half-orc. However, this did not extinguish their enthusiasm. Because apart from the half-orcs that were killed, there is still a lot of equipment left on the ground. That's a half-orc. If the contribution of the equipment value is added, the players will earn again. I saw them stop, and happily began to pick up special items, like a group of locusts. Below the hillside, the giant mountain of orcs who saw everything was silent. Chapter 123 The Player's Secret Weapon. My Lord Priest. They are monsters. They won't die. Master Priest, I saw with my own eyes, the elves I killed appeared again. Devil. They must be the devil. Master Giant Mountain, what on earth are they, you must know. The orcs who retreated, surrounded the huge mountain in panic. Giant Mountain was silent for a moment, and sighed. I am afraid that they will be able to resurrect because of the power granted by the Death God. Death, Reaper. The orcs murmured, one by one in fright. Isn't that a living undead? Seeing the orc warrior who had completely lost their intent to fight, Giant Mountain comforted. Don't worry, even the of death can't allow life to be resurrected indefinitely. Their resurrection must have a price. As long as we continue to charge, they will not be able to support it for long. Only this time, the orcs fell silent. After a while, one person said bitterly. Are you asking our people to fill it with human lives? Jushan glanced at the demon dog, which had become more and more declining during the battle with the black dragon. A trace of complexity flashed across his expression. But soon, he adjusted his mentality and ranted. If you want to be attacked by them and the black dragon, give up the attack. The beast of the favored will not last long. If the black dragon gets out of trouble, we will be greeted by massacre. We must destroy the elves' teleportation array before the black dragon gets out of trouble, in order to reduce one enemy. If it's just a black dragon, we can still fight with the power of our entire clan, but add the elves, and the gods who may exist behind them. I was flanked by the 2 sides. I'm afraid the cave tribe is about to die. Don't think about running away. The Father God has issued an oracle to let us ascend the family to assist the Lord of the Favored. If the Lord of the Favored does not leave, we cannot retreat. Hearing what the giant mountain said, the orcs fell into a commotion. After a while, someone asked. The chief priest, what exactly does the Lord of the Favored do? Isn't he a high-level professional? Why not deal with the black dragon? Jushan took a deep breath, and his expression became extremely religious. Now, the Lord of the Favored is calling the envoy and cannot get away. If he succeeds, we will turn the tide of the battle in one fell swoop. Turned out to be an envoy. In an instant, all the half-beasts became angry. Every half-orc knows how powerful the gods are. In history, half-orcs have not encountered powerful enemies. But every time you encounter a strong enemy, once you summon a divine envoy, you will surely turn the tide of battle. Seeing the half-orc warriors who regained their morale, the giant mountain was relieved. He continued. So, we can't let them destroy our affairs. We must try our best to destroy the elves' teleportation array. Even if it can't be destroyed, we must keep them out. At least we must act desperately and delay time. Until the divine envoy's call succeeds. Now, we change our tactics. Warriors who are good at archery are divided into 2 teams. A pair of monsters who stay in the tribe to assist the Lord of the Favor's fight against the black dragon. The other team specializes in shooting the unclothed elves, while the rest of the warriors continue to attack. It's only this time, everyone is procrastinating. Giant Mountain also decided to change his tactics. He can see that the people have no courage to continue fighting with the elves. He can also understand that in the face of an unkillable enemy, even if he knows that the opponent's resurrection is likely to be limited, the fear in his heart cannot be erased. This is not a fair fight at all. In that case, let's take time. While dragging the elf, drag the dragon until the Lord Earl completes the summoning. After hearing what the Giant Mountain said, the orcs had to organize another attack. Only this time, they were more cautious. Their goal is no longer to defeat the elves, but to harass the elves so that they are trapped on the top of the mountain and cannot get down and cannot be distracted to do other things. This time, it's the players' turn to feel uncomfortable. The orcs are already far stronger than the players. If they change their tactics instead of head-to-head with the players will no longer be able to make the previous sacrifice flow tactics work. The scattered orcs besieged the players and did not attack. Seeing players without equipment coming out, the orcs would retreat and shoot arrows at them, and after the suicide squad was consumed, they would rush up again and continue to harass players. This way down, the casualties on both sides began to decrease rapidly, but the battle was deadlocked. This is not what players want to see. They still want experience and contribution. With such a play, he couldn't kill a half-orc for a long time, but he lost a lot of contribution. Why don't they charge? Looking at the half-orc who had become conservative for a while, Cuckoo frowned. Li Mu's eyes flashed slightly. They are afraid they have discovered that we can be resurrected. What do you do then? Can't you just consume it like this, right? Demacia, who was resurrected again, said urgently. Every person's head has experience points and contributions. It's not good for them to consume it like this, right? I think Miral has completely gained the upper hand. Xiao Xian Miao looked into the distance to fight with the devil dog. No, it was the black dragon who molested the devil dog to be precise, and the corners of her mouth twitched. The devil dog is obviously tired. But it looks like the little black dragon seems to be addicted, and I am afraid that he will not kill him before he has enough. It is the black dragon's instinct to molest its prey. Xiao Xian Miao has already yelled at Meryl several times from a distance, but it has not ended the battle quickly. They are delaying time, they are probably the envoy mentioned in the summoning intelligence. We can't let them succeed. Li Mu pondered for a moment. www.novel.com said solemnly. Hearing what he said, the Saint of Nature Alice on the side hesitated to speak about this. In fact, when she set out, she received an oracle from Eve, the content of which was to the effect that she didn't have to worry about the other party calling an envoy. However, Eve also warned her not to interfere too much with the player's decision. The Mother Goddess seems to be very interested in the envoy, he seems to be very sure. And the Lord Mother said that he also wants to see how far the chosen people have grown, so I don't want to talk too much. Alice thought, closing her mouth. Eve is indeed interested in the angel. More precisely, he is interested in the power of the angel. How strong is a totem guardian at the demigod level? Is at the demigod level, and he has initially controlled his divine power. There must be a lot of divine power in his body, right? Eve really wants to see. Put on the non-existent new god's vest, and he can also make waves without exposing his body. However, players do not know these things. They just want to get the orcs to fight again as soon as possible, and have a good fight with them. These are all experience points and contributions. There is still equipment. After pondering for a moment, Li Mu turned around and said to Cuckoo Bird. Cuckoo Bird, how are you preparing at the camp? Have you made anything yet? Cuckoo Bird opened the chat system, communicated for a while, and said. "For have been built." Li Mu's eyes lit up. 4 stations. Enough, let them send it over. Since the orcs have no motivation to attack us, then we give them motivation. It's time to show our secret weapon. Chapter 124 Dongfeng Express, the mission must be reached. Secret weapon. Listening to the conversation between Li Mu and Cuckoo Bird, the Saint of Nature Alice was a little confused. What did they do? She knows that there are hundreds of low-level chosen who did not take the task, but were busy in the elven town. But soon, she knew what the chosen ones were talking about. I saw the teleportation array blooming again, and 4 or 5 players gathered around a large man to pass it. It is a large wooden machine, which is folded. After the first big guy was transported over, the players successively transported 3 identical guys. What is this? Alice was taken aback for a moment. This is our secret siege weapon. Cuckoo Bird answered while instructing the players to start assembling. After a while, 4 huge machines appeared on the top of the mountain. It is an upright, acute-angled machine with the word Dongfeng written ridiculously on the side in Chinese characters. The main body of the machine is 2 pillars with fixed horizontal shafts, on which are equipped with wooden winches and pulleys. On the horizontal shaft is a lever that is perpendicular to the shaft and can rotate freely around the shaft. One end of the rod is inserted in a very twisted shaft. Inside the tight horizontal rope, the other end is a large wooden basket. This seems to be a stone thrower in the human world. Alice's voice is very strange. She is no stranger to trebuchets. The human society in the Segs world is a bit similar to the late Middle Ages on Earth. Although there are magic weapons such as magic crystal cannons, there are also trebuchets that can be made from local materials and are easy to make siege weapons. As a magical world, the trebuchets in the Segs world are generally used in combination with magic. But having said that, Alice's impression of humans is not good, nor does she have a good impression of these things made by humans for war. But even so, she has to admit that some human things have merits. Especially when the elves also start war. What surprised Alice was that the Chosen also made trebuchets. Of course players can do it. The trebuchet doesn't actually have much technical content. It's just the principle of leverage. There are a lot of online production tutorials. It's nothing more than making a large one with a long range, but it's a little harder to make it into a large one, but the few players who study engineering mechanics on the Meng committee don't eat anything. After knowing that this time they are going to attack the Orcs' lair, the players are making various preparations. They thought it would be a siege, so a few players suggested that some big guys come out. In the earliest days, they wanted to make artillery directly. But the ideal is full, the reality is very skinny. Even with the assistance of magic, players found that they couldn't make hot weapons with their current equipment and resources, so they chose a relatively simple catapult. Although it turns out that half-orcs do not have the ability to build cities, the preparations of the players are not useless. No, it comes in handy now. When seeing the formed trebuchet, Damasia's eyes widened. Fuck. Sister Gugu, your guild is really awkward. It really came out. It's just a simple application of mechanics, but unfortunately there are too few materials. This kind of estimate is only 500 meters away at most. Fortunately, our terrain is high and there is magic to assist. Cuckoo Bird said regretfully. Demacia. 500 meters is not close anymore, okay. You know, the average range of Blue Star's medieval heavy stone repels is only 300 meters. Shiweba is a monster. While looking at the trebuchet, the corners of Li Mu's mouth slightly raised. Aren't the Orcs unwilling to work hard? Then we will use Dongfeng Express to destroy their nest. Hey. The players smiled at each other. Alice's mouth twitched. These day chosen ones, the more they look like humans. After setting up the trebuchet, the players put heavy objects in the wooden baskets, and brought in a pack of crushed stones and put them into the greased hanging bag at the other end of the lever. Is there a flame attached to magic? It's better to have a delayed explosion attribute. Don't delay too long, just a few seconds. Li Mu asked again. I'm coming. I learned a fire magic before. The kind that can be attached to objects for a short time. Delayed detonation is no problem. The power is absolutely great. Hee. I take the ticket for Damasia's house. Xiao Xianmiao walked forward excitedly, rubbing the fireball. Demacia. Cave tribe. After changing the tactics, the losses of the Orcs were greatly reduced, and the elves were also trapped on the top of the mountain. Although the silver swordsman who wandered among the elves was still a big trouble, after the half-orcs were vigilant and targeted, the opponent couldn't do whatever they wanted as before. Air is not like the players. He is still an 80-year-old child and cannot be resurrected. His physical strength is limited. This made Jushan breathe a sigh of relief. He glanced at the demon dog that was struggling to support with the support of the orc archer, and he felt quite settled. Earl should be almost healed. However, just when he felt a little rest in his heart, Jushan suddenly heard an exclamation from among the orcs. He turned around subconsciously, and then, to his horror, found 4 meteorites burning with flames suddenly flying on the hillside. Meteorite crossed a parabola and flew directly towards the cave tribe. Get away! Giant Mountain hurriedly shouted to the orcs in the tribe. However, before the meteorites hit the ground, they suddenly exploded in midair. Accompanied by a loud roar, the meteorite was torn apart, large and small broken stones mixed with flames splashed around, like a gorgeous fire rain. The houses of the cave tribe are made of stones and grass, and the tents are made of animal skins, which are all combustibles. It hasn't rained for many days near the dark mountains, and the sky is dry. The flaming gravel covered with grease instantly lit up the affected houses. Seeing this scene, the face of the orc giant mountain turned green. Quick! Fight the fire! Fight the fire! But before the orcs put out the fire, 4 more meteorites flew over. Boom! Another house fell into flames. Not only that, there was a meteorite that exploded near the main account and almost destroyed the main account. Seeing this scene, Giant Mountain was almost scared to pee. Nightwalker can still perfect the altar for summoning the gods in the main account. It's the elves. It's the elves. They got the trebuchet. At this time, the sharp-eyed orc shouted. Throw. Catapult. The eyes of the Giant Mountain stared out. Isn't that human equipment? How did the elves come out? I have to mention this. The elves are very proud, and they are even more proud of their rich country. Even if it was declining, the pride of the elves did not abandon. In their view, humans, half-orcs, and other intelligent creatures are short-lived barbarians, and they can only manufacture simple inferior products, or some fancy and useless things. In fact, they think so is justified. When the elven civilization was at its peak, other intelligent races were indeed still in an uncivilized and wild state, and the magical equipment of the elves had always been known for being exquisite, gorgeous, magical, and easy to use. Genie products are popular all over the world. Of course, most of the items of the elves are not used for war. And in fact, many civilizations grew up thanks to the learning of the elves or their help. Therefore, it is normal for the elves to be proud. Their views on other races are very similar to the attitude of the Chinese dynasty towards the West hundreds of years ago on the Blue Star. And this is also a well-known thing in Segs. The elves use human trebuchets, which is unprecedented. Looking at the tribe gradually falling into the sea of fire, Jushan's eyes were red. Can't let them go on. These elves are as cunning and cruel as humans. If this continues, even if it is finally won, the cave tribe will be reduced to ruins. These are the possessions they have accumulated for hundreds of years. Not to mention, the trebuchet is also a huge threat to the altar in the main tent and the tribesmen in the tribe. Charge! Charge! To destroy their trebuchet. Giant Mountain ordered with red eyes. This time, the orcs didn't hesitate anymore. The few explosions just now have caused casualties to the orc tribe. The protection spells of the priests cannot be blessed on everyone. This kind of explosion from the sky is enough to threaten the ordinary half-orcs in the tribe. And the catapult is still in operation. If this continues, the entire cave tribe will really turn into a sea of fire. Damn elves. Despicable. It's so despicable. The orcs gritted their teeth, their eyes were red, and they charged the players again. Seeing that the orcs were completely enraged, the players on the hillside cheered. That's right. They also drew out their weapons, and fought again with the half-orcs who charged up. Melee, start again. The swords of both sides were connected, and the splendid magic exploded everywhere, shouting and screaming one after another. People fell from time to time, but they were quickly made up by the people behind. While in the melee, the players are still not idle, and continue to throw fireballs at the tribe of orcs with the trebuchet. What's more, someone brought the biochemical weapons they produced from the teleportation array buckets of excrement from the player. Elf Kingdom is too real, and there is food and drink lazar, but when the number of players is large, public toilets are naturally built in the town, and it is not difficult to collect some biochemical weapons. They packed them in bags, attached the burst delay magic, and threw them out with a trebuchet in the same way, hitting the disgusting opponent in the tribe of orcs. Actually, in the history of Blue Star, many medieval military wars did the same, and used it to combat morale. Don't say it, the effect is not bad. As soon as the biochemical weapons exploded, many of the half-orcs who had been recruited were showered. But unlike humans, in the face of such insults, the half-orcs, who were not smart, and generally grumpy, became even more angry. Asshole. These damn, shameless long ears. Ah. Kill you. I want to kill you. The orcs are even more mad. Wow. This is interesting. Change me. Change me. Seeing that the trebuchet can still play like this, Demacia fell into excitement. He did not commit suicide anymore, but volunteered to come to the trebuchet and started playing shit. Li Mu. Cuckoo bird. Xiao Xian meow. With the melee, the casualties of the orcs are also increasing. But they still haven't broken through the player's defense. Not only that, those half-orcs who have persisted the longest have gradually discovered to their horror that the strength of the elves seems to be slowly increasing. They seem to be getting stronger. They shouted in horror. This amazing discovery, like a jar of cold water, was poured on the hot-headed half-orc again. News continued to spread among the orcs, and gradually, they fell into chaos again. Looking at the experience value and contribution that are continuously credited in the account, as well as the more and more equipment accumulated in the rear, the players are more and more vigorous. Is at the forefront, many people have already upgraded. The equipment picked up has been piled up into a hill. Kill. Ula. The players were excited, yelling, and launched a charge at the orcs who showed signs of rout again. It's messed up. It's totally messed up. Isn't the Nightwalker's call still ready? Looking at the gradual collapse of the formation and the chaotic tribe, the giant mountain of orcs is extremely urgent. And at this moment, a heart-pounding energy fluctuation suddenly came from the central account of the cave tribe. Along with the silver light www.novel.com, a huge magic circle suddenly formed in midair. There are mysterious and sacred lines on the magic circle, which are inscriptions belonging to the true God. The chant like a battlefield cry slowly sounded, and a big golden hand suddenly stretched out from the circle. Seeing this scene, Jushan was taken aback first. And when he saw the lines on the circle clearly, his urgent expression turned into shock and joy. This is, the summoning circle. It is, the divine envoy. The envoy. Heard the chief priest's exclamation, the half-orcs first made a commotion, and then quickly fell into ecstasy. The envoy. The envoy has come. The Lord of the Favored has succeeded. Amidst the cheers of everyone, the silver light shines even brighter. A rough vicissitudes of life, but with a trace of majesty and sacred majesty, spread along with the appearance of the golden giant hand, making all the half-orcs awed. However, just halfway through the big golden hand, a package of unknown objects was suddenly thrown over in the sky. It crossed a beautiful parabola, not crooked or oblique, and just entered the range of the magic circle. Humph! A majestic snort resounded through the air. The big golden hand grabbed the dropped object and squeezed it hard. Pattern. The unidentified thing from the hillside is torn apart, and the black and yellow fluid casts a face on the mysterious powerhouse who has not yet emerged from the teleportation array. The smell of choking nose gradually spread. The air suddenly fell into a strange silence. On the hillside, Demacia opened her mouth wide in surprise, and subconsciously released her hand that was holding the trebuchet. Chapter 125 Demigod Walker. The big golden hand was slightly stagnant, and the mysterious strongman seemed to be confused. Then, everyone saw their arms slowly retracted, and then there was a sound of, ha-ha, that seemed to be sniffing. Hearing this sound, the hearts of all players couldn't help but chuckle. I feel, there is something inside. Soon, a burst of energy that destroyed the world suddenly burst out from the circle, accompanied by an extremely angry roar. Asshole! It's, who? The golden hands came out of the circle again. This time, the opponent's speed was very fast, and the whole body was completely transmitted in an instant. And everyone also saw clearly the appearance of this mysterious being summoned. That was a giant almost 10 meters tall, with a strong stature. He wears a sheep skull-shaped helmet, and a gleaming gold and silver robes of animal skins. In one hand, he holds a silver battle axe surrounded by frost, and behind his back is a cloak made of gray bird feathers. His face is painted with totem-like lines, very mysterious and extremely solemn. Totem Guardian Demigod Walker. He is one of the 3 semi-god envoys under the seat of Ural, the of winter and hunting, and his status is second only to the existence of the true god. Only at this moment, Totem Guardian Walker has completely fallen into fury. Tainted. His dignified demigod-level powerhouse was tainted by the filth of the mortal when he was just teleported over. Damn it. Which brave guy is he who dares to treat him this way? This is simply a blasphemy against the semi-god powerhouse. Must pay the price. The other party must pay the price. At this moment, Walker even felt that the task under the crown of God could be postponed slightly. He must first pull out the guy who teased him, tear his body to shreds, and then extract the soul, purify it into the purest energy, and feed it to his hound. The angry expression made Walker look terrifying, and the energy of the demigod continuously gathered behind him, changing the color of the whole world. The energy level of the Segus continent has not been restored. At present, the greatest strength that can be supported is the demigod. Not only that, but also barely able to support it. When Walker was angry, the space around him seemed to be in chaos because he couldn't bear the violent energy. Even the clouds in the sky were stirred out of a huge vortex, which was exceptionally spectacular. All the mages and priests felt that the elemental energy in the air began to become restless, and their control of the magic power was faintly disturbed. At the same time, the heart-pounding coercion radiated with Walker as the center. Unlike the original incarnation of Euler, this time Walker came in person. He is able to release his true pressure. And this terrifying power made all the orcs nearby almost lost their ability to move, and they could only shudder. If it weren't for the players to be far away, they would have lost control of their bodies. But even so, they also developed a kind of fear from the heart, and the ability of the whole body to act seems to be slow. Both sides consciously stopped fighting and began to retreat slowly. When high-level forces come, the situation of war is no longer something the weak can reverse. In the sky, Miral, the black dragon who was still fighting with the devil dog, instantly widened the longan. Looking at the dazzling light on Walker, the totem guardian, it couldn't help but exclaimed. Half god. I saw Miral flew the dog with a paw, then turned around and ran. Its pair of small wings fanned as fast as it had hit Eve. My lord of the favored. That is the enemy's black dragon. Seeing the black dragon about to flee, the giant mountain quickly shouted. The dragons all bear grudges. The cave tribe has offended Miral, so you must not let the other party go. Hearing the sound of the orc, Miral's face turned green. Asshole. Miral will eat you sooner or later. It cursed and hummed and flew faster. Humph. Walker glanced at it coldly, then waved gently. A silver ray shot out from his hand, turned into a rope, and shot towards Miral. Godlock. This is a must-have skill for all powerful people who control the power of God. I saw the lock coming in an instant, and tied the little black dragon to death again. Just like Eve back then. Mariel. It instantly lost its ability to fly, fell down, and was buried in the soil again. Why do you all use this trick? I'm mad at Miral. I'm mad at Miral. While struggling in the dirt pit, it whimpered aggrievedly. Player. Fuck. Killed the black dragon in a flash. What kind of monster is this? How do you feel better than the incarnation of Tai Hanin that I had used together? He is not the goddess that Miss Saint said. Demasia's eyes widened as he looked at Walker, who was furious. This boss, we shouldn't be able to beat it, right? Shall we slip away first? We have already reaped a lot of benefits. We retreat temporarily. No, it is a strategic shift. His voice is a little confusing. But what makes Demacia strange is that no one answers his words. He looked around, and then found that everyone had been far away from him early and maintained a range of at least 20 meters with him. Demacia. Who was it just now? Caught the black dragon, and Walker's low voice rang again. Just www.novel.com. Everyone can hear the anger suppressed by the words. He is like a volcano about to erupt, terrifying. Master Guardian. It's an elves. Those elves on the hillside did it. They used a trebuchet. Seeing the furious totem guardian, Jushan felt confident. He pointed to the distant hillside and shouted excitedly again. Elf. Catapult. Walker's voice was surprised. Then, his gaze swept to the direction where the player was. Seeing the eyes of the big boss, all players swept away from Demacia again. There are still many players who have already picked up the equipment on the ground and began to move secretly in the direction of the teleportation array, and they will retract and retreat when they are ready to meet. In an instant, Walker could see Demacia standing next to the trebuchet, a stick still dripping with an unknown liquid in his hand, and a wooden barrel still emitting a peculiar smell next to it. Demacia. He quickly threw away the shit-chucking stick in his hand and coughed dryly. Ahem, this, that. I have something to do, I will go offline first. After speaking, he turned around and ran towards the teleportation formation. Humph. Just listen to Walker coldly snort again, beckoning gently, and another silver magic lock flies out. Goal. Directly at Demacia. The god lock is extremely fast, and Demacia is easily entangled in the sight of all players. Accompanied by a miserable scream, Demacia was pulled back by God's lock. But, at the moment Walker was about to catch him, another clear cold snort came from the air again. Another golden lock shoots at Walker. Chapter 126 The New Who Steals the Priesthood. The golden lock was extremely fast, and instantly interrupted Walker the demigod. His face was slightly solemn, and he quickly released the lock that bound Demacia, and turned to resist the sudden attack. Two chains of divine power collided together, causing a violent energy explosion. Hearing a loud, bang, sound, all players felt that their ears were deaf for a moment, and the whole earth shook slightly. And when they looked at the demigod Walker again, they found that a huge pit with a radius of nearly 100 meters had appeared on the ground in front of him. Some houses and half-orcs that originally existed there have instantly turned into fly ash. Fuck, is this a bit too strong? Watching the aftermath of the explosion, the players looked dull and swallowed subconsciously. Until this moment, they really realized how far the power of the demigod is from the power of mortals. And this huge pit just now is just the aftermath of the collision of demigod-level forces. Demigod Walker didn't seem surprised by the sudden attack and the appearance of the strange lock. I saw him sneer, his vicissitudes of life resounded in the air. Hee hee, the guess under the crown of the true is really good, and there is really a new to enshrine the gods. This supernatural power has the breath of nature and life, and sure enough, you have stolen the power that should belong to the crown. New gods and gods. Hearing what Walker half-length said, the half-orcs were taken aback, and then quickly fell into a shock. A new true was born in the fairy forest. Could it be, is the newborn true god subduing the elves? It must be, otherwise, how to explain their changes? Those long ears would change their beliefs. Wait, is it the world tree? Impossible, if it were the world tree, God the Father would have descended with you. The orcs talked a lot, and quickly ruled out the correct answer. Don't blame them. The news of the fall of the world tree is well known, and it is different from the faith in the true gods who put their lives on the power of faith. Even if the ancient gods have faith, the origin of life is based on the body. The fall of the ancient means the death of the body, and it is almost impossible to resurrect on the faith of the believer like the true God. In addition, the true gods who are hostile to the world tree did not react. So, one step wrong, wrong step. However, it is foreseeable that even if the chance is very small, with Eve's actions, the recovery of the world tree may be suspected sooner or later. But even so, Eve still decided to put on the vest. After all, the time to wait for him is running out. 20 years, it looks like a long time, but for the true whose strength is growing slowly, it is just a blink of an eye. He must seize every opportunity to strengthen himself. When the truth is revealed, he must at least master the power to fight the enemy. After listening to the comments of the orcs, the players were also caught in surprise. The new god. When will a newborn true pop up in the fairy forest? Isn't there a goddess alone? And the crisp cold snort just now can be heard by everyone, it is exactly the same as the voice of the goddess they heard when they created the character. With the foundation of Alice, the saint of nature, players have long known that Eve's identity must be kept secret. Once the news of the recovery of the world tree is exposed, it is likely to attract the siege of the gods. And considering the urinary nature of this game, if that is the case, the plot will definitely collapse. And the plot collapsed and it was over. Elf Country has a plot line and a historical line that players participate in. The official announcement has long since announced that, in order to enhance players' sense of participation and realism, there is no game reset in Elf Country. If the player fails to die, causing the entire plot to collapse, Elf Nation will announce that it will be closed. This news also caused an uproar in the Blue Star online game industry. Many netizens think that the official Nation of Elves must be crazy. If someone maliciously targets, isn't the Elf Country over? But closed beta players don't think so. Not to mention how strong the official control of the game is. After knowing this, although they are reluctant to admit it, they are indeed more cautious when playing games, and they are more realistic and exciting. the story of the collapse is not what the players want to see. It took so long for everyone to manage the elf town so well. Every day, liver tasks, monsters, and finally promoted to Black Iron. Everyone has fallen in love with this game. The sense of identification and acquisition is a pleasant thing. And these two joys are intertwined, which brings more joy to the players. No one wants to lose this game. Whoever wants to mess around, I'm afraid the players will stop Eve before he can take a shot. But, what does this strange divine envoy mean? The players were very confused and planned to talk, but then they were surprised to find that they had lost the ability to speak. All players can't talk anymore. Fortunately, the chat function on the game system is still there, and a group of people have a lively discussion on the World channel. Wait, why can't I speak anymore? Can you? I can't do it either, it seems to be forced by the system. Plot animation, I am afraid we are now in plot animation. When Demetia and the others visited the goddess before, they heard that they also lost control of their bodies. That's it. The players suddenly realized, and then became excited. But, what's the situation with the new gods? Isn't the goddess the world tree? Hey, did you forget? Miss Sister Saint said before that the goddess seems to be misleading the enemy in order to hide his identity. This must be her misleading. We have been regarded as undead before you forgot. It turned out to be like this. How do you feel that the image of the goddess has suddenly changed? I always feel that the goddess in this game is aloft and upright, but I didn't expect that there would be such a wretched development. Ha ha ha. The goddess is also an NPC, and it is not a vague symbol. As long as it is an NPC in this game, it must have its own emotions. What you said. I suddenly felt that the goddess was getting close a lot. When I turn back to sacrifice and pray, see if I can flatter me. What if I'm also chosen as the favored one? Puff, you are really a talent. www.novel.com. Record the screen. Record the screen. The goddess will definitely be in battle next. The players happily turned on their recording function. At the same time, the body of the favored L was bursting with dazzling light. I saw him kneeling down on the ground religiously, praying silently, and with his prayer, a sacred and vast breath suddenly came to the scene. In the solemn gaze of the demigod walker, the soft divine power continued to converge, and soon formed an ethereal sacred figure. That seemed to be a goddess, surrounded by the radiance of divine power. The holy light concealed his true face, but it showed his aura of great power. The appearance of the true can change with the heart, but the breath of divine power is difficult to disguise. Especially believe in gods. In an instant, Walker the demigod recognized. That breath has life and nature. However, he also found that the other party's breath seemed to be unstable, and there was a hint of death power. Demigod Walker's eyes lit up slightly. As expected under the crown of the true god, this is a true who has stolen life and nature with the help of death. Not only that, but his state is not good, and he can't even master his divine power. It is no wonder that such a true is not as powerful as a senior half-god. This is an opportunity. His waist straightened up suddenly. Chapter 127. Fight somewhere else. The power of the demigod is indeed powerful. The moment he saw Walker the demigod, Eve judged that his avatar was not his opponent. In the final analysis, his current condensed incarnation is cleverly condensed with the Reaper's soul storage orb as the core, and the demigod-level combat power that can be maintained is very limited. Although he is a true god, he does not have a smooth control of divine power, as Walker speculated. Of course, the true is the true after all. Even if it is not an opponent, it does not mean that Eve's incarnation will be killed by the opponent. Not to mention, this is just his incarnation. Walker also perceives the general strength of Eve's incarnation. The only difference is that he already regards Eve's incarnation as Eve's deity. This is not to blame him. Because Eve's incarnation is not the incarnation of the true in the conventional sense. The process of believing in the true gods and consecrating the gods is the process of breaking away from the common flesh and condensing the gods. Unlike ancient gods who have a substantial body of true gods, the body of belief in true gods is a body similar to energy, and the core is the Godhead. Generally speaking, belief in the condensed incarnation of the true will also be energy state. But the incarnation of Eve is different. This is the core of Hela's soul-storing orb, and an elf body that suits him as his body. In other words, the feeling he gave to the demigod Walker. It is like a lucky elf who has acquired the Godhead of nature and life. Although he has been enchanted, but is limited by the energy level of the continent of Segus. It does not completely break away from the physical body, but shows an intermediate energy state. The illusion of an incomplete physical state. This is also the real reason why Eve clearly has over 100 divine power points, but did not choose to consume divine power to condense the divine power incarnation, but continue to use the soul storage orb. Is to make other strong people think that his incarnation is the body. Shows that the enemy is weak. After Eve played, the players also opened their eyes wide and began to appreciate the long-lost cutscenes. It just disappointed them that this time the goddess did not release special effects such as the goddess scattered flowers and all things worship. Although surrounded by the holy light, the goddess is still shining and majestic, which makes people feel ashamed. But compared to the previous two dazzling appearances, I always feel like something. And all this, falling in the eyes of the demigod Walker, is another situation. He seems to cherish the use of divine power. Even if he appears in front of his beloved ones and believers, he does not consume divine power to maintain the dignity of the true God. It seems his state is really bad. At this point of thought, Walker's heart became more sure. He raised his frost axe, and the silver supernatural power kept turning into electric snakes on it. It was an artifact that Euler bestowed on him, and it was a true demigod artifact. The mighty demigod pressure swept across the audience, the clouds in the sky were constantly tumbling and surging under Walker's power, and the magic in the air stirred up and turned into a raging wind. After the demigod Walker's aura was fully opened, the temperature within 3 kilometers of a radius suddenly began to drop rapidly, and gradually, snowflakes floated. Field. This is the ability that will be unlocked by the strong after the legend. The orcs watched this scene blankly, shocked in their hearts. Demigod. This is the power of a demigod. Actually, can affect the weather. The players are not too surprised. After witnessing the miracle of the goddess Eve's resurrection and worship, Walker's power did not surprise them. And then, Walker's majestic voice resounded throughout the audience, with incomparable confidence. Ha! A false god. You stole the priesthood under the crown of Ural, and killed the servants and believers under the crown. Today is the time of your fall. Turned out to be a false god. The power behind the fairy forest turned out to be a false god. The orcs were extremely shocked. And then, there is infinite joy. Those who do not have the power of the true but promote the true are false gods. Since as a false god, he must not be the opponent of Lord Walker. As one of the 3 demigods under the seat of Ural, the legend of Walker is widely circulated among the tribes of orcs. He is a senior totem guardian who has defeated false gods and demigods many times. Is a legendary character. Pseudo, false god. When the players listened, their faces were strange. He is a demigod, saying that the goddess is a false god. Is this also misled by the goddess? What does the goddess want to do? The players subconsciously looked at the figure surrounded by the holy light, but they didn't seem to see her face or her emotions clearly. The goddess at this moment feels more mysterious and unpredictable. But one thing that can be confirmed is that the goddess really seems to be planning something. A false god. The priesthood of Ural. After hearing the demigod Walker's scolding, a trace of anger floated on the faces of Alice and Al. Shameless. Hateful. Upside-down black and white bastard. However, thinking of the Mother God's teachings, they abruptly endured it. And when they looked at the demigod Walker again, their eyes were already looking at a corpse. The true cannot be profaned. Even if he is a noble demigod. After listening to Walker, Eve didn't get angry. I saw her sigh softly, and her ethereal and majestic voice resounded throughout the audience. It's not suitable here, let's play in another place. Are you worried that the aftermath will endanger the believers? It really is a foolish false god. After hearing Eve's words, Walker the demigod let out a sneer. I saw him swing a silver axe and rush towards Eve with a roar. At the same time, Eve also stretched out his hand and lit 2 divine ripples. The fight is about to start. The players' eyes lit up. They hid subconsciously, their eyes widened, ready to witness the demigod-level battle. However, the next scene was beyond everyone's expectations. I saw the first ripple that the goddess clicked and turned into a magic lock, shooting directly at Walker. However, Walker only sneered, and easily avoided the first attack. But as soon as he dodged, another ripple suddenly turned into a huge teleportation circle, which happened to fall in the direction Walker was moving when he was evading, wrapping him up. Under everyone's surprised eyes, the body of the demigod Walker suddenly burst into a bright light. And after the glory passed, he disappeared. And the goddess Eve disappeared with him. Chuan. Teleported away. For a while, everyone was stunned. You continue to encircle and suppress the orcs. For an instant, a clear and ethereal voice rang in the hearts of all players. Is the goddess? The players' eyes lit up. This is the first time a goddess speaks directly in their hearts, giving orders in person. At this time, the players found that their language ability had recovered again. Look. Look at the fairy forest. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed player pointed to the rear and said. The other players followed his direction and were surprised to see the clouds rolling in the sky above the fairy forest. Did the goddess teleport to the fairy forest with the orc envoy? In an instant, the players suddenly understood. Then, their eyes lit up. Fairy forest. That is the home of the goddess. No wonder, it seems that this demigod is going to die this time. Wait, the demigod is gone, can we spawn monsters again now? Thinking of this, the players' hearts moved. The boss was teleported away. Then, isn't it their home court again? However, some people beat their chests. Oh. I want to watch the battle of the goddess. I want to watch the battle of the goddesses. And seeing the envoy being teleported away, the orcs were also stunned. Just very quickly, they saw the eager expressions of the players. Looking at the flashing eyes of the player, for some reason, the orc giant mountain suddenly felt a little bad. However, he still scolded. Elf. The demigod has already taken action, and your false gods are doomed to end. Don't make unnecessary resistance. Hearing his angry shout, the players were taken aback first, and then laughed. Ha 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 ha. It's not always certain who is finished. Tai Han sang. Look behind you. Behind. The orcs were taken aback. They turned their heads subconsciously. Then saw a huge black shadow. A hideous face, black scales, and vertical pupils full of anger. Is the black dragon. Only at this moment, the black dragon has gained freedom. What, when? The half-orc's eyes are dull. Jushan's face changed. The lock, is the lock just now. The lock rescued it. That's right, it's a lock. Just now, Walker, the demigod, did escape the first magic lock shot by Eve. But Eve never thought about controlling him with a magic lock from the beginning. Her real goal is to rescue the black dragon. Looking at the black dragon with red eyes and looking at them angrily, all the orcs couldn't help but squeak in their hearts. UU reading www.uukyungshu.com. The giant mountain looked terrified, and quickly shouted. Retreat. Retreat. As soon as he finished yelling, the little black dragon yelled, Rua, and rushed into the orcs to start a massacre. Fuck it. Keep a little head. Let's go too. Kill. Ula. The players also roared and continued to join the battle. The scene, once again, fell into chaos. Fairy forest. In the sky, the demigod Walker looked at the dense forest below, his eyes surprised. I didn't expect, you actually teleported me here. Hee hee, is the forest your home court? But teleporting a demigod, how much do you have left? Walker let out a sneer. The consumption of instantaneous transmission is proportional to the energy of the transmission object. Walker could clearly perceive that after the teleportation, the mysterious pseudo-god on the opposite side lost most of its power again. There is indeed a lot of consumption. After hearing Walker's words, Eve sighed slightly, seeming a little heartache. But she changed the subject. I believe you won't make me lose money. What does mean? Walker frowned slightly, and suddenly there was a trace of anxiety in his heart. And then, he saw the false god, in front of him suddenly burst into green light. Under his startled gaze, he saw the pseudo-god's body suddenly broken and merged into the world. At the same time, a strong heart palpitation suddenly struck Walker's heart. At that moment, he felt that this world alive. Chapter 128 Shinjin Shrine Area. At the moment when the false god disappeared, the whole forest seemed to be infected with vitality. Plants began to sprout, and bloom quickly, the surrounding flowers are dotted like dreams. The bright photons are constantly flying from everywhere, turning into countless butterfly-like elves, dancing in the air. Everything is like a fairyland in a fairy tale. However, in the eyes of the demigod Walker, it is a different feeling. That is a very strange feeling. Walker felt like he had become the enemy of the whole world in an instant. The magic in the air, the flying elemental elves, the plants in the forest, all seemed to have a strong hostility towards him. The more vitality around, the more murderous he perceives. He felt that he suddenly became incompatible with this world. This kind of feeling, Walker has not experienced this in a long time. And the last time he had this kind of experience was in the Battle of God 1,000 years ago. True God Realm. This is True God Realm. I saw his eyes widened, and his expression was a bit unbelievable. The realm of the true gods, as the name implies, is the realm of the true gods. Only when the true has truly mastered the priesthood, will he have his own realm of God. Different from the legendary realm and the demigod realm, the real God's realm is more advanced. In the realm of the true God, the true is the heaven and the earth, and the true is the ruler. The true gods in the realm of gods, as long as they are full of divine power, they are almost invincible. In fact, every person who believes in the true has a fixed domain of God. That is their kingdom of God. And when the true descends in his true body, he will also form his own realm within a certain range. In the realm of the true God, almost no one is his opponent. Unless other true gods come. After realizing that he had entered the realm of the gods, Walker knew that he was playing big. At this moment, the stormy sea was already surging in his heart. Holy area. How could it be God's domain? She was. No, shouldn't he be a false who does not control the priesthood? Has he actually opened up his own kingdom of God? Here, this is the world of Segs, where does he go to find the half-plane that opens up the kingdom of God? If he controls the priesthood, is it necessary to hide? He. What kind of existence is he? Was able to steal and control his priesthood so quickly after the world tree was lifted from the curse? Could it be? Is it true that the of death is helping him with all his strength? But since he has become a true god, why does he hide? Walker looked terrified, and at the same time he was puzzled. Of course Eve owns God's domain. In fact, when he inherited the world tree, he already had the domain of God. The world tree is an ancient god. When Eve was just reborn, the sense of control over the heavens and the earth came from the instinct of God's domain. It's just that the cost of expanding the realm of God was too great, until after Eve got out of the near-death state and became the realm of God, this cost was reduced. This only gave Eve the capital to use God's domain and fight against other strong people. And when the demigod Walker remembered his madness, he instantly felt cold all over. He just insulted a true who controlled the priesthood as a false god. The true cannot be blasphemy. Even if he is the envoy of the of winter and hunting, if the other party kills him for this reason, the other true gods will not stand on Ural's side. Thinking of this, demigod Walker's mouth was dry, and endless regret and fear poured out in his heart. He has completely lost the desire to fight. Because he knew that he couldn't win at all here. Has lived for thousands of years, he still has this point in his heart. I saw Walker suddenly fell from the sky and bowed respectfully to the direction where Eve had just disappeared. His voice was extremely bitter. The guardian of the totem under the seat of the winter and hunting god Walker, the demigod, has seen nature and life under the crown. The of nature and life. Since the other party has displayed the realm of God, and is still the dual attributes of nature and life, it is of course the new of nature and life. Ah! Are you scared so soon? In the sky, there was a surprised female voice. Demigod Walker couldn't help but let out a wry smile. He lowered his head, put away his weapon, and bit the bullet and explained. Misunderstanding, all this is a misunderstanding. Every strongman is an old monster who has lived for many years. When it's time to admit counsel, you should admit counsel. Those who are stubborn and hard-tempered, either have incomparable strength, or the grave headgrass has no idea how many meters tall. No, this is not a misunderstanding. The majestic voice sounded again. From the moment Euler tried to meddle with nature and life, this is not a misunderstanding. Just right, I'm very curious about the effects of God's domain, and I am curious about the demigods. Now that you are here, please give me a try. Hearing this sentence, Walker was shocked. He didn't think about anything else, but turned around and fled. Escape. Must escape. He doesn't know where the exit of God's domain is, but presumably the area should not be large, just look for one direction and run. Want to run? The ethereal voice sounded again, with a hint of playfulness. Then, the plants in the forest began to grow wildly, turning into big green hands, quickly grabbing Walker. At the same time, Walker felt that all the magical power in the surrounding space had cut off his contact with him, except for the divine power in his body. He could not use any energy. The power of the demigod. In addition to the power of the demigod, using the understanding of the law to influence reality is also an important part of the demigod's power. And the laws of God's domain follow the master of God's domain. Lost control of the law, the power of the demigod has already lost more than half. Where Walker passed, all the plants grew rapidly, turning into vines and chains, and grabbed him. Walker gritted his teeth, drew out his magic axe, and tried his best to chop the plants that entangle him. The silver supernatural power burst out, and it slammed into the plants. For an instant, the light shines brightly. The sound of divine power burst like thunder. However, after the brilliance, Walker was shocked to find that he couldn't cut the plants under his power. You know, Walker's full force is enough to split a mountain in half. But now, it only leaves a shallow white mark on the plant. A few minutes ago, this was just the most common plant on the continent of Segs. Goblins could easily tear them apart. Holy area. This is the mighty power of God's domain. When God's domain is opened, all areas of God's domain related to the priesthood of the true God will receive the power of the true God. Watching the vines wrapped around the axe, Walker was shocked. He released the magic axe and continued to run. Slow. At this time, he heard the frightening voice again. In an instant, Walker found that his speed had suddenly dropped several times, and everything seemed to be slow motion. The words come out the way. In the realm of the true God, the true can do a certain degree of utterance. Under Walker's horrified gaze, he was tightly entangled by vines. Confinement. The ethereal and majestic voice sounded again. As soon as the voice fell, Walker was shocked to find that he instantly lost control of his divine power. Suddenly, he became like a mortal. He lost his power. Under the crown of the true God. Under the crown of the true God. Walker confessed. Walker confessed. Walker offended you. Please forgive Walker for his offense. He shouted in horror. However, there was no response from the other party. The true God. Please forgive Walker's crime. The true God. Walker continued to shout in horror, his voice piercing. It's really ugly. The majestic and holy voice made a sneer. The golden brilliance hovered in front of Walker. www.novel.com. Soon, a noble and beautiful goddess appeared before him again. This time, Eve did not hide her appearance. Noble natural divine crown, gorgeous and holy dress, long silver hair and magnificent and deep purple eyes. And when Walker saw Eve clearly, his pupils shrank suddenly. This similar appearance. This familiar breath. And, the tree symbol on the god's skirt that he will never forget. It's you. It's you. It turned out to be you. Uctrahil. You are. Uctrahil. You are back. You are not dead. His expression suddenly became extremely horrified, and he couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder you have to hide. No wonder it is so easy to control the priesthood. It turns out, it's him. It turns out that he is the world tree. It turns out that he is the ancient that made all the gods tremble. He is back. He wants revenge for everything, and he wants to take back everything that belongs to him. Gods, dangerous. In an instant, Walker figured everything out. Okay. Seeing Walker's horrified gaze, Eve raised his eyebrows lightly, but didn't care. In the realm of the true God, everything will be cut off from the outside world. Even if you die here, the souls of creatures will be slaughtered by the master of God's domain. Therefore, even if she is recognized as the world tree, it doesn't matter. It's just a pity that the largest divine realm she controls is only 30 kilometers in radius. Eve stretched out her white arm, and gently tapped her finger on Walker. Chapter 129. Desperate Demigod. A strange scene appeared. I saw Walker let out a painful grunt, and Eve's fingers passed through his body. Similar to an energy body. Is this a demigod? Eve raised his brows lightly. She can clearly feel that Walker's body is actually a magical power. And his body is actually transformed from divine power. But unlike the true God, he has no godhead, only a group of souls in his body that are gradually transforming into gods. It turns out, is this the way to believe in the demigods of the true God? Eve thoughtfully. There is more than one way to become a demigod. One is that the secular creatures use the power of faith to analyze the law, gradually sublimate their existence from the material state to the energy state, and finally enshrine the gods, and the transition stage is the half-god. One is to believe in the true and directly use one's own divine power, select appropriate souls to shape the demigods, and create subordinates. A kind of mythical creature with great potential, which can grow to a demigod level by itself, or a demigod level creature when it was born, such as ancient dragons and demigod level oak guards. And if Eve is not wrong, Walker the demigod should belong to the second kind. As soon as she thought, Walker's supernatural power was immediately withdrawn by her and flowed into her avatar along her fingers. His divine power was lost, and the half-god Walker let out a howl of pain. His voice was extremely miserable. While sensing the absorbed power, Eve's thoughts moved slightly. Similar to Euler's divine power, but somewhat different from his divine power, belonging to the same origin, but it seems to be a grade lower than his divine power, that is to say, not very pure. But fortunately, if I absorb and transform, I can squeeze about 40%. Senior demigod, there should be a lot of divine power, you can become my nourishment. Listening to Eve's words, Walker looked horrified. Too frightening. Is terrible. After the return of this ancient god, has his personality changed? He actually wants to squeeze his power. How did he become so cruel? Will die. I will die if this continues. Walker gritted his teeth, a madness appeared in his expression. I saw his body tremble suddenly, and the divine power in his body began to boil. Okay. Feeling the divine power change in Walker, Eve was surprised. Can still burn soul and power. Want to work hard. Existences above the demigod level also have desperate methods. That is to burn supernatural power and supernatural soul. What surprised Eve was that Walker was able to perform this desperate method when he was imprisoned. With the burning of supernatural power, Walker's breath suddenly rose. He, once again, regained control of his body. I saw him with a hideous look, struggling to break free from the entangled vines, and then took out a piece of bone from his arms and crushed it. Inside, there is an instantaneous teleportation circle that can be passed by the demigod. As the bone fragments were crushed, a silver halo appeared in front of him instantly. Walker's eyes lit up, and while roaring, he used all his strength to escape into the halo. I broke free. It seems that I do not have enough control of God's domain, and I have not completely restrained his power. Eve thoughtfully. However, she was not in a hurry, but waved gently in the direction where Walker was escaping. With her movements, the surrounding plants suddenly gathered together and turned into several golden ropes. The rope jumped up and quickly chased Walker. Cave Tribe. With the black dragon joining the battlefield, the orcs have completely fallen into chaos. For the half-orcs who generally only have the power of black iron, the silver dragon is simply a disaster. Even if it is the only silver priest giant mountain, it is not the type that is good at fighting. Miral is like entering the land of no one, it will vent all the anger of being imprisoned by Walker on the half-orcs, and half-orcs are trampled to death by it almost every minute. The dog that can fight it has been torn apart by it. The angry black dragon is terrifying. And with the addition of Miral, the players are boiling. There are thighs that do not hold, are they still players? Are all experience and contribution. The black dragon has completely scared the half-orcs. At this time, it is time for the players to stabbing knives in the back. So, under Li Mu's chance, everyone gave up the defense and rushed to the cave tribe. For a while, the players screamed, looking excited and ferocious, like a group of bandits going down the mountain. Looking at the chaotic tribe, the half-orc giant mountain looked pale. It's over, it's over. Messed up. Has been completely messed up. If there are only players, the cave tribe can barely deal with it. If there is only a black dragon, the cave tribe can also parry it at a certain price. But when the two go together. Now, even if the Lord God Envoy wins, the cave tribe will be greatly injured. Master Earl. Master Earl. Please fight against the black dragon. Giant Mountain shouted with red eyes. Listening to the call of the giant mountain, the Nightwalker hiding in the main account is very entangled. Summoning a divine envoy has consumed a lot of his power, and now his magic power is almost exhausted. And his strongest beast was defeated by the Black Dragon. Before his strength was restored, to be honest, he didn't want to risk going to this muddy water again. Anyway, Lord Walker has gone to hunt down the false god, and sooner or later he will win. He thought. Master Earl. Master Earl. Please help the cave tribe. When everything is over, Jushan is willing to help you find the best blood slaves. Giant Mountain still yelled with red eyes. Blood slave. Nightwalker's eyes lit up slightly. The cave tribe is very good at hunting elves. This time, the elves of the fairy forest are probably doomed. If you take action in a critical moment, it seems not bad to let the orcs help them hunt elves after the matter is over. And Lord Walker has always made quick decisions, and he should return soon. Although he has lost most of his magic power due to the summoning, he should still be able to pin down a black dragon with a silver rank. This risk is acceptable. Thinking of this, the Nightwalker already has an idea. I saw him tidy up his clothes and walked out of the big tent gracefully. Black Dragon. Your opponent is me, he said calmly. And the moment the Nightwalker walked out of the big tent, a silver magic circle suddenly appeared in the sky. Resplendent holy light shot out from the magic circle, accompanied by a heavy breath of divine power. The demigod Walker roared out. Seeing this familiar figure, all the orcs' eyes lit up. It's the god envoy. The god envoy is back. He succeeded. Ha ha ha, we are saved. We won. There was a cheer in the cave tribe. Nightwalker is also happy. 1. He no longer hesitated, but flew towards the black dragon, ready to fight with it. And the players are in a sluggishness. The demigod is back. Wait. Where's the goddess? Just www.novel.com before everyone could say anything, they suddenly felt something was wrong. Walker, the demigod, has a ferocious look, faintly, seems a little frightened. Not only that, the magic axe in his hand has disappeared, his clothes are disorderly, and his breath is extremely disordered. And many more. This is something wrong. Before they could think about anything, with a clear snort, several golden vine chains suddenly emerged from the circle and shot at Walker. The chain stretches its teeth and claws, like twisting tentacles, the breath on it is so terrifying. Even a half-orc had the urge to worship in an instant. The chains of the true god. This is the chain of the true god. I saw the chain rush to Walker, entangled him. Walker, the demigod, looked horrified. He broke free quickly, but there was nothing he could do. No. No. Yes, yes. He wanted to say something, but the chain of vines instantly wrapped around his mouth, then penetrated his body and pierced his true soul. Woo 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 woo. Walker's eyes widened for an instant, his expression in despair and fear. He stretched out his hands with difficulty, stubbornly grabbing the ground and struggling, trying to prevent the chain from pulling. However, it was useless. As soon as the golden chain was pulled, Walker's entire body was abruptly pulled back. On the ground, only 2 deep claw marks were left. In the desperate whine, Walker's figure disappeared into the circle. Then, the magic circle shattered, as if nothing happened. On the battlefield. Fell into silence. Chapter 130. You deserve respect. Looking at the claw marks half a meter deep on the ground, the players looked at each other. Is this the goddess who won? The tentacle-like vine just now belongs to the goddess, right? It should be. That cold snort is from the goddess. Hiss, I feel a little scary. I also think, howling is terrible. A sad demigod. I suddenly wanted to see how the goddess dealt with him. The book can be updated. Hey. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. Hey, who makes planning so horrible and fun, and what to use is not to use vines. Hey, you are so dirty. To each other. The players are full of joy. Although they know that the facts are definitely not what they thought, they might as well tease them happily. And the half-orcs were in panic. Walker. Lord Walker, lost. Giant Mountain mumbled incredulously. No orcs dared to pick him up. Judging from the scene just now, it is no longer a question of undefeated. I am afraid. Whether this legendary totem guardian will survive is still unknown. Demigod. That's a demigod. Has transcended the mundane and is only one step away from the eternal seat. But even a demigod, he was arrested without resistance in just a few minutes. The one in the fairy forest, is it really just a false god? The answer is already very clear. If it is really a false god, how can it be so easy to defeat the demigod? What's more, Lord Walker with a proud record. Plus the majestic sacred breath that the vine chain just showed. All the orc priests felt dry in their mouths. That might be a true god. God. There is a true hidden in the fairy forest. In an instant, the half-orcs completely lost the courage to fight head-on. It's over. It's over. Lord God Envoy has also been arrested. We are over. The elves must have come to avenge us. Run away. Let's run away. Soon, the cave tribe fell into chaos. Even if half-orcs have a strong will and a morale much higher than that of other ordinary races, they will lose their fighting spirit in the face of defeat, and even death. Seeing that the general situation is gone, Giant Mountain no longer hesitates. Even the demigod folds in. This war is no longer a mere cave tribe. Nightwalker is gone. After Walker was dragged away by the mysterious existence, the cunning blood race escaped. This makes Jushan feel extremely angry. If it wasn't him. If not for him. How could the cave tribe fall into this situation? Continued resistance is meaningless. I saw Giant Mountain gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. Don't fight. Elves. Don't fight again. We surrender. We will migrate, we will leave here. However, what puzzled Jushan is that even if he conveyed his will to surrender, the elf side still did not stop the attack. Stop fighting. We surrender. We surrender. Giant Mountain shouted again using the sound amplification magic technique. After hearing what he said, the players looked at each other with weird faces. I saw them ha 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 and smiled, while continuing to charge, they joked. What are you surrendering? Keep fighting. I haven't played enough yet. Want to run? No way. Ha ha ha, the elf army will not take prisoners. Hand over the heads obediently. Giant Mountain. His eyes widened and he couldn't understand. These elves. Do you still want to kill them all? Just rely on them. Well, with the support of the Black Dragon, they can be resurrected, but it is indeed possible to consume the half-orcs. But, they are fairies. When did they become so cruel? Crazy. This is crazy. He looked at the chaotic tribe, his whole person seemed to be a teenager in an instant. Took a deep breath and yelled. All clansmen obey orders. Give up the tribe. Retreat. We retreat. Can't entangle here anymore. Continue, I am afraid the cave tribe is really going to die. After hearing the command of the chief priest, the half-orcs who had already low morale also retreated one after another, and began to flee the tribe against the attack of the Black Dragon. They want to run. Master Al. Stop them. Go. Can't let them go. The Black Dragon is big. Use the dragon's breath. Use the dragon's breath. Seeing that the orcs were about to flee, the players' morale lifted and their attacks became more violent. Chase and kill. These are all experience points and contributions. The Suicide Squad charged again. This time, the half-orcs who were fleeing lost their fighting spirit. They were almost embraced by the players and turned into fireworks in the delighted, fire at me, dot. And those players who have fought the longest time and gained the most experience points, as their level increases, they can already fight back and forth against the weakest orcs. Ha! You bastards, still want to run away. Looking at the half-orc who flees, the Black Dragon Miral looked savage. It no longer rages in the tribe, but specifically selects those half-orcs who want to escape. Saw it grab 3 or 5 half-orcs with 2 claws, inflamed its wings to fly high, and then fell down severely. Along with the miserable wailing, the orcs dropped by it fell into a mass of paste. This scene made the orcs even more fearful. Soon, even the rout team collapsed and began to run away. Seeing the chaos, the orc Giant Mountain looked painful. He took a deep breath, looked at the Black Dragon that was constantly slaughtering the people, and roared. Black Dragon. I played with you. After speaking, I saw that he took out something from his arms and shredded it, chanting the spell, and the whole person suddenly burst into bright light. His body began to burn with a sacred flame, rapidly becoming old. At the same time, a silver cage trapped the black dragon Miral. Cage of Light. The golden level of controlling magic. This is Samir's trick to trap the black dragon. Although the giant mountain does not have world leaves, he can also display an incomplete cage of light at the cost of sacrificing life. I trap it, you go. Giant Mountain shouted at the orcs. Priest. Your lord priest. Seeing the desperate old chief priest, all the orcs looked sad. The cave tribe can develop to today's scale, largely due to the hard work of the giant mountain. At the same time, he is also loved by half-orcs. Take advantage of now, hurry up. Report everything that happened here to the Wong court. Giant Mountain roared again. After hearing what he said, the orcs gritted their teeth and chose to obey with tears. Damn fairy. You remember. They looked at the elves bitterly, as if to carve their figures in their minds, and then began to retreat. Asshole. Why is it always Miral? Was trapped again, and the little black dragon was almost to death. Without the support of the black dragon, the players can no longer pursue the orcs. After all, the number of half-orcs is too much. The entire cave tribe is no less than 5,000 people. Even if the loss is heavy, their number is still more than the players. If you choose to retreat instead of fighting the players will have no choice. Finally, after dropping hundreds of corpses, the orcs finally broke through and disappeared from the players' sight. It's just that, when they left, the cave tribe, which was once more than 5,000 people, had fewer than 1,000 people. And the players, amidst cheers, occupied the cave tribe that was almost in ruins. The orcs retreated hurriedly, and most of their belongings were left behind. Seeing that the orcs fled, the players stopped chasing them, but stopped, and began to search the cave tribe excitedly, or pick up equipment. Just kidding. If you win the battle, you must search for trophies. Don't chase the poor, whoever chases the sand sculpture. Anyway, the task is only to destroy the stronghold. Alice and Elle also came to the cave tribe. They were dumbfounded for a moment when they looked at the chosen in the orc tribe like human bandits. These brave warriors seemed to be crazier than when they first fought. They saw, almost every chosen had a piece of captured orc equipment hanging on his body, and some people picked up the goods that the orcs had purchased from humans, and began to happily divide the loot. What's more, the chosen also found a large number of gold and silver treasures from the big account of the orcs. The eyes of the few chosen people shined, and they almost started fighting for the treasure. The mother is on, they. Even though they knew that these talented people have certain shortcomings and are sometimes greedy, Alice did not expect this to be the scene. At this moment, she suddenly remembered what Basaka once said to her. The chosen are indeed brave fighters, but they will also become the most despicable bandits. That is the emotion of Basaka after witnessing the battle to recover the holy city. At the time, Alice did not understand, but now, she finally understands. At this time, the little black dragon finally broke free from the cage, and saw it yelling, Rua, rushing into the treasure, slapped several players flying, and grinned with red eyes. This is Miral's. It's Miral's. Get out. Get out. Alice. Player. In the chaos www.novel.com, Li Mu did not search with other players. He passed by the excited players, and finally came to a clearing. The orc mountain is lying there. His whole person has been aging to a dreadful shape, the oil is exhausted, and the lamp is dry, as if he will die in the next second. Li Mu looked at the dying orc chief priest, and the giant mountain moved his muddy eyes with difficulty and looked at him. Giant Mountain recognized that this elves was the commander of the elves. His eyes widened suddenly, his mouth opened, as if he wanted to say something. However, in the end, he exhausted all his strength, and just moved his lips, and he lost his breath. The gaze of the Giant Mountain passed Li Mu, staying in the direction where the orcs left in the distance. There is endless love and worry in those eyes. Li Mu's expression is a bit complicated. He sighed, stretched out his hand and closed Jushan's eyes. Although you are an NPC, although you are an enemy. But as the leader of a tribe, you are indeed worthy of respect. Rest in peace. This time, the orc chief priest closed his eyes. Li Mu sighed deeply again, his voice sighing. He stretched out his hand and began to take off the Giant Mountain's equipment. And after the players occupied the cave tribe, the system news also came. Ding. Main mission, destroy the Orc stronghold to complete. All participating players are assigned experience points, contribution points, and perfect resurrection times according to their cumulative contributions. Chapter 131 Daily Dumping. Fairy Forest. After sending a system message to the player, Eve will also be killed by the demigod Walker, who had captured him back to God's domain. Similar to the favored, the soul of the demigod Walker also has a certain connection with Ural, the of winter and hunting. Eve can cut off this connection when opening God's domain, but if God's domain is closed, Walker's soul will also return to Ural's kingdom of God. But, he no longer has this opportunity. While killing Walker, Eve also annihilated his soul. And then, all the supernatural power in Walker was also extracted by Eve. Is over 270 points. According to the strength of the power of the demigod is generally between 100 to 300 points. As a senior demigod, Walker has reached the peak of the demigod's strength, and actually has 300 points of supernatural power in his heyday. But when he was struggling, he consumed a lot, but even so, there were still more than 270 points left. And all of this was taken by Eve and became his nourishment to strengthen himself. Although there was some loss in the process of absorption, it eventually provided Eve with more than 100 points of supernatural power. This made Eve very satisfied, and it also instantly made up for his consumption when he opened the domain of God. The consumption of God's domain is indeed terrifying. Almost every minute it lasts, Eve will consume 1 point of supernatural power. If you use the power of the law, the consumption will soar. Therefore, after killing Walker, Eve closed God's domain. However, he did not stop, but called his incarnation again. Pot, someone still has to carry it. Dark Mountains. The Nightwalker looked terrified and ran desperately. At this moment, he can no longer care about elegance, and he can't wait to use all his magic power to stay away from this place. I didn't expect, even Lord Walker failed, and it failed so thoroughly. How is this possible? Shouldn't it be a new god? He hasn't even appeared in the world of Segus, and he certainly hasn't opened up his own kingdom of God. How could he have the power to defeat Lord Walker? Or, someone is behind him to help him. At this time, the figure that he saw when he entered the forest of elves suddenly appeared in the heart of the Nightwalker. When the elves were fighting with the orcs, he did not see that figure. In other words, the favored one of the of death did not make a move. Could it be, did the of death send his heroes? The Nightwalker's expression was a little frightened. However, he was not too worried about Walker's safety. Because Walker is the envoy of the true God, even if he is killed, the soul will return to heaven. As the true at the pinnacle of weak divine power, Euler can completely help him reshape the body of the demigod and get the secret of the fairy forest from him. Anyway, I have done what can be done. It is better to leave here first. I can no longer participate in the rest. Nightwalker thought. At this moment, suddenly, a sense of horror came to his heart. He raised his head subconsciously and saw a nightmarish figure. That is the person he least wants to see now. Long dark gray hair, black cloak, and scarlet eyes. Plus the supernatural power of death. The favorite of death. The pupils of the Nightwalker shrank suddenly. He has exhausted his magic power now, he is no opponent at all. Your Excellency. This war. You have already won, do you still want to attack me? Said the Nightwalker, holding back his fear. In that case, I really want to be an enemy of the true God. He threatened in a low voice. Hee, are you an enemy of the of winter and hunting? The favored one of the of death let out a sneer and said. He took the initiative in this war. Besides, the demigods were all killed by us. Do you think you can escape? Hit, kill. Nightwalker's eyes widened, and for a moment he thought he had heard it wrong. Killing and defeating are completely two concepts. For the envoy, killing means destroying the soul. God is on top. What did they do to kill a true God's demigod in such a short time? Aren't they afraid of the true God's revenge? The Nightwalker did not think of the realm of God, because without opening up the kingdom of God to completely control the priesthood, belief in the true cannot form the realm of God. Because of this, the nocturnal wanderer's brain has made up more. Wait. She said, we. Seems to think of something. The Nightwalker took a breath. Isn't it? Is it the power of the of death at work? It must be, and only the of death who has studied the soul deeply can have the power to cut the connection between the true and the envoy. Escape. Escape quickly. The Nightwalker ran away without saying a word. However, the magic power has been exhausted in the process of summoning the divine envoy, and he is not the opponent of the death god at all. I saw the figure of the beloved of death flashed before him. Under the horrified gaze of the Nightwalker, the favored one of death reached out and pierced his chest, squeezing his heart. For an instant, the Nightwalker froze in place. Please tell Euler's crown, this is the god's metaphor of the true god. He has crossed the boundary, and the struggle between the true gods should be carried out in the way of the true god. Even the new crown should be respected. The demigod walker's fate is just a warning. Listening to the words of the favorite of death, the Nightwalker opened his eyes slightly. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. He could only spray a mouthful of black blood, and the expression in his eyes gradually disappeared. All the power of the blood family comes from the heart. The destruction of the heart means death. I saw a blood-red flame suddenly burned on the Nightwalker's body, and his whole body quickly turned to ashes. At the same time, his soul was called by the true and slowly disappeared. The favored one of the of death did not stop. She took a deep look at the direction the Nightwalker's soul flew away. www.novel.com again into the shadows. Heaven, the kingdom of God in the Silverfrost icefield. Feeling the death of a large number of believers and losing contact with the demigod Walker, Ural was extremely upset. Why can't I perceive Walker's soul? At this time, a transparent soul ascended into his kingdom of God. Euler moved in his heart and reached out to read the memory of his soul. After a while, the whole kingdom of God began to tremble, and a storm of ice and snow began to blow in the sky. Asshole! Damn it! The mortal beloved of death, how dare you! Ural was extremely angry. He slapped his palm on his golden seat, smashing the entire armrest. Hela! Do you have to be my enemy? Do you have to be my enemy? Damn it! Isn't it good to stay in your underworld? Isn't it? Ha! It's just the lucky one who inherited the original Death Godhead. Obviously sitting on the Death Godhead, but even the powerful divine power can't break through, and even the original Death God's subordinates have not been overwhelmed by waste. Euler's expression filled with endless anger. Ha! Since you must block my way. You never want to let your new enter the pantheon. I can't deal with you. Is there really no way to take your god? If you don't enter the pantheon, you won't get the recognition of the gods. If you don't get the recognition of the gods, you will never get the protection of the gods' agreement. If you follow the rules, follow the rules. I'm going to set the priesthood of nature and life. The new god must fall. Euler's angry roar spread far, far away. Chapter 132. Where is the box lunch? The battle between the true gods should be carried out in the way of the true gods. This sentence is not accurate. To be more precise, the true mentioned here almost specifically refers to the of faith. Actually, this sentence was formulated by the gods after the Millennium War. The battle of belief in gods in the Segs world is, in most cases, a battle of belief in the mundane world. Because their existence and strength are almost linked to the power of faith. The main force of the war is the believers on both sides, and the power above the demigod level will hardly end in person. Especially the plane of Segus. As the main source of faith for the gods, the plane of Segus rarely becomes a battlefield for demigods and above. This is the promise of the gods. If a demigod and above exists in a battle, unless one party crushes it, it will definitely cause great damage to the plane, and that is not what the gods want to see. Especially after the 1,000-year God War, the stability of the world of Segus is far less stable than before, which strengthens the determination of the gods to try not to fight on the plane of Segus at the level of myth. Generally speaking, battles between demigods and above will be carried out in wars, and wars generally occur in the kingdom of gods or in the void. These contents were read from Walker's memory when Eve killed Walker's soul. Eve originally hoped to learn some secrets of the gods from Walker, but it is a pity that some of Walker's memories seemed to be sealed by Euler, and they were destroyed when he forcibly read them. However, the rules of the game set by the gods that I read did not disappoint Eve. At least. He knew that if he had no alternative, he could threaten the gods by dragging the world of Segus to bury him. It's just that it doesn't matter how many effects can be achieved. In ancient times, the world of Segus was almost the only source of faith for the gods. But after reading Walker's limited memory, Eve also learned that the capable gods for thousands of years have almost begun to spread new beliefs on all planes. Eggs cannot be placed in the same basket, this is a truth that everyone understands. But even so, as the greatest source of faith, the world of Segs is still far above the rest of the gods. And the reason why Eve conveyed this sentence, on the one hand, is to continue to put the smoke screen of his identity, and on the other hand, it is to pave the way for the player's future actions. And after all the dust settled, Eve began to check her own state. Name, Eve Uctrahir. Race, World Tree, Ancient God. Level, 150, Mythology. Status, Weak Supernatural Power. Title, Nature, Life, Wizard. Title, Mother of Nature, Goddess of Life, Lord of Elves. Divine Power Value, 363/3000. Number of Believers, 222, Saint 1, Mad Believer 3, Devout Believer 81, Shallow Believer 107. Ability, Absorb, Communicate, Bestow, Enlighten, Heal, Summon, Surrender, God's Domain. Different from before, after the NPC system was turned on, the number of Eve's devout followers has soared again, and the faith of many flame tribe elves has been strengthened. This makes Eve very satisfied. NPC mission system, for players means that the game has more fun, for native elves, it means the reward and recognition of the Mother God. However, compared to the gratifying change of believers, Eve's soaring supernatural power also made Eve very satisfied. I have to say that this is the biggest victory he has won since his rebirth. Not only did he kill a demigod, cut off Ural's arm, but also annihilated more than 4,000 half-orcs. After removing the consumption, Eve's supernatural power has broken through the 300 mark, reaching an unprecedented 363 points. But after this victory, some problems were also exposed. One is the problem of feedback from the dead. Not long after the player attacked the cave tribe, Eve clearly felt that the elves' grievances were completely consumed. Otherwise, according to the supernatural power that Eve gained when he killed the orcs, the supernatural power value he obtained in this battle may be far more than 300 points. This also means that afterwards, Eve has to look for new points of divine power growth. Second, it is the player's problem. In this mission, Eve deliberately did not point fingers too much, but let the players play freely. And it turns out that the players are growing quite quickly. Even if there is no systematic hint, they can find the tactics that suit them best and complete the task well. But, the problem lies in the tactics chosen by the players. Sacrifice stream. Even though Eve considered that problems would occur sooner or later when setting the perfect resurrection for the player, he did not expect that the clue would be so soon. To be honest, the player's tactics are not wrong, and sacrifice stream is indeed a good way to defeat the strong. But for Eve, who is supporting the resurrection of the players, it is different. In the early days, the players were low level, and Eve consumed less when resurrecting the players, and the profit obtained after killing the target was also large, so there was nothing. But as the player's level increased, Eve found that the consumption of his resurrected players also began to increase rapidly. Especially, instant resurrection is not the same as creating the player's body. Creating a player's body can extend the time, and 1 point of divine power can create 300 bodies, but the cost of instant resurrection is a bit more, several times this. In this battle with the half-orcs, the cost of resurrecting the player is still far lower than the gains from killing the half-orcs, but after the elves' grievances are exhausted, this benefit becomes lower and lower. Although it is still impressive, it also sounded a wake-up call for Eve. He can foresee that as the player's strength increases, the cost of resurrecting them will definitely become higher and higher. If it is not restricted, I am afraid that sooner or later there will be a loss. It seems that the perfect resurrection system is not perfect. Even for low-level players, it is not expensive, but I still need to think of a better way to limit the resurrection of high-level players in the future. Especially the middle and after the advanced level, they must cherish their lives. Eve thought. And at this moment, he suddenly felt a lot of sacrifices and prayers. Eve thought, and chose to accept it. In an instant, a large wave of tattered orc equipment poured into his kingdom. Eve. Seeing this, he knew that the players must have started selling scraps again. This time the fight was so fierce, even if the player seized countless equipment, many of them were damaged. Thousands of equipment flooded into the market, and the supply exceeded demand. It is estimated that the equipment on the player side must have fallen to the price of cabbage. In this case, there are definitely many people who would choose to sacrifice equipment that looks bad to Eve in exchange for contribution. Of course, this is only limited to the power system. The half-orcs have no other spellcasters besides the priests. They are all warriors, and the overflowing equipment is almost all warriors. As for the casting system, the number of equipment is still very tight. Those lucky ones who took off the priest's equipment almost all made a lot of money. Thinking of this, Eve picked up the equipment logically, gave a reward with a big wave, and started batch repairs and special effects. Things are precious. After adding special effects, it can sell for a good price. www.novel.com. Of course, the shipment will come a little bit. Most of the equipment is first. In case the consumption potential of this batch of leaks is not enough, just wait for the public test. At the same time, Eve also put the Nightwalker ring and Walker's frost axe that he had seized into the exchange system. The former is named the Ring of Space, the latter is named Frost Axe, all are golden legends. It's just that the ring is already empty, and the supernatural power in the Frost Axe has been completely drained by him, turned into an ordinary axe that can display the strength close to silver. In the fairy forest. Seeing the two new golden legendary equipment on the shelves, all players' eyes lit up. Fuck. Space ring. It turned out to be a space ring. What? Space ring. Is the space finally available? This. Demigod's Frost Axe. Good. So handsome. I'm going. The 40-level golden legend. How strong is this? The only full-level weapon in the whole server. Note, the early version is full level 40, the peak of black iron. They are all golden legends. And there is only one, all servers are unique. Out of print. I really want to. Is just after they see clearly the string of zeros they need to contribute. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. The players took a deep breath and covered their livers. He's not good, the liver hurts. I haven't run away, it's the toy of the local tyrant again. Hey. It seems that the last successful exchange is either Xiao Xian Miao or Box Lunch. One of these two is a super local tyrant and the other is a super liver emperor. I'm jealous. Ah. By the way, when you said that, I just remembered, where is the Box Lunch? Chapter 133 Strange Elf NPC. Bento sat quietly in the cargo box. He closed his eyes and rested, like a statue, but his waist was very straight. If you look closely, you will find that his pair of sharp ears will move slightly with the noise outside. This is an instinctive vigilance in an unknown environment. With the passage of time, the sway of the cargo box becomes stronger and stronger. Although the eyes are closed and the strength of the body is imprisoned by the strange rope, the Box Lunch can still be imagined outside through the bumps of the car. It's a lot quieter and a lot of bumps. Should be on the mountain road. The sky is getting darker, it should be almost at night, but the driving speed has not slowed down, but has accelerated. This shows that the surrounding area is not safe, especially at night. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, they will soon reach their destination, so they will speed up. Besides, the humans outside have not talked much since the beginning. I heard the sound of them pulling out their weapons, and the vaguely regular breathing. They are very alert. This shows, they are guarding against possible enemies. The judgment that the neighborhood is unsafe is correct. They may be guarding against robbers, but they may also be warcraft. No. The warcraft is more likely, and it is impossible to leave the fairy forest too far in such a short period of time. There are no intelligent creatures in this direction except for orcs. The half-orcs are 1 poor and 2 white, and they are also strong in combat power. They shouldn't breed bandits and robbers nearby. The surrounding area is getting cooler. This is not only the reason for the sky, but the terrain is probably also one of the factors. There are echoes of birds, like a canyon. In summary, it may be that you have entered the Grand Canyon in the Dark Mountains. Box Lunch speculated in my heart. As a Liver Emperor player who has been fighting in the wild for a long time, he has collected all the information near the fairy forest. From the Flame Tribe, he also made a certain understanding of the Dark Mountains, knowing that the activities of beasts at night are the most frequent. And just as the Bento continued to listen, suddenly, his ears moved slightly. He heard a rustling sound from somewhere in the van. That direction, it was the female elf NPC who was caught just like him. Box Lunch did not act rashly. Told him instinctively that he could sleep peacefully after being caught by humans, even if the NPC was an elf, it would be unusual. Or, an idiot whose heart is bigger than the sky. Either, it's fun. Soon, Benben heard a yawning sound, accompanied by a lazy moan. It seems that someone stretched beautifully. Box lunch. He became alert for an instant. Because he remembered correctly, the other elven girl who was arrested should have been and sealed just like him. Bento opened his eyes subconsciously, and looked vigilantly in the direction where the sound was made, just to match a pair of bright eyes. That was an elf girl who looked 16 or 17 years old. Of course. If you calculate the lifespan of the wizard, it is estimated to be 10 times higher. She has gray-black hair similar to Bento, and her eyes are dark gray, but her eyes are very bright. Like many elves, she also has an outstanding appearance, but unlike the elves seen in Bento in the Forest of Elves, the eyes of this elven girl are faintly gleaming, and her eyes are rolling, making her look a little more points cunning. That kind of look. Bento is not too unfamiliar. The police station on Blue Star detains a group of guys with similar look every day. This is the other elf that was caught after Benben woke up. It's just that the girl at this moment has no signs of being trapped. The rope on her body and the cloth tape wrapped around her mouth are gone. Is really an elf. Looking at those big turning eyes, Bento frowned subconsciously. He hesitated, and carefully checked the other side's appearance. Outstanding appearance and tall stature. The ears are pointed and long. If there are no creatures that look exactly like the elves, or other living creatures in disguise, it should be an elven. Then, he saw the strange elven girl smiling at him. Oh. You're awake. I haven't seen any members of the Shadow Tribe for a long time. Hello. Shadow Tribe. Box lunch moved in my heart. After finishing speaking, I saw that the elven girl skillfully took out 2 good-looking fruits from the human cargo box, took a bite of one by herself, and handed the other to the box lunch. Hey, do you want to eat it? This is a fruit from the southern side of human beings. It is rare and super sweet. Box lunch. Looking at the weird gaze of the box lunch, the elf girl suddenly. Oh yes, you are still tied up. I saw her swiftly slipping to the side of the box lunch, bringing a refreshing scent, and a pair of delicate hands rolled over the box lunch. Before the box of lunch could be seen clearly, the rope on his body was untied. So fast. His look was a little surprised. But, not strong. Box lunch can feel that the other party's breath is even weaker than him. A powerful being can perceive the general strength of a weaker person to a certain extent, but it is not accurate. Moreover, the box lunch cannot be ruled out as the disguise of the opponent. At this time, the girl uncovered the cloth strapped on his mouth and squeezed the fruit into his mouth. What do you see with such big eyes? Eat the fruit. Also, keep your voice down, don't let the humans outside hear you. Box lunch. He subconsciously took a bite. Is really sweet. At this time, he heard the voice of the elf girl disgusting. You are so poor, why don't you have anything on your body? Have you been searched by humans? But, the body is quite strong. Box lunch. He looked at the girl even more weird. And the next girl's movements completely opened the eyes of the box lunch and overturned his perception of the indigenous elves of the Segus world. I saw the elf girl eating the fruit in 2s and 3s, and began to dig through the entire container, searching for human goods. Box lunch noticed that the girl picked almost all seemingly valuable magic items, in addition to some gold and silver treasures. Whenever she turned out some, her hand would emit a slight light, and then the goods suddenly disappeared. Box lunch raised his eyebrows, very curious. Soon, the entire cargo box was turned over by the elf girl. She breathed a sigh of relief, and sat down while continuing to eat the fruit, seemingly satisfied. Are you a thief? After watching the whole process, Bento finally couldn't help but speak out. Hearing his words, the elf girl's shoulders swayed slightly, seemingly sensitive to the word. I only saw her silent for a few seconds, then looked at the lunch box, puffed her cheeks angrily. What about it? Can't it? Box lunch. And noticed the strange gaze of Bento. www.novel.com. The elf girl sighed. Stop looking at me like that, or do you want to preach to me like those stubborn old guys? Said, she smiled mockingly. Stupid kindness, unavoidable stubbornness, this is the root cause of the demise of the elves. You can't even protect yourself, why do you have to abide by so many rules? Huh. Rules are used to break. What's wrong with thieves? These humans are our enemies, and they are robbers. I took their things for granted. Besides, I didn't take these things for me. Myself. The girl said angrily. Box Lunch did not answer, but listened to her quietly. The girl was talking, her expression a little depressed. She mumbled for a while, and finally seemed to be tired and fell silent. After a while, she sighed and pried the ground smoothly. Under the surprised gaze of Bento, she skillfully pried a big hole in the bottom of the cargo box. Then, the girl stuffed the box lunch with some fruit, and pointed to the hole under the car. Hey, look at your way of being well-behaved. At first glance, you are an honest person who has never experienced combat. He is probably a hapless rookie. Hey, this is some dry food. You can run away along this hole. This is the last truck, and the sky is getting dark. I will add a small spell in disguise. Be careful that humans can't find you. Box Lunch. How about you? He asked rhetorically. The girl was stunned. She was silent for a while, and said firmly with an expression. I won't go, I'm going to their stronghold in the underground world. Rescue my brothers and sisters. Chapter 134 Clues to the Underground World. The largest stronghold near the fairy forest was destroyed. This also means that the southern area of the fairy forest has been completely regained by Eve, the main external passage to the southeast has been opened, and the elves in the forest are no longer threatened by the orcs. As for where the fleeing half-orcs will go, it is not Eve's concern. 80% will be the south, where is the nest of half-orcs. Eve knew that destroying the orc tribe was only the beginning, and his incarnation's words before killing the Nightwalker were more like a declaration of war. Euler will definitely not give up, and I am afraid that the war with the orcs will continue. However, with the warning from the Death God, that would probably be another form. Is likely to be a real secular race war. War, there are more dead. There are many dead, which means that Eve can take the opportunity to absorb part of the life force. It's still scary to accumulate less. Of course, it would be great if it could attract some legends to the war and lead them to the fairy forest as an appetizer. And before that, what Eve needs to do is to further enhance the player's strength and build the fairy forest into a solid foundation. At the same time, he will also send more indigenous NPCs to recall the clans scattered everywhere. The Flame tribe has settled down, their lives are gradually on the right track, and they have gradually adapted to the existence of the Chosen and the mission system. This is a good sign, at least it proves that Eve's direction is not wrong. Therefore, after the players completed the task of destroying the orc stronghold, Eve ordered the old priest Samir to pick some people to continue the journey to find the people. The first battle of the players opened up the eyes of the young elves. Knowing this, many young flame elves enthusiastically signed up, and almost all followed Samir, which caused him to be scolded by Farisil. Besides, the black dragon Muriel was left by Eve in the ruined castle in the Dark Mountains. The southeast exit of the fairy forest is still very important. The strategic significance here is so great that it really needs someone to guard it. And Black Dragon Muriel is a good choice. This was originally its lair, and the little guy is not weak, but now he has signed a contract to sell his body, so Eve feels relieved. But this time it's Muriel's turn to be dissatisfied. No. Don't stay here, Muriel. There is nothing here. No barbecue. No honey. No dependents. No long years to work and massage for Muriel. Rua. Muriel is going to stay in the fairy forest. The little black dragon rolls all over the floor, like a husky, without the dignity of a golden race. Eve. This guy has completely forgotten that he was a captive at first, and has completely become a pet, right? With the teleportation array, you can come back at any time. In addition, if you accept my beliefs, I can give you the ability to assign tasks to the Chosen. In this way, even if you guard here, there will be many Chosen. You serve. Eve seduced. Really? Can I still send them tasks? The little black dragon's eyes lit up. It thought for a while, and whispered. Then Meryl will just believe it with reluctance. After finished, I saw it stood up, bowed its head slightly to the core area of the fairy forest, and said in a dragon's accent. Praise nature, praise life, praise the great world tree Hill. The little guy is not an elf, so he did not name the elf ruler. But it seems to have a longing for the world tree, so it added this title specially. And as soon as the voice fell, Eve felt an astonishing force of faith pouring into his godhead across the void. The power of faith is as large as what a mad believer provides. On the sky of Eve's kingdom of God, there is once again a small star, which symbolizes Miral's faith. It's just that Miral's faith is not a fanatic, nor a devout believer, but a shallow believer. This surprised Eve, but also understood why the true gods are so interested in dragons. The level of just a shallow believer can provide so much power of faith. What if it is a fanatic or even a saint? The faith potential of the giant dragon is indeed terrible. Of course, dragons are very arrogant creatures, it is difficult for them to become devout believers. Even if they believe in some true gods, many of them are just for certain material or spiritual needs of their own, and most of them are shallow believers. But after thinking about it, Eve decided to give Meryl the blue task NPC permission according to the level of a fanatic. After gaining the ability to issue tasks, Meryl immediately became happy. These days, it has been watching how the native elves give players tasks. Although it can't see the system, the enthusiasm of the players when accepting the task and the unparalleled enthusiasm when doing the task make it enviable. After all, for the players, ambergris is good, but it is just a good magic material, and it is not as attractive as experience value and contribution. And dragon blood and dragon scales, well, whoever dares to mention the black dragon will beat anyone. Therefore, after the elves of the Flame tribe became familiar with the mission system, fewer and fewer players came to serve the little ones. This made Meryl very dissatisfied for a while. But it is different now, it can also send tasks. Immediately, the little black dragon flew up and said to himself as he flew, "Rua. Now they can do a good job for Meryl. First repair Meryl's castle. Then find treasure for Meryl. Barbecue and massage are needed every day. Rua." Meryl's guard was arranged, and Eve began to ponder the player's next development direction. It is necessary to continue to engage in infrastructure construction, and the players of the life department also need to further expand, especially the recyclable breeding industry. The appetites of the players are really good, and now there are basically no larger animals in the safe zone. The rest, they don't look good or can't be eaten. But these are trivial matters, just leave it to Alice to arrange. Eve only needs to think about the main storyline and the large-scale branch storyline. And soon, Eve thought of the elven ruins that the players were crazily looking for Rivendell. Because of cross-border restrictions, the true god's reaction has always been slow. Ural's next action should not be so fast. During this time, I can use the elf ruins to make a side story. According to Alice, Rivendell is connected to the underground world. There are many monsters. You reading www.ukangsha.com may be able to further enhance the player's strength, and give me some vitality feedback. Hee. I heard that the underground world is very chaotic, and the true gods are rarely involved. Maybe I can open up my appetite. By the way, there is also a box lunch. I remember correctly that he should be caught by a human. He is very likely to be the key to a side story. I don't know how the players have been exploring these days. Have they found any clues to Rivendell? Thinking of this, Eve sank into consciousness, connected to the game system, and entered the word Rivendell in the information query. This is an ability of the game system he made. Once inquired, all the relevant content of the players talking about Rivendell will appear in Eve's consciousness, allowing him to quickly understand the player's movements. And after typing Rivendell, Eve thought for a while and then typed underground world. Rivendell connects the underground world, they should be related. Soon, Eve got a lot of feedback. Facts have proved that the task of destroying the Orc stronghold has a lot of influence on the player's exploration, and many players who chose to find Rivendell at the beginning have temporarily given up. However, some players still insist on it. Just as Eve expected, according to the feedback of the information, even players who insist on exploring have still not found the position of Rivendell. But when receiving feedback from the underground world, Eve found something different. Some players seem to have been discussing this. They found clues to the underground world. This is the box lunch team. Is it a box lunch? Chapter 135 Real Domineering President Bento. I may trigger the hidden plot again. After learning about her purpose from the elf girl who was suspected of being a thief, Bento did not hesitate, and decisively posted the news to his team channel. And after reading the description of the box lunch, the other members of the team became excited. Save the brothers and sisters. The lunchbox is huge. It definitely didn't run away, this must be a new hidden plot. This is a proposition. I must help. Wait. Going to the underground world. Are you going to open a new map? It's not Rivendell, right? Many NPCs say that there is the entrance to the underground world. Fuck. If it really is, isn't it going to trigger the main line again? The main line is not necessarily, but the new map definitely didn't run away. I heard there are many monsters there. I look forward to it. Seeing the excited discussion among teammates, Bentong also had similar guesses. He was silent for a moment, then replied. You guys support as soon as possible. I heard from the footsteps, this caravan is still a lot of people. If it is really to hide the plot, he is too weak alone. The team members looked at the location of the box lunch on the minimap, and replied with some embarrassment. Captain, it may be late. You are too far away from us, more than 200 kilometers. I feel like I'm going to run for several game days, exhausted. It should be faster to teleport to the Black Dragon Castle, but it feels like it's 50 or 60 kilometers away. Box lunch. He pondered for a moment, then typed. Look for Xiaoxian Miao and ride a black dragon. Black dragon. The eyes of a few players lit up. This is a good idea. However, the only person who can tell the black dragon to help is Xiaoxian Miao. If she is added, this hidden mission is estimated to be a piece of the pie. Go ahead, and the rewards will be equally divided with the Meng Meng committee. Bento typed again. Seeing this, the players don't worry about it. The captain who triggered the plot has all spoken, so if you even split the reward, just split it. And, the black dragon is also powerful. A few people together, immediately went to find Xiaoxian Miao. And after the box lunch gave the players an order, the belated system prompt finally appeared in his vision. Ding. You trigger a hidden mission, rescue the wizard. Task description, the human caravan captured the elf girl's companion, and you decide to stay and help her rescue her companion. Task objective, rescue the captured elves. Task time limit, unlimited. Number of tasks, unlimited. Task level, 15+. Task reward, experience value, contribution degree. Whether to accept. Seeing the system message, Bentong decided to accept it. In fact, even if there is no such task, Bento will choose to accept it. This is the second mission he activated after he was arrested. I am afraid it is a series with his previous hidden plot, Human Caravan. A series of tasks often means rich rewards. Different from the previous hidden plot, Human Caravan, this task is a team task that can be shared, so the box lunch was decisively shared with teammates. His team members are all 15+ levels of combat power, even among all the first test players, they are also outstanding, and it is easy to take this task. When receiving the task reminder, the team members became excited. Fuck. I just finished the task and came. The box lunch is so big, you are so good. Captain, wait, we will call Xiaoxian Miao and fly over. The members of the lunch squad moved quickly. They soon found the little salty cat in the Black Dragon Castle who was flicking Meryl to send her a few shed dragon scales. What? Did you trigger the hidden plot? And it's probably a new map. When he heard that there was a hidden mission, Xiaoxian Miao immediately became energetic. She just received a wave of contribution points, and then exchanged for a new beautiful golden legendary staff. Jingshu, no one would try it. What? An evil smuggling caravan kidnapped kind and industrious spirits. Where? I'm going to save them. Meryl, who was enjoying a few players brushing his back, lit up, and immediately stood up. He straightened his waist, his eyes were awe-inspiring, and his body was full of justice. Bento players. They look at me, I look at you. Feeling. It seems that you don't need Xiaoxian Miao to persuade the Black Dragon to get excited by itself. When the secret news is known to the second person, it is no longer a secret. Following the visit to the Black Dragon, the news that the box lunch inspired a new hidden mission soon spread among the players. Not only that, this mission is still a series, and it is likely to involve the new map Rivendell. All the players boiled for a while. Unfortunately, this mission is far away and has high-level restrictions, and the number of people that Black Dragon Meryl can carry is also limited, so not everyone can participate. In addition to the hidden mission inspired by the Bento team, the rewards are also numerous. So the last ones who participated in the mission were only a few people from the Bento squad, as well as the little Xian Miao who had a good relationship with the Black Dragon Meryl and was able to persuade it to bring the players, as well as the Cuckoo Bird, the vice-chairman of the Cute Committee. With the box lunch, there are 7 people in total, and the lowest member level is 15. And Benben himself is the #1 hunter in Elf Kingdom, a veritable liver emperor, and the veritable #1 on the player ranking. This time, Cuckoo Bird also brought the materials to build the teleportation circle. After searching the cave tribe, the magic materials purchased in the human caravan were all laughed at by the players, and the magic circle was more than enough. If it is really a new map, she will choose to build a magic circle in a suitable place for players to come and go. As long as there is a teleportation circle, the player is invincible. At the same time, Xiao Xianmiao also launched a live broadcast on the live broadcast channel under the strong request of many players. For most players, although there is no way to participate in hidden missions, watching live broadcasts in the game is also a good choice. Many curious players stopped their work, logged into the live broadcast website in the system, and entered the live broadcast room. When everything was ready, the Black Dragon Miral also took off with 6 people. Hey! I said you are a fool. www.novel.com. Why don't you leave? Inside the cargo box, the elf girl looked at the box lunch sitting in a daze, kicked him hard, frowned and urged. Box lunch closed the chat interface, looked at the girl, and her voice was short and powerful. I won't go either. Not leaving yet. What do you think? The elf girl was a little impatient. Leave to help you. Bento replied. Help me. The elf girl was stunned. She looked at the box lunch carefully from head to toe, sneered, and shook her head. Come on. You should go. You can be caught by the caravan, your strength is too low. I am different from you. I was caught deliberately. I run fast. They can't do anything with me, but unlike you. After finished, she sighed. You guy, you don't feel the power at all. You haven't reached the black iron level yet. Go ahead, don't mess with me, you are too weak. She didn't finish her words. Because the box lunch was too late for her to react, her fingers instantly turned into a knife, she stepped forward and pressed her down, and reached out her hand against her neck. He took the initiative to vent his breath slightly, and the strength of the lower peak, level 20, of black iron was fully revealed. What now? Bento's eyes condensed, and his voice was deep and powerful. Was pressed down by him, sensing the terrifying power between his fingers and the powerful aura of the body, the elf girl widened her eyes in astonishment. She swallowed subconsciously, and while moving her eyes, she chuckled softly. Ahem, very, very strong. Her tone was a little confusing. Chapter 136 Rivendell. After showed his strength, Bento released his control of the elf girl. As soon as he was together, the elven girl subconsciously got up and slid back to the other side of the cargo box, looking at him vigilantly like a frightened little squirrel. Box lunch. He took a deep breath and asked. Your plan. The girl was taken aback when she heard the box lunch. After seeing his serious expression, the elf girl smiled wryly, and then said. Are you planning, just sneak in and find opportunities to take people away? Box lunch. Hey. What do you look like a fool? Seeing the silent expression of Bento, the elf girl instantly puffed her cheeks and said angrily. I don't know where humans have caught my brothers and sisters. I must sneak in. Don't underestimate my ability to escape. There is no lock in this world that I can't unlock. As she explained, she stood proudly. Unfortunately, some are too flat. Box lunch. He sighed, and stopped commenting on anything, but picked up the rope that had just bound him, and handed it to the elf girl. Tie up again. Ah, huh. The girl looked at him in surprise. Do you want to let humans know that you can get out of trouble? Box lunch replied. Hearing what he said, the girl scratched her head and laughed dryly and said. Okay, what you said makes sense. In fact, I originally planned to tie myself up again after you escape. Hey, my camouflage skills are still superb. If you say that, you also think is my plan the best plan? Box lunch. He was silent for a moment and said. I called reinforcements. After finished, he pointed to the outside again. There is silver. White, silver. The girl's pupils shrank slightly. She covered her mouth in horror, her voice trembling slightly. White, silver. Do you mean there are strong silver ranks in the caravan? Bonban glanced at her, his eyes seemed to say otherwise. The reason Benben knew it was because he had eavesdropped on human conversations before. In human conversations, he learned that there is a wizard who has reached the lower position of silver in the Sauron caravan and a fighter who has reached the middle position of silver. They are the most powerful combat power in the entire caravan. Seeing the confirmed expression of the box lunch, the girl's face changed, and she suddenly became a little bit depressed. There is a silver level strong, this is bad. I am fine alone, but if you want to take someone away under the nose of a silver level strong, it's too difficult. It's over. If we accidentally bump into it while escaping, I'm afraid we have to get in too. Silver, how could a caravan have silver? The Sauron caravan is so famous and has such a deep background, are they afraid of being attacked? Who dares to attack them? The girl babbled, walking anxiously around in the cargo box. Box lunch. He sighed and said again. This is the Canyon of the Dark Mountains. The Canyon of the Dark Mountains. The girl murmured and repeated, then she patted her head and said in annoyance. I'm really stupid. If there is no strong silver power, how can the human caravan walk in the dark canyon where the beasts run unscathed? After, she looked at the lunchbox again, and when she saw his calm expression, she was a little anxious. Hey. I said wood, don't you worry about it. Silver. Box lunch glanced at her and repeated. I called reinforcements. What if you called for reinforcements, that's silver? The girl grabbed his shoulder and shook her. Box lunch. He put his backhand against the girl's arm, grabbed the wrist and pressed her arm, and controlled her. Oh. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The girl subconsciously whispered. Calm down, do as I said. Bento said. He felt so tired to communicate with this NPC. After finished speaking, he explained. The reinforcements I call also have silver. There is also silver. The eyes of the elf girl went wide for a moment, and she subconsciously forgot the pain caused by being captured by the opponent. And many more. How did he contact the reinforcements? How does he know the strong in silver? Elves, is there any strong silver power? He. Who is he? At this moment, the image of Bento in her heart suddenly became unpredictable. From a dull wood that doesn't know good or bad, it becomes a mysterious wood full of mist. At the request of the box lunch, the two were quickly again. What surprised Bento is that the girl does have a special set of skills. She restores the almost 100%, but Bento finds that her strength is not imprisoned by ropes this time. As long as he wants, he can break free at any time. And the girl's skillful self-tying made him look at it several times. This guy has been before, right? Of course, the big hole at the bottom of the cargo box has also been recovered by the elf girl, but the goods and treasures that go along, just go along. But not long after the two men resumed binding, the entire cargo box suddenly shook and gradually stopped. There was a commotion outside, and the human conversation could be faintly heard, and the atmosphere seemed to be a lot relaxed. Have you reached your destination? The two of them lifted up www.novel.com. They looked at each other and fell silent, but their hearts remained vigilant. Accompanied by the sound of squeak, the locked door of the cargo box was opened from the outside, and a dark light was cast in. Two human mercenaries with big waists entered the cargo box, one by one, and the box lunch and the elf girl were taken off the car. And when the lunch box got off the car, I finally saw clearly where it was. His pupils shrunk slightly, his eyes suddenly burst into light, faintly surprised. He saw a magnificent valley. This is a deep canyon, the cliffs and the bottom of the valley are covered with relics of large and small buildings. There are ordinary buildings and crisscross mine-cart tracks, densely packed, extremely shocking, and the tallest dilapidated minaret is even close to 100 meters. The style of all the buildings is elven style. It seems to have gone through a long time. The above has been covered by black moss, and the damage is quite serious. The color of the whole remains is deep blue and black. Coupled with the original black geology of the Dark Mountains, it is even more eerie and terrifying. But even if it is already dilapidated, you can still see the glory of the past. This is a lost city of elves. At the end of the valley, you can still see a deep and huge cave. There are faint sounds of gloomy wind and the roar of monsters, which seems to be connected to another unknown world. Rivendell. This must be Rivendell. At this moment, Ben no longer had a trace of doubt in his heart. He took a deep breath, took a few pictures, and uploaded them to the game forum. Chapter 137 Smuggling Caravan Stronghold. The screenshots uploaded by Box Lunch quickly caused a sensation on the official forum of Elf Country. I have to say that Rivendell is indeed a city of miracles, and the elven-style tower buildings are still majestic even after thousands of years. As the former manufacturing and mining center of the Elf Kingdom, the various minecart tracks remaining in the ruins, and the various forging furnaces that can be faintly distinguished, add a bit of steampunk to this place. Coupled with the kind of vicissitudes of life brought about by millennia of ruin, and the gloomy silence that is unique to the gloomy canyon, it adds a bit of mystery to this place. Crisscrossing mine tunnels, large-scale buildings, deep and mysterious colors. To put it all together, this is simply a typical lost relic in the magical game players dream of. The number of replies to posts has risen sharply. Fuck. This ruin is a bit powerful. It satiates all my illusions about the lost world. Is that deep cave at the end the entrance to the underground world? I feel this new map is great. During this time, I am always adventurous in the forest. Although the scenery is great, I always feel less exciting to explore the mystery. What I'm curious about is what monsters are in the new map. Now there are fewer and fewer monsters that can be beaten in the fairy forest, and the rest can't be beaten. It is not safe to go to some distant places. I don't know, Rue, will there be crypt spiders or kobolds in Wendell? Let's not mention the monsters. Even the elves once evacuated Philenqui has so many good things. As the manufacturing capital, and I heard that Rivendell, who had not had time to evacuate when it was destroyed, must be buried. More treasures, right? You are tempting me. The players are boiling. Suddenly, Benben's screenshots about Rivendell were immediately topped as the most popular forum. In the game, the World Chat channel was also screened by the players. Bonba boss. Let's start a live broadcast. Yeah. We also want to see Rivendell in advance. Bonba boss. I heard that you were caught by a human caravan. Cut a picture. We want to see what a human caravan is like. Bonba boss. Hulu said that there is a beautiful elf girl by your side, is it true? I rub, and the NPC girl, the winner of life. I'm sour, how about you? It's so good. This is the rhythm for heroes to save the United States, and I really want to trigger a hidden story with a lady NPC. Are you trying to trigger a hidden plot? You are a favorite of greedy NPCs, you are lowly. I think he is more likely to be the body of a greedy NPC. Puff, you are all talents. Box Lunch. He took a deep breath and blocked the world channel, which had increasingly crooked chat content. The elf aside looked a little nervously at the human mercenaries around her, then glanced at the dizzy Box Lunch, see the game system interface, and curled her lips slightly. Wood is wood. When is it? I'm still in a daze. Ever since I heard the bento saying that there are silver powerhouses in the human caravan, she has been in a bad shape. However, the instigator seems to have no fear, but he doesn't know if he's really not afraid, or if he's too heartbroken. As for the silver powers helping hand mentioned by Benben, the girl is skeptical, in short. She regretted her reckless choice now. Just in case. In case this wood is unreliable, and they hit the silver powerhouse again, wouldn't they all have to get in? Imagining the consequences, the girl couldn't help but shiver. After blocking the World Chat channel, Bento also turned his attention to the caravan. The scale of this human caravan is not that big, with only 50 or 60 people, of which mercenaries account for about half. In order to prevent them from screaming, Bento did not perceive their strength. But he observed the movements and footsteps of these mercenaries as they walked, and probably judged that their strength should not be very high. I am afraid that most people have not even reached the black iron median. This makes the Box Lunch a bit surprised. He felt that the strength of human mercenaries seemed a bit low. Actually, this is a Box Lunch. I don't know the general strength of the intelligent creatures in the world of Segus. In the human world, there are not many people who can reach the black iron level. There may only be 2 or 3 professionals who have broken through the 10th level among 100 people, and more people are only apprentice-level strength. And the cost of hiring professionals is not cheap. Generally speaking, a human under the black iron has no worries about employment, and any mercenary organization or caravan will welcome him. The human caravans in the world of Segs generally aim at maximizing profits. When hiring mercenaries to escort, the caravan will try to hire low-cost professionals. Generally speaking, they will hire a large number of low-level professional mercenaries, plus 1 or 2 powerful men who can get their hands. The reason why Ben thinks that the mercenaries are weak is because he has always dealt with monsters and half-orcs. Actually, the monsters and orcs they surrounded and suppressed, even in the eyes of ordinary humans, were cruel and powerful creatures or intelligent races. Of course, although the average strength of humans is low, the base of humans is large, so on the whole, there are the most professionals. And among the lucky ones who have become professionals, there is no shortage of humans who have gone further. The Sauron family scorns the mainland because of such strong people. If you look at the overall strength of human beings, it actually belongs to the strongest in the entire continent of Segus. The master of the eternal era is humanity. If it were not for the internal struggle of human beings, which split into several countries, the mid to high-end power they gathered might make any intelligent race feel terrified. As the famous Sauron caravan walking on the mainland, as long as it can be equipped to resist the monsters along the way and display the banner of the Sauron family, generally speaking, no one dares to attack them. Therefore, although the value of the goods escorted by this caravan is not low, their overall strength is only 2 silver professionals who can handle it. Of course, silver professionals are already very strong. Bento's eyes flickered slightly, and he looked towards the front of the caravan. There is a gorgeously dressed human mage who looks about 50 or 60 years old. And beside him, there was a tall blonde swordsman standing. Even if they are far apart, the box lunch can still feel the powerful aura in them. Silver. They are the 2 powerful silver players in the human caravan. After a while, the caravan stopped in front of the 100-meter-high tower in the ruins. The mercenaries drove a truck into a hidden ruin next to the tower www.novel.com and escorted a box lunch and an elf girl into the tower. After entering the tower, the 2 understood that this is one of the strongholds of the smuggling caravan. Different from the rundown outside, the inside of the tower is well organized, and various living facilities are complete, but the air inside is very turbid, causing the 2 of them to subconsciously frown. After the people from the caravan entered, several suspected personnel on duty came up to meet the caravan. Box Lunch saw one of them come to the headed mage and bowed, and said kindly, "Master Belis, you are finally here. I have urged the goods several times over there, and this time the amount is too big. I dare not trade without you." And the mage named Belis smiled and said, "Recently, the kingdom has been intensively investigated, and I took a detour, and by the way made a small profit from the orcs, and there was an unexpected gain." After said, he pointed to Bento and the elf girl. "Hey, there are 2 more elves. Lock them up too, and then let's go with the last batch of goods." 2 more. The person's eyes lit up. He looked at the 2 of them, then nodded. "Very good, I'll let someone lock them up." After speaking, he beckoned, and 2 more people stepped forward and took them down. Box Lunch too did not resist, but as if they really lost their power, they were escorted into the depths of the tower by humans, where there is a dark passage that leads directly to the ground. Under the of human beings, they walked down the underground passage for 10 minutes, and finally came to a deep and damp cell. As soon as I came here, Bento saw 7 or 8 young elves locked up. Chapter 138 Nightingale, Shadow. Those elves don't seem to be very old, at least, if judged by human aesthetics. The biggest looks like a human being 12 or 13 years old, while the youngest looks like a 5 or 6-year-old child. Of course, with Moonlight as a lesson for the past, Benben knows that even the youngest-looking elf would be old enough to be his eldest brother. However, he noticed that the hair color and pupil color of these elves were different from those of elven girls. There are blondes, red hairs, brown hairs and green hairs, but they don't have the gray-black hair like him and girls. According to the player's understanding, the elves in Elf Kingdom are also divided into many tribes, and the best way to distinguish the tribes is to look at their hair color and pupil color. The different hair colors indicate that these young elves and girls are not a tribe. These elves huddled in the corner. Some of the younger ones had fallen asleep in the arms of their companions, but there were faint traces of unwiped tears on their faces. While the older elves were sober, they watched the outside of the cell vigilantly. Their faces were pale, even if they were forced to be calm, they could not hide the fear and confusion in their eyes for the future. When they were escorted in, they immediately attracted the attention of the elves. After seeing the elf girl, an older male elf instantly widened his eyes. He rushed to the prison door, grabbed the railing and shouted, "Night! Sister Nightingale! Why are you arrested too?" His voice is crisp and tender, with surprise and worry. "Sister? Did she get caught too?" His voice caught the attention of other young elves. Soon, everyone rushed to the door, looking at the girl with attachment, worry, or sadness. Sister Nightingale. Really, Sister Nightingale? Sister, did they do anything to you? Sir, are you injured? Sister Nightingale, how can you? Looking at the tender faces, the elf girl known as the Nightingale breathed a sigh of relief, her expression floating with a gentle touch. She nodded to the elves, and gave them a look of don't worry, as a sign of comfort. Get in. Don't yell. Seeing the elves rushing to the cell door, the two humans grinned, and another whip hit the railing of the cell door, causing a scream. Until the elves cowered and retreated to the deepest part of the cell, they stopped satisfied. Well. Seeing the rude human movements, Nightingale's eyes widened. She glared at the whip-wielding humans, subconsciously trying to break free of the rope, but she was quickly kicked by the box lunch. The girl turned her head angrily, but after seeing the calm eyes of Bento, the anger in her heart gradually subsided. She understood the meaning of the eyes in the box lunch. Calm down. The humans did not put the boxed lunch and Nightingale in the cell of the young elves, but took them to a deeper cell and locked them in another cell specifically for professionals. This cell seemed stronger and deeper. And after throwing them into the cell, they left. After confirming that the humans had gone away, the elven girl called the Nightingale suddenly stood up. She broke free of the rope on her body in an instant, then pulled the cloth strip from her mouth, and then immediately got to the cell door and started picking the lock. I saw the girl's skillful technique, and in less than a minute, she easily opened the heavy lock. And when Nightingale was refreshed and was about to rush out of the cell, she heard the sound of a box lunch behind her. Send to death. As if pouring cold water from head to toe, Nightingale calmed down all at once. Her movements were slightly stagnant, and her crisp voice was trembling. They are my younger siblings, I want to save them. Bento was silent for a moment, and said, waiting for reinforcements. After finished, he pointed to the top, then extended 2 fingers, and shook his head. 2 silvers. Hearing what he said, Nightingale returned and grabbed Bento by the shoulder, her voice trembling. I know there are 2 silver-powered humans on it, one of which is still a wizard. But. There is a hint of crying in her voice. Trust me. The sound of Bento is deep and powerful. Hearing the words of the box lunch, Nightingale gradually let go of his hands and knelt down on the ground. Can I really trust you? Seeing how scared they look, I am really worried. They are all children, all children. Talking and talking, Nightingale sobbed quietly. Box lunch did not speak. He hesitated for a while, and put his hand on the girl's shoulder to show comfort. Nightingale sobbed for a while, then gradually stopped. She wiped her red eyes and began to tell her story. I hate human beings, they ruined my home. After the divine battle 1,000 years ago, the Shadow tribe was divided into several branches, and our branch chose to infiltrate into the human society about 100 years ago. The most dangerous place is the safest place. In fact, our tribe is good at hiding. We hide our identities and live in a different place every time after a while. Although we are drifting, we survived. The name Nightingale was taken by my mother. In Elvish language, Nightingale symbolizes beauty and freedom. She wants me to live freely. Nightingale, a shadow, the meaning is very good, but how is it possible? A drifting life is inherently full of risks. Later, out of sympathy and kindness, the elders of the family rescued an injured human knight, but accidentally let the other side discover our identity. The knight vowed to promise that he would be grateful for our help and would not tell our secrets. He did behave very well and spoke very sincerely. Hardworking, humble, kind, and loyal. He almost fits all our elves' knowledge of knights. So, the elders believe him. But I am very opposed to it. I don't trust humans. I think that people who discover our secrets should be killed, no matter who the other party is. However, I was reprimanded by the elders. They firmly and naively believe that the knight will abide by the knight's rules and will not expose the benefactor's secret. At this point, Nightingale smiled mockingly. How is it possible? That is human. After that human being left, he soon returned with a group of mercenaries. What loyalty! What kindness! In the face of interest, everything is fake. The price of a young female elf is enough to make an ordinary person turn into a rich man. How could a greedy human being not be moved? Our branch tribe has thus perished. I witnessed my father being killed by humans during the rebellion, and my mother was defiled by them. Finally, even I was caught by slave traders. At that time, I was desperate. Another senior who lived in seclusion in human society saved me. She is not an elf, but she is very sympathetic to the elf. She opened an orphanage, but in fact it took in the elf she saved from humans, including me, and my younger siblings. My brothers and sisters are not from the Shadow Tribe, but they are all poor children persecuted by humans. We hide our identities and hide in the orphanage. It is the shelter of our seniors and gives us a second home. Although we need to hide our identity, but at least, we survived again. I am the eldest. Seniors have taught me a lot. I have also sneaked into the human caravan with seniors and saved many companions. My younger brothers and sisters called my sister, they are very close to me, and I love them very much. Later, senior passed away in an accident. As the oldest sister, I wanted to take the predecessor's last wish, continue to maintain the entire orphanage, and save the elves from humans, but I didn't want the death of the predecessors to arouse human suspicion. They discovered our secret. When I was out, my younger siblings were all arrested. I chased all the way here, hoping to rescue my brothers and sisters, but I didn't expect that I was so powerless. Really a failed sister. Hey. Nightingale shed tears and looked sadly at the box lunch. Could it be, there really is no shelter for our elves in this world? Aren't we can only become goods. Why? Why is this? What did we do wrong? Is kindness really a sin? Is kindness really only brings misfortune? If this is the case, www.novel.com, I would rather fall into the dark. But, where is our future? Hearing what Nightingale said, Bento fell silent. After a while, he took a deep breath and said, "Yes. Have it." Nightingale tearful eyes Pajuo. Even if we are really saved this time, it is just another cycle of hiding and hunting. We have lost our great power, only this damn, good-looking appearance, longevity and special physique. Do we really have a future like this? Nightingale grabbed the hem of the box lunch and asked with a sad smile. Bento looked down at her. His expression is still calm, but his eyes are much softer. Yes. This time, his voice was much gentler. There is both shelter and future. After he finished speaking, the whole cell suddenly shook slightly, and a piece of dust was thrown up. Faintly, there seems to be a high dragon roar coming from above. Bento took a deep breath, and helped the somewhat surprised Nightingale up. It's fine. The breath on his body keeps rising, his eyes gradually become sharp. Reinforcements are here. He drew a dagger from the sole of his shoe that had been hidden by him. Chapter 139. Who is he? Aid, reinforcement. Nightingale was taken aback. Box Lunch didn't say much. He kicked open the prison door that Nightingale had opened, and walked out first. You go to save others. He dropped a word, then came to the entrance of the dungeon and hid in the shadow in the corner of the stairs. The whole cell shook again, and it seemed to hear the exclamation of human beings. Nightingale's pointed ears moved slightly, and her eyes gradually brightened. She sucked her red nose and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and then rushed out of the cell as well and came to the cell where several young elves were held. Sister Nightingale. Seeing Nightingale running, several elves greeted him at the same time. You back, I will unlock. Nightingale said. A few young elves nodded, and stepped back obediently. An older elf hesitated for a moment, and asked curiously. Sister Nightingale, who is he? He looked in the direction where the bento was hiding. Nightingale hesitated and replied. A friend I met on the road, come with me to rescue you. It seems, I haven't asked his name yet. Nightingale is a little ashamed. Soon, she opened the cell door, and several young elves were refreshed and escaped from the cell. However, at this time, the stairs at the entrance of the dungeon suddenly heard tight footsteps. Hurry up, bring those elves to us and go. Damn it. Where did the crazy black dragon come from? I don't know how long Bila-sama can resist. Does it know that we belong to the Sauron family? It's just a mere black dragon. Stop talking, let's hurry up. Two heavily armed human mercenaries trot down all the way, and said cursingly as they walked. As soon as they reached the ground, they saw Nightingale and others who had escaped. For a moment, Nightingale and them looked at each other. Mercenary, mercenary. Her pupils shrank slightly. Oops. It was discovered. Nightingale's expression tightened, and hurriedly guarded her siblings behind her. And the two human mercenaries were stunned when they saw the elves who escaped. Immediately, their faces became fierce, and they were ready to speak to their companions. But just as they were about to make a sound, an agile figure suddenly rushed out from behind them. Is a box lunch. He is holding a dagger in his hand, his expression is indifferent, and he passed through two startled mercenaries like a swift lightning. He moved gracefully and swiftly, and the dagger easily slashed through the bodies of the two at the moment of crossing. In that second, Nightingale only felt a dazzling silver light flashed before her eyes. Skill, double flash sting. When she took a closer look, she found that the box lunch had already rushed in front of her. Okay, let's go. He put down the dagger in his hand and said calmly. Go. Looking at the safe and sound mercenary behind the box lunch, Nightingale was stunned. At this moment, a long bloodline suddenly appeared on the necks of the two mercenaries. Accompanied by a puff, a terrible wound opened between their necks, and a lot of blood spurted out. The expressions of the two of them were still a little dazed. They didn't seem to figure out what happened. Nightingale only saw them covering their necks unbelievably, opening their mouths and spitting out blood clots, then their bodies softened and fell slowly. At this time, Nightingale reacted and looked at the box lunch in shock. She covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes filled with shock and splendor. He just killed two human mercenaries of at least 15th level in just one blow. Can still be so powerful under the racial curse, and not as pedantic as ordinary people. Who is he? Is really a powerful and mysterious wood. All the young elves looked at the box lunch in shock. There is a bit of fear and admiration in their expressions. The younger children were covered with their eyes slightly larger to prevent them from seeing the picture. Faintly, Bento can hear the elves' exclamation. Okay, what a great brother. Is it, the legendary elf ranger? It feels a bit scary. Bonban glanced at everyone and didn't care, but turned around and walked up the stairs. Keep up, he said. Nightingale was stunned, and then refreshed, greeted her brothers and sisters to follow. While crossing the corpse of the mercenary, she hesitated, and boldly picked up their weapons, and brought the other elves to keep up with the bento. When they walked out of the dungeon, they found that the tower had fallen into chaos. The members of the human caravan were rushing to pack things, and most of the mercenaries who served as guards were gone. And outside the tower, you can faintly hear the human screams and the cheerful and jokes of dragons. There are no strong enemies in the tower. Bento's eyes flashed, and he clenched the dagger in his hand. Seeing the elves suddenly rushing out of the dungeon, the members of the caravan suddenly exclaimed. It's a wizard. Why did they escape? Quick! Take them down. Several mercenaries received the calls from the caravan members and hurried over from outside. But Bento's eyes flashed, and he rushed into the crowd again. He is agile in his actions, like entering a no man's land. The human mercenaries who rushed up just met each other, and he was stabbed to the point. Black Iron Middle. He must be the Dark Iron Middle Elf. Hurry up and call for the leader. Seeing the mercenary who was vulnerable under the attack of the bento, the caravan member who remained behind let out an exclamation. One member hesitated, picked up a bag of gold coins, turned around and ran outside the tower. Humph. Ben's eyes flashed, he picked up a steel sword on the ground and threw it out. I saw the steel sword shoot out quickly, rushing to the escaped caravan member, and stabbed him to the heart. Outside the tower. More than 20 human mercenaries, led by the Silver Mage and the Silver Warrior, struggled against the Black Dragon Miral. On the ground, there are traces of dragon's breath raging everywhere, and several unlucky mercenaries have fallen. However, the Black Dragon was unscathed. www.novel.com. It was flying in the sky, looking at the mercenaries on the ground with joking eyes. Silver Mage Belis looked at this young Black Dragon who didn't know where he appeared, with an ugly expression. How many years have it been? How many years has it been? Since the patriarch of the Sauron family broke through to the legend, and got on the line with the adult in the underworld, no one has dared to challenge the majesty of the Sauron family for many years. Unexpectedly, it was just a young black dragon with a silver rank dare to deceive them. Damn beast. Arrogant. Belis clenched his staff tightly, his face gloomy. He looked at the mercenaries lying around, gritted his teeth and said, "Black Dragon, do you know who we are?" "Cut. The evil smuggling caravan." Miral glanced at him disdainfully. Rua roared, proudly. "Craving, evil humans. Leave all your treasures. Lord Miral can consider letting go." Ahem. In the middle of speaking, a soft cough suddenly came from little Black Dragon's ear. Miral's expression stiffened slightly, he coughed dryly twice, and straightened his face and said awe-inspiringly again. "No, that's not right. Greedy and evil humans. Leave all your treasures and the hijacked elves. Master Miral may consider letting you go." At this time, Belis noticed a petite figure hiding on the back of the Black Dragon. His eyes condensed slightly, and then he threw an illumination technique. The gloomy world was suddenly illuminated, and Belis also clearly saw the little Xian Miao on the back of the Black Dragon. For a moment, his expression was full of shock. Elf. Chapter 140 Elf riding a Black Dragon.